Let's see what's going on today. By the way, today we have like this. We start with rendering Power Exile 2 with Alexander in less than 1 minute. In 5 seconds, actually. That's definitely less than 1 minute. So let's see what's going on. And drink water. Hello? Boys? Where's the sound? Hey? Where is the sound? Production!
And I also want to go, this time I want to go deeper in explaining how these techniques actually work. So it's probably going to get quite intense. I guess brace yourselves. There's a lot of stuff. The first technique, let's just get right onto it. The first technique I want to talk to you about is flowing materials. It's a very basic technique that is used everywhere in our game. It's a pretty typical effect. So how do we do this? Well, let's break it down. This is an effect that is driven by a velocity map. So the goal is to have a texture that flows according to some flow that we calculate from somewhere, provided as a texture or we calculate it. The way you'd naively try to do this is, what if we try to apply a displacement to a texture and then just keep increasing that displacement over time? Well, this is what it creates. It creates this nasty warp texture. You just cannot keep distorting the texture indefinitely. So how do we solve this problem? Well, the way this problem is solved is usually you have layers. So you see this layer appears, shifts a little bit, and then it disappears. It fades in, shifts a little bit, fades out. And then if we apply 2 of these layers that shift out of sync with each other, you get a perfectly smooth transition from one to another. So you don't see how they actually fade. But we went further. This technique has a downside that if you stare carefully enough, you can see the fading between these 2 layers, because when entire layer fades out and then the other layer fades in, you can see some sort of a transition. The way you can solve this is you can also apply some sort of a noise to each of these layers to create this more random looking, more organic looking transition so that each layer flows, but instead of fading in and out entirely, it has some sort of noise applied to it. And if we apply 2 of these layers together, then it looks much smoother. It looks like much smoother transition. So we use this for lava, for water, for any sort of liquid, basically. By the way, for this specific technique, I prepared a shader toy demonstration because I very frequently I'm asked this question: how do I start programming graphics? Like, what do I do if I want to start graphics programming? Well, I always answer that, in my opinion, the best thing to learn graphics is just do graphics. Try programming shaders, and a great way to start programming shaders is get a shader that works. For example, this shader that I provided here that implements this effect, and just start hacking it. You can modify, you can see its effects on Shader Toy. Here's a link, and just experiment with it and learn this way. Next technique that I call subsurface ray marching. Here's an example of what it allows to do. You're going to see a lot of Ranger because we typically use the modal for all our tests. So what is ray marching? Ray marching is a process in computer graphics of rendering any sort of volumetric material. So when you have fog, when you have water, when you have some sort of material that transmits light and doesn't block it entirely. challenges of ray marching is that it usually involves a sort of a loop. When you ray march through a volume, you need to apply light, you need to calculate lighting for every step of your ray. And that's typically very expensive. But you can see that a lot of games still do this, because if you have to render a volume, there is nothing else you can do, so you do this anyway. But there is a better way. What if we ray march in a texture space instead? Then we don't need to store actually a 3D volume data. We can just use a single 2D texture and derive multiple layers from it. So here's an illustration how this can work. Blue is a view ray, orange is a surface that we are rendering, and there is a bunch of parallel planes that are subsurface planes. So we can calculate texture coordinates for these subsurface planes, and if we align them together, they look like a volume. So here's an example of what it looks like. For example, you see multiple volumes of water, sort of debris floating, and you see the nice parallax between them. Another example. You can also do a bunch of effects that look, they all look like there is multiple surfaces, but they are all actually one surface, and the look of multiple surfaces is created in the shader by introducing multiple layers that are blended in the shader. Some more examples. This is a life orb that we planned to use for the UI, but unfortunately it's making an Exilecon. But you can go further. The thing that you can also do is you can use data that is already present on your screen to calculate color of each volume. And what it allows is it allows you to calculate lighting of a surface only once and then reuse that information multiple times to render multiple layers. This is how we can render stuff like fur. And actually this technique I noticed is used in quite a lot of games recently, but I don't think it has like enough academic weight so that people publish papers about it. Different companies keep using similar techniques. They keep inventing similar clever techniques, but nobody really talks about them because, well, I don't know why. I just think these ideas are worth sharing and they're worth knowing about. Another example is some bear with an isotropic lighting model. Some more experiments with the Ranger. The way these techniques function is they rely heavily on this transformation called TBN. TBN is a basis that allows us to translate small steps in world space into small steps in UV space. So this way, when we are ray marching a world ray, we can also calculate small offsets in a texture. It's used in lots of other techniques such as parallax mapping, et cetera, et cetera. It's not like a new invention. But if you're interested in computer graphics, I really advise you to familiarize yourself with this technique just because of the huge range of effects you can implement with it. Next technique I want to discuss, by the way, uses TBN base as well, is called subsurface shadows. This is an example of a technique that allows to render translucent sort of shadows. So like imagine, for example, if there is a shadow in smoke, you don't see a hard shadow. It gets blurred along the light direction. And typically, in order to simulate these shadows, you again need to employ volume rendering, which can be quite expensive. But there is a much cheaper way. And the way this can be done, the reason why it can be implemented this way is because typical shadow map implementation involves an operation called percentage closed filtering, which is a loop that samples texture in a small radius to create this blurry look. But if there is already a loop, the cost, the expensive part of a shadow mapping operation is already paid. So we have come up with this idea of what if we use the same loop to also ray march along the ray and also blur the shadow not only in a radius, but in depth as well. And this is basically how it works. You can create for free, because the cost is already paid of PCF. The cost is already paid. We can just spread our samples instead of spreading them in radius, just spread them along a ray. You get this translucent effect for free. Next technique that we have employed, we called contact parallax. This is an example of what it looks like. A very typical problem that comes with artists excessively overusing parallax, because artists love parallax, obviously, is that in order for parallax surfaces to intersect with each other, you need to either write fragment depth for each fragment of a parallax surface, or do something similar, but it's very expensive, because if a fragment writes depth, the shader becomes very expensive. However, there is a much better way that avoids writing depth. Oh, by the way, another significant drawback of writing depth, it also creates nasty aliasing, because when a parallax mapped surface intersects with another surface, it creates nasty aliasing that is very hard to get rid of. But there is a much better way. What if you just get rid of the depth test? And what if you just fade surfaces? So here's an example of a surface. Here's an example of a surface. Yellow is a surface, and it intersects with this ground, black ground here. But instead of applying depth tests that creates this harsh intersection line between parallax surface and the ground, what if you just apply a smooth transition from one to the other and creates this much nicer effect, basically, again, for free? So you see, this allows us to blend a parallax surface into ground that creates a much nicer transition. Again, this is a technique that is kind of at some point, well, in some sense it's obvious, but nobody really talks about it because I guess people consider it too obvious. I'm not sure. I know that a lot of other games do this same thing. Like I noticed Diablo 4 does this, a bunch of other games do the same thing, but I've never seen a publication on it. So I think it's just worth discussing so that people get inspired by these ideas. Next technique was developed to solve a very prolific problem in PoE specifically, and honestly in many other games. This is rendering decals. What is a decal? Decal is basically a flat surface that you want to make it look like it's sitting on the ground. But very typical problem that happens when you try to do this is your surface intersects the ground ever so slightly, and you get these nasty intersection lines when your surface, your decal, intersects the ground. And there is sort of workarounds that people employ to mitigate this problem. For example, lifting decals slightly above ground. There is another technique called projective decals that has a lot of drawbacks. It's also very expensive. So while thinking about, like, what do we do about this problem? You see, like, this nasty line. The reason why this line appears is because of depth test. Again, because when two surfaces intersect, only one of them wins, the one that is closer to you. So either one surface wins the depth test, either the ground or the decal, and you always can see only one of them. So we asked ourselves, what if we just get rid of the depth test? And the better way to do this is if you just disable depth test completely and replace it again with smooth fade. This allows us to create a much nicer transition. But however, in order to mitigate the problem of surfaces having wrong parallax when they appear under the surface, we can also correct their UVs to a UV that they would have had if they were sitting perfectly on the ground. This is relatively easy to do. It's techniques, again, similar to parallax occlusion mapping. But this combination of correcting UVs to a UVs of a surface sitting perfectly on the ground, as well as disabling depth test, allows us to create basically perfect decals that have none of the drawbacks of the typical decals, and they're very easy for artists to set up. So here is how this decal intersects with the ground. You see it never sharply appears, it never sharply disappears, it never creates harsh transitions. It's very smooth, very easy to use for artists. And here's a side-by-side comparison, what it looks like on a player scale with and without this technique. And next technique that I think is worth discussing. Again, it's not exactly a novel technique. It's used actually pretty widely in compressing videos. Very typical thing that artists like to do is they build flipbooks of effects. So basically a flipbook is a bunch of frames, usually 16 or 9 frames of a certain animation that they flick through. And if you just flick through frames of an animation, you see the transition from one to another. It looks like shifting, like interpolating sharply between frames. But the way to mitigate this is called motion vectors. You can distort source frame towards the destination frame, and you can distort the destination frame towards the source frame as they blend from one to another. And this way you can create a much smoother transition with very low frame rates. So this flipbook, for example, has just 16 frames during the entire animation. But if you apply motion vectors to this, it can look much smoother. Like it's the same amount of memory used, but looks like a much smoother transition. The big question is always, how do you calculate motion vectors? And this question has no simple answer. There is no algorithm that gives you perfect motion vectors. They are even defined in a kind of sort of ambiguous way. So every game company that uses this technique has to basically reinvent their motion vectors in some sense. And I want to tell you how we do this. Another example of just two frames blending. So this is source frame, destination frame. You see how they smoothly blend into each other because of motion vectors. The way we do this is we build this hierarchical representation of motion vectors. First, we find motion vectors in a very low resolution way. So just a very coarse picture of what our motion vectors would look like on the left. Then on the right, you see more, we refine that representation of motion vectors, and we can adaptively find perfect motion vectors by stacking these levels of details of motion vectors. Here's an example. This is a source frame of some flipbook. This is the destination frame of a flipbook. We need to find motion vectors that translate this image into this image. Basically, we need to distort one image towards the other. The way we are going to do this is first we are going to overlay them. I'm showing the first frame in red here and the second frame in green here. And when you combine red and green, you get yellow. So if we apply perfect motion vectors to this image, it should get completely yellow. So let's try to yellow this image. First, we are going to apply a very rough, I think it's just 4x4 motion vectors displacement. And you see like these frames already kind of sort of match, but in a very crude way. Then I'm going to keep refining and adding higher and higher resolution motion vectors. And you see here the iterative process that converges these images together and finds finer and finer refinements. And this is what it looks like when we apply the motion vectors to these two frames. You see a nice smooth transition from one frame to another frame. So this is a technique that we use, well, for all our skills, for flipbooks, for flames, for all that sort of VFX. Another technique I want to discuss today is bent normal shadows. Here's what it looks like. Bent normal shadows on, bent normal shadows off. Here's a comparison side by side. On the left, bent normal shadows off, bent normal shadows on. The problem they're solving is that when we have a texture of a material that contains in it some big geometry, for example, a normal map, this texture never encodes information about shadowing. So normal maps don't shadow themselves, if I put it this way. So how do we overcome this problem? How do we make it so that the micro details in a normal map also cast shadows onto each other? Well, actually, the answer is that the information needed for this is already encoded into the normal map. It's encoded in AO. Ambient occlusion is a map that encodes information about adjacent geometry to every point. And we can actually reuse that information to cast shadows. Yeah, what if we use baked occlusion for this? The way it works is for every point we can define a cone that is guaranteed to not occlude any light that's coming from within this cone. The angle of this cone can be derived from AO, and the direction of this cone can be derived from a thing called bent normals. So bent normals basically for each surface point defines the direction that the light is most visible from. So this is the direction that you least expect to see a shadow from. So this is obviously an approximation, but it's a pretty neat approximation because we can use even normals or LOD of a normal, or mipmap of a normal, for the bent normal direction. We can use AO for the angle of the cone to create self-shadowing for very cheaply. It's almost free, applying this thing to a shadow, in a shadow shader. And this is actually the technique that we use for lighting on the PoE UI. Like actually the UI is completely 2D, but all the shadows that you see from in-game light sources are done with bent normals. Next subject, GPU particles. GPU particles is, here's an example of what it looks like. This is one of the very early tests. Do you recognize the Ranger? The point of GPU particles is if you have a finite amount of time, for example, one frame, where would you rather spend this one frame worth of calculation, for example, 1 millisecond, on the CPU or on the GPU? Well, the answer is it really depends on what exactly you're calculating. For example, calculating gameplay is much more efficient on the CPU. You're much better off spending 1 millisecond calculating a gameplay code on the CPU rather than on GPU. But GPU is really good for calculating very simple, very repetitive tasks in huge amounts. And particles is exactly that. So that's why it's just very natural to calculate particle behavior on the GPU. And also, it comes with very nice benefits that particle systems have access to stuff that is only present on the GPU, such as depth buffer, so we can do a bunch of interesting things with it. We actually developed a pretty intense, pretty in-depth GPU particle system that even allows some minor physics simulation. This is simulating some particles interacting with the ground. And we fully integrated with our graph editing system. So our materials are designed with these graphs that VFX artists can use, just visually connect things. And we just implemented our GPU particles into the same pipeline. Here's another example of a GPU particle system. You see, now we can allow having many more particles, like 2 orders of magnitude more particles in the same calculation time as before, just because we have offloaded that calculation from the CPU onto the GPU. In the same amount of time, your GPU can calculate many more particles than your CPU. Here's another example of GPU particles. And here's a bunch of, I really like these player skills. So you see when the meteor strikes or when the nova strikes, there is a whole bunch of particles attracted by the shock wave. And another example, I'm not sure if it was shown yet, but this is a player skill with an ice shield. And these ice particles, they too they react to players moving, they react to attacks from monsters. Next technique, rendering water. Last time we already discussed some things about rendering water related to flow maps. But in my opinion, the hardest part about rendering water is rendering specifically waves that wash up on the shore. That is just so hard. If you look up on the internet how to render water or whatever articles, you can find like 1 million articles of how to render water surface or how to render rivers, but you will find no articles whatsoever about how to render beach waves because it's so hard. Like, there is simply no accepted solutions like, look, here's how you do it, because it's good and it just works. Because all solutions to render that types of waves are either bad or really complicated. So today I want to tell you the way we do this, just to give you the idea. This is the effect that I'm talking about. So basically, when waves wash up on the shore, they dissipate, etc., etc. So the unfortunate part about this task is that there is almost nothing you can pre-calculate. Like, even approaching this task, like, what do they even do? It's a pretty complicated task. And there is a lot of moving parts. So one very important thing is when you need to solve such a complex task as rendering waves that wash up on the shore, it really helps to break it down into parts and try to make them as independent as possible. So for example, rendering water surface itself should be completely decoupled from constructing the geometry of water surface, because these two tasks can be solved completely independently, and they should be solved completely independently. It's just much easier to tackle them this way. Another thing that I sort of taken away from doing this is that there is going to be a lot of parameters. Like controlling behavior of water, there is literally hundreds of numerical parameters. There is thousands of functional parameters. And the only way to deal with them is to limit the range of each parameter, basically to define the correct range that each parameter is allowed to have. So for example, distance can be only positive, right? Distance cannot be negative, etc. Basically just basic physical limitations. And you renormalize every parameter to have this correct range of 0 to 1, so that you can never have a temptation to have like, well, I would rather set this parameter to 1.3. No, just define a set range of parameters that are safe, that you guarantee your shader will always work correctly with, if your parameters are within this range. Well, let's break down how the shader works. So first, we break water into these zones. You see these parallel zones. And within each zone, there is a layer that carries one wave. I am here applying a noise to this wave that shapes it in the maximum possible amplitude. So this noise is just a sine wave that goes from -1 to 1. So the wave cannot be deformed any more than this. And this is very important. Let me show you why. Because if we apply 2 of these layers, you need these layers to never intersect with each other. Because the shader only calculates 2 layers for any given point. And if we allow the waves to deform any more than this, then they would start overlapping, and the shader would stop working. That's why I brought up the allowed range. So again, what happened here is there is 1 layer. Then I color in a different way. Then I overlay multiple layers. And you see we are already creating sort of a seamless thing that where 1 wave overlaps correctly with another wave. Next thing is we color it in a more natural way. Then we replace this sine wave dummy noise with just a texture noise that looks nicer. Next step is we apply some sort of screening on top of each one of these layers. Then we apply distortion to make these layers more organic, and that's how we get the final effect, basically. So just to get through this again, this is layers, then we overlap these layers, then we color them, then we apply more organic noise, more noise, and this is the final effect that you get. Next technique, and actually a lot of previous techniques, they all often intertwine. Like you see, most of these techniques use, for example, TBN bases in some sense. Most of these techniques use fields. So what is fields? Fields allow creating any sort of liquid-looking surfaces. Basically, when opacity of a surface is in some way connected to its normal map, which is almost the case for liquids. So whenever a liquid dissipates, it has like a vertical normal. When it doesn't dissipate, it has like a horizontal normal. So this basically allows creating sort of blobs. The way field is not an our invention thing. They are widely used in all sorts of shader demos and demo scene. It's a very popular technique. But for some reason, well, it rarely gets into the hands of artists. Like demo sceners use this thing all the time, but for some reason VFX artists don't use it that often. And I decided, like, how can we expose it to artists? How can we give them this tool that allows them to create liquid surfaces? Basically, a field is, simply put, is just a value and the vector that says how much this value changes. So basically, it's a value plus its gradient. And then you can add these fields just by adding a value and its gradient. You can multiply them the same way how you add a value and a gradient, et cetera, et cetera. You can do all sorts of operations that you usually do with just a floating point value, but you can do them with a field. And this field carries information about a surface opacity and at the same time about the normal associated with the surface. So it basically allows conducting all sorts of surface operations with preserving correct normals that react correctly to light, that react correctly to rotations. Here's another example of fields, which is a Druid skill volcano that's done with fields. Again, fields are integrated into our graph editor so that artists can basically utilize them. Here's another example, just some test effect with water. And the last but not least, probably my proudest achievement that I want to discuss, global illumination. What is global illumination? Well, global illumination is the process of light bouncing between surfaces. Here is what it looks like if this scene has global illumination on. Here's the same scene without global illumination off. You can see that light gets propagated from really bright areas into darker areas. And the way that this process works is each point of the scene casts light onto every other point of the scene. And every point of the scene receives light from every other point of the scene. And also each point of the scene can block light between arbitrary other points. This many-to-many interaction is just notoriously hard to calculate. Calculating global illumination is an extremely hard problem. I dare to say it's the hardest problem in computer graphics. And actually, calculating global illumination is relatively easy. There is an algorithm called path tracing. It's just the only problem is that it takes like minutes to render every frame. It's extremely slow. The hard part is calculating in real time, like in a game scenario. And there is a lot of typical ways that they solve this in the industry. And unfortunately, none of them really fit us. And we had to do better than that. And our previous solution that we talked about on the previous Exilecon was, dare I say, the first of its kind in the industry. We implemented in PoE, and PoE was the first game that shipped with a screen space global illumination based on variance. And it was very novel at the time. But it had just a few drawbacks that really kept gnawing me in my sleep. I really wanted to solve them. And these drawbacks come primarily from the fact that our screen space shadows had very important properties that our global illumination didn't. And these properties is that parts of our screen space shadow algorithm that don't require much detail are calculated in a much lower resolution. So our shadows are implemented via these cascades. So you see the first cascade here has only low resolution part of each shadow. Second image has only higher resolution of the shadows. And the last part is a tiny bit that requires shadows to be calculated in the highest resolution. But it means that each of these can be calculated in vastly different resolutions, making it much cheaper to calculate this in a downscaled resolution, rather than if we were trying to calculate the entirety of the thing in the same highest resolution. So this is a very important property that our shadow mapping algorithm has that actually I still haven't seen any other game implement this in this way with cascaded shadow maps. And I really wanted to adapt this property to our lighting. So I wanted our GI, global illumination, to have this property as well. So the typical way people implement global illumination is with radiance probes. Radiance probes are these, you can think of them as tiny cameras that you put all around your level, your geometry, that take a cube map, basically a photo of what surrounds each point. And then you use that information and code it in these cube maps, in these light probes, to light any object. Basically, see if I'm standing here, I'm checking what's the nearest camera to me contain. It contains this cube map. I'm applying this lighting to myself. Here, this is an approximation of global illumination. But the big question to ask here is, how many of these cameras do I need? What resolution do I need to use for each of these probes? And you can see that every game development studio comes up with their own answer. Some game development studios use lots of tiny probes. Other game development studios use much fewer, much higher resolution probes. And it seems like there is no answer. But what if we use them all? What if we create a hierarchy when we have both high resolution probes, but very few of them, and we use another grid with much more probes, where each probe is has much lower resolution? This is what I call radiance probe hierarchy. I was struck with this idea, and I just needed to implement this. Implementing this 3D was very hard, so I just decided to do a 2D test. By the way, 2D global illumination is almost as hard as 3D global illumination, so I just decided to test in 2D. Those of you subscribed to my YouTube channel, you might have seen this experiment where this is 2D global illumination, basically works perfectly. Like, this idea worked perfectly on the first implementation, which never happened. Here is a breakdown of how it works. You can see that there is these cascades, that each cascade contains a different number of rays, which corresponds to different resolution of the light probe. And if I change the cascades, they converge to proper lighting. So this is final image, and this is how it's constructed. It's constructed from these cascades. Well, let's see in closer detail how these cascades work. On the left, you see a grid of cascades, grid of probes, where each probe casts just 4 rays. So you see, like, 4 rays from this probe, 4 rays from this probe, etc. Just a grid of probes. The right cascade contains fewer probes, but each probe casts more rays. But the question is, how many rays do we get if we combine these 2 cascades? It gets very messy. You cannot really read easily what's happening on the left image, just what happens when I combine the probes. But if you look at every individual probe, we can see that we can actually construct 8 rays per probe. These rays are not perfect. They are slightly bent. You see, well, rays are normally straight lines, right? But these rays are slightly bent. However, if we make these segments shorter, they will start approximating lines more and more perfectly. So we can actually, this thing converges to perfect rays. But there is 8 rays per probe, and there is 16 probes. So the first image contains 64 segments. The second one contains 32 segments. But when we combine them, we can create 128 rays total. Well, this is curious. This means that if we increase the number of these cascades, so I have just shown 3, right? The number of rays that we cast with increasing number of cascades is 64, 128, 256, it's power of 2. But the total cost for calculating these cascades approaches a constant. We can calculate 100 cascades at almost the same cost as we calculate one cascade, because each next cascade is cheaper than the previous one. When I first realized this fact, my mind was blown, because this is a property that you see in no other rendering approach out there. At least I haven't seen anything like this. This means that the number of rays increases exponentially with the number of cascades that we use. And the total cost of infinite number of cascades is bound. It's less than a constant. Like, what? But this is literally what it is. This is what I learned when I implemented the first 2D version of GI. Rays get exponentially cheaper with more cascades. So the more rays you have, the cheaper they get. But this is literally what it is. Well, I was quite excited when that 2D demo worked. Obviously, the next question was, how do I adapt this to PoE? Because PoE is 3D, and my first implementation was 2D. Well, long story short, we did get there. We did implement this algorithm in 3D. Here is how it works. This is the first cascade. You see it captures information about only in tiny vicinity of each point. Basically, it looks like bad AO that you typically see in games. Next cascade captures longer field information, and it's lower frequency. Next contains even lower frequency, and so on. So we create this hierarchy of probes, where each level of hierarchy captures only a specific range of radiance of light, basically. But then the magic happens when we combine them all. Because this way, we can get details of all scales, from fine details to very long distance details in the same image, by combining information from all of the hierarchy levels. This is how we encode, for those you graphics program aficionados, this is how we encode screen space probes, basically in these tiny grids. You can see that this level contains these tiny probes, there is a lot of them. And this level contains much larger probes, and there is much less of them. But the memory that each layer, that each cascade level contains actually decreases the more cascades you have. So the first cascade is the more expensive one. Weirdly enough, the cascade that contains the tiniest bit of occlusion is the most expensive one, and they get exponentially cheaper the more cascades you have. Here is the implementation of the same technique in 2D. So the previous one, I always implement these like highly experimental, 90% gonna fail techniques in my like test bed pet engine. But then I implemented in PoE. So this is, again, Glowing Ranger, classic, lighting the scene with only indirect light. I should have probably mentioned this before, but calculating light from emissive surfaces is computationally equivalent to calculating light from directly lit surfaces. It's basically the same thing for a GI. That's why it's very typical to test global illumination algorithms by just having emissive objects. This implementation that we have in game uses screen space information. It uses screen space probes, but actually it can also be used for other games. It might be more appropriate to use the same hierarchy of cascades in world space. And this demo that I also posted on my channel actually does just that. It has no screen space information. It's fully world space information, which means that it can calculate light sources behind the camera, which we don't have in PoE, which we don't need to worry about. By the way, this technique, since it basically allows encoding light reaching every point from every direction, we can also use it to calculate specular, so basically reflections. So here you see one of the dungeons basically made of mirror materials. We can calculate specular GI the same way. Here is the same thing. You can see the highlights on the curtain from like a porcelain-like material that has a specular part in its lighting model. Here is another example of specularly lit scene. And here's an example of a combined diffuse plus specular in-game. This implementation is even faster than the previous one. So basically, all global illumination solutions converge to the same result. Because the correct result is known. That's why I'm not even showing you side-by-side comparison, because if two global illumination algorithms are correct, they should produce the same image. The question is how quickly they produce this image. And this algorithm just scales so much better than everything else I've ever seen. It scales even better than our previous one, even though the previous one was pretty good, honestly. So yeah, this property of absolute double dipping and double exponentials when each cascade captures twice more rays for twice less speed is a totally OP exploit in reality. And you are the first audience to learn about it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope we have some time for Q&A from Octavian here.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Yes, there's a QR code up behind me right now, so if you've got any questions, be sure to scan that and send them in. I'll be vetting them as they come, but until then, I've got a couple questions as well. So you mentioned during the talk a few times about like what other game companies might do or what other games are doing. In the course of your work, have you just like developed an eye for being able to see like, oh, they're using this technique or that technique, or do you actually have you asked people in the industry?
Thanks. That's a good question. I like it. The way it works is when I just started working graphics programming, I was obviously curious. I always looked like at what other games do. But over time, you absolutely do develop an eye. You just see the same things over and over. Like, I'm playing Monster Hunter, and I'm immediately seeing how they're doing their fur. Of course, they're doing it in screen space. I just naturally move it to the edge of my screen, and it produces the artifact that every screen space fur should produce. And I'm like, ah.
So can you play games normally anymore? Or
cannot. Play Elden Ring, and I try to get under every rat to see it from the nastiest angle possible.
All right, we've got some questions coming in. The first one here is something that you'll probably understand more than me. Do you have to vary the number of cascades for different levels or geometries?
Say it again, please.
Do you have to vary for global illumination? Do you have to vary the number of cascades based on the level or geometry present?
So the thing about that algorithm is the cascades are always put in a fixed grid. The grid hierarchy is completely fixed. It's independent of the scene complexity. I should have mentioned that, but the cost of that algorithm is completely constant. Whatever happens on your screen, if you have one fireball on your screen or 1 million fireballs on your screen, it doesn't matter. The cost of that technique is absolutely constant. So it can never dip your FPS in a heat of battle. It has a constant technique, has a constant cost of about like 1 millisecond or something like that.
All right, next question. Do you feel you have an advantage by using our own bespoke engine versus something off the shelf that might have more documentation to it or something?
Yes, probably worth mentioning that we have our fully custom engine that we have implemented for our own purposes, right? Because our game is not a general, we don't need to implement an engine that allows to implement any other game. We are implementing an engine that specifically supports our game with our own limitations, with our own things that we can exploit. For example, fixed camera, right? We never have to calculate lights that are behind us because there's no lights behind us. That's why our global illumination solution can work perfectly fine in screen space, because all the lights that you care about are on your screen. And yes, since we are developing our own engine, we have kind of personal attachment to it, and it's also why it's much easier for us to modify it, and it just feels natural for us to be working so closely with it.
You mentioned towards the end of the talk having a video of one of your techniques on your YouTube channel. People want to know what the channel is in case they can go check it out and find some interesting stuff.
I'm sure somebody will put that in the show captions. But yes, usually if you want to see like sneak peeks into stuff that has a non-zero chance to end up in PoE, you can follow my channel where I usually post all these experiments. Like all these 2D GI experiments were posted like way before they actually ended up in game. I was just playing with it. I was just trying things. Like they had a very high chance to not work out. But it's fine.
Are there any remaining parts of Path of Exile's renderer that are expensive or annoy you? So sort of like the GI problem, you said it kept you up at night. Anything else that's keeping you
GI
up at
is
night?
absolutely the hardest, computationally hardest problem that I'm aware of in computer graphics, period. There is nothing harder than GI.
Okay, and we've solved it better than anyone else, would you say?
That is my belief.
It's a big question.
I do believe that our solution has properties that no other solution has, and I have never seen anything even similar to this. If you have, let me know.
Well, actually, this runs into the previous question. Besides the light occlusion, what's another technique you're proud of implementing into Path of Exile?
Well, honestly, just watching the trailer felt unexpectedly emotional for me because, like, I put my finger onto literally any point on the screen, and there is something I contributed here. Like, whether it is a lighting model, or there is like a fog here, or I'm extremely ashamed of specular aliasing that I see here, or like there is some personal thing in every pixel of the game for me. So, yes, I do feel proud that we got there, but I also feel kind of sometimes ashamed, like I hope they don't notice this thing.
Come on, you've done excellent work. You showed examples of layering techniques on 2D planes and some 3D simple shapes, but what do you do if there's, say, a character model which is immersed in water or fire or something else like that?
Well, if a character model is immersed, well, we usually try to make it so that it doesn't explode in a really bad way. Like, the interaction between some of these techniques is sometimes questionable, which sometimes pops up in like nasty ways when, for example, somebody decides to make an MTX that turns the player into water, and of course nobody expected this, and now we have to deal with it.
Yeah. How do you/Grinding Gear Games decide which technical innovations to treat as trade secrets versus share openly in a talk?
I don't think there is anything that we keep secret, at least until like a big announcement like this. Like, because we want to make like a bigger announcement out of it on Exilecon rather than if some of it like got leaked in some sense. But honestly, we are perfectly fine with people sharing their progress when it's something to do with technical aspects of the game, when it doesn't have to do with like plot or like spoilers. But with technical aspects, we are actually free to share how we do things. Like, people that have been following my channel, they knew what was happening with the GI from like half a year ago. I just was progressively posting how the algorithm developed.
This niche little channel that...
Yeah, it's a pretty niche channel, but I'm kind of proud of it. I use this is my portfolio.
Let's see, what's the next one? Do you have any renderer features you wish you got to build, but Path of Exile just doesn't need because of our very bespoke system?
If there was such feature, I wouldn't be talking right now, I would be programming. So there is some feature that I could say like, well, I wish our game suited for these features better, right? Like, I wish we had TAA so that we would have nicer anti-aliasing, but we don't have a TAA, not because we are lazy or not because we don't know how to make it happen. It's just because our game is really dynamic, and TAA really breaks down when you have a really dynamic game. So
we're just too good for that system.
Well, sure.
You got to phrase it, you got to spin it.
Yeah, like, some people do come like, well, you just should have implemented this thing, but often the answer is like, we don't have this thing because of this and this reason, and this is just the way it is.
Yes, he's a smart man. He did think of that. Have you hit any interesting problems supporting both PoE 1 and 2 on the same engine?
Yeah. There is some like scaling. I'm just thinking of what I should be talking about here,
okay,
because this can have some implications. But like, yes, because PoE1, well, for example, if PoE2 had textures that had resolution just twice higher, right? Like from 512 by 512 to 124 by 124, what's the difference? Well, the difference is actually 4 times more memory, right? So like the challenges with
somebody got me
resolution are pretty obvious
How
because
you doing,
use the resolution of texture twice and it uses 4 times more memory. So like supporting engines that need to deal with typical 512 textures versus 1024 textures is just, yeah, that's quite different.
It's very technical.
But we do
I'm
want
looking
to
at it
apply
at the same time
as
that I'm
much
looking at
of the
Twitter
code that we developed
and for sure.
For PoE1 as
So
well,
there's
whenever
a little
possible.
reading here going on. What?
And sort of leading off that, are we going to be using these methods in PoE1 now with the recent engine update patch?
The GI is engines that need to deal with typical 512 textures versus 1024 textures. Yeah, that's quite different. But we do want to apply as much of the tech that we develop for PoE2 for PoE1 as well, whenever possible.
And sort of leading off that, are we going to be using these methods in PoE1 now with the recent engine update patch?
The GI is not going to be in this engine patch, but we are thinking about it. Just because it's such a huge change, we were,
Engineering tech
I guess,
enable artists have more freedom with what they make.
That's another good question. It's both.
They've got a lot of good questions.
It's both. So I should have mentioned that, well, a lot of these effects are not my doing. I just enable other people to create art using the techniques that I make. I don't actually create art myself. So everything that looks good on these images is like created by our effects artists.
I mean, it's still as much your
However,
doing as anyone.
I should also, well, that's kind of an interesting point that, in my opinion, global illumination looks beautiful just on itself. You don't need any artistic talent to create a scene that looks beautiful because realistic lighting, in my opinion, just is beautiful. So if you manage to create lighting that behaves in a realistic way, it will look beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks great, and my job is staring at the game all day, so.
Thank you.
Aside from other games, where do you learn about these sorts of techniques? You mentioned there are some publications and such, articles.
Well, I guess you live and learn. Learn something every day. There is actually, well, my background is physics, right? I studied physics. This is the primary thing that drives my passion, right? But how is physics related to graphics? Well, the answer is programming graphics is programming physics, because programming graphics is programming the behavior of light. Light obeys physical laws. So just studying physics is directly translated into being able to program graphics. If you're really good at physics, you will be able to program graphics. Of course, like there is like tricks and stuff, but that's usually that you just pick up all the time. Also, like just playing other games is very useful to like, hey, how did they do this thing? And you just start learning, start digging until you understand how.
So if somebody wanted your job, they should get a physics degree and play a lot of video games.
Absolutely, physics degree is the most important thing if you want to get to graphics programming. Yes, that's the most important thing.
I'm halfway there. What are some of the other techniques that you've developed that are in the game that you wish artists would use more?
That's a little bit embarrassing. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, when artists saw these slides, like, huh, we had this? Like, yeah, some of these techniques are kind of hard to adopt by artists. Like, it takes some dedication, like fields, right? Like well, it's a lot of school, I'm not going to show that again, but like fields is a very powerful technique, but it just requires like some doing to get used to using it. It's not like a very straightforward thing. It's like a different way of looking at your effects. It requires some level of attention. And some artists sometimes just don't have time. Like one VFX artist had the time, learned fields, now they're good at this, but other VFX artists can just fall behind. And the technique can get kind of lost because of this, which is sad, but yeah, this happens all the time.
So we are low on time here, so I'm just going to go for one more question. Do any isometric optimizations need to be changed when capturing trailer footage specifically?
Oh, that's a whole thing.
Well, I'm glad we went with that as the last question.
Yeah, we have a guy who does most of the filming, and I have a lot of issues coming specifically from him. When the game breaks down in terrible ways, when you just put camera at an angle where it never was supposed to be. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Yeah, generally players are not zooming in quite that far or doing advanced camera work.
Yeah, like when players say something like, why don't you just put the camera horizontally? Or like, why don't we have more cinematics? Well, because a lot of assets are really not designed to be looked at different angles from the angle you observe them in the game.
All right, I think that is just about our time, though.
Thank you, Octavian, for your questions.
Yeah, and thank you all for sending them in and
Thank you very much for listening. I hope you found it interesting or at least entertaining. Thank you very much.
Now the next talk is in 7 minutes. We have here the bosses and monsters of PoE. Mark, Neon. Oh, this guy's a god. So yeah, we have 1 more hour of bosses and PoE and monsters of PoE. Then you have item design and mechanics for another hour until we get to the real event. So we are right here at this moment. We have 7 minutes for that. Dude! This is what, 55 minutes of stream? That's the first yawn? Why? Wow, that's a lot of frequently asked questions. Why is this here? So we have the announcements. Here is post. It's this. Yeah, it's this. Have you tried it, Ricardo, of Exile? Or you don't intend to try? It's free to play. And it's complicated, but I can help. I'm here. The Trial of the Ancestors. PoE2. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Ikada's not there. 12 character pluses. Almost there. Anchorite garb, hooded mask, votive raiment, pearl ring, solar amulet, long belt, ice scope flail. Oh, just cold damage. Hunting spear, the endless night on leash. A new end game. Okay, we have it.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll get into just briefly explain what we're going to be doing. Very unrehearsed. We've taken a bit of a different approach with this one, and what's going to be happening is I got Octavian over here playing. Instead of putting up slides with text and pictures of the bosses, we're just going to demo them live as I talk about them. Later on in the talk, if anyone's willing to test their might, we will be. We've got some stairs installed. I will get people to raise their hand. You can come on stage if I pick you, and we will let you fight the boss. If you succeed, or let's say do well enough, I got some merch over there to give you. And then obviously Q&A at the end if we have time, but if fighting bosses is more entertaining, then we can just keep that going. I'm going to move around a lot. Sorry to the lighting team. I like to pace. If I do any dancing like I did the last Exilecon that people made GIFs out of, feel free to update them. I have lost a lot of weight, as some people have known, and I would like to have some updated GIFs about that. Thank you very much. So to get into bosses and monsters, well, as seen from the earlier trailer, we have a good 100 bosses, one per area. Except for towns, obviously. So, well, we could put bosses in towns. No bosses in towns yet. So we've got 100 bosses, one in every area, and that's not even talking about endgame. Don't you worry what's going to happen there. We never cease to have our fair share of pinnacle bosses, and obviously the same bosses will reappear in maps and a later topic. As for monsters, we've got 600 distinct monsters with different skills, looks, names, abilities, everything. Every area has a completely different feel to every other area. It is amazing to play through. It feels very, very fresh every time you travel to different areas. You're not getting a lot of the stale repetition. Now, obviously, skeletons appear in more than one zone and whatnot, so it's not completely all unique in every single area. But for those who have played the demo, today you can see what we've got. Now, making bosses is probably my pride point of working, being a game designer. It is the thing I'm most proud of, and the thing I enjoy the most. I like to see them kill people, including myself earlier. It's fine. I practiced that a lot. It's fine. It went good. That was not on purpose, just in case anyone was aware. That was a genuine accident. I did die. It did kill me. I'm not good enough. It's fine. Anyway, so we've got Octavian here. We've got, again, very little rehearsals. I'm pretty much just going to be telling him what I think we should fight, kind of picking them somewhat at random. I'm going to be going through slides and back a whole bunch, but there's nothing to really see but a game client up there. I've just got some this one just says intro numb monsters, that's all it says, so winging it. All right, so we're going to have Octavian go to fight Krutog, who is in the Volcanic Warrens in Act 4. Act 4 is my favorite act for bosses, and the reason being is that you can travel to all these different islands. So as for most acts, they have a consistent theme. So you've got Act 3 being very Val and jungle, you've got Act 2 being very desert Marrakech, you've got Act 1 being the Ezomite and the Gothic horror. Act 4 is, it has the Karui consistency through and hints of it, but every island is just a different biome. So you get this high diversity of different kinds of bosses. And that's really cool, and monsters for that matter, and that's really, really cool to me. Feel free, go for it. I'll talk about it as well. I'll try and get out of the way just a little bit. This is Krutog, the Lord of Kin. Some of you might have already gotten to him in the demos. And we've got Octavian here playing on the warrior. There might be bugs, things might go wrong. It's completely live. Okay, so in terms of context, just a bit of story. This guy is this, you can tell he's massive, right? He's a big dude. And what's going on here is that there are these goblin kin that are inhabiting the island, and these goblin see him as a god figure, just because he's so massive. And they bring him, if you play through the areas, you can see all the goblins, the goblin-esque, I think they're called kin, kind of this tall kind of thing. And because he's so big, yeah, they just see him as a god and they worship him, and they want to make him happy, and so they bring him, you know, monsters, they bring him humans, they bring him like playthings, and they also bring him food. They're bringing things to him that they think will make him happy, you know? And he's just like, oh, I'm living the good life. I'm sitting here on my throne in this warm area, getting brought playthings, and so you can see he's got a suit of armor that's made out of human corpses. And when you start the fight and you first initially approach him, he's actually got two humans in his hands kind of playing and going at each other like they're dolls. And it's, you know, he's to you, you're just a plaything to him. And you get a lot of this with this mechanic exactly going on right here, where he's trying to stomp you. You're just a bug to him. He's just trying to squish you. This fight is
hard.
Pretty relatively difficult as melee, but it's all right. We're not expecting anyone to succeed first attempt. In terms of mechanics, another thing is that they like to bring him sulfite to eat, the goblins. And you can see this, he's done this already in the fight, where he walks over and he goes and picks up some of that sulfite and eats it. And this unlocks two new abilities that he's doing now. One is the just burp. He does a big burp and lets out a wave of partial chaos, partial lightning damage, because it's electrified voltaic sulfite. And Nico would probably love to find this island, but he hasn't quite yet. We have to find the sulfite. He's not. If he found it, he wouldn't need us. So don't tell him about it. As for the other mechanic, he does a big vomit, and it creates a growing puddle of degen, and which he can do two. So there can be two active at once, and obviously that creates more pressure, makes it harder, more claustrophobia, which I like to have in these fights. So now when he's trying to stomp you, you've got a lot less maneuverability. Now in terms of some interesting things, from a tech standpoint, good attempt, good. I'll have a quick, just a bit more, you can start it again, I'll just a bit more rant about this guy, but one thing in particular he has, which you can see in a lot of the boss fights, is he is very large. Now this was very difficult in PoE 1, and you'll notice that most of our very large bosses, are stationary. So Katava's a good example. He cannot move. Arakali's another one. They cannot move. And that's because we have, in PoE 1, we have one central hitbox to an entity, and it's a square. And increasing that has complexities with things like pathfinding. But it does cause things where if you have that and it has a maximum size, you can't have a boss too large in PoE 1 that can move. Now, if they're stationary, we can make the thing larger because it doesn't need to pathfind. Technical limitations, or more so, it's for optimization's sake. Now, what you can notice on this guy, or what we've done, is we've actually given him multiple hitboxes. He doesn't have a central hitbox. He has one on each leg, which means when you target him, it will try and hit the closest one. It will run up and hit his leg. And this is cool. We've done this on a lot of bosses, and it's allowed us to have much, much larger bosses, and it just amplifies the epicosity big time. But yeah, and it also creates this thing where when he is stomping, it's pretty hard to have a look, but you can actually kind of dodge roll between his legs. He doesn't have an actual collider in his central thing, which again, all PoE 1 bosses are collision in the middle, so you can't run through the direct center of them. But we get to have some freedom to do that here, which is really cool. We can also have it that on some bosses, if, for example, if we were to redo Katava, if he has a thing where he has obviously the skill where he buries his hand in the ground, we could activate a hitbox there so you can then just hit his arm. This is something we would be able to do now, we couldn't do before. So yeah, ultimately what I wanted to also show with this one is just like, this isn't an axe boss. He looks epic. He's just mid-act. He's just a one of, 18 or so bosses, or however, whatever the math ends up being there, bosses just located in Act 4. Now he's considered a slightly higher tier because he's at the end of a couple of areas, but so he's more than like say the Quadrilla monster I fought during the keynote. He's one tier up from that, but yeah, very epic. One other thing I wanted to talk about, which I was hoping to be able to see, but I haven't been paying enough attention, is, and it was in the last talk, you saw it probably during the keynote, if you were there, you can now stun bosses. You can freeze bosses. We also have a mechanic called Electrocute coming, which allows lightning damage to do longer duration stun as well. Oh, stun, crowd control, I should say. Now we've done custom heavy stun animations for all these bosses with various lengths. So this guy's is quite long. If you heavy stun him, he's probably going to be down for probably 6 seconds. That's complete. Oh, nice. That's yeah. It's hard. Right. We'll move on to the next one anyway. Just what do we give a go here? We can go do the Blind Beast. Give it a go. Same character. Saves you having to swap. For stunning, yeah. So you can stun these things. They get stunned for 6 seconds. But in other cases, we've got bosses that get stunned for 3 seconds, and others we can have it be stunned for 10 seconds. We get to completely control, heavy stunned, I should say. We get to completely control that now. And we can say this one gets stunned twice as often or half as often, and so because we get to do all that, certain heavy stun has certain value on some bosses than on others. So an example of this actually is this boss, the Blind Beast. Now this is in the area before what we just fought. We probably should have fought them in the opposite order, but it's all right. This one's easier, for sure. It is, you'll see the goblins I was talking about earlier around the edge of the arena. These are the ones that worship the Krutog that we just had before.
Very cool, man.
Now this arena of theirs, I mean, they bring people in here. So these goblins like to tame beasts. If you play in the area, you can see them riding on top of these big beasts, and they jump off when you get near them. Pretty cool mechanic. But in this case, this one was untamable. They couldn't control it. So they put it in an arena, they built an arena, and they bring people here to fight against it and to test their might and to see if they're strong enough while they're all cheering. Now, if you do happen to defeat it, they all get a bit scared and shocked, and they all just flee, and they're gone. Because now to you, you're very intimidating. Now the rest of the level, they'll still fight you because they didn't get to see you fight it, but very dodgeable. Again, you've got another mechanic here. It's very just hard hits, heavy slams. You'll notice some knockback on some of the stuff. He's got that skill that creates 3, what do we call them? A bit like kind of abyss cracks, I guess. And then slams, and it causes damage along them, and that creates degen for a duration. What else about this one? So this one, his heavy stun animation, which just happened there. So that was his heavy stun. Now this one's not quite long, but it gives you enough opportunity for him to do the channeled, the heavy impact skill he just had. His one is not very long, but he gets heavy stun twice as frequently as other bosses. So you have less time to utilize the heavy stun, but you have more opportunities to do something if you're able to. Now, one other thing about this boss, which we can say it at the end, but you'll notice it happened in the keynote as well, is that they drop consumable quest items, so they're consumable items that give permanent bonuses to characters. So the first time you kill them, a lot of bosses in the campaign do it. This one in particular, I believe, drops like a soaked, bile-soaked skill book or something, but it gives +5 to all attributes permanently to that character. There are many throughout the whole campaign. Not every single boss drops one, but we have different rewards. Another thing that happens with bosses in PoE 2 is the first time you kill them, they will have much higher, and this is actually something Diablo 2 did, they will have much higher rarity and better drops. So you're really incentivized to explore throughout the campaign, find all the bosses and kill them for both permanent bonuses and for much better items. This is something that will hopefully promote not skipping so much of the random mini bosses. Like there's always the question of, once you know what you're doing, should you kill Fire Fury? Well, I don't know how many people here do. I don't think I ever do. But we really want it to be now that you feel like you've missed out on something if you skip it. Well, it's gone a bit rough here, but we're good. All good. Anyway, if you were to have killed him, he would have dropped probably a quest item that you would be able to use and get a permanent bonus. We're going to try a very difficult one now. Sorry. You know what it is, the Siren boss. Good luck. Don't worry, it's all right, it's all right. Again, not practiced, and that's fine. Like, hopefully it makes everyone, I assume a lot of people have been out there having a pretty rough time with the demos if they've been playing it, but don't feel too bad. It is hard for everyone, and it's easy to make mistakes, easy to die. Now this boss, don't worry about him warping into the water there. You're going to just see some stuff that we do behind the scenes. Otherwise he's going to have to clear through all the levels manually, and it's going to take, I mean, my talk will be over and he wouldn't have even got here yet. Now, what do we got to talk about on this one is, well, I'll give some context again, just for interest's sake. So this is Diamora, the siren of the Song of Death. She's a siren in the cave. You obviously get some Mervale vibes straight off the bat, but it is pretty much a modern-day enhanced Mervale. And what she does is turns people to stone.
Whoa, that's too much damage.
I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, Octavian. She turns people to stone, and so as you're going through the level and you see the above area, you'll see heaps of people, petrified people who have come here. So people have tried to inhabit this island that is above. She's actually on the tropical island in the caves underneath it, or towards the ocean front. And she turns people to stone, and what's happened here is that she'll eat them. But as such, yeah, we've got a petrify mechanic, which you haven't yet seen. I don't know if we'll be able to get her that far into this fight. It is brutal, this one. Now, one thing that happened with this one is if we were able to show the phase, she has a petrify mechanic where she jumps into the water, goes into the middle, comes up, and she's just radiating gold. And she's cursed. She wants people to be able to look at her. She's trying to find the one that can resist the petrification. And you can't. You're not the one. And yeah, so she'll turn you to stone, and that's during a whole minion phase. But we have one mechanic where mirrors would be spawning periodically around the edge of the arena. This isn't in now, it's been removed since, and it was just incomprehensible. You're getting turned to stone from all directions, but the idea was that if you look at her, you turn to stone, and as these walls of water that come up that reflect that, if you look at that, you also get turned to stone. And then they would spawn periodically. And what I wanted people to do was to move clockwise or counterclockwise around the arena at a fixed pace. And if you overshoot the time, you will end up lapping yourself, and now you've got mirrors in every direction and you've failed. So you have to move at like, say 25 degrees per some time slot, unbalanced, so I don't know the exact numbers. Now, we removed that because it was just no one could tell where they were being petrified from or what to do. It was too complicated. Now that's normally fine to do it in-game. Pinnacle content to have something kind of complicated like that. People will find it frustrating, people will find it stressful, and others will find it challenging and something to learn, something to keep fighting until they learn it. And those are two completely fine demographics to target. But when it's going to be progression blocking like that, all of a sudden you've got this just boss where it's stopping 50% of players in their tracks completely. And it's not like you can kind of gear to brute force it in that case, because Petrified's a pretty hard lock mechanic. You might be able to survive it maybe with enough gear, but honestly, pretty improbable. So we removed it from here, and it is kind of my hope that when we re-add it to endgame, we can revisit that mechanic and see if we do it depending on where it falls in and whatnot, or we'll take the same mechanic, apply it somewhere else. But ultimately, so it's this phase going on here. He's fighting the minions that are spawning during it, but he has to kind of always be having, I think it's 120 degree vision cone, as long as he's not.
This fight is really hard, man. Holy shit.
As long as he's not looking at her for too long, he should generally be fine, but the minions are pretty brutal. And that gets on to another thing, which is that minion phases, well, you do not gain flash charges for killing normal monsters anymore. You only gain them for killing rares and magics and uniques. However, so this is purely downside. These minions are now just like, it's a challenge. It's not a like, refresh my life pool infinitely. So he's finished one petrification phase. He's doing pretty good, actually. Long fights, as you can see. It's not intended to be this long. We will have to adjust her life, among other things. Put some cooldowns on some stuff. There's more iteration to be done, always more iteration to be done to get these right. However, it's in a pretty good state. Flash charges, though, going back to that. Well, tangentially, we have checkpoints, which you saw me revive at in the keynote, if you saw that, where you're just outside the boss. It is a new instance. You start the fight from scratch.
I'm
the
alive.
checkpoint restores your flash charges, fully heals you, and all of that. If he needs flasks right now, it is our expectation that he finds an opportunity to town portal, which he just did. You'll notice it has an animation. During boss fights, you now have I want to say that's about 2.5 to 3 seconds, but I don't remember the exact thing. It is normally instant, only if you're in a boss fight do you do it. Does it have a cast time like that? The other thing is that in order to stop people from just creating them during emerge sequences and all that, the moment they become hostile, all portals in their arenas are destroyed. We really want, I'll tell you what's disheartening is when you make Katava and you go and see the world firsts, of which some of you might even be here who did this, and you're literally using 40 portal scrolls to fight, going, oh, he's doing a skill, portal to town, portal back in, sit in grace period. And there are other ways to do this, but it's pretty disheartening to see. So we're working to make you really actually have to fight the boss, have to engage the boss, have to deal with these things. If you were to Alt F4 right now, don't do it, but if you were to Alt F4 right now and log back in, you will be exactly where you logged off, in the exact same state, and the boss will still. So if you're about to get slammed and you log out macro, it does not save you. You will be logging back in, and that boss will be paused, and the moment you move, that slam hits, you will die.
Okay, that's beautiful. That's just perfect.
So the checkpoints, yes, you have to start the fight from scratch if you die. Pretty brutal, but it means we can't be too complicated with them. We can't be too difficult, except until later. It obviously gets progressively difficult, but it means more so we have to be more accurate with the balance. If you misbalance it, so many people are going to just hit a wall and they're going to have to stop playing. And that's very, very brutal. And I mean misbalance in the difficult direction, not the easy direction. That will be very brutal and it will be not good. Now that's still kind of the same in PoE 1, but the other thing that's super disheartening to see is people just die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive, cast a few more skills, die, revive. Like, it is just like, it's just brutal. And then you don't learn anything, you don't gear for any of it, you just keep doing it. And then you get to the next boss and you're probably not good enough to do that one either, and so you do it again and again. And it's effectively, oh, you're having a rough time. So this is the second petrification phase here. This phase is much harder because on top of the ads, you've now got to these rotating drowning orbs, which behave the same way as they do in the Eater of Worlds fight, where they will straight up kill you after X seconds of being inside of them. They slow you as well. So you've got all those orbiting in various lanes, counterclockwise and clockwise, while you're having to deal with the minions. Just an example of escalation, but this fight is certainly way too hard right now. But if anyone manages to defeat it in the demo, honestly, good on you. It is doable, but it is pretty brutal. There's a lot of portals, so hopefully you can do it. Oh, one other thing about the portals, if you take damage while doing that cast, it is interrupted. You don't get to just execute it with ease, but 2.5 second windows are pretty frequent, so it's not actually impossible. All right, let's go check out another boss, shall we? Don't worry about this one anymore. I reckon Bog Witch is pretty cool. Again, we're looking at these bosses and they have a pretty damn epic. They kind of stand out, but they are not act bosses. Our act bosses are a whole nother tier. Generally, we escalate phases, mechanics, and introductions, and of course, they have just an epicosity in terms of dialogue and storytelling. But we've even upped that. We have specific character reactions to bosses, character comments. They talk about them, they comment on them. All the different characters say different things based on their backgrounds. Heaps of a lot more kind of on-the-fly storytelling, which is real cool with respect to these. All right, so now we've got the Bog Witch, also pretty difficult. This is actually the last area of the Act 3 demo, but I'm not sure how many people are going to get there. She is a witch, and right now she's, as you can see, doing some broomstick flying around. A little bit more horrific than that. So her first main phase, what she's doing now, is using bone magic. She is summoning bone walls and exploding those bone walls. This phase isn't too much of a threat. Well, maybe.
Whoa! He almost died.
Relative to the second phase. But yeah, as you can see, she is doing a lot of this bone summoning walls. Now, once you damage her enough during this phase, or once she's reached a certain life threshold, she's actually going to, oh, brutal. It's all right, try again. Feel free to just remove some life from her if you want to shortcut it, just so we can show it off. Or you can do it legit, it's up to you. You got 24 minutes though. So she changes phase mid-fight. So once you've done enough damage to her, she will actually face plant off the broomstick will snap. And then she's like, well, all right, I'll just use my fire magic that she's good at. She'll light all the effigies on the edge of the arena on fire, and then she'll be able to siphon fire magic from them to do fire magic. So you go from two different, very distinct styles of magic or spells in this fight, and it creates a whole different, phase, which is pretty fun. Hopefully if we get that far, I can talk about some of the mechanics behind that one. Yeah, good luck. All right, let's just give him a go for a minute here. Let him concentrate a little bit. Just want to see you get her to phase 2. No pressure. Oi.
My god, dude!
It took one of our designers, Jason, a lot of work to get her to do that kind of drifting vibe as she comes to change. So that mechanic, okay, here we go. We've got some fire magic going on. So that one you just saw, she creates 2 walls on either side of the player in line with an effigy and then siphons the fire from the effigy to her. But interestingly, what you can notice here, you can see the fire actually splits at her, sending damage that way. So not only running to the sides is safe, standing directly behind her makes you safe. It can be sometimes hard to maneuver into that exact position, however. But you can see there is a cone behind her that is a safe zone. Otherwise, she's got fireball, she's got flamethrower, she's still got some bone magic, which is apparently rough. But yeah, anyway, moving on again. Mastodon Necromancer, I reckon. I'm saying internal names, by the way. I have no idea what they're called in the demo right now. I honestly forget. So I think that one was called the Ignoduke Witch or something. Pronunciation to be determined. So this one's in Act 2 on the Huntress. This is in the Mastodon Badlands bone pits, I think is the second area. Here we go. So you've got these necromancers here, again, more bone magic, and they summon this giant. We've shown this one off in the old Act 2 gameplay trailer, however long ago that was. Won't be fighting this one for too long, but because we'll move on, not because he'll necessarily win or lose. But what this one brings to the table, or the difficulties or complexities of this one, is when you've got a twinned fight, how do you make it that once you kill one, it isn't just completely boring and trivial? And so that's what we had originally. You have a good fight when there's both of them, and then the moment you kill one, it's just like, well, now I'm dealing with half. You never want a boss fight to just become, unless you've done an interesting mechanic to temporarily get ease out of the fight, we don't want it to be that you just all of a sudden have, you know, a half-paced fight and it's like, oh, it's fine from here out. The fight should get harder, they should escalate, they should get more difficult. And that is what we had to accomplish here. So when he dies, he leaves, like, his energy is still linked to the Mastodon, so he remains and he does his magic still from his corpse. And it would use this kind of mechanic, but they'll be moving throughout the arena, so it adapts. When the Mastodon dies, the Necromancer just completely gets a bit angry, or he takes back his power from what he infused into the Mastodon, and he amplifies all of his skills. So his lightning strikes hit differently, his meteors hit differently, different patterns, different distributions. Now, getting both, that means getting both to as low health as possible together and killing them at the same time is one strategy. If you find it is easier to deal with a buffed Mastodon, then killing the Necro first is easier. And if you find it's easier dealing with a buffed Necro, entirely based on your playstyle, your build, your skills, you have those three decisions of what decision to make in order to make life easier for yourself. Sometimes it is hard to make those decisions on the fly, but if you go in there with, say you attempt and then you go in for another attempt, you can easily make that decision and you can go, I'm going to focus DPS on one or the other. Just let this play out a little bit as well. I'm going to talk about another one while this is happening. It might be a bit weird, but it's we're not going to show it, there's no need. And that is just, interestingly, the hardest boss in the game to balance so far has been the first boss in Act 1. Every single day, some game system changes. A player skill changes, a new mechanic is added, like all of a sudden there's heavy stun to deal with, all of a sudden something. And so you've got this thing where you're working chronologically through our areas and you start with this one boss, and I probably wouldn't be surprised if we've had to rebalance that first boss over 500 times in order to make it feel right. And you don't know you're going to come up with a new mechanic the next day, you just it just happens. And so then all of a sudden character balance changes in such a way, or unique monster life or stun ability or something changes, and all of a sudden you've got to rebalance everything you've already done. It can be quite taxing, but what it results in is you often want to leave things, not 100% because they'll become 70% a week later or less in terms of how, well done. All right, so you can see now from this, going back to this fight here that Octavian's doing, you can see now there's a new mechanic introduced, which is there is both a moving kind of bullet hell style projectile sphere, as well as what we call volatiles, which are the orbs chasing him that will explode once they make proximity. So fighting just the Mastodon is now harder because you have to deal with these two extra mechanics. But he's doing pretty well. We'll have a success here, I suspect, I believe. So yeah, going back to the Miller, it was actually the Swollen Miller was the first boss. It's been very, very, very hard to balance is one word, but lots of time spent on it. The other thing is we really don't want it to be that you can walk up to him and just hold down a button, not dodge a thing, not evade a thing, and survive. And at one point we had only one life flask. Yes, well done. At one point we had only one life flask, one mana flask, and without the normal monsters now giving flash charges back, we ended up deeming, and I mean on, not overall, I mean on the beach, what you start with. And what we learned is that often you will run out of if you just stood there and held down attack, or whatever skill you have, you would run out of flask charges and life before you killed them, most of the time. And then all of a sudden we added another life flask back. And so now you're fighting the miller, and now you can just go back to holding down one skill, never moving, never dodging, because as long as one of his skills cannot one-shot you, and the time between attacks is long enough that you can restore your life, then you're fine. You're never going to die as long as you have enough life flasks.
Do you want me to go fight Miller?
What do we want you to fight? Let's just show some prisoner for a moment here.
Joy.
But don't worry about it. No success needed.
It's a very cool boss. I just
want to show how cool it is, more so than make sure you open all 3 of the doors. Get a little heist mini game before the boss.
I'm back where I was when I logged out. We can demonstrate that.
It's because of all the cheats, though. All of a sudden we add another life flask to characters, and now people are just sitting there face tanking it until it dies again, and you never have to dodge. So we have to rebalance the boss yet again. It's either that or rebalance flasks, but then you have to determine which one. Well, one boss being rebalanced is far easier than rebalancing all flasks for every character. Obviously, you don't go with that one.
We wanted to show the doors, so I'm just clipping back to the doors.
Yeah, so this one has a cool epic lead up where you've got a series of doors, and you're in the bottom of a prison. This prison was built around this boss. He is a regenerator. He cannot die. So what they would do is keep the boss in a perpetual state of drowning. It was actually our intention, and it may still happen, that this room he's about to go into is completely flooded with water, and when you open this door, the water drains out. And he was kept there just to make sure that he couldn't break free, because he cannot be killed, except for by the player for some reason. But it's interesting in this one, he has 3 phases. He definitely sets a new bar, brutal. There are actually ballistae around the arena, and the first time you phase shift him, he will take a knee, and then you hit the ballista fires at him, and the spear goes, the big projectile, it's a big metal spike, goes into him, and he can pull that out and now use it as a weapon. So there's phase change number 1. The second one, the second ballista, he will get shot and he will lose his entire arm. It will be gone. He will then kind of Dragon Ball Z Piccolo style grow a new one. And that arm is fresh and imbued with, like, his corpse is all rotted, so he doesn't get to use too much magic, just the cold magic from his like frozen organs. And now he regrows a fresh bloody arm, and he can now use blood magic, and then you've got phase 3. So he's both got a spear and blood magic going on. He's very difficult. Oh, nice heavy stun.
No. Damn it.
All good. So my plan, as I said, it was pretty impromptu to just go through things. We've got about 13 minutes left, so I'm going to say we just skip straight to seeing if anyone wants to come up here and fight. It is not going to be if you succeed, you get some merch. I will just give you some merch anyway. However, it'll be one at a time. I'll ask people to raise their hand if they want. If no one wants to, we'll go to Q&A. It's fine. But I'd like to give some people to give it a shot. There's some hand sanitizer up here if you're feeling like you want it. You don't have to, it's up to you. We will pick the boss. Hard luck. But again, put on a show, and then you get the merch. It's all good. We just want to have this be fun and entertaining. All right, so that being said, let me just check there wasn't anything super critical I needed to talk through. I'll talk over when people are fighting anyway. Does anyone, especially on the ground floor, if you're up there, you might want to move down if you want an attempt, but I can't see too well here, so I'll just pick whatever I can see. Oh, I see someone right there.
Oh,
yes,
I'm so dead.
You who stood up. Stairs are over here. Come give it a go. I saw a waving hand. It's very hard to see the rest.
I got it.
We'll give we'll do ones we've shown here a little bit. We'll give the blind beast a go on the warrior. We keep renaming that class, and I keep almost mispronouncing the other name. Welcome. Give it a go. Give it a go. So he's going to set you up. Go over there. He'll get you into the correct position on the correct class. Again, if you want to sanitize your hands, go for it. You can do it before or after. It's entirely up to you. And then give it a go. And see what happens.
All right.
As soon as you started, I'll move on to some other topics.
Right through that menacing-looking gate there.
Remember,
Let's
dodge
go.
roll, spacebar. Good luck.
Do better than me.
Yeah, here's a
Warcry
test.
on W, you've got your Sunder on R. Now this character has, on right click, it's called Armor Break. If you hit the boss 3 times in this case, it will break its armor. If you then Sunder it, you will do an always crit at double damage. It's good!
Try again if you get a stun on him.
If you heavy stun him, feel free to open a portal.
Leap Slam does a ton of extra stun damage, by the way.
When he's armor broken, using the right click, if you hit him 3 times, R, the Sunder, will do an always crit at double damage. E, which is the Leap Slam, will do a 1000% or 500% more stun damage. So
I think it's 500. Yeah. I think it's 500. Yeah.
500? I put the number in there, I should know. When you do that, ideally you would then heavy stun him. What you can then do is immediately Warcry followed by a fully powered up channeled ground slam. And that should do a lot of damage. There's your armor break, debuff represented under. Didn't stun him.
He's unstunnable during that spin.
Unstunnable?
You have to time it correctly.
So once you stun something, it makes it very hard to stun them again for a duration. Once you kind of get the rhythm of that, it would be actually maybe better to use Sunder in some cases instead of using the Leap Slam, because you should know that he kind of can't be stunned for that time. You'll get the feel for that as you play more and more as to which skills you should use in which circumstances.
Excuse me.
It's alright, you can do this damageless.
Nice.
Oh!
Nice. Just gotta get back to it. Nice.
Oi. Nice.
Ouch. It's going well. It's going well. Ouch.
Oh!
Remember to use the well.
Remember to use the well. All right. We're probably only going to get one more attempt at this after this one, so. As in one more person to try another boss.
Excuse me.
Ouch. Whoa.
Nice. Good Sunder. Big chunk of life there gone.
Oh, it's way cooler watching it on the huge screen. Nice.
Over halfway.
He can do it! Our boy can do it!
Instinctive to portal here, but for the sake of others trying, I will implore you to try and not, but it's up to you. Don't want to give you any unfair disadvantage or anything, but I reckon you've got this. Damageless.
He has learned the power of Sunder.
Ouch. Woo!
As far as I'm concerned, you've already won, which is awesome. It's a good attempt. Still yet to be a success.
Nice.
Very nice. Oi. Home stretch.
Woo! He can do it! He can do it! Let's go, dude! I mean, this happened yesterday. He's not going to face tank it. He knows he's smart.
One thing I'm noticing a lot here is the instinct to use shift, attack in place all the time. It does result in misses. It is very hard to change the muscle memory there. I appreciate that. Perfect example.
You got this.
Oh, easy. Do it. Nice.
Boy, did it.
All right, thank you very much. We'll give one more person an attempt, and unfortunately that will, well, it's either that or we do a Q&A. We're going to go to a different boss that we
Well
haven't
done.
shown here. Well done. Come this way, I'll give you something. Or you can pick.
Gotta use the quest reward.
There's a plushie, there's game pads if you want. Any of these. Just pick one item out of one bag. Feel free. Awesome, that's a legacy one as well. Well done, awesome. All right, we've got one more.
It's Arakali.
Oh, you're right up the front here, let's go.
Where am I taking him?
Now the good thing is if you dive very quickly, someone else gets shot.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Octavian will get your situation there. This is the last one. Won't be a Q&A. Sorry for whoever was back there ready to do the questions. We'll just do this instead. I think it's more entertaining.
What boss am I taking
Captain
to?
Heartland, please.
Heartland.
One we didn't show earlier, so you're going in blind a bit here unless
good
you
luck.
happen to get there during play demos out on the floor. Now, one interesting thing about this one is that this boss has a quest where you will find a person trapped in a... there's a little bit of spoiler here, I'm so sorry, but it is again on the play demo. You will find a Freya Heartland trapped in a Karui prison. And Freya Heartland is like wanting you to rescue her, and she sends you off to kill her son, Captain Heartland. And
This is blind.
corrupted.
He was just asking if we'd shown this one yet.
Is it live?
Blind. This is
Oh, blind? Yeah, of course.
He's just off screen to the left there.
It's to your left, and it's kind of top left corner of the screen to get to the boss. Go for it. This boss, once you do the quest, he actually drops a quest item. You take it back to town, you come back to the start of the area, and you talk to Freya Heartland, and you find that you will set free the Delirium NPC. Is that the right one? The Strange Voice. And that actually unlocks Delirium League from doing that. So we have quests throughout the campaign that unlock the League mechanic from then spawning in the game. Now this boss has an interesting mechanic where he kind of does a Wheel of Fortune kind of style. I don't know if that's the right thing, but anyway, spins the wheel and it lands on a specific mechanic. And then it flashes a particular color. So in this case, it was kind of teal, which means he will use that skill until he spins it again and changes the thing. So that one went to a different color, which I think is he will summon a giant anchor from the sky. I can't remember the color correlations. Oh, no, same color. I'm blind, apparently. And so we've got red here, which causes this giant cannon barrage to appear. And then we have, oh, it's back to the one from before. But he has a number of mechanics, and the fight changes based on which one of those it randomly yields. So we've got the purple one here, which I believe summons minions.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't summon very many that time, but... And he's got 4, I believe, of these, but otherwise he's just got a bunch of pirate-themed skills. You got the wave that slows and degens you, pushes you. You've got a couple of slams. Ooh, yep. That is one of the 4 mechanics. He's got the cannon fire. Just let this play out. Doing pretty good.
All hands on deck is apparently 2 hands on deck. Oh, there we go. That's more sense.
Just for the team back there, if I run over the time too much, because we've only got 38 seconds left, come and just tell me off. We're good. We're good.
Good timing.
Good attempt. Alrighty, well, there's no time for Q&A, and we're perfectly hitting the end of the time. Anything else to talk about here? Quickly, I didn't even get into any monsters, which is unfortunate, but that means there's more talks. Well done. Grab some merch. You don't have to succeed to do it, mate. The entertainment value gets you your prize.
Item design and mechanics
Anything.
next.
Feel free to look for more. Awesome. Well done. Applause. Come on, good effort. All right, that's about it, and hope you enjoyed it. It was very unscripted. I've got all kinds of notes here I never ended up reading, but it's fine. Go play the demos. Hope you have a good time. Thank you very much for attending. Have a great time in New Zealand. What else is there to say in these? That's probably about it. Thanks, Octavian, for playing and demonstrating them.
Yeah.
Thanks,
You're
everyone.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Could have died a little less.
I'm going to the bathroom and I'm coming back very fast. Hold on. Oh no. That's... We are. So, item design and mechanics. That's going to be the next talk. Here. So I was looking at this, explore a new end game. In the meantime, Sorry. The trial of the ancestors. Journey to the Kari afterlife. Enter the tournament. Assemble your team. Have all of these here. Adorn your soul. Feel exclusive unique items. Dexterity, intelligence, maximum life every 5 seconds. Gain one of the following for 5 seconds. Cool. That is the bound fate. This is the Aronhongi standing. Life recovery from flasks. Mana recovery from flasks. Life flask use while no life apply recovery instantly. Mana flask use while no mana apply recovery instantly. Double hunger. Well, that's a lot of life. A lot of maximum life if there are no life modifiers on other equipped items. That's insane. Insane. Turn to the foreground Saito. Fucking loved it. Momentum. Saito Vault's research. Revitalizing processional relic of the Pixie. Broken sensor. Another score drops additional fallen tomes. Total 75. Customize your end game. Extreme value. Use there's a weapon no longer corrupted. Currency items can be used on non-corrupted Veilside areas. Shadow fragments of reality flow through the void, waiting to be shaped by your mind's desire. Destructive play. The Maven summons 1 to 3 additional bosses when witnessing map bosses. Modifiers to the final map boss in each map also applies to these summoned bosses. In getting faster to Maven, which I have to try one day. Support gym, returning projector support, rigid bond. Guard your allies. Oh, that's the Guardian. Harmony of purpose. Mental damage with hits dealt by allies between you and linked targets is lucky. Allies between you and linked targets have plus 5% to all maximum resistances. Mental damage with hits dealt by allies between you and linked targets. Enemies between you and linked targets cannot apply mental elements. Oh, max increase armor, increase maximum shield, link skills, 10% increased heal, effect duration. You have armor and your shield aura effects. You have unwavering faith. With auras from your skills grant 5% increased recovery rate of life, mana and energy shield to you and allies. And here we have grants armor equal to 25% of your reserve mana to you and nearby allies. Maximum shield equal to 10% of your reserved mana to your nearby, so it's energy shield and armor. Per second moves curses and mental ailments from you. Maybe 5% of life over 1 second. 4 seconds is crazy. It's going to be useful from time to time, obviously, but it's crazy, I don't know, random. Minions damage, then Radiant Crusade. We have here, grants level 20, summon Sentinel Radiance skill. 10% of damage from hits is taken from your Sentinel Radiance life before you. Nice, nice. And here, 25% chance to trigger level 20. Summon elemental relic when you or a nearby ally kill an enemy. And we have the other one. The armor shield, block recovery, and maximum shield. Bastion of Hope. If you attacked recently, you and nearby allies have plus 25% chance to block attack damage. If you cast a spell recently, you and nearby allies have plus 25% chance to block spell damage. So you attack and cast, and attack and cast, and attack and cast. Could be a movement speed skill, that's cool. Oh shit.
Take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Dane. I'm a 3D art person at Grinding Gear Games. I do a little bit more than that. I got my fingers in a few different pies. I kind of know a bit about rigging and animation, and come from a graphic design background, so I'm a bit particular about the 2D part of the item art, despite being a 3D guy. So I'm going to get into the art aspect of PoE 2's items, and I'm going to pass it over to Hrishi afterwards to talk about the wonderful numbers stuff you guys love so much.
That's right.
All right, so
And record my man.
art in our game is, for items, is in two different sort of fields of what we refer to as the 3D art, which is what you see on your character, obviously, and the 2D art, which is, I think, is actually the most important part. And I say this as a guy that spends a lot of time modeling this stuff. The 2D art is the part that you're picturing in your head. It's the part that is just, it's the icon. It's iconic, all the way back to the 90s, like when I was a kid playing Diablo 1. You didn't see it on your character. The inventory was where you saw it, so it was the most important thing. So you'd look at this little icon of like Griswold's Edge or the Butcher's Cleaver, and you'd be like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, does fire damage. Wow. But for PoE 1, obviously you see your 2D art on your 3D model, but even to this day, there's still some uniques that don't have any 3D art, which is a bit of a fail. That's not going to happen anymore. PoE 2, the 2D art always comes from the 3D art because we render it out at high quality. In the past, the 2D art was a bit of a mishmash of all sorts of stuff. This is random stuff that I've grabbed from the icons folder. Some of it looks like a 3D model, it's like A-posed. Some of it's like a photo, just a straight up photo. Some of it's like super cartoony, like this guy down here. It ends up with a very inconsistent kind of front end to the game. Like, you guys are used to it. You play the game so many years, and items get added over time that it doesn't really matter. But it was always a bit of a problem to me that things look inconsistent. It's because different artists have different approaches to how they just paint and render and do things, and sometimes they'll be like, we need a unique yesterday. So someone will just get a photo of a shield, I guess. And so PoE 2, these aren't the same items as the previous screen, so don't freak out that Calm's heart now looks like that, because that's not it. This is just an example of similar size stuff.
Wow,
basically
it's
every
just
single
stunning.
item, even if it's a small thing, gets through the full treatment. I was modeling little gum nuts for that little potion bottle right there just to render it. The flasks are all redone in 3D, everything's redone in 3D. And the goal is that you get a consistent image on all the items. So everything in your inventory, everything in your stash, it's going to look clean and like it came from the same place, because the rendering is like the great equalizer. It doesn't paint a certain way on this side or whatever. So everything's going to be clean. So this is an example of some shields. Top is dex, bottom is strength dex, and we're calling those obviously bucklers. And these ones we're calling a Taj, or I just call them a shield because they're kind of like the standard, just a shield. These things always highlighted a problem with me in the game because I'm a visual person, and I'd glance at stuff and I'd go, what is that? It's round and it's a shield, and I'd be like, I'd have to like think a bit. For people that play the game all the time, you get that vocabulary, you know what it is, you've played it a million times, you've seen all these items, but I think for a brand new game, it's even more important to really get things nice and clear. So what I'm doing with all the main primary stat shields is they all point that way, and the split ones go that way. For stuff like this, where they're all round, I think it's really important because, again, as soon as it drops, the name, it's always going to be something buckler, or a Taj, and you'll just know, okay, that's a thing. That's dex. And it's sitting in your inventory. You don't even have to like, you just glance at it and you'll just know. Same thing with like axes is a good example because axes to me always look like they can be two-handed or one-handed, and they're kind of frustrating to look at. Again, I've chosen to make the one-handed go this way, two-handed that way. It's like a small thing. Trying it out, it might get rolled back later. They might all end up facing the same way. I personally like it. Just a few base types from the axe. This isn't by means all of them. This is just some of them. Like I said, even the small stuff gets the same treatment. So we've got some amulets, and these three, I'll let you figure out what they might do. But yeah, they go through the same treatment. We have a lot of control because they're 3D rendered. We can try and just play around with what they are. And it's very hard to get an artist to say, I think I want the sword this way and painted like that. And they go, well, I just have to repaint the whole thing then, I guess.
Wow, look at that. God damn it.
Currency orbs, same thing. And these were a fun one because we got to redesign what we thought of them as. Previous head honcho Eric, who's now retired. This was his little baby. He's actually printed massive scale cast bronze of these things. He's got a huge exalted orb that's like this big. But yeah, it was mostly just to get them to be more cohesive. So they've got that same kind of that Roman kind of bust head thing going on with a lot of them. Yeah, and so they all get the same treatment, even if they're a little guy. Some armors. So these are the base types. First 6 for the different character branches. So I don't know if you're able to tell, but there is a gradient that occurs here. So it goes from dex, dex int, strength, strength dex. Strength, and then strength dex. And it kind of loops around where the strength dex looks a little lighter, and it kind of, that's a personal thing as well, just trying to get things to be very clearly gradiented across the items so that it feels like you can just glance at stuff and just know what it is. And this comes into the naming of things, which is also, as a visual person, it's another thing. It actually had an impact on the art in a cool way as well. So every single dex base type armor will be something vest or something coat. Same with all these. They're all going to be called that. And you might go, oh, that's kind of limiting. But that limitation actually kind of breeds really interesting creativity to actually accentuate them more. And like I said, you get a cool gradient that happens as you go through the stats, and it loops back around. So everything's strength will just look massive. What's the bronze one with the massive brass dome? Brass dome. There's a base type that just is that big, you know what I mean? Like, same thing with all the items. A pet peeve is when you're working on all these things, so many things get called boots, helmet, gauntlets, and after a while, it just from the art managing side, I got really annoyed. I was just like, what is this again? And so it was like affecting the management part as well as me just reading stuff in the game as well. So they're all going to be basically partitioned in a way, naming-wise, that affects the art a little bit. It's not as strict as you would think. Like, say, if I go, I'll let you look at that for a little bit. Like, say the gauntlets, right? They've got like, these ones here have got a bit of a leather bracer aspect that kind of starts transitioning over to what the Dex ones do, which will be only focused more on this area. And they kind of spread out, and so there's just more identity between them. Here's a good example actually versus Pee-wee 1, because I think the Dex Int gloves are called the mittens, right?
Yep.
And that always bothered me because a mitten style like gauntlet is actually a thing, and it's a very strong, strengthy, bulky looking thing. So all the strength gauntlets are now called mitts. All the strength ones are the ones that are called gauntlets. So every strength gauntlet will have this like real chunky vibe that just separates itself. You're not gonna like feel like it looks like it could blend across 3 different classes. So I think we just get more variety of just gear this way. I think helmets is the best example of the gradient I keep talking about, where Dex is where I've got hoods, but you'll notice that Dex Int, there's a hood, Strength Dex, there's a hood, but the defining feature of that is that it's a helmet. The defining feature of that one is that there's a little COVID mask in there. Yeah. So I've talked about base types for a bit. So now I'm going to go over the difference between base types and uniques in Pee-wee 2 from an art perspective. It's something most people, I guess, don't think about, but we're trying to treat the base type items with very clear, distinct lighting, but it still is stylistic. It's not just this flat, like I just threw it in the renderer and hit render type thing. Like, we have placed lights and we've tried to make it look as cool as it can. It's very clear and subtle. There's a bit of warm lighting, a little bit of cool, that's about it. And the uniques don't really have any rules. We just sort of make them look as bold and colorful and interesting as possible. And the other thing is, every base type in Pee-wee 2 will have a unique associated with it at launch. Every single one of them. And every single base type has unique art in and of itself. There's no base type that repeats. You will not get a shield later that has the same name, has a different name and same art. Every single act has entirely unique art all the way through the game. So, to me, the unique, having a bit of a bond with the base type that it comes from, is kind of important, because otherwise it kind of ruins the item identity of both. If you had like a unique sword that was like a scimitar-looking curvy thing, but the base type was just a straight blade, it's kind of like, shouldn't that be with the base type that has a curvy blade? It's like kind of common sense to me. So the shield in the middle is a pretty good example. They're very similar structurally, but very different in terms of what actually happens. This one being super Celtic and really ancient bronze looking, and we'll do something very cool with the numbers, I imagine. This little shield I like a lot. This little buckler with a spooky man trapped in there. This is an example of the lighting of these things. So this is actually unique armor that they don't know about. Doesn't do anything yet. That's lit how we would do a base type. And then here I remove it all, and I try to give it some more character, make it look a little bit more moody and a little bit more special. And we do this for all the items. We hand place and we pose the meshes, and we try and get a really iconic little look to it. So that's the difference between those two things. And here I might get Trishi to sort of pitch me back in, because this is going over the act-specific rundown of gear. So in each act, you will find gear specifically for that act. So all the base types will look like they're very Maraketh in Act 2. And as soon as you get to Act 3, they're going to look very vile. And you purchase them just from the vendors?
Yeah, so the vendors of each act only sell gear that comes from that particular act. They don't sell, like, you don't go to Act 2 and you can't buy Act 1 gear.
And you just get more distinct looks. I personally really wanted that gigantic stone Aztec shield, and people were worried it was too big, and I said it might not be big enough for me. I wanted it this thick. Anyway, so this sort of getting into the art focus of items in terms of some tropes that happen with fantasy art in games quite a lot that kind of bug me. All that stuff is obviously AI crap. But, I mean, you know, it looks cool. When I was 13, I would be like, hell yeah, it's got spikes all over it. But after a while, you've seen these. They're in every game. They're in everything. There's so many games that have that, and just loads of it. And you can infinitely produce, I mean, AI just did 4 of them like in half a second. Whereas this stuff is from our world, and it goes back centuries, and there's just a rich history and culture behind all this art making and weaponsmithing from like just different metal making practices in all these different countries, India, and like old cultures like the Scythians and the Mongols, and how it all blends in. And I think artists need to do more to really learn from the past to make more interesting looking stuff. This is what I want PoE2's items to feel more like these really rich, dense things that have all this history behind them. We do a lot of investigation on the environment side with stuff. Like early on, there was talks of like how the Marraketh would write musical notation and how that would affect sculptures on the walls and like the environment art, and then trying to get that into like the item designs and stuff as well. So a lot of thought goes on there to like get things to have a real rich sense of culture, because for a game that's all about items, you don't want everything to just look like a jagged spiky sword every single time, or like just cool flaming blade of blah. You just want, like, there's a place for them, but having just like a spoon, it's just a weird spoon, and that's the unique, is kind of cool to me. There will be a spoon.
What is it going to do?
You figure that out. So this is the part I really like, is that I personally make a lot of weapons and items and stuff. But the cool thing is I make all these unique items. Oh, this is a drop, by the way. This is nothing. If I could have a screen that went all around the whole building, it still wouldn't get them all. They'd keep going. There's many. Anyway, they don't know about them most of the time. I'm just making them. And then I sort of give it to them. And to me, it's kind of like they've actually found a unique, and they don't know what it does. Like, it's actually unidentified. And they have to be their own little Deckard Cain and be like, what the hell does this do? Which is really exciting to me. Like I don't know, this little weird wand up the top that is basically a hand holding a bell. I just wanted a hand. You hold a hand that holds bell. And so I just think, well, there's cool stuff there. Does it like reverberate your spells? Does it bounce things back? I don't know. It does stuff. It'll be cool, I promise. But I have bad hearing, I didn't hear that. Anyway, that was just a little tease of stuff. I just wanted to just show you that the items for PoE2 are going to be very rich, and every unique is going to have a lot of interest and just flair and just feel like it came from somewhere. It wasn't just like always just, it looks cool. Like some of them are just, they look cool, but a lot of them are going to be really well thought out. From the art side, I don't know about the numbers. So this is where I pass over to this guy. And thank you.
Hey, so let's talk about item mechanics then. So my name is Rishi. I'm a game designer at Grinding Gear Games. I mostly work on item stuff. I've been working on them for a really long time, although, of course, I do other stuff as well. So it is no secret that we think items are very important to this game. Like, we just spent, all this time talking about just what they look like. And there's so much more to them, right? Like, we want items to feel real. They're more than just a collection of stats. And now that PoE 2 is a game in itself, we have a chance to look at items all the way at its very fundamentals and try to make some changes that we couldn't make in an existing game because of the worry of how you would port existing items over to a new system. So I'd like to go over some of these fundamental changes with you. So this is the first problem that we really wanted to tackle. In Path of Exile 1, different weapon classes don't necessarily feel that different from each other. Like just take an axe and take a sword. There are some light stat differences. Some of them have faster swing speeds or faster damage per hit. But how much does that difference actually matter? So for this reason, we added implicits to all the weapons. So every sword has an accuracy-related implicit in most cases. Axes don't have implicits. Maces have stun-related implicits, and so on. And it helps. It gives them a bit of identity. But it doesn't really make them feel that different, right? Like, you're still just swinging a bunch of stats. The other problem, too, is that most skills you can use with kind of any weapon. So what you really care about is, at the end of the day, which is the weapon that's going to do the most damage, and I'm going to use that weapon. So I want to talk about the attribute, like attribute alignments in this game. And we consider this very important as a way of aligning certain attributes with different mechanics in the game. There are some new weapons in there. I'll let you look to see what they are. But effectively, what we do is we associate different weapons with different attributes, and that sort of gives us a some guidance on what their stats will be. For example, armor-related stats are usually aligned to strength in our game. Evasion is aligned to dexterity. Energy shield is aligned to intelligence. And damage is no different, right? Strength-aligned weapons generally have higher damage per individual hit. Dex-aligned weapons are usually faster when it comes to their swing speeds. And int-aligned weapons are usually really good at dealing critical strikes. So using this as a baseline, it's kind of clear that a mace is going to have higher damage per individual hit, whereas a claw is going to be faster, and a dagger is going to have more crit, and so on. So we have tried to emphasize these differences really heavily in Path of Exile 2. So I just have a random dagger from the dagger base types picked up and a random axe, and you can see the difference in critical strike chances is much higher than what you might be used to. So a dagger is going to start with 15%, and then you have mods that improve it over and above that. So when you're using a dagger, you're really going to feel like you're critting a lot. Whereas an axe, you can see the base damage of the weapon is going to be, like per hit is going to be quite a bit higher. But all this too, this is going to change how you view weapons, but it's still not entirely enough as well, because ultimately, the difference between a mace and an axe, for example, is the sort of attacks you can do with it. So so in Path of Exile 2, most attacks are going to be usable with a single weapon. So this immediately makes designing new attacks a lot more interesting, because you're not thinking, what's a cool attack? You're thinking, what is a cool thing that an axe in particular can do? So let's talk about axes. So axes, as you can see from the chart, they will be slightly faster than maces. They do slightly less damage per individual hit than a mace, but they're still primarily strength aligned, so they're going to do a lot of damage per hit. But on top of this, what defines an axe thematically are themes such as culling and executes. And in Path of Exile 2, you can throw them. So that leads to really interesting skill design, because you can throw them, wait for them to return. It's almost like a boomerang. Daggers. So daggers are sort of 50% in the int section, 50% in the dex section. So they're both high crit and high and have decent swing speed, but obviously per hit their damage will be lower. Thematically, what do you think of when you think of a dagger? They're mostly all about fast attacks trying to find the weak spot of enemies, which sort of perfectly matches what they are in this chart. And they're also thematically linked to poison, which will really come out in the skill design for daggers. So when you have this identity of item class sorted in this way, you don't need to have an implicit that is on every single weapon of that type. So we've removed them. All swords do not have an accuracy implicit. All daggers don't have a crit implicit and whatever. So now that the implicit slot is empty, we can make interesting implicits that sort of make certain bases throughout the game feel very different to each other. Because it's not super interesting if you're just going up a ladder of slightly stronger and stronger bases. We want to throw something in there to make the upgrades not feel too monotonous. So we've added some wacky implicits, and I'd like to show you some of them. So this is an axe. You'll find it at a certain level. And you might notice that this deals no physical damage whatsoever. Its base damage is just pure fire. So this is going to give you some interesting considerations when you find it. Like, how are you going to build for it, especially if the axe before and the axe after is mostly physical? So it's not just that it's a damage upgrade from the previous axe. There are these other interesting considerations to think about as you go through. Here's another one. Yeah, so this is a mace that destroys enemies that you kill with critical strikes. Now, it sounds pretty useful, right? That, because who doesn't want corpse removal on their weapon? But note that this is a mace. Maces are not necessarily that good at dealing critical strikes. It could be useful, but how do you make it useful? It's not interlined, so it's going to have low crit. There will be mods that can increase its crit, but still, the way you build for it is supposed to really make you think. It's not that it's necessarily immediately useful. It's cool to have these sort of thematic things throughout the game, and it's just a puzzle piece that is there, so that sometime in the future, someone might find something that they can do with this, that only this would allow you to do. If some of you have played the demo and have played the warrior class, you might have noticed that they have a mechanic that breaks enemy armor. It's primarily a mace mechanic, but there is a dagger that does it here. Like, the mace skills are normally the ones that interact with this in a number of ways, but a dagger does it. Breaking armor is obviously useful, and that makes this very special. It's on crates too. But how are you going to best make use of something like this? Oh, that's an exercise left to the user. I'm sure there'll be a million different broken things that'll come out of all of this. So, I've spent a bunch of time talking about attack weapons, so let me briefly touch on caster weapons. So, in PoE 1, they were quite strange, right? Like, you had a staff, and they had attack mod, and they had attack attributes, and they could roll attack mods, but you're a mage. You don't want to hit people with the staff. You want to cast your spells. And as a result, their mod pools are a lot worse because you have both attack mods and spellcaster mods rolling. Like, of course, they did improve your spellcaster mods, but because there were all these mods rolling on the same item, it was really hard to get a good one. We tried a bunch of Band-Aid fixes over the years. Like, I'm sure you're well aware of us introducing rune daggers and splitting staves into regular staves and war staves, but they didn't really fix the underlying issue. So we feel it's better to break out these concepts entirely. So in PoE 2, wands and staves will have no attack stats whatsoever. They just come with a skill that costs no mana. These spells can be a number of things, from just a straight-up damage spell like this one, which is the first staff you get as you wash up on the beach, or a number of other things that can be used alongside your other skills. The later ones obviously tend to have a few more interesting considerations. Like this one obviously will be very familiar with anyone who's played PoE, where this lets you triple cast your next skill, which is obviously really good for skills with really long cast times.
It's because it was bothering the other caster.
Here's an example of...
I'll put it back. Put it back.
Pretty fun, right? So you might be wondering, what about people that want to hit people with staves? So we have split out the melee portion of staves into its own weapon class called a quarterstaff, and it's sort of thematically linked to the monk. But again, this is Path of Exile. Anyone can use any weapon and do anything. All the mods here are obviously attack-related mods, and here is a particularly interesting one, which has a longer range than every other quarterstaff, and you can actually see its art looking longer than the others in-game if you compare two quarterstaffs together. So, We've talked about the two, I would say, core archetypes that we sort of support in Path of Exile 1 with attackers and spellcasters. But trappers and miners, of course, are another archetype that sort of got left in the dust a little bit in Path of Exile 1. Like, they were fully supported with a bunch of skills and everything, but they didn't really have gear that was specifically designed for them.
Yeah.
They just sort of used, caster weapons because, it increased the damage of their skills. But it's really thematically weird because they're not a mage. They're supposed to be mechanically aligned and that sort of thing. So we wanted to add an item type that can be used specifically with trappers. So the first major change is traps are no longer spells. Traps are just trap damage, and there will be ways to improve specifically trap damage that are not related to spells. So this is an example of the new base type that you can use in your main hand. It takes both your hands, and you can see that the throw time of the trap is listed on the item itself. And yes, that means you can modify it further with mods on the item. The other thing you might notice is that it has a detonation type. That is because we have sort of combined the concept of trappers and miners into one thing. Mines are also trap skills, but with a different detonation type. So you can take any trap skill, swap your weapon that you're using, and it's now a mine. It's not that you have to specifically find a mine skill to use, to actually have that playstyle. And the other interesting thing is, with the new weapon swapping system, you can have a trap in your alternate weapon set, so you can still use other skills, but still trap occasionally if you really want to as well. Yeah, I do have an example of a mine as well. So this one, as you can see, will have the detonation type, which is manual, which requires you to detonate them afterwards. And yes, just like other weapons, there will be implicits on some of these throughout the progression, so you'll have these interesting considerations on trappers as well. So the other archetype that never had a specific item class dedicated to it was minion builds and general support type characters. Like, we've tried a bunch of band-aid fixes over the years, like about the Convoking Wand, and we've added bone rings, and we've done a few of those things, but they don't really fix the root of the problem. They do help, but what you really want is a set of items that you can find throughout the game that is specifically for this particular class. And as you know, we've added Spirit as a concept, which is for our skills that were previously reserving your mana, but it also is about permanent minions also use your Spirit. So if you want more zombies, there's no such thing as just getting plus zombies. It's just increasing your Spirit gives you more zombies. You can use as much of your Spirit as you like to get as many zombies as you like. It is completely dependent on how much Spirit you have. So we obviously wanted a base type to support this, and Scepters are thematically perfect for this kind of thing, because they were also kind of weird with the whole half attack, half spellcaster type of thing. So I have some examples of Scepters here. As you can see, the mods almost always grant aura-like effects, or they improve the spirit on the item itself. So it's almost like you get to build your own aura and hold it in either your main hand or your offhand. You get to have that flexibility where, if you're not planning on doing much attacking or spellcasting yourself, then hold it in your main hand, have a shield, and you're pretty defensive, and you get to buff your allies or your minions, or your allies and your minions, I should say. But if you want to, let's say, do some attacking as well, then you can just hold it in your offhand if you like. And then you can still have a weapon in your main hand, you can do some damage, for something like, a build that would be similar to Dominating Blow, you can still have a weapon, and you can still buff your minions in your offhand. You can also put it in your alternate weapon set if you want to just buff your allies once in a while and not all the time. But just be careful not to use the extra spirit that you gain to use your minions, because when you swap out, your minions will go away. So we've talked a bit about skills before. So as you might have seen in the keynote, we had a big problem with how skill gems dropped in Path of Exile 1. Because the more skill gems we add, the less chance you have of finding the one that you particularly want. And because to solve this problem, we added gem vendors in Path of Exile 1, so you could get one at any time that you like. But that isn't also the correct solution, because what that means is it's just trivial to get any gem at any time. And at that point, why are they even itemized? Like, you should just have access to your skills, right? So in Path of Exile 2, we wanted to both have the fun moment where you find a gem of like a higher tier, but also we wanted to not prevent you from just using a skill that you want to use at that particular time. So we've added uncut gems. So regular skill gems no longer drop, and you just find uncut gems of a certain tier. And you can use them to turn them into any skill of that particular tier. And they come pre-leveled. So what that means is it's a lot easier to switch into a new skill because you don't have to then re-level that skill from level 1 and wait for the damage to come back to what the current skill it was that you were using. Like, you can just seamlessly swap from one to the other. What this means is certain gems just don't exist at lower levels. For example, I think Firestorm was a 28th skill in Path of Exile 1. So in this, so here, you might get Firestorm at level 5, and levels below level 5 just don't exist.
Level 5 of the gem.
So let's get into the meat of the matter, which is item drops. As you all know, we want item drops on the ground to matter more. You generally don't pick up rares on the ground because you know if you're going to pick them up, 9 times out of 10, they're probably going to suck, right? Like you're not going to use them. There are a number of reasons for this, and we are trying to address a lot of these reasons when we're redoing item drops from the ground up in PoE 2. But there is one particular reason that I wanted to talk about, and that is actually because of how the Chaos Orb functions. So if I pick up, let's say, a helmet of item level 70, and another helmet of item level 70, and I use a Chaos Orb on both of them, it doesn't matter what you picked them up. It doesn't matter what item it was that you picked up originally because they're now completely new items. The only thing that mattered is the item level of the item that it started with in both cases. The mods that they came with just no longer matter anymore.
Yeah.
So every base type is effectively the same, just as good as every other base type for the purposes of, for the purposes of a Chaos Orb anyway. So picking up a rare at that point is identical to using a single Chaos Orb on that same base type. So we're making a change to how Chaos Orb works in Path of Exile 2. So rather than re-rolling the item entirely, it replaces one mod on the item. Just one. So this means the item that you start with matters a whole lot more when it comes to this. Because you pick up a rare, it has, 2 to 3 great mods, maybe 1 or 2 really bad mods. Those rares previously were not going to be useful because it didn't matter that it had a few good mods because it also had those bad mods that sort of made the item not worth using. But now what you can do is you can just, like every item could be 1 or 2 Chaos Orbs away from becoming a really great item. Whereas previously those rares were still not good because they didn't have those good mods. And now you will hopefully use your Chaos Orbs for a lot of these sort of near-miss rares. Just use one, and if it doesn't work out, well, the item wasn't that fantastic to begin with anyway because it still had those bad mods. But if one of those bad mods turns into a good one, then that would be fantastic, and that would really improve this this feeling of the items in the ground mattering more because what you started with now is of paramount importance. But if this was the only change, then the best way to make items would be to start from a magic item, spam your alterations, how many ever thousands it would take, and then regal, and then do that. So for that reason, we're making a few changes, but the first one is that alteration orbs will no longer exist in Path of Exile 2.
Oh, wow.
So the way to do this is you must start with a good magic item or a good rare item, or you can create one with a transmute or a Chaos Orb. Now, to help all these changes, we have gone through every single item and looked at their mod pool and made changes to every single item's mod pool. So almost everything will be different to help you with this process of making item drops matter more. So to quickly wind up, I want to touch on unique items. Oh, there we go. Our philosophy on unique items is that they must be the best item for somebody. But most unique should not be the best item for everybody. Now, we obviously feel like unique items are very important to us. And as Dane mentioned, we want to have a unique item on every single base type. Some of you may not know this, but before I started working at GGG, I designed one of the supporter uniques way back in the day. So I have had massive love for the unique items of this game. The support unique that I made back in 2013 was Cloak of Defiance, which resulted in the Mind of a Matter keystone. And I've been involved in making unique items ever since Breach, which is 2016. So it's been quite a while. So we want to make many unique items for everybody. They are meant to enable wacky things. They're meant to let you do things that you thought would never be possible and possibly be build-defining. So I have an example of a low-level unique that we made. I wish we had more to show you, but this one here is pretty interesting in that it always freezes enemies for its full duration when you hit them the first time. So you always have a really strong initiation as soon as you walk up to an enemy. So like Dane mentioned, every base type will have a unique, and that includes a lot of new uniques. But don't worry. What this also means is we are going to be bringing a lot of your favorites from Path of Exile 1 into Path of Exile 2. Because is it really a Path of Exile game if you don't have a Headhunter or a Shavs in it? Yeah, exactly. So they might be slightly different to what you might be used to. You know, a few stats might be different here and there as a result of the mechanics changing, but they will be instantly recognizable as a result. And you'll have a lot of your favorites that you used to that you used to like playing with in Path of Exile 1, and you will have a lot of new ones as well to find as you go through. So I think that's everything from my end. I guess we have some time for questions.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Zachy.
Hello, my name's Zach, and I'm a game designer for GGG, and I will be doing the questions here. And while I wait for people to submit some questions, I will ask one I prepared earlier, and that is, does the art of the item dictate the design, or do you design first and then get the art for the item?
It can be very different depending on what is necessary at the time. Like sometimes we just have to make a lot of uniques in a really short amount of time. And if we have art available, then we try to fit the stat to what the unique art is already there. But generally, sometimes it's, you know, we have this crazy idea that we're like, can we do this? And it's like, well, it sounds cool, let's do it. And then we make an item, and it's just a blank item without a name, without any art. And then we try it in game, it's like, this unique is awesome. And then we make the art for it. So it can go both ways. I would say more often than not, at least in Path of Exile 1, it's been mechanics first into art. But, you know, that may not be...
Yeah, and for PoE2, it's more the opposite for now, because for a long time they didn't really know what they were doing with items. And as basically a blacksmith that just smashes things out really quickly, I was just like, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword, that's a cool sword. I just make all this stuff. And yeah, they're going to find that treasure trove of stuff and turn it into stuff. But I think it's really valuable to have art that can inspire gameplay stuff that they weren't even thinking of. They might not even have, it never entered their mental space.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot, I would say.
They'll just see it and go, oh, this thing's like split in two, and it could be like, you know, hits the guy here, I don't know. Like, okay.
So let's see what else we've got here. Do you have any memorable uniques from PoE 1 that you have designed?
Oh, that is a tough question, because I've made so many. I think one of my favorites, or at least I would say very memorable, was Indigon. Because Indigon was probably the start of that entire set of mana-related spells that followed later. But Indigon was really the first. It was the first item that weaponized mana into a form of damage.
Yep. Good.
I have a thing for that as well.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for the outside if you have any like of your favorite art pieces.
I've been doing pretty much most of the unique item art since, I guess, whenever Betrayal happened. I came on board a little after
2017?
that.
Maybe?
Oh, wait.
Maybe?
Last 5 years. Something like that. And so I've done a lot of the art for them, and the art has a very different name to the final game. It's not even close. It gets changed. An interesting one to me is the shield everyone knows as the Squire. I think it's the thing with 3 white sockets.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I made them have 3 white sockets from an art perspective.
I remember.
Because I modeled 3 white sockets, eyeball things on it, and I was like, it's going to have 3 white sockets.
Yeah, I actually remember this.
And they were like, okay,
Well, it was busted anyway, so adding the 3 white sockets, I don't know if it really changed too
Yeah,
much.
so it just made more OP. But on that same day, I made that. I just made it. And they were like, oh, we need another shield. And I was like, okay, I'll make a cooler one. So I made a cooler shield visually, and that ended up being the oppressor. And I was very bummed about
Trash
that.
to trash.
Definitely wasn't the cooler shield.
If I
in
knew,
game.
I would have not made it that cool looking. I'd have dug some trash out of the unused folder.
Yeah.
Let's see what else we've got here. In terms of making art and I guess items for an act, how are you like getting inspired or taking inspiration from?
We have really strong art direction people. Some come and gone. Shout out Chanda. And they really just put a really dense fabric of thinking over all of the acts, like really going into Marraketh and Fal and Karui and others I'm not going to talk about. And just basically we would work with them and establish like common shape language and like themes and stuff and just to make things feel cohesive and part of that world. Same kind of patterns and shapes and stuff like that. And yeah, it's the most interesting part, I think, because it sort of, you create stuff no one's ever seen before, kind of, because it's like, it just doesn't, there's like weapons made of like cactus wood. Like, no one makes weapons of cactus wood. But they were like, oh, these people, they only have access to cactus wood. So the handle has to be cactus. I'm like, all right. I can't have just wood, otherwise it breaks the theme. It's like, well, where'd they get that wood from?
Twitch, stop
It's like
doing
small
this.
stuff like that.
Another question we have here, are there versions of the early game bases that have stats appropriate for, I guess, towards endgame?
Oh, yes. So those implicits that you will see throughout the campaign will be repeated in endgame, in sort of endgame bases. So if you happen to like, something that an implicit enabled earlier on, you will be able to use it later on as well. Probably should have mentioned that earlier.
I guess this is in reference to the Chaos Orbs. Will Alk Scouring still work?
No, it won't, because there will not be any Scouring Orbs.
Yeah, they're gone.
They're gone?
If you want another item, you're going to have to Alk a white one. Why is there no 75% int, 25% strength or dex weapons? So like, why aren't you fitting more of the pie into the ratio?
You haven't seen all the weapons yet.
Well, maybe.
There actually is a few, but it wouldn't have really looked really nice in that graphic because some of the staves will have skills that are more strength interlined spell, and then that would actually take up the 75% strength. Int 25% strength section of the tree. That is slightly more, nebulous, like in a little way, because the caster weapons don't actually have those base stats to, change as a result of their attributes. But it's more just, I suppose, where, like, what attribute requirements the skills that are aligned to that particular class requires. But again, this is Path of Exile. You're going to use an int weapon, a strength skill, and everything,
There's just a lot of questions. It's really hard to filter through all of them. There's way more than I expected. This is good. Does the art for items come from the story or the lore, or does the art sometimes influence the lore?
Ooh. I think that sometimes it kind of makes itself up as it goes. But there are times where, there's obviously characters and they have stuff. Like there will be bosses and things that a unique weapon is just straight up, like you'll get it off them kind of thing.
There have definitely been times where we've made a unique with some story behind it, and then we've expanded on it at a much later date.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to have these sort of story threads that we can then follow up on later on.
Oh, yeah. Let's check this posture.
Was there a memorable unique you tried to design that couldn't be implemented for a technical reason?
Oh, yes, actually. There are so many of these, but I think my favorite example is, so there's that helmet that drops from Kurgal, the boss in Delve, the Lich from Delve, called Hail Negator, I think. So originally, the effect of what that helmet was supposed to do was it was supposed to do what the Agnostic Keystone does, where it was supposed to drain your mana and heal your health. But for technical reasons that I don't actually remember now, it could not exist on an item that also had Energy Shield on it. And it couldn't exist unless it turned off your Energy Shield. So when we were doing the Legion Keystones, so we had to come up with something completely different in the last week before the release of Delve.
Spicy.
But I always really loved that idea because it was just a really cool thing that, you know, and then when we were designing those millions of keystones when we were doing the Legion, you know, like the Timeless Jewels, this idea just came back and I just kept pushing. I was like, you know, we got to find a way to do this because it'll be really awesome. And eventually, the way we were able to do it was, well, if you turn off ES entirely, then we can do it. So it sort of works as a downside, which, I mean, it probably did need one, at least at the time, but it also was a technical reason why it needed to exist.
And I guess as the last question before we run out of time here, are there item types with all three attribute split?
Not currently, no.
I want them.
Yeah?
Question regarding the game.
For now.
For now.
I can answer.
And with that, we have run out of time for this panel. So.
All right, thank you very much. And
I will favor watching, and I will answer when there's nothing going on, okay?
Rest of Exilecon.
Anyone from Australia?
That's a nice time to answer questions. You can send them, TW. We are going to have now, let me see. Now we are going to have half an hour of people sitting for the developer panel of Exile 2, Jonathan, Mark, Rory, and Rishi, and we are going to have stream roundtable Sunday kickoff. I mean, it's Saturday in Brazil, Saturday night. Gazi TV, Grimbro, Velena, and DS Lily. That's what we're going to watch soon. Cat wants out. Don't want to bargain within question in the middle. No, yeah, now's the time to ask. Relax, you can ask now. We are in the middle of like in between videos. You can ask me. And drink water. You can keep looking at the Trial of the Saint Ancestors League as well. Journey to the Carry Afterlife. No. The art is always getting better. Look at how funny. I'm new to PoE. I played it a couple months ago for 2 or 3 hours, not that experienced. So, I like I said, I can help you. It's a very complicated game, but we are going to, when I say we streamers, we try to make it better. I'm a small one, but I'm here to make it better for you. I have something like 7,500 hours in the game, so quite nice. I know what I'm talking about. Got to know about PoE 2 and want to know when it's coming out and stuff. PoE 2, they just announced that it's coming. We have a beta on Cat wants in. We have the beta of PoE 2 coming on July 2024, right? And after the beta, you get what, 6 months, a year, for the game to be actually released. And what they're doing, they're not doing like an update to PoE 1. It's not like going to be what we thought we were. It was going to be like a seamless transition. It's actually going to be a different. Oh, look at this cat biting my cheek. It's going to be a standalone game, which is going to be like light years better than PoE 1. And then for the classists, oh, now the cat's biting the microphone. For the classists, there's still going to be PoE 1 and PoE 1 support and PoE 1 leagues. So yeah, that's your answer. So we are a year, almost exactly a year from PoE 2 beta, and then a year and a half plus to PoE 2 release. That's what they gave us of information just now in this. You can see where we can see this. Let me see here. I guess in the home here. It's somewhere around here. I see. Thank you. So closed beta June 7, 2024. So 11 months. 11 months up until the until the closed beta. Ah, stop biting me, dude. Ow! This is Onyx, our kitten. She's 7 months old. Or almost 7 months old. So yeah, we are a year. So what's the Twitch drop all about? The Twitch drop is for PoE 1. This game right here. So it's enabled in my channel. And it's enabled in the official channel as well. So you should get it. You should get drops for PoE 1. That's... It should appear. It didn't appear for me, which is weird. And I'm streaming here. It should appear here. You press N, and it should appear up here. We are going to see what's going on. So yeah. And then you can apply as a microtransaction in here, right? You can apply your items, your drops here. But PoE items are purely cosmetical because you cannot. There's no pay-to-win mechanics here. And of course you want to look cool as you blast through enemies, obviously. But yeah, it's purely cosmetical. You think I should download from Steam or official website? Depends on what you want. So, my Steam is not even on right now. What happens is this. I started playing Path of Exile in 2017. 2017, I lived in this flat that I shared with 2 other flatmates. And I had several problems with internet connection. And I have always played hardcore. So I came from Diablo 1 actually. I'm kind of old. So when I first encountered what was happening with Diablo 2, I just loved the hardcore. I don't play other type of game modes. Diablo 3 was hardcore throughout. Diablo 4 hardcore. Path of Exile hardcore. So I needed some internet connection. I needed efficiency in internet stability. That's what it was. So Steam was a small problem. Steam client, at least in 2017, I'm talking about 6 years ago when I heavily measured this. I would have both installed the standalone client and the Steam client, and I would measure ping, I would measure the disconnects, the length, I would measure everything because I didn't want to die for disconnects anymore. And then I ended up staying with the standalone client, and I kept playing at the standalone client. That's my reason. But one thing that I did recently was that I installed Path of Exile through Steam one day, I think 2 years ago, just because I was proud and wanted my achievements. So there's achievements that you don't have in the standalone client because it's not in Steam, right? And then when you have the Steam here, the game on Steam, where is it, Path of Exile? Have the achievements, right? I have this achievement. I have 104 out of 127 achievements. The achievements that I don't have are the ones that I still didn't complete, obviously. Like some endgame bosses that I never killed. And the softcore achievements, because I absolutely don't play softcore. Or if you want to know better terminology, I don't play anything non-hardcore. I have opened some exceptions to train, to practice some bosses, some endgame mechanics, but it really doesn't catch me if the game has no punishment for death, because otherwise you don't invest your mechanics, your items in defensive mechanics, because it doesn't matter, you don't die, like why would I? So yeah, and now by playing hardcore, you invest in everything and you try to balance out as you go blasting through the content and the game. So that's why I installed it, played for 2 hours, which I just left it on for 2 hours, and then everything that I had accomplished, the actual achievements of my profile from the Path of Exile website, which you need, right here, you need to log in. It doesn't matter if you're going with Steam or standalone client, you need to have a Path of Exile profile, which I have right here. And you can see in the profile you have some achievements. Yeah, I got that. So there is no difference, because when I download on Steam I had the game lagging a lot. Okay, some people are going to experience problems, yes. But I can't tell you about that, because I don't play in Steam for 6 years now. I started playing Steam and then I transitioned to standalone clients in 2017. So I have no idea how Steam client works. I think you should download Steam and how they should... I forgot you said you got 7K plus... Yeah, something like that. Because I started playing... And this is Path of Exile alone. I'm not even talking about ARPGs. I have like, I don't know, many more hours in ARPGs in general. But yeah, in Path of Exile alone, I calculated the other day because someone from the audience asked me. And I ended up getting the 7,000 mark. And since then, I probably have added 500 or more hours on top of it. So probably 7,500 hours or something like that, yes. Oh my god, that's... Yes sir, you're not a snowflake. Yeah, I'm downloading PoE now actually. Very cool, man, very cool.
Yo, what's up,
oh,
guys?
we have it, we have it.
To
Let's go.
Exilecon Day 2 and the streamer roundtable here. We're going to be talking pretty much everything that happened yesterday. PoE 2. And I'm joined by Gazi, Velina, and DS Lily here. And yesterday was an incredible day. So much was announced. 6 new classes for PoE 2. PoE 2 as a standalone game, and of course, so many more customization options. I don't even know what to think. What was your main takeaway, Lily? Seeing that massive announcement. For 4 years, we haven't heard anything.
Oh, it was crazy. I think it's going to be a really good change of pace. So with PoE 2, it's like a lot slower in the demo. I mean, that might scare some people, but it felt like in a good way to me.
Yeah, it felt great.
You couldn't just turn your brain off completely. I mean, if you want to do that, then I guess. I mean, but I kept dying on the warrior when I ran in because they're just so much faster than me. I mean, it could have been the gear. The gear was a little weird in the demo,
Yeah.
So I think it'll end up actually being a little bit faster than what we played, but.
Oh, absolutely. The warrior, I actually took some notes. The warrior only had 35% all res, and they're in Act 4, which is kind of Act 7. So you were dealt a little bit of a rough hand there on the warrior for sure. Yeah. What about you, Gazi? What was the main takeaway from yesterday, that massive announcement?
I mean, obviously looking at the minion aspect of things, but I think that the pace of the game is definitely in a much slower state. Obviously, we're playing at the PoE gameplay that we've been playing for PoE 2 has been at a difficulty that's ramped up quite significantly, which obviously presents us with a bit of a skewed experience from what I think we're going to see in next year's beta. But outside of that, I felt like the generic play style where we gather a lot of enemies up and then we burst them down in a big AoE pack and then move on to the next one, which is kind of the main play style that we see from a lot of zooming approaches in PoE 1. Does not really work in PoE 2, at least the gameplay we've been doing. I play the Sorcerer and whew, that was rough.
One thing to note, though, is they gave us a blue weapon with 1 mod on it. Even the warrior in Act 4, 1 mod. It's like, oh man, they made it really tough.
They did.
Yeah, so what about you, Valinia? Yesterday, what was your main, big, shocking takeaway?
How smooth the co-op gameplay was. I was actually just impressed incredibly by how smooth it was with having those two on the screen together and interacting with one another without just one speeding up ahead over the other and completely annihilating things while the other one's just lagging behind. That was really impressive to me. It made it made it like I actually wanted to do co-op gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things with PoE is kind of, because you kind of feel like you have to one-shot the monsters a little bit in PoE 1, but because there's like a little bit more opportunity for all these crazy synergies and big burst windows and stuff like that, I feel like group play might actually be like a whole lot more pronounced in PoE 2 potentially.
Exactly. It seems actually viable to do group play without just having an Orabot with you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, there was so many things for PoE 2, but there was also the new PoE 1 league, Trial of the Ancestors. Did you guys, what was your impression of that league? We didn't get too much info, you know, the tattoos, the new mode, but what did you guys like? What's your main takeaway from that? We'll start with you, Gazzy.
I'm a big fan of tattoos, as you might see. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm also a big fan of TFT and Dota Battle Chess or Auto Battle games in general. I'm very excited for it. Then again, I also feel that there is obviously the concern that we're going to end up with a situation where the players are so geared up to their teeth that they're just going to ignore the actual mechanic and just rush for the totems and it's over. So it's going to be fun to see how they balance that to make sure that we actually engage with the mechanic to play the actual auto game or auto battle if you want to. And yeah, I think that's a fun thing. This is right up my alley in terms of what I enjoy playing games with. So.
I have a YouTube channel. Many guides.
Think that it looks really.
It's up here.
Really
it's right here in the chat.
I'm not sure what to expect when creating my party. And if I really need that party, I'm kind of hoping that eventually I'm not really going to need that party.
A bit like a Blight situation where you kind of, the towers are kind of good, but you don't need them.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm hoping that I can just
I'm going to be
down
posting
without
many
having to worry
things
about
for
making
newcomers.
sure that my setup is correct. But that's something for later.
Absolutely. I think it'll be pretty hard on League Start at least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What about the hardcore perspective? Because like they said that you don't die when you die. Is that like, that's like a big thing, right?
That is. That might, if there's any like races, that might be a good place to farm gear, like over farm. Like if there's like a gauntlet, then you just sit there for, I don't know, like 3 days. I mean, you can't die, so you just keep farming gear. Well, I guess, did they mention how you like get the next thing? You might have to do maps.
You need a silver coin, 1 silver coin to do one of the missions.
Right.
Oh, it's a silver coin. Silver coins are back.
If the loot is good early, you'll definitely see people doing that in hardcore, just sitting there, farming it. I mean, it looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, you also get some allies, which is a pretty big bonus. Absolutely. Definitely very, very cool. And obviously, we've got all the new customization coming with that league, but we also have Sanctum League coming back. So does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I am so excited about that. I cannot wait to just run Sanctums all day again. I'm going to be buying Sanctums. I just know it.
Well, I know who to sell my Sanctums to then. Because, yeah, I mean, you can just do that one mechanic. That's not even something you could do in Sanctum League. So that's like massive quality of life that they're adding there. And it's really, really good. So absolutely. Hopefully we get Original Sin back. That'd be pretty cool. That was a sick ring. Absolutely.
I feel like I'm in the same boat as you agreeing with this. Like, Sanctum League was amazing for a lot of players. There were so many people that just wanted to run that and the challenge of doing the no-hit runs. I love the idea of it. I think it was really, really good and resonated very well with the community. Me personally, I was busy crafting. I was busy doing my menu stuff, setting my caster builds. Sanctum was not of interest to me. I liked the idea of it, but it was more like, I need a break from what I'm doing. I did a couple of Sanctums, but that's
how I
felt
guide you
about it.
have, does it cover zone base for beginners?
Very well as a
not all.
mechanic in the game.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I have many guides of many
Sanctum enjoyer.
I am a Sanctum enjoyer.
Okay.
I hope
enjoyer
the
here
loot
too.
is like not nerfed too bad. Like I hope it's pretty similar because there's a really good source of divines, and right now divines are kind of in a spot where, especially if you're playing like SSF, it's pretty hard to craft. Like in Crucible, you didn't. There wasn't that many.
The guides that I have and shorts, they cover different types of players.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
if you are a medium player, you're going to enjoy many of them.
We've got the new skill gems.
If you're an advanced player, you're going to enjoy most of them. If you're a beginner player, you're going to enjoy some of them. And after Exilecon, I'm going to make many guides for beginners, because a lot of people are getting bummed out from Diablo 4 and migrating.
Build ideas, at least a little bit, when they saw all of those new skill gems and the new skill system. for me, it was definitely the trigger on shock. I was like, oh man, surely if I combine that with like spark and like chance to shock. And I asked one of the guys on the floor, and I'm like, does this have like a cooldown, like to trigger skills? He's like, not at the moment. So you could, in theory, just trigger so much stuff by using spark. And that would be something that I'd be like pretty interested to try. What about you guys? Lily, did you have any like crazy build ideas when you saw the new systems?
So the one, I'm not sure what it's called, but the it was like you lose energy shield and it casts spells.
Oh my gosh,
so
yes.
you could stack like 30k energy shield and then just have a ton of spells going off. If it works like that, depends like if it's percentage, then that might not work so well. But if it's just like a flat amount, you could just stack a crazy amount and like it'll be like kind of like Molten Shell when that was a build and you just walk around and then it explodes.
Surely Eldritch Battery can't be in the game because you'd be able to consume the energy shield and then trigger them all. Like, there's no way. That would be so
Diablo didn't catch my heart and we're trading
That'd be
series.
crazy if it did.
I mean,
you enjoy Pro
like
Exile, so I give you that.
Multiplier.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty strong, though. And, of course, give us the minion perspective, Gazzy. With Spirit, the new way to reserve auras, but also summon minions, and you can get a ton of it on your gear now, and it's like on scepters, rings, amulets. What's it looking like from your perspective as the minion master?
Very hollow, I would say. There's a lot of lack of detailed information, how we're going to combine auras together with the minions. We have received the information that we can summon what's called unlimited amount of minions, as long as you have the spirit for it.
Yeah.
So we're also expecting to have that combined with auras to make sure that our minions gets buffed. So it's going to be a balance act between our auras and our minions, unless there are other mechanics that are in store for us. What's really interesting with PoE 2 in the gameplay approach is obviously the fact they want us to run with a combination of spells. They don't want us to have one button builds like the Magic Fine KB, Tornado Shots, and you know all about that. So, but minion builds in PoE 1 is already in many cases a very active gameplay approach. You have the Predator support, you have a Convocation, you have your curses, and your positioning and it needs to be considered as well as your minions positioning. So the gameplay already is very active, which is one of the main reasons I enjoy playing it so much. Now in PoE 2, they want to get that to the other builds. So it will be very interesting to see how they actually going to plan to change the minion playstyle to become more active than it already is. But since we don't have those details, it's very hard to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one thing which I was super duper curious about, at least for me, for PoE 2, because you get all these 6 links, right? It's like, as a minion player, the Spirit only takes the permanent minions to like kind of reserve. So what about all these temporary minions that are in the game right now? You could in theory have like, 20 summon raging spirits, all the skeletons out, and your specters and potentially zombies at the same time as well. Is that something you're cooking up already?
I mean, that's we're going to circle back to what we talked about with Cast on the Shock.
Oh.
Now imagine an Orber Storm out there where critical strike chance or increased shock chance and everything for that, and you put your little SRS on that one. That's going to permanently summon those on a boss target, and if you have that on a 6 link, or it's going to be a couple links fewer with the shocks, but still, you get those automatically summoned. Since they don't take spirits, you could theoretically, based on what we've seen so far, look at a pretty stacked up screen with minions.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my initial reaction. It seems like PoE 2, there's just so much more that they're kind of like wanting to allow us to do, like all these triggers, all these like crazy things going on. And there's also the support gem change, which hopefully we have time to talk about as well. But Velina, did you have any builds where you were like, oh my God, I need to try that as soon as I get my hands on PoE 2?
Not right now, because there's just too much.
Yep.
There's just so much that they've shown me that I don't, like, I'm overwhelmed by all the different new abilities that they've added, how smooth and fluid they look, what it's going to be like to try to combo them together. I'm really interested to see just how many skills out there that I can combo with, like, I don't know, Impale, for example.
Okay.
I would like to see what they plan. They said 240 new skill gems, right?
Yeah,
active skill
there are
gems.
so many
active.
more. Yes.
That's nuts.
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's not just that, they've kind of like reworked all of the current skill gems as well. To like,
exactly.
Like Herald of Thunder, it's got 100% fizz to lightning conversion now.
Yeah.
Like what? Like that was like so hard to get before in PoE 1. You needed like gloves and all sorts of stuff to get that, but now it's just on a Herald.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like it's crazy. Like everything is changing.
Yeah. So I have no idea what I'm going to be doing I'm just overwhelmed by all the possibilities that they've given me.
Absolutely, yeah. And the other thing to consider is that everyone now also gets a brand new skill, which is baked into every single character, the dodge roll.
Yes.
Yeah, the dodge. Oh my god, yes.
Like, they're like, it's
I have to hop off
overpowered. You
now
gotta
and
use
from
it.
India 3
Absolutely.
here,
And
keep
it's
to climb down
pretty
the side of
interesting
F1 just so
because
something doesn't
when you're
work
actually
again,
using it,
get
it's
on
like
to
a
the wake
completely
up.
different
Nice,
way to
man.
play. It's
I'll
really
be here
strong
when you
bosses
wake up,
in my
probably.
experience. So what was your
Nice
guys'
sleep.
experience with it? Maybe Gazzy.
Well, we have a dodge roll in other games of recent releases, so it definitely reminded me of that approach. What's really funny is that they confirmed that we're going to be able to do this in town, as well as having shapeshifts.
Yep,
so we're going to see a lot of bears rolling in town. That's going to be very fun. I feel like the first few days, we're literally just going to see that in the cities.
Yep.
But
That's
no,
why
I think
some of this
that
stuff-
element
yeah, man.
of the
I'm here.
gameplay
I'm
feels
here.
like you
You can ask me
are
questions.
having an actual proper reactional gameplay experience. I know that they've wanted to have that in PoE 1, where it's supposed to be reactive, but it's been very hard when you have a skeleton 2 screens away, one-shotting you in the higher maps with juiced-up mods. But in PoE 2 that we've seen so far, it's felt a lot better in terms of us being able to reactively play the game. There's a telegraphed explosion happening or a telegraphed big slam happening. You are able to actually
Well, so to
genuinely
see you
dodge that. And even
next
if
time.
you do the
Until
dodge
then,
ability
peaceful.
right
Enjoy
as
streaming
that
again.
ability
Good night.
lands,
Good night,
you're not
brother.
going to take damage from it, unless it is an AoE ability, which would make sense. And I feel like that's a really good step in the right direction for the immersion of you actually playing the game in the way they want to, but it also fits very well in what I prefer to play as well.
Absolutely. I imagine on minions, it's going to be completely broken because you can be dodge rolling around while your minions are going to town. What does this mean for like hardcore? Do you think it gives you more control, more agency, or is it kind of like, what do you think about that?
It definitely made the boss fights feel like more fluid. So in hardcore, if like say you run out of flame dash charges, right? I mean, you're kind of just running around awkwardly, or you kind of like dodge slightly, you're out of flasks, everything. So you're just kind of like awkwardly moving around there, just force move, right? But now you can dodge and made it like a lot more fluid. So you can dodge around the boss and make sure you're in its like safe spot behind its back, like a lot of bosses have. If you like just stay behind their back, you're good. But like they like flip around, then you can flip around them. You don't just like awkwardly walk around.
Yeah, absolutely. I found on the Huntress, Valina, because you also played the Huntress.
Yeah.
It felt particularly good because the melee attacks were so snappy. You could like attack, roll.
Yes.
And that definitely felt really strong. Did you like that as well?
Oh my god, that felt so smooth. That was such a nice feature. Like the first boss that I fought, which, by the way, very deadly.
Oh,
very deadly.
Very
yes.
deadly. When I finally got the dodge roll with their attacks, finally dodging just before they hit me and then hitting them, that felt so satisfying to actually do. That was a really, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, it was exciting. It was just exciting to have gameplay like that, because in PoE 1, you either zerg down the bosses and not care about what they do, or you're flailing around trying to wait for your dashes to come back.
Yep.
So yeah, I really appreciate the dodge roll, and I love that there's no cooldown on it.
Yes, there is literally no cooldown. Like if the enemy is attacking or shooting, you can spam dodge roll and be kind of like almost pseudo immune while you're dodging. Like you obviously have to take them out, and you'll need to attack sometimes, but you can just roll as much as you want.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing minions.
How are they going to balance that, man? I have no idea.
But there seems to be like a time frame where after a dodge, your character has to like get up on their feet, and that time frame seems to be a frame where you're actually able to take damage. So it doesn't seem like you're able to just roll. You're immune to everything except AoE damages, because that would be broken, especially for totem builds, minion builds, or even dot builds in that sequences as well. But I definitely think that there is definitely a time frame where you're still being able to hit, but you can do that initial immunity roll when you see a well telegraphed ability flying your way, so to say.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys in PoE, they'll everyone's going to analyze what the exact immunity window is and all sorts of stuff like that. So I'm sure we'll get a lot out of that. but there is also just so much coming in the form of this weapon swap thing as well. Like, I didn't really get too much of an opportunity to mess with it myself. It's more like of a conceptual thing, because we didn't have the Alice passive, the skill tree on the demo, so we couldn't do the kind of 10 points here, 10 points there. But do you guys actually think that you'll be able to like modify some of your builds just kind of in the PoE 1 context with that in mind? Like, would you, like for me at least, I was like, okay, I can have 2 bows, I could put 10 ballista points here and put like 10 movement speed points here, and like kind of have my bossing and my movement speed set up and weapon swap between those. Do you guys have that kind of feeling as well, or?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to like think about with current PoE. Like, it's really like, it really goes against it. Like,
yeah, it goes against it.
PoE 1, you just do only one type of damage, like 99.9% of the time. Then PoE 2, they're trying to get you to do like other thing and mix and match more. But like the only thing I can think of in terms of what we know and like from our past knowledge of PoE 1, which doesn't seem like it'll carry over at all. Just I'm thinking like a lot of utility.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you guys?
I feel like they provide us with the option to have a generic clearing setup, like you talked about, having a weapon setup for your clearing, and then you have an entire setup, not just the weapon, but the skill trees change. You can have your 6-link setup for it as well. And if you look at the builds that was going to use a lot of Rs or minions for that matter as well, you do have that option with the weapon swap and those 10 points to have a more of a focus on your clearing aspect on one end, and then you might even just quickly switch 2 Rs for a boss and then do that and have an optimized setup for the actual sake of bossing or single target boss fights in general. So I think it's a really cool system. I do wonder how well it's going to plan out for certain builds. Will obviously be kind of well-rounded beast to the point where it's not really needed. But it's going to be fun to see how they balance it to start with.
Absolutely, yeah. You got anything to add, Melina?
It's going to be really interesting, especially because these passive points only come off of books.
Yes, the books.
Which is going to be like, how many books are in the game? How many passive points am I going to be able to actually put around my tree to make this really worth it to do?
Absolutely.
But I think it's going to be really fun, and it's going to be definitely. I can't imagine trying to implement this in PoE 1. I really can't, because there's just no.
Yeah, there's no way. The current state, no way.
That we play like that right now.
No.
Yeah, I mean, with
It's
all
not
these
even-
questions, it's
nope.
fortunate that the next panel coming up is literally a Q&A. So it's kind of like we get to answer some of these questions. So, I mean, that's going to kind of be not one to miss. And we're going to be jumping over there, I'm assuming all of us right after. It's going to be huge. But one of the biggest changes, which I think we didn't hear too much about it initially, was the large change to the currency items that seem to be dropping in PoE 2. So, I mean, it's still a while out, so things can change. But right now, there doesn't seem to be any scouring orbs or alterations, and the Chaos Orb has been reworked.
No scouring,
to some
no
extent.
alteration.
So there's not
You
really
work
any
at
way
the Chaos
to
Orbs.
forge a rare item specifically in your hideout other than an alchemy orb. And Gazzy, tell us what this means for crafting.
Well, my wrist and fingers are very thankful for the change, I can tell you that, because I remember when we started playing PoE, I made a mirror amulet, or mirror service amulet, as the items are called, very high end, and that took me about 500,000 alterations orbs, and a lot of time. My fingers were not happy with me. But, you know, fast forward to where we are now, and we're looking at the PoE 2 change. I think that it's going to be a lot easier for new and casual players to actually engage with crafting. It's not going to be as advanced. You will also have an increased interest in looting items. Because now you're looking at an item, and you can look at it and see, well, the Chaos Orb will remove one mod and add another. And if I look at this item, there's only one mod I want to get rid of. So that would be something that would attract me to use the items on it. Whereas in the current state of Chaos Orbs, we're looking at using a Chaos Orb on the item, we'll scrap everything and re-roll all of the modifiers, and new players or casual players would not be incentivized enough to engage with crafting. So I think that the changes that we're seeing with this is definitely going to be in line for those. It obviously does bring up the question, how we're going to craft those high-end items for the 1% aspirational game chasers.
What about in solo self-found? I think you dabble in solo self-found, right, Lily?
Yeah, I split it between
bit from A and bit from B, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel like solo self-found is kind of more in tune with the actual like full process, without alterations, without scouring orbs, and we don't know about the lead mechanics yet. What does that do to kind of like the solo self-found progression? Does it like change it a lot?
Yeah, it definitely changes it a lot. I mean, the Chaos Orb, I'm wondering if like, I don't think they've mentioned it yet. I don't remember. It seems the new Chaos Orb kind of seems to me like the stuff you'll pick up will be a bit better, and maybe you only want to switch like one thing on it, because what it does is it like changes one thing and then
adds another one.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we'll see like better gear pickups, like they mentioned in Exilecon, the first one, and it'll just be picking stuff up will be your main source of getting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And my fellow Huntress gamer here, I don't know if you saw it, but there's a new currency, gold. And of course, you can buy items off the vendor, like flasks and stuff like that, but there is in fact a gambler in town, and you can use gold to gamble for infinite types of any item you would like. So it's essentially kind of like a Chaos Orb to some extent. You can like buy 10 spears and you could get uniques, rares, magic items. What do you think of that system?
Item basis.
I actually don't mind the new gold system. It's going to be really different. Like just the idea of using gold instead of using a transmute or using an alch or something like that to buy an item is going to be really weird. But I like the idea of there's a basic currency that has no other use but for this gambling. And you get a pretty good amount of it when you first start out. Like I know I couldn't actually gamble with any items, but I could get myself flasks in the first town, so that was really nice. And I like that it's auto pickup.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the auto pickup of it is so good. Although I think it has a limit of like 5,000, which is a little low, I'm gonna say.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, they can up that. They can pump those numbers up. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gazzy, what did you think of the gold? Especially like because you can kind of just like print items with it, and it's auto pickup, so it almost feels like it's kind of going to be the new juice that you farm, right? It's like, yeah.
There's definitely different aspects of it. I do want to say that I do agree with Valina with the stack size. I want to take it one step further than that and say that it should be on a separate window. Now, I understand we're going to have to feel the weight of it, but it's already an auto pickup. Why would it need to take space in our inventory? Because the way a lot of in-game players, I think, is going to utilize this system is to gamble a lot of it on 5,000 gold.
Of course.
They're going to cut it.
No.
So I definitely think people will
It's be a
sell
lot of
these to
gaming.
make sure that people can buy it. But if we're going to look at it on the basic general idea of the gold system, I think it's a great addition to the game simply because it is locked behind the vendors, and you have a new or casual player playing the game, and they realize, hey, I have a ring that I used since level 12. I have to upgrade this piece to progress further because I'm struggling on this next boss. They can use their gold, and they can specifically say, I want that ring, and then roll a couple rings from the gold gambling and see if they can get a rare one or a magic one that would fit their build. And I think that's a great way to basically not target farm, but you can target acquire the items that you need, that you have on the worst slots for your character, so you can progress that. And that immersion and level of character progression, I think, is really good on the early stage of the game. But late game, like you mentioned, I think it could definitely be one of those juice things. Pretty sure you already have some plans for buying a lot of gold, or at least theoretically buy a lot of gold, gamble those items that you want to go for, because there's obviously different aspects to it. You could get some uniques that might be high valued. You might be getting those rare items that the high-end crafters wants to use a couple of crafting sources on to get those really big ticket items on as well. I think it's a good system.
Absolutely. It's definitely a very new and interesting system. It mixes things up a lot. But I think overall, after playing the demo, my takeaway was that it's definitely got a lot more room to kind of use a lot more player skill. At least that's how it felt. Like on the Sorcerer, you got to use a Frost Wall to make sure the mobs don't get to you and stun you, and all sorts of stuff like that. Overall, do you guys like the combo kind of play style, or did you like kind of like maybe want to go for a more one skill? What was your overall feel with the demo? Just to wrap us up here. Lily, we'll start with you.
I really liked how it felt. I think it really makes sense that they split the game because it is just so different in pacing and everything. But I think it felt good. I do like that PoE 1 still will get updates. So when I do want to play the one-button builds and just blast through, I can go play that. And then when I want to do the combos, I can play PoE too. And I usually always play like 2-button builds, so it's really good for me.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. What about you, Valina?
I'm a 1-button build enjoyer. I'm not going to deny it. So for me, it's going to be it's a learning curve to get through to actually fight these new monsters with this whole new arsenal that I have that I'm not prepared to really use because I'm so used to just attack with this one button. Let's just go.
Yep.
So it's gonna be different, but I actually enjoyed what I played so far. I found it really engaging, and that's something that I don't necessarily get as much of in the original Path because it's just one button, baby.
One button, baby. Hell yeah. What about you, Gazzy, to finish us off in a couple minutes here?
Play minions at PoE 1. We're already very active in the gameplay. It's something that I adore when it comes to RPG games, which is probably why I enjoy playing it so much, but also why I like playing things like Dark Pact or Totems. So I already have that approach of active gameplay. So having that in a sense of combinations of skills, I do like the fact that there aren't any big cooldowns on the abilities. You can spam them, but the best way to use them is obviously in the correct order, if you will. I also feel like as a min-maxer, the system obviously ended up with this is the best for AoE clearing, such as a sorcerer. To get a quick example of this would be that I would try to gather up a back of enemies, not too many because that was hard. Gather up a back of enemies and then you would Ice Nova those and then use your comment. And then if there was a really big guy in there, you would use the staff to get the unleash on that and just drop down 3 comments on it. And that was mostly enough to clear it. And then for bosses, I tend to use that mana surge thing, use the arc on it because that was good damage, frost wall things off, like a utility option. But I didn't feel like I had any big combos for the bigger targets. It was mostly these are the good 2 abilities I would use for clearing, and this is the 2, maybe 3 that I would use for single target. And I do like it because it does change the gameplay depending on what you're actually facing. So that's something that I really appreciated a lot outside of playing minion builds, to have that in the non-minion builds archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think overall, it's definitely a new game, but it's a blast to play, absolutely. So we really just want to find out more, so we're going to go straight over to the Q&A now, and it's going to be very interesting to see what we see.
I'm going to go to the bathroom very fast, and I'm coming back after that. And I will have some meal. Oh Jesus, that's wow.
Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of Exilecon 2023. My name is Octavian and I am joined by a handful of very talented and interesting individuals who are here to handle your questions. So go ahead and introduce yourselves, everybody.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers. I'm one of the game directors of PoE 2.
I'm Mark Roberts, one of the other game directors on
the other game director.
No, the other.
I'm Rishi. I'm one of the game designers on PoE 2.
I'm Rory Rackham. I'm the lead game designer working on player skills for PoE 2.
And I'm Octavian, I already said that. In a few moments now, we are going to have a QR code appearing behind me. If you want to get some questions into the panel, all you have to do is scan that QR code, and it will lead you to a website that you can submit questions from. It's pretty self-explanatory. We do have a few questions already. Let's start with one that's gotten quite a lot of attention since it was announced, is the topic of gold. Will gold become the de facto player currency for trading?
So definitely, at least no, but not because we're putting any restrictions on it. It's still tradable between players, but it'll be like trading in like Scrolls of Wisdom or something, right? Like you're just not going to do it because it's like, well, you know, there's much bigger currency that's worth more that you can do trading in. So yeah, it's kind of just not really something that would, I think, not something I believe will happen really at Endgame anyway.
Okay, cool. The next question here, with 9 active skill gems, what considerations are being taken for players who might prefer a simpler playstyle? Something like, you know, your RFs and such.
There's definitely an opportunity for a player to have a simpler playstyle. There will still be focus on filling out those skill gems to an extent. You'll have spirit reservations and things like that, and you'll probably invest more heavily in the spirit on a build that's like that, so that's something you can focus on if you do want to focus more on a single skill. You will be missing out on the opportunity for more damage potentially, but that gives you more opportunity to think about what the monsters
I had a conversation with a designer a couple of weeks ago, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, I just want to be able to attack with 1 or 2 skills. I'll just use this skill and that skill. And okay, but like, you know, if you just added, you know, like armor break here, then you'd be able to do like the X more damage. And oh yeah, well, you know, I guess I'll just add that too, you know, just to get the extra damage boost. And then I'm like, oh, you know, actually, like you could add like this skill, you get a bit more damage again if you combat it with this. And then they're like, oh, you know what, I guess I'd add that too. I might as well just to my build, just because, you know, like, and pretty soon you've walked them through the steps of getting to all 9, and he's got a whole build there. And it's like, you know, basically people, if you balance it right, then people will want to do more things just naturally, and it won't feel like a thing that they don't want to do, because like they'll just realize pretty soon that, oh yeah, it's fun if I use this also, and it's fun if I use that also. And I think it's also worth mentioning that you don't have to be using all 9 skills all the time. Like, it is absolutely intentional. Like, the reason we're giving you so many 6 links is so you can have situationally dependent skills that you just use occasionally, just when the situation is there. So like that's something we want, right? Like we don't necessarily want you to be using all 9 skills every minute. It's like, you know, yeah, you use them sometimes.
Yeah, different skills for different situations, but in that situation you might be spamming that skill. And there's also the trigger skills and other mechanics that let you automate skills that later in the game, once your character is really advanced, you might find ways to simplify your combat interactions, but then you might also find ways to make them much more complicated with other tools.
So it's still PoE, you can still very much make your own game of it.
Like all the cast-on stuff takes a skill slot, right? Like every cast-on whatever that you're using is gonna require one. I mean, I believe you can have multiple cast-on like active skills in a cast-on shock, for example.
Oh, yes.
So you can still trigger more, but of course you're reducing the number of support gems that you can attach in that case, because you're making that trade-off. So yeah, anyway, that's
Thank you,
And for a meta gem like a totem or barrier invocation, you can put a whole sequence on them and it will cycle through them, and
which is very fun, by the way.
You'll get a combo within your automated or your...
Yeah. So you can actually, the order of the gems in the item actually determines the order that the totem will cast the things. And I believe we also, although I don't know if they're actually in right now, the sequencing meta gems. Do we have those in?
No, they're not functional.
Right, they're not functional at the moment. Okay, yeah. So there's another one which is interesting, which is that you can put, there's a sequencing meta gem you can use to put multiple active gems in order, and then when you use the skill, the character will cast them one at a time. So there are actually like various things like that are still in there. It's just, you know, that's...
One thing that came up there was situations to use different skills, and we are putting in a lot. We're creating more situations where you will consider to use more skills or to change your build for those situations. So something you might have seen in the demos is that a number of monsters are highly resistant to things. Normally monsters have a resistance and it can be quite small. We have them going up to, like, you'll find a number of monsters that are 75% resistant to an element, but most monsters in the game aren't resistant to anything. And often there are also monsters that are vulnerable to different elements. So now one thing you can do to get around this is we're adding a lot more penetration to the tree, which means if you don't want to have to use the 2 skills, you can spec into penetration, use the 1 damage type. However, penetration does not go into the negatives. It will be bottomed out at 0.
So there's opportunity cost if you're going to do that, like you're making the decision to do that sort of stuff. But in general as well, like just with regard to monster design stuff, like we're trying to make everything less flat. Like monsters will very much have strengths and weaknesses that are much more prominent than they were in PoE 1. So that kind of thing, like that just makes everything more situational, as Mark was saying.
Yeah, I mean, talking about weaknesses, like Mark mentioned, there's resistances in monsters, but there are also vulnerabilities. So you can adjust your build to take advantage of something.
We just didn't want it to just be single target and AoE, and those are your 2 distinctions. We wanted to have more situations that you're adapting to than just that.
But it's also not just those plus resistances either. That's like also like the group size and just like the general. Like there should be many different things, like many factors that that can make a skill good, because that's really what differentiates between different skills. Like when would I use one? It's like so the more of that we can add, the more sort of interest you have between different skills and when they're good and when they're bad.
All right, so the next question people want to know the answer to, will we see a divergence in trade philosophy between the now split games, PoE 1 and 2?
I don't know that we would really. Like, we still believe in the trade philosophy we have. So, like, yeah, I don't really see that changing particularly. Like, there have been some discussions about things we could do to ease things, to make things a bit easier. But honestly, those would be more like quality of life things, and I don't see any reason why PoE 1 wouldn't get them also. Yeah, that's kind of like a I guess those like trade philosophy things are not something that's really in the scope of the split, right? Those are sort of things that would be the same for regardless of which game it is.
All right. At what point in the development of PoE 2 did you realize the game was too different and needed to be separate from PoE 1? Or was it like sort of a gradual thing?
So to me, it was right after the Act 2 reveal. Like soon after that, there was just kind of this like we were making a huge amount of design changes. We were kind of doing a lot of things that, like I was really keen to experiment with like all sorts of changes. I mean, like, you know, all things like dodge rolls and stuff. I mean, it's all like, you know, there's so much of that stuff there where it's like, as we started to sort of design that stuff, we're like, okay, well, what would, as PoE, it's not even going to really feel like something like, people who have been here and they've been playing the demo, you probably noticed like, yeah, it just has such a different feel. And we're kind of like, well, why take away the thing that we have that's like that people like? You know, like there might be, I mean, I would hope that everyone will love PoE 2 more, but there might be some people who don't and whatever. And then you also look at things like WoW Classic and stuff like that, and you're like, there are certain people who like want to go back and play that old stuff, and it's like, you know, and that was, we were looking at that. But it's also this kind of thing of like, yeah, like we have this thing going. Like we were probably going to be destroying too much as we made that transition in terms of like people's items and things like that, just like things that they know, and we're just like, yeah, there's no real reason to get rid of that stuff. We can actually just do both. Why not have it all?
All right. So this one might be for you, Rishi, I think. How will we roll maps in PoE 2 without scours and chaos orbs? Or chaos orbs exist, but they work differently now.
Yep.
Is the mapping system changing fundamentally so that rolling might not be necessary?
Well, there will still be, you know, itemized maps in some extent, and they will still be rolling.
But more than some extent, it's just they're itemized maps.
Yes,
it still
exists. And it might just be harder to roll your maps with things, and you might just have to deal with mods that you might have otherwise wanted to just not run, and now you just...
Boo! Where's the reflecting?
We evaluate what mods are on maps.
Of course, yeah.
All right, here's one for Mark, most likely. How many new monsters explode into spikes?
Well, yeah, and I ran out of time in my monsters talk. I had some of this. The spikers still exist, but what are they called? Porcupine Goliaths, eh?
Yeah.
Internal name Spiker. So they still exist, but they, in PoE 2, every monster's, not every, but most monsters' projectiles actually use like a ballistic system now where they actually adhere to gravity. So the off-screening is almost entirely gone. Projectiles will fall and hit the ground. So if you're far away, you're not going to get hit by them. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure that exact same monster, I don't think it's in the demo, but it is in Act 2, they die and then they have a like animation where they vibrate and then the spikes fire out. So no just instantly killing them to then instantly dying. We're trying very, very hard to have minimal off-screening, zero off-screening, and zero situation where you just instantaneously die to something you did. But, I mean...
That's going to be awesome.
If it happens on accident, is probably the reality, but we obviously try very hard not to make that happen.
They are small projectiles as well, so dodge roll will let you avoid them entirely.
Yes, they are projectiles, so dodge roll will avoid them.
Can't confirm. They are in Act 2, as he says, but they are much more like actually dodgeable. We've been shown how PoE 2 will fix plenty of fundamental issues that Path of Exile has, feel of melee, mana evasion, mana reservation, tons of things. Do we have any plans to backport some of these changes to the first game?
That's a pretty interesting question. I think, the thing is, a lot of that stuff that we're doing there, was what facilitated the need to split the games in the first place. So it's like, I guess everyone's going to have their list of I wish they just had PoE 1 but with this extra change in it or whatever, but I guess they all kind of come as a package because the balance of the game kind of is balanced with all the stuff in mind. So it is pretty hard to sort of split some of those changes because, I mean, what would it do, for some of the stuff, what would it do if putting Spirit back in PoE 1, it changes there's a lot of sort of things around that. It's not quite easy to just put that in and that's the thing,
Yeah. like the caster changes to the caster weapons, bringing them back would mean destroying everyone's existing caster items because, well, they'll no longer have attack.
There's quite a lot of complexity
and
around that
everything,
stuff.
So.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, but fair. Is there any intention to, actually I know the answer to this one, but I'll ask it. Is there any intention to upgrade PoE 1 to the new engine that PoE 2 will be using? If so, if not, what does this mean for PoE 1 going forward?
Yep, so the engines are shared, and the reason that has to happen just as a technical matter is that since the microtransactions are compatible across both, and the VFX team need to be able to make them for both games at the same time, that means that we need to have the engine be shared. So we actually recently deployed an engine patch, which had a lot of PoE 2 changes in it. There's still like a few issues with it that are being sorted out, but that's sort of happening, and we'll continue to upgrade the PoE 1 engine. So it means that like new content for PoE 1, we'll be able to just use all those new features and that'll work just fine. Obviously the main thing though is that all the PoE content is not authored with the engine features in mind, like that's to say the old content. So that means that like all the new stuff we're doing with shaders and everything. I mean, it's not just going to make all the old stuff look good necessarily, but basically new stuff can look good. And there's the other problem we've had in PoE 1 as well with regard to PoE 2 asset commingling, which has already been happening a bit with some league stuff. Is that it kind of makes the PoE 1 stuff look worse by comparison, which is a bit of a problem. So you have to be a little bit careful there as well.
All right, next question here. Will there be a Scion class later down the line in PoE 2? People have noticed that wasn't there.
No, we've removed it.
Scion is removed entirely.
And
why is that? In the passive tree.
Yes.
We realized pretty early on that everyone else had a really distinct theme. We had twice as many classes with all these mechanics to spread out, and the Scion didn't have something that she could focus on specifically in PoE 2. We wanted to spread all that energy elsewhere. There'll probably be more mechanics that let you be a little more diverse, and we wanted it so you can travel further across the tree to do more build combining stuff that the Scion was the one enabling in the first place.
Right. It also just makes the tree more interesting to not have the center path like that. So we made it so there's less nodes required, at least that's my understanding, to go around. But there's without that center path, it kind of makes it a little bit more difficult for someone on the opposite side of the tree to go across. So it just kind of makes that whole Skilgrimage thing just a bit more interesting, at least in my opinion.
All right, next question here. Rishi, you might have the answer to this one. Will things like fossils and essences continue to exist in PoE 2, or are all sources of crafting being overhauled entirely?
Well, they will all exist because we still like the fact that there are ways to craft your gear in like these really interesting ways. But we will be changing how most of these function in some way, shape, or form, which we'll be getting to.
I think a lot of it is just that, so the philosophy that I have for the crafting stuff is I like that we have got a ton of systems, but the problem is that when they all work on every item type or things like that, it just means that things can get overcomplicated pretty quickly. So for each different crafting system, I'm pretty keen to sort of pull it back a little bit, so it's well, maybe this crafting system works on your body armor or something like that, and this one's for weapons and that kind of stuff. Or that's one way of doing it, but there's also this one only affects this, I don't have a lot of examples off the top of my head, but it's you try and sort of make it so that, for a given type of item that you're making, there's kind of some crafting systems that apply that you can think about for that item that you're trying to make, but the other ones you don't really have to worry about so much, so just kind of paring it back a little bit. But there's certain things that still need to be across all item types to make it interesting, and we might also reduce the number of options within a given crafting system, so it's rather than being oh, here's a crafting system with 50 things, it's more well, here's a crafting system with 5 things, and that's that one.
Yes.
And then that way it's there's just less kind of overall mental baggage there for all that stuff.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one has gotten quite a lot of upvotes. Can you please implement cast on dodge roll as a skill, Rory? Can we do that?
If it has a spirit cost, then we can balance around it. So that
it should be possible.
That does sound pretty cool.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll add it to my issue list.
Will Mageblood, Headhunter, and other iconic chase uniques all exist in PoE 2?
We cannot have a Path of Exile game without some of these iconic uniques existing. So they will still hopefully be recognizable, but they might have to have a few stats be different just as a result of the mechanics changing from game 1 to game 2. But I mean, can you imagine a Path of Exile game without, say, a Shabs or a Headhunter? You can't, right? Yeah. So those will definitely
They absolutely
exist.
have to be there, and ideally
they must be there.
Ideally, we make them work mechanically as closely as possible to how they work in PoE 1. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Are the permanent buffs that are gained from killing campaign area bosses, like the +10 spirit consumable and such, shared across characters, or do I have to hunt down all of these on any build I level?
Okay, well, sure. I mean, they're currently just specific to the character.
Yeah, they're specific.
Yeah, they're specific to the character. It's one of those things you have to do.
And those are usually bosses that are also directed to by main quests and with other rewards attached.
Oh, no, all the optional ones. The optional ones have them, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
tons of them do. In fact, that's the reason. The optional ones are the ones that have them more, because those are the ones that we want to kind of get you to, like, if you want to do them, you know?
Right.
So, yeah.
All right, let me see. In PoE 2, have we considered group play in a more diverse way than just Aurabot plus carry?
Want to grab that one, Mark?
I like my Aurabots.
We don't have to get rid of them.
Well, interesting. Just considering it now, just doing it live.
I mean, we have the scepter weapon type, or item type, as a thing almost
well, that was just the Aurabot item.
Yeah, it works for minions very well.
Yeah.
But it is an Aurabot item.
Yeah.
And it has aura-like stats on it, right? So, yeah. But, yeah, can you do more active stuff, Mark?
I mean, I'm not sure how much more there is to it. I mean, one thing is that currently you certainly cannot have as many auras, but that isn't to say it will change. And I think that's just because we're not quite far enough along with determining that. We're still making a lot of skill, still making auras. I mean, we have some cool, new, interesting auras that certainly work differently than just buffing.
I think the other thing as well is that
say what they are.
because Spirit is like combined with more things, like due to the cast triggers and so on. There's that trade-off between auras and other casts that kind of matter as well. So it kind of like it does like change the calculus a little bit around that stuff.
We also have some cool plans for ascendancy classes that do support things that are outside the normal play style.
For sure.
Always. Yeah.
All right, next question.
Not the best answer there, but I mean, it's what we got.
No, I mean, that's the nature of live questions. Will there be alternative methods to leveling new alternate characters once you've completed the campaign, or sticking with the philosophy of push through the campaign with every character?
Well, it's probably one of those things that I know people are going to want to hear, but unfortunately, like we still believe in the whole push through the campaign thing. It's just one of those things that, I don't think that maps will be nearly as meaningful without that campaign push first. And there's just kind of a lot of there's a. It's one of these philosophical things that I just have always had a bit of trouble with. I'm definitely personally a fan, but I mean, I'm interested to hear what your guys' opinions are on that.
I definitely like going through the campaign as well. So, I mean, I do agree.
Right.
I agree also.
Yeah.
I think ideally the campaign is a challenge that if your character needs to be able to make it through. If you can make it through the challenge, which should never be easy at any point for any one build, unless you've got some amazing items from your previous playthroughs, then that is the challenge you need to overcome to be able to handle maps in the first place.
Yeah, well, and usually when you go for your second character, your gear is so much better that you can rush through the campaign a lot faster too. What was the first one?
Yeah. Hopefully you'll die a few times.
And it's also just worth mentioning that we don't like any form of cross-league progress at all. That's very important that we don't have that. So that's kind of important even just from that perspective.
All right, cool. I don't know if we have an answer to this one yet, but it is a much requested question. Is Reflect in Path of Exile 2?
Mark? You're the Reflect hater, I think.
The map mods are still there. Whether or not you can re-roll them away, well, to be determined. What other forms of Reflect were there? There's some bosses that had skills that turned them on. Those are, none of the new bosses have Reflect, so those won't be there because we're not keeping any of those bosses. What other forms? I mean, the Reflect just mods on rares. I mean, are we talking about things like the mods the retaliation mods as we call them? All of the rare monster mods that do skills like that are going to be reworked and revisited. So as to whether or not there'll be something like it, maybe, but again, I'm never ever going to have that unfair just you hit a mob and instantly kill yourself thing ever again. If people remember from way back when I used to play with people on stream a little bit more, and there were certainly circumstances. I remember people specifically called me out on it because I shot a lightning arrow off screen and hit a reflect pack of crabs and instantly died. And then people were like, oh, they only fixed it because he died. Yes, I certainly then went into work the next day and was like, this is just bullshit, we're changing it.
So you're not denying it then?
But, it's not because other people hadn't suffered, but it certainly gives me a lot more drive when it is directly pissing me off.
All right. Oh, actually, Rishi, you might know this one. Are there any significant changes coming to the crafting bench in PoE 2?
So currently we don't have a crafting bench in PoE 2 because the vendor has been completely reworked to sort of fill in your problems that you might have while leveling. And you get to do this by saving up your gold over a few levels and then buying, say, whatever it is you might be missing. Like, let's say you're missing some fire res. You go, you browse the vendor. There's probably some fire res in there, and that's how you would solve your problems that the crafting bench was solving through the campaign.
And so just to clarify, the actual change of the vendor there is that it rolls more magic and rare modified items more often.
Yes,
so
that's right.
The vendor doesn't just have a pile of white items for you to look through.
Yeah, exactly.
It is intended the vendor is far more powerful and something you actually do engage with. Whereas in PoE 1, it's very much in the history, it's been the check for 6 sockets every time you level and a few other bits and pieces, maybe very early and highly knowledgeable racing strategies, but outside of that, it's been mostly useless, and we want it to be way more impactful now.
All right. Will there be challenge leagues for both games, and will they be separate for both? Do I have to do 40-40 and 8 out of 8 twice for every 3 months?
We'd have to think about that one.
I actually don't know.
I haven't thought about the challenges.
I mean, it depends on how much of a completionist you are, I guess.
Yeah.
In PoE 1, the amount of consistent regen or other means of recovery means that enemies need to do huge bursts of damage to be able to kill you. Any changes to leech or recovery coming to PoE 2 to combat that?
It's definitely something that we're letting be much more high cost to your character to have a high amount of regen. You should be able to feel like you can build a regenerative character, but it shouldn't be like, oh, everyone's getting 40% of their life per second, so we need to do at least 80% of their life per second as monster damage to be a real threat. So we're bringing the numbers down a bit so that you have more of a window to be worried after taking a big hit. And also flasks are slightly, well, they're rebalanced really, again, around boss fights as well to bring all that stuff to the point where the character has a window of being in big danger after taking a big hit, rather than having to instantly kill them with that big hit. There are still some one-shots, am I right, Mark?
I feel...
It's a really dodgeable attack that you should have avoided, maybe?
I feel like leech discussion has been the biggest time-wasting topic in the office.
Yes.
Like, there were so many hours and hours and hours discussing leech. Like, for some reason, it is just the hardest freaking thing to get right. I feel like we've come up with like 5 different variants on what we wanted to do that have changed. So honestly, I feel like we're probably gonna have 5 more discussions about leech that'll waste like days at a time again from now. So yeah, I feel like it's definitely in flux still. Like, holy crap! That for some reason, leech is just the hardest stat to get right. Yeah, it's just. Well, that's the thing. We start with like, we have to make this simple, and then we design and we design and we design, and it gets more and more complicated. I'm like, no, god damn it, we have to go back and simplify it again. And like, it's just every single time. This is why it just spirals around in this cycle. Like, it's just, leech is too complicated, but everything simple is also worse. It's terrible.
Well, the last time we had this thing, I remember you was just like, I can't believe we're still talking about this, and we
And I am being asked just to reiterate that the QR code for sending in questions is available to live attendees for Exilecon, but apologies to anyone watching live on Twitch or something, not available for that audience. But next question here, if it will load. Oh no. Well, we'll ad-lib a question then. The wells that were placed in various towns, what is the design philosophy, the reason behind the implementation of those over just having flasks refill automatically when you enter town?
It's just a feel thing. It just feels nice to have like a, you go back to town, you click on the well. It's really hard to answer beyond that. It really is just, it feels nice to do. It's a little bit of a mind change when you first try it, but after you've done it a couple of times, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. It just feels right.
Yay, the questions are back. Any word on a death recap?
It's not a feature I'm against, it's just a tricky thing to implement and it's just never been a priority, but like it's something that we might get to it one day, but yeah, it's not kind of busy.
Hopefully in PoE 2 it's going to be a lot more clear what killed you, however, then again, just, look, I know how it is, sometimes you're just dead and you're like, okay, I died, I don't know what happened, and we want to make the visual clarity of PoE 2 will certainly be a lot better, and hopefully it will result in just less randomly imploding.
Right.
All right. On the topic of Druid, we've seen some footage in the trailer of bear form, and it's been mentioned a few times, but are there any other wild forms that it can transform into?
Wolf and bear are the only ones that we've announced so far.
All right.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've got some tough
It's quite a lot of
things to
animation
convince
work for
people
each one, so.
Back to itemization. Do rares drop with good rolls now?
Well, we have looked at the mod pools of every single item and changed them. You know, that includes what mods roll on what items, their weightings, a bunch of things. So I'm not going to say that, you know, every single time you find a rare, it's just going to be a good one, but we have changed the mod pools such that they make, I suppose, a better sense for the new game.
That is useful to know, but I think maybe the question was driving at the like well-rolled thing that Heist had at one point where it was like lucky rolls.
Those. Well, no, that would not be, no.
Okay.
But there is some stuff, well, maybe it's a little bit in the weeds, but there's some stuff to do with the way that rarity affects things that's a little bit more, it's probably a bit too complicated to get into, but rarity affects things a little bit differently than how it used to. And you know, we're intending to use less quantity on things and use rarity instead, and therefore we had to make it so that rarity can, for example, make it so you get more high-tier currency rather than requiring quantity to get that. So basically, like the intention is that rarity, like more rarity should feel like you're getting more valuable stuff, and you don't have to use quantity to be able to get more currency, and that sort of thing. So there's just some changes around that are a bit more subtle too.
We've also removed the currency drop penalty on bosses, which I don't know if people know exists, but that was if anyone has done, I've seen it posted before of when you kill bosses, you rarely get currency items, and now the best way to get high-tier currency is from bosses.
Yes. Oh. Because of the rarity bonus thing and rarity affecting it. Yeah.
Nice.
Fun fact also about mods on items and how good they are, light radius now extends your mini-map reveal range as you run around.
I didn't expect applause for light radius. Cool.
Light radius.
All right. We may not have a definitive answer to this, yes. In fact, I know we don't, but it's a much requested question. How long do you expect the PoE 2 campaign to take for an experienced Path of Exile player?
I honestly have no idea. Like
I figured that would be the answer.
When we finish it, I'll let you know. But yeah, like it'll be. Well, yeah, I really don't know.
Oh, this is an interesting question. Is the intent to have a shared endgame story, or a shared story between the two games in general?
We were intending that before, and then it's shared in the sense that it's still one coherent timeline, but it's the end game is now separate from PoE 1 and 2 story-wise, so therefore they'll have separate stories for that.
Okay, cool. Are there any problem monster mechanics that exist in PoE 1 that you're just really happy to be able to get away from in splitting PoE 2 to a new game?
Well, it's a little bit subjective as to what mods annoy people the most. Not really. As I said, we haven't really completely revisited and revamped all the monster mods yet, so that will come up. But I'd say mostly I'm relatively happy with how a lot of the mods are now, but there will be new ones, there will be different ones. So no good answer on that one yet, just because we haven't really gotten around to doing it.
Yeah, I think currently in the demo we just have the same rare monster mods that we have in PoE 1, just because we haven't really fully redesigned.
We disabled a handful of them just because they were visually not up to the standard of the...
I mean, even some of the ones that are in there kind of aren't, but at least we disabled all the shit that was really broken.
Yeah.
But we still need to get to the rare mods for monsters.
All right. Any considerations for hand or wrist strain coming from things like opening div cards, crafting items, sorting your stash?
Sorry, what was the start of that?
Any considerations for improving the situation around hand and wrist strain in Path of Exile?
Wrist strain, okay.
So like
wrist strain.
Opening 1,000 stack decks or spamming
well, I mean, there are certain
fusings.
things now that don't require, like for example, you don't have to do the like chromatic like grind anymore, or the fusing grind and things like that. Like those sort of things we've gotten away from the need to like to just like spam something like a huge number of times in order to get something mostly. Like I don't think there's much of that left anymore. So like that kind of stuff at least is gone. Yeah, like I mean, yeah, I don't know if there's anything else in particular beyond those that would be needed to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean, so just a lot of individual cases that have been
Right, there's a lot of individual cases, exactly. I mean, in general, we're trying to avoid the need for, like just I mean, the whole like spam a bunch of fusings thing is kind of fun, I guess, but it's kind of whatever. Yeah. People don't need to do it anymore.
All right. What's the plan around bringing League content that's already been released in PoE 1 through to PoE 2?
It's complicated. The answer is dependent on each league and the exact specifics of it. But ultimately, we don't want anything in the game that looks bad. So therefore, there has to be an amount of work that has to go into each one to make it look good. It won't necessarily be exactly the same as it is in PoE 1. Like each thing, like we want like as much as possible for the stuff to be there. But it's going to require a lot of balance work and other stuff to happen. So yeah, there's just a lot to do there basically. But yeah, it's case by case.
Yeah.
As we do it as we port them over, so to speak, reintroduce them, modernize the art, like it's certainly going to be the case that at least from the monsters and bosses perspectives, we're going to give them a full fresh coat of paint while keeping what they were at heart.
And it's also likely that not all of the league stuff will be in for the closed beta. Like there'll probably be quite a lot of it introduced during the closed beta period, just for time reasons.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Next question. Path of Exile 2 is still free to play, right?
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Good. This is a fairly broad question, but it's gotten a lot of traction. Will PoE 2 be a lot slower than PoE 1?
Well, I mean, it's not the goal to make it slower, but ultimately we want to make it so that, like, fights with bosses are more engaging and fun and like that kind of thing. So it's just like really important. Like it's likely that the 95th percentile of speed will be a bit slower, and that's just once again to make it actually so that things are like can actually make sense in boss fights and once again be engaging. But like there's still kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, like, you know, we like our like, you know, crazy trigger gems and like things that, you know, you saw the triple cast unleash and all that sort of stuff. Like there's just all that stuff sort of going on. So by endgame it will definitely be, there's a lot of shit going on that you can do. But yes, it's not going to be quite the level of ridiculousness that PoE 1 does. I'm almost certain. We kind of like, we need to, it's not entirely like 100% done. Like,
dude,
how the balance is at endgame. There's still more for us to do there, and we'll be talking about that more later. But ultimately, like, yeah, it's more about like making it fun for us than a specific goal of retaining speed. So, you know, yeah, like so long as it's fun, then we're doing a good job.
And I mean, so far we've approved cast on dodge, dodge roll.
Just now.
And I heard, you know, and I know this is true, but it has been confirmed that we have passive points for speccing into dodge roll. So I mean, you can see how we get to somewhere where it can become fast and chaotic still.
I mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
We can't help ourselves, yeah.
Yep.
But it is certainly nice
I'm going
to not
to
have to start the game from a point fast and chaotic.
I mean, we're always tempted to add stuff like that.
We can't help ourselves, yeah.
Yep.
But it is certainly nice to not have to start the game from a point where bosses have to have 2-point-something billion life and all kinds of damage caps, and people are doing overflows, damage over time, and all of that stuff. So, but it's all relative. But nowadays, when we have to add a boss to PoE 1, like a pinnacle boss, it's pretty much like has some unquantifiable amount of life because of these things. But that is what we had to do because of where the numbers have gotten to. So bringing both scales down doesn't mean everything's much slower, but it certainly allows us to then have more room to add more pinnacle bosses with more life over another 10 years of content, right?
So we talked about leagues being ported forward into PoE 2. Is there any plan to port forward old bosses, like will Shaper be in PoE 2 in any capacity?
We'll see. Yeah, like we have to see what we.
There's room for it. We haven't decided exactly what to do with each of them at this point in time, but I mean, it would be great.
Yeah,
a lot of that is really awesome.
Okay, cool. I'd like to see it. Will loot filters still exist in PoE 2?
Yep. No reason to take them out.
Nice, excellent. Let me see. Oh, div cards. That's the whole question. Will div cards exist in PoE 2?
We still need to work that out. I mean, I want them there. Like, I think they're cool. Like, they never quite exactly did the exact thing we want them to do. But like, I'm hoping we can get it so that they do. And I mean, they're fun. Like, it's a really cool. It's just a nice little thing. So I would certainly hope we have them.
All right. How will acquiring skill gems on subsequent characters work with there being no skill gem vendors? Do you just have to build up a stock of uncut gems to have ready for leveling new characters?
I mean, you'll probably have excess uncut gems, especially low-level ones. So yeah, it should be no issue to get.
Yeah, they're dropping in the place of skill gem drops, so you'll have them as you go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Rory, can the bear form dodge roll? I think we answered this.
Yes, the bear form can dodge roll. As expected, a bear is slightly slower to perform a full 360 rotation than a humanoid is. Does mean they have a larger period of the melee and projectile avoidance while they're doing the roll. Convenient. Cool. More fun to do like donuts as a bear because of the fact that you can change your direction quite easily.
It travels further as well.
Yeah, it travels further. So it rolls at the same speed.
Yeah, same. It's always the same as your movement speed.
Yeah, but because it goes longer, the time of the roll is but yeah, it looks pretty ridiculous.
And because the bear is larger, it can also push a lot of enemies out of the way while you're rolling. So full bowling ball experience.
The much harder question for our animators is what wolf dodge roll looks like.
Oh yes.
That went through a few iterations.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And you can actually, if you turn into a bear outside of town and then enter, you can be a bear in town who rolls, which is the best thing.
Yeah.
So cast and dodge roll with bear rolling. That's what.
Now we're talking.
See, it's still going to be PoE. Do all the new classes have 3 ascendancies?
Yes.
None shared between different class variants?
No.
Okay. How are you going to manage the fragmentation of the player base and resources with PoE 2 now being a separate game?
Well, I guess that's a little bit hard to answer, but effectively, like we just do what we need to do. I mean, we've set up our incentives with the microtransactions to make sure that as a company, we need to dedicate resources to both games, and that's what we want to do. But effectively, like there will be some content sharing, I'm sure, just like not necessarily like, oh, we made this boss and here we put it in both games, but more like, hey, this model is useful. If we make a few changes, we can make something look different. I mean, we've already even been doing that. There's been stuff from PoE 2 that's come into PoE 1 already. You probably wouldn't even recognize it because, like that's easy. This fundamental stuff you can then just change a little bit and then you're good. So there'll be stuff like that. But fundamentally, like we believe we can do it. There shouldn't be an issue. Just dedicating resources to both games, and yeah, we're set up such that we can.
Good to hear. Are vendor recipes still a thing?
Yep.
Yes.
Sure.
Excellent. How are minions going to be made into a more active playstyle than they already are, if that's even the plan?
It is definitely the plan. There'll be new tools that minion characters have. We didn't want to focus on minions for Exilecon because we wanted to spend a lot of time getting them just right, getting the good experience. There is going to be more of a focus on temporary minions that you're constantly resummoning if that's how you're wanting to build your character. But also, the fact is that you can also have a large number of passive minions thanks to the spirit system and investment in them as well. There's some cool stuff we're doing as well, like Ray's Spectre is now more of a capture a corpse.
Yeah, it's the Pokeball gem.
Stick it in a gem.
So you capture a monster with it. Yeah, you get this thing and then you capture a monster and then that gem is now that monster forevermore. So then you can use it. It's really cool.
And you must gemify them all.
Yeah, you've got to gem them all.
A true minion
like
master.
Someone's going to have a fun tab
Someone will
of
have
every single
one.
Oh, that is scary though, because if there's a bug where you can gemify a boss, oh god. Sorry, QA brain. Are there campaign differences for each character? I mean, I guess there's different like voice lines. Like Monk has a line for entering an area as opposed to Sorcerer.
Different voices. I mean, so like on the sort of most fundamental, like the only thing I guess technically there's three things that are the things that you cannot have on the other characters. One of them is the three ascendancies, one of them is the look of your fundamental base character model, and the other one is the voice lines being different. Everything else is like, you can get the items and you can make it work. So yeah, basically that's the thing. The gameplay one is obviously the ascendancy classes. That's the big difference between the classes.
I do, and this is from someone who, it's not like lore's been my #1 priority starting from a player perspective, but I do enjoy it and I am into it. But seeing the characters and how they react verbally to the world has been real interesting. And so you have the sorceress who's of a Mariketh background, and then when she's in Act 2, she's commenting a lot more about what's going on, and it feels way more personal. And you're getting that like live storytelling as they're talking about it, and it makes you feel a lot more connected to your character than has been in PoE 1.
There's also just nice little touches, like we've got recorded specific voice lines for engaging specific monster types and things like that, and that's pretty cool. There's like how we sort of think like, oh, how does this character feel about this type of monster and this kind of thing. So yeah, it's quite nice.
Yeah, it's real cool.
I don't know who was captured in the gameplay demo, but the sorceress will shout at the robots and say, "Foul automaton."
Yeah, exactly.
She hates robots for some reason. Rory, is the passive tree as dense as it is in PoE 1?
Yes, we don't have masteries in the way that they are in PoE 1, but there is more passives in total, I believe, and maybe not if we cut out the sign. I'll have to do the math, but there's a lot more going on in the passive tree in terms of different forms of things that you can customize your character with, focusing specifically on taking out enemies on low life and potentially putting them in that situation more easily. So there's more variety for what's on the tree, and because of that, there's more options for what you can be taking in any one character. We have far fewer, say, weapon-specific clusters. There's only one main cluster that is focused on axes, so you're focusing more on general melee mechanics, which also means that it's slightly more convenient with the weapon swap system as well.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Are there any major archetypes, such as traps, brands, slams, etc., that are being done away with in PoE 2?
Brands, I think, are
brands
are sort of merged with totems, really.
Yeah, I don't think any of the mechanics. It's really the merge, more of a merge.
I don't know if this means you can stick a totem on a monster yet, but that's what support gems are for.
I hope it means that.
We've kind of unified traps and mines.
Yeah, that's important. So the way that works, I suppose you probably explained it in the item store. Basically, like we've got a trap
it's just a base type that determines whether it's a trap or a mine.
So then any skill could be a trap or a mine, depending on the base type you're using.
But all your favorite trap or your favorite mine skills are probably going to exist if they can exist in PoE 2. Just now you choose whether they're a trap or a mine, right?
Okay. How will ascendancies be unlocked in PoE 2?
Well, we haven't announced specifically the way, but we have in each of the first 3 acts. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So for acts 2 to 4, there's a thing specific for that act that you will do for ascending, and we'll announce what those are later.
Cool.
It's not the labyrinth.
It's not the labyrinth.
Confirmed, at least not labyrinth. What do utility flasks look like in PoE 2?
So utility flasks are generally going to be more reactive to things. Like, for example, the flask might say, you become immune to burning if you use it while you're burning, which is similar to some of the mods that appear on flasks. So that is what the utility flask itself is going to do. So it's no longer just flask piano. You have your buffs up kind of all the time. It's more of a when something happens to you, you then use the flask in response to that.
All right.
We also have effectively a guard flask.
Yes.
Taking the place of guard skills in most ways. And there is your emergency, I'm about to take a lot of damage button.
And I suppose that one is proactive, but it's like a short burst of like a shield where the guard flask absorbs a percentage of the damage that is happening to you. So you can use it as like a, oh shit, I'm standing in the slam, I shouldn't be. Press the flask. And
yeah, it's not something you're going to want to be pianoing.
Exactly.
If that was the concern. With the changes to caster weapons, will wanders still exist, like attack wand builds? And if so, in what form?
Some of the wand inherent skills
are actually
effectively the wand skills. So, and there'll be ways, of course, because it's part of Exile, there'll be ways to focus on specifically your wand or your staff's spell and make that into your main damage spell somehow. There's always a way.
In those cases, though, have those skills been ported into being a spell themselves? Like a kinetic blast is now a spell on a wand, so it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you still get to do
Yeah, you still
it's still kinetic blast. It's just a spell instead of an attack.
It's just that it deals spell damage in a sense. But
will it be any easier to respec your build during the campaign in PoE 2?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Will it be any easier to respec your build in the course of the campaign in PoE 2?
I mean, I don't think we haven't really thought too much about it. I'd say it's probably similar.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess at least with the skill gems, it's a bit easier to change those over due to the way that the uncut stuff works. But you know, as far as like pageantry goes, it's probably fairly similar. Like we'll give you some respec points, you know, from time to time, things like that.
You could always save some of your split passives to try out something, but then, then you need to respec them afterwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. This is the most upvoted question I've seen ever on this, is will there be fishing in PoE 2?
Well, is there even fishing in PoE 1?
I'm not at liberty to say.
What? Wait, did you not hear?
No.
Okay,
Shit, no.
Don't worry about it.
What is fishing?
Yeah.
Sorry, we don't have. It must be a non-New Zealand thing.
I'll explain it to you backstage later. Since the sockets are now moving to the skill gems themselves, will we know the number of sockets an uncut gem will give us on the gem it's generating, or will we only see those after we've cut it?
So every gem gets 2 supports as a starting point, and then you use Jeweler's Orbs to increase it by 1. There's 3, there are specific, like it's a lesser and a normal and a greater Jewelers. I don't remember the exact names, but there's 3 tiers of Jewelers basically, and then that game takes you from 2 up to 5 sockets, which is equivalent to a 6-link. So effectively, like that's you know, like they don't drop with more. They don't need to. And you should have. It's likely that by the time you're getting later on, you'll probably have just a stack of the lesser Jeweler's Orbs, so that you can increase it immediately as soon as you get it.
I can't recall if we've locked in whether they start with specific colors when you first cut them. Or if they did, you would see what they would be before you would cut it.
Yeah. But I believe it was locked in per skill. I believe that's what we had in the last discussion. But the thing is, they're easier to change now with the way that chromatics work. So like that's just easy to do.
I think as it currently stands, it generates random colors, and I know that because I was very worried it was going to generate colors that I couldn't use in the demo.
But yeah, I believe that the intent is that it's a fixed per skill as a starting point, and then later on you can change it.
A lot of these are repeats. Are channeling skills like Divine Ire coming to PoE 2?
Yes, we still have channeling skills. I mean, there's a few on the demo characters. A lot of them have a lot more specialness in them, that some have a minimum channeling time, some have more of a longer channeling time, but they also have the ability to change direction. You can always dodge roll out if you've made a mistake where you start it, and some have mobility built into them while you're channeling. Some special ones.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play with a channeling skill in the demo, then pick the Warrior. He's got the supercharged slam.
Cover your Mason rocks. It's one of the best things to cover your Mason.
I will take your word for it. Are jewels still in the game? Basic up to more complicated flavors?
Yes, they are.
They are.
Is the Quicksilver flask still in the game?
No.
Okay.
It's controversial.
Die, Quicksilver.
No. Where's my Quicksilver flask? God damn it.
We kind of touched on this earlier, but just to clarify, Magic Find in PoE 2 will still be a thing, yes?
Of course.
Yes.
Because we talked about
and it'll be better than before. It'll help you find more currency now.
Yeah. And also more gold.
So you can gamble more. What is the overall, this is a big question, but touch on it a bit. What is the overall design philosophy for mana costs and mana sustain in PoE 2?
I mean, I guess it would be hard to quantify easily, but now that you have a mana pool, because you're not reserving all the mana, like it means we can actually have some design here in terms of like some skills costing more and some costing less and that kind of stuff. So, that's just a thing now. But yeah, like obviously, like you need to be able to build your character such that you can sustain yourself. Like you're going to need to get some mana regen and nodes and things like that. But also, like I would hope that mana flasks are a thing. You can actually use to make sustain a thing. There's things like that will happen. But I mean, once again, it's sort of hard to quantify. It really comes down to sort of just playing and finding out what feels right.
Rory, you have the answer to this one. How does charge generation work in PoE 2, and are there any differences with charges, power, frenzy, endurance?
So charges no longer give inherent stat bonuses. They're almost entirely as a thing to then spend on a very, very powerful effect. So the skills that were gaining charges, we started off with designing ones that were just every time you hit an enemy, gain a charge, but moved on to more of a design of when you see a situation open up where you can gain a charge, you should use the skill to gain a charge, to take advantage of the situation, and then you can unleash something incredibly devastating. The bonuses that skills that spend charges get are huge, and the support gems that cause the skill to consume charges will also give a huge damage bonus to that skill at the cost of preventing that skill being able to gain charges anymore. So while a skill is being used that spends charges, it can't gain charges, so you always have to be spending an effort to gain them rather than just expecting to be at full charges and being able to spend them at will. It's a real build-defining thing. An investment in charges is about you're focusing on the charge gainers and the charge spenders as part of your build.
Right. But it's not something we would expect every character to be engaging with necessarily. It's just like some characters are going to be doing that kind of thing, others not.
If you don't enjoy the playstyle, the monk's all got quite a few skills about power charges, but he's got quite a lot of skills that aren't about power charges as well, if you just don't want to engage with that mechanic.
It's no longer like a checkbox you have to get on every character. Get frenzy charges, get power charges.
And a lot of the charge spenders as well are perfectly good skills if you never touch the charge mechanic as well. You can still use Falling Thunder for its AoE, and you can still use Flicker Strike to close in on enemies. In fact, Flicker Strike has no cooldown anymore, so if you somehow get crazy amounts of attack speed, then where there's a will, there's a way.
And we have time for one more question here, so let's make it a good one, if I can find one here. We'll end on a party play one. Are item drops in PoE 2 instanced or shared with party members? I imagine it's the same method as PoE 1?
Same as PoE 1.
Yep. Though you should play free-for-all and steal things from each other. That was a quick one, so we actually do have time for one more. What system or item, this is a big one, were you most excited about being able to design into PoE 2 that you couldn't fit into PoE 1?
Ooh, I've wanted to get Spirit in PoE 1 for years, and then when I pitched it for Jonathan for PoE 2, I was like, yes, that's finally, it's Spirit's time.
I mean, for me, it's just all about the melee combat improvements. I'm just like a huge fan of actually making sure the action combat feels good. So like, it's just all about those really fine details of just, like all the stuff around dodge cancel and like all of the, just like making sure you never lose control of your character and like the cancel windows for like different skills. Just all those really fine details. That's really kind of what makes me happy. I just want someone to be able to play our game like it. Just like if someone just like random person walks up and they start playing, they're like, oh yeah, this is a great action game, and then all the depth is just like an additional thing that they learn about later that gets them really into the game and becomes more of a thing later. But it's like your first impression of just like, this is a great action game. I just really want that to feel good. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that's all our time. Unless we've got any more comments you'd like to add, anyone?
I think for me, the most exciting thing was when we were able to add 6 more classes, because I've actually wanted a druidic archetype in the game for a while, and we finally got to do it.
Yeah, it's a lot, but it's very cool.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most exciting part for me.
And mine is definitely just being able to engage with monsters and bosses on a more meaningful level, which is part of that feel, even if I end up dying to them during very critical keynote presentations. That is what makes it satisfying, and that is what makes it enjoyable.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
All right.
Thanks. And we're going to head off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh god, there's so much going on, but oh, we have some images of people now. I think these are images from day 1. It's a year and a half away at least. It's a shame. The dome area looks very cool. The VM should be in 1 minute. This is what, 15 hours? So it's 8 p.m. in Brazil. So it's 15 hours of difference, yes. Yes. 15 hours plus. It's already Sunday in New Zealand, and we are here on Saturday, Brazil.
Hey guys, how's it going? Kriparian here.
Oh, good.
It's going to be my play session here for Path of Exile 2. It is one that I have not a lot of hands-on experience with. I did play Path of Exile 2, the first thing that they had in the last Exilecon many years back, but that was still one. It was part of the Path of Exile 1 client, I guess we're calling it. So I haven't played this at all, even though it's the second day of Exilecon. I've been busy. I had maybe a small chance to play at the end of the day yesterday, and Rania kind of held me back. It's like, oh no, that would tarnish the experience of your first playthrough. So yes, absolutely, she was right. and we are going to check it out here. I actually really wanted to try the Huntress, because the Huntress is kind of like the first intro that I saw to Path of Exile 2, so I was quite interested to get my hands and try it. So now I finally get to do that. And normally when I play, a lot of the keybinds are quite different than the ones that I'm sure are default here. Inventory, yeah. So
I have the Diablo 3 keybinds, for example.
A different experience.
The seed has certainly passed.
Okay, sure. Let's see how this works. Walking around, I have been told that, you know, the feel for the game takes a little bit of getting used to, because playing feels a little bit different than Path of Exile 1. And I've also been told that generally the hardest characters to complete their kind of 45-minute campaign run or so.
Daughters of the Sand. You are seeking.
We're getting quests
Perhaps
here.
the Marrakech
Defeat the
will be open
Sun
to
Clan
ferrying us
Hyenas.
across these sands.
Sure.
If I can help them.
Oh, let's see what we actually are using. Rapid Assault. Okay. Okay, what's that? Whirling Slash. Oh, so that just kind of stays on there. 11 mana. Extra lightning damage. Do we get lightning damage from the skill? Oh, no, we have the lightning damage from the weapon. Chance to maim. And we have chance to deflect. Oh, I was reading Reddit about this. I think deflect is kind of like spell suppression, but for non-spell hits, for melee, I guess. I guess that would be it. Whirling Slash, perform a circular slash. Okay. It seems to last a couple seconds. Leaving the area unleashes a swirling storm. Oh, I see. So it's like an area hit. And then if I leave, it blows up. Got it. Okay. Let's see how much damage that does roughly. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, Path of Exile 2, the only hands-on experience that we get is kind of this demo, and this demo is tuned to be very difficult. So I can dodge out of it, which is pretty nice. I can spam that, right? So do that dodge. I mean, I guess it takes some time because the dodge roll does take a little bit to work. The jab does seem pretty powerful. Okay, one skill at a time. Hits stun enemies as though dealing 50% more damage. Looks like it has a good damage multiplier because that lightning damage is getting doubles by about 200%. Where are my gems, actually? Okay, so S is gems. Okay, why don't we actually check out the skills this way? So Rapid Assault is actually not all that rapid in terms of attack speed modifier, but I guess it does a lot of hits. It does seem to do quite a bit of damage, though. Final Strike does 288. Oh, I see. I see. That's why it has that. So that's pretty good, actually. The Whirling Slash, slowing enemies and blinding them in its area. Oh, I see. So you're going to get that accuracy bonus. It might be good to use for the damage, but at least per stage. Oh, I see. Using an attack in the storm as one stage, the maximum of 3 stages. So you want to put this up, do some combat in it, and then run out. But that's a little bit counterintuitive because usually you want to open up with AoE to get rid of the weaker monsters in the area. Okay. Spear Field. I like that. Okay, what did that do? Stab the ground, causing multiple spears. To burst out of the ground. Okay. Spears remain for the duration or explode when enemies touch them. Requires a spear. Increase effective maim. Now, here we want maim.
That's the first time that I hear this word.
Target. I'm hoping that's still the same. Herald of Thunder grants a buff. Oh, so we should probably get that going. Oh, that's all my spirit. Okay. Converts 100% physical to lightning. Interesting. Is that all of my skills? No, that's just the damage from the Herald of Thunder. You don't want to take things for granted. I mean, I never played before. Killing shocked enemies is kind of the same. Okay, that's good. I actually quite like the Heralds in the regular game. Storm Spear converts physical lightning, 6 extra projectiles. Spears cannot split, okay. Modifiers the number of projectiles instead applied to the maximum number of lightning bolts fired. That is slow, okay. That's quite a wind-up time. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies. That seems very nice. And we have Puncture. Do we have Puncture? Oh, that's the cue. Okay. Lunge forward, melee damage, more powerful, it requires a spear, causes bleeding, 200% more damage based on the distance traveled, hits stun as though dealing 50% more. That's probably really good for single target. And Impale, jump back from the target, dealing melee damage and attempting to immobilize them cannot be performed without targeting an enemy. Immobilize as though dealing more damage. I guess the immobilize effect is based on the damage. A lot of the effects seem to be based on the damage. Let's just try some of the skills here. So Puncture. Okay, well, it still died in one hit. That's pretty good. Let's see how these work. Is that like getting hit? Oh, I see, yeah. So as it's walking towards me, it's getting hit by the spears.
Oh.
It's not a lot of damage, but it does add up. For one attack, it probably adds up to quite a lot. Let's try Storm Spear. Storm Spear does quite a bit. I like that. Okay.
Powerful.
The character is like no movement speed right now, so I gotta be pretty careful. So far, I'm digging the lightning skill quite a lot. All right, I'll just keep using that for now. Once we get to harder targets, I'll probably try to mix it up a little bit. But normally these playthroughs are about 45 minutes. You can play above 45 minutes. It like logs you up. You can log back in if you really want to play some more. But my goal is to try to finish the playthrough with the Huntress and then move on and play the Warrior, which is the Act 4 one, which I have been told is the hardest one. Generally, the difficulty seems to be with the overall amount of time it takes to cast skills, and
yes,
Warrior is unfortunately very slow at that, and of course, that's just for the demo. Man, I really like this lightning skill. It just feels really satisfying to use. You have to aim it, but you don't have to try that hard to aim it. The clear is very good. And you have like this kind of cone effect on it, so you know, funneling the monsters toward a certain area seems to pay out. What is this stone thing? Okay, let's just try some of the other skills. I think I had a Herald of Thunder proc on that one. Oh yes, mana. We use that now. All right. Yeah, see that like field thing doesn't really seem to do very well against these. It is a wider range on it, so it's probably a bit better if there's really just a ton of monsters around. Oh, that's really nice, actually.
Mm.
So jumping back with that does seem to be a pretty effective move. Oh, I see, but it's still a pretty melee-oriented attack. Oh, and my hits don't go up there. Interesting.
Oh, that's the boss.
Robes.
Wrathbreaker. Ouch. Overwhelms physical damage reduction.
The dodge roll is quite slow, but I believe the dodge roll is based on your overall movement speed. let's just try to go for it here. So we're getting kind of pelted by the monsters around. I probably should be a little bit further from them. I'm hoping maybe I can outrange them.
Okay. Okay, that's a lot of monsters, dude. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to react when I am getting like surrounded like that. Okay. We got a humbling experience there. No, that is not even close to being better. Okay, all my gear sucks actually. Okay. So we want to not get surrounded, and probably if we do get surrounded, we want to kind of be... Let me see if I can actually hit these. No, it doesn't look like I can. Let's try to use puncture a little bit. Oh yeah, puncture is doing tons here. Oh, we can immobilize the bosses, that's right. Okay. Now there's probably some negative synergy with puncture and immobilizing, but as long as we're not getting hit, we should be fine. Wow,
whoa!
Got hit by that.
Holy shit, that's a tough one.
Not too sure what I'm supposed to use when I'm surrounded like that. Maybe I should be preemptively using the Whirling Slash. Yeah, I tried using the Impale, but you kind of get stunned when there's so many targets. I tried using the Storm Spear, but you kind of get stunned when there's so many targets. I guess I can do kind of a preemptive Spear Field, and I can do a little bit of a preemptive Whirling Slash. So why don't I try to focus on that? Actually, why don't we see if it works on these? I mean, it does seem to be quite effective, actually.
Like a charm.
Probably is designed to be used that way. So okay, we got an actual plan now. Now I think that's gonna happen soon. So I tried kind of dodging towards the boss. It does seem to kind of get me stuck around him. Oh man, why am I...
He didn't do it preemptively. Ouch!
Oh my god. Nope.
He's doing it.
Okay. Okay. So I probably could have done that way better. I wonder if I leashed the boss though. That may have been not the best move. Yeah, we leashed the boss. Of course, we leashed the boss. Well, that would have been too easy. So I guess we have to fight in this arena here.
The boss reset. The life of the boss reset.
While doing your like rollback does seem to be quite a problem. Okay, so we kind of have to do what I just did, except way better. Okay, just be better. We can do that. Okay, so that didn't immobilize.
Face me!
Okay. It's gonna happen soon. It happens not quite when he's at 50. So we wanna maybe start setting up a little bit here. Actually, maybe it does happen when he's 50. Or did we skip it because we killed them all earlier? Oh. Okay.
And something happened. They're not appearing anymore.
I guess this is the easy version. I'll take it.
If things combo, you're dead. Like the spears from up and a slam for the boss. Basically you die.
I feel like the swirling area, like the more AoE focused skills, I feel like they cost quite a lot of mana. Yeah. Oh, now they're coming. Oh, that's not good.
Oh my god. Wow, 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 wow. Don't die, my dude. Don't die, my dude. Don't die, my dude. Don't die, my dude. Oh shit.
Okay. Okay.
Cat.
Oh, I see. I should be doing that maybe in front of me and then running through it. Oh, yeah, I was kind of doing that wrong. I'm pretty sure it still counts as the boss cut, though. Just boots, sure. Okay.
Let me go to the river,
Okay.
and then I come back.
Oh, we have to speak to
I killed the
someone in
boss. I'll just go back. I have to wash my face several times.
Yeah, as fun as the lightning thing is, it's very much a skill that you want to be using to clear at range.
I forgot about the
like
trophy.
That kind of stuff. Otherwise, it's not particularly useful. So I guess that's kind of the idea of having like a multitude of skills. What did I do?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that's that. Okay, I see. Okay, sure. Let's see what the quest brings. Board the caravan. Where's that? Where's the caravan? I don't know where the caravan is. Is it here? It's probably just in a different part of the map. Actually, I should probably go through the map just in case. I should probably see if these are upgrades, right? Like, yeah, those can't be very... Oh, yes. Got it. I guess the evasion difference might make some difference. Let's see if we can put our gold to use, actually. Oh, that's the caravan. Okay, good. Figured that out by accident. We have vendors here? I don't see vendors here. Vendors? No vendors? No vendors. Okay, well, I guess let's continue on. I kind of want to see if I could use my gold for any form of purpose right now, but it looks like that's not going to be the case.
Clever. A village.
Oh, I see.
Who goes there?
Okay, what can we buy? So we're using hunting spears. Okay. 814, 400 gold. It's a little bit less damage. Doesn't have the maim. Yeah, that's probably a no deal. Okay, we get flasks here. Are these any better? They are worse. 150. The life flasks are a bit better. 150. Gain a charge when you kill an enemy. That seems pretty good. You know what? I think I'm gonna gotta invest in your flasks, right? 1,000 gold. We don't have rings. We do have rings. I probably will go with that. Okay, why not?
Young one.
Why don't we save that and see if we get a 3-to-1? So we actually got gold for all of our vendors here.
We will deliver you.
Okay.
Here we are. You may disembark from that side. Guards, lower the ramp.
Oh, I see. I think I actually remember this a little bit from one of the highlights they've done for PoE 2. Okay, we finally get to play it.
We shall wait here. The echoes are strange here, like whispers carried on the winds.
Is that a rare? Oh my goodness.
Take this! The hunt ends!
Okay. Shoes. See if these have any base stat. Oh no, those are horrendous. Okay. I think it's the Herald of Thunder proc that's really doing a lot of the AoE. I think the actual lightning skill, the lightning spear thing, I think that itself is not doing that much damage. But it seems to be hitting a lot of targets, which ends up proccing the Herald of Thunder if there's enough of them. I think that's why the clear is quite good on that. It's not quite the skill itself doing the damage. That's why it was so poor when I was doing it on the bosses, and that's why sometimes it performs a lot worse than other times. But overall, it seems to be pretty effective. I guess Herald of Thunder is quite good in general. Okay. I wonder if I get, like, I leveled to 18 earlier, but I don't know if I actually get any power from that. I believe the demo has a pretty locked-in skill tree and character configuration. Yeah, so the dodge roll is much slower when I'm getting snared by that web thing. So I actually want to maybe not be using the dodge roll very much because I can get kind of locked in it. Because again, I believe the dodge roll works off of your movement speed. Well, that's what I heard, and that is a little bit of confirmation. It's really fun to use this lightning skill, though, I gotta say. Okay, we got another rare. Let's see. Okay, we got a blue. Okay. Yes. No. All right. Actually, Energy Shield might be pretty good because we have basically no recovery right now. It is worth a consideration, but the problem is I don't believe I can even use it. I need 27 and we'll see. Is it like a checkpoint? I think the blue thing is a checkpoint. Of course. Oh, the fire thing does damage. Right, of course it does. Oh, he keeps doing that. Right. Okay, okay. You know what? It might take a couple of attempts here. Oh, I remember this from the last presentation. So he can't hit those anymore. Okay, that's the blow up. So he can definitely still do damage with that. But then he's gonna do the ceiling thing this time, right?
Ouch.
And it can still hit you there. Okay, good. But now we have a bigger light area And we will out. Okay, so this is the big AoE. Okay, I get hit a little bit, but then the next one is gonna do like a melee hit or something, right? No. Okay, it's the punch that was doing the damage. Okay. Oh, he's spicing it up. He's trying to. Okay. So we can get behind him. Oh, we stunned him. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's not go.
Ouch.
Wow, that auto attack is doing so much damage. I bet I can just like go toe to toe with him. How much gold do we get? Oh, what? All right, we're gonna need some more movement speed on this character.
He died by the end. Oh, come on.
I saw that coming. I was running, but wait. Where's my loot? All right, we're gonna be an auto attack Andy here, guys. Well, it's not auto attack, it's the rapid assault. Okay. Oh, we just use, there we go, 10 fire resist, why not? I do like that mechanic. They did mention that most of the bosses you encounter will be dropping permanent character buffs. Alright, so far so good. That's the evasive one. So you actually want to maybe blind that. But let's just rapid assault anyway. That was the hasted. Oh.
The hunt ends.
Oh, so the minions get the buff. I see. Getting a lot of axes. Not sure we're going to be able to use the javelin-like attacks with axes.
6 statues, 6 tribes, 6 seconds. What happened here?
Okay, that was a really bad idea. Poison damage is actually doing quite a bit. All right. Oh, wow, I had a 43 shock on that thing. Wow, okay. Maybe the damage is not too bad. Maybe I should be interleaving a few lightning hits, but the lightning attack is pretty slow. That is something to consider.
These bodies are fresh. Time for the real hunt to begin.
All right. Got a gem. Frozen Nexus? What is that? Supported skills create chill ground for 2 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Huh. Yeah. So I guess we'll just keep that in inventory for now.
How did your people even built this?
Advance with me!
Okay. So really the game we're playing here is don't get surrounded. That's the game, okay? We get surrounded, we die.
Continue the assault! Slay them all!
Okay. Those activate. Let's charge this up and see. I kind of want to see just how much the bleed damage does, because I've been using it on bosses, but I'm not sure it does actually that much at all. Maybe it does. It probably is worth using. Yeah. So probably on bosses we want to do a mix of puncture, the blind thing, the upper accuracy, and evasion. There is actually some reason for all of these skills on this character, which is kind of interesting. I do wonder, though, if that will remain as the character levels up, or if we can specialize it a bit further. But also those skills do use quite a lot of mana. Okay. So we're supposed to get to the second gate, fight our way through it. Let's see if I'm a little bit better now with like getting surrounded. We do want to practice our weaknesses. There's going to be a good chance that we're going to run up against those situations a little bit more. Okay. Sidestep seems to be very effective. The boss has like quite a long animation lock. Whoa. We don't want to be running away from this boss too much, I guess.
Lyndon Taylor.
A glaive. Oh, what? Oh, a glaive is a two-handed axe. Yes. Of course it is. Okay, second gate. Where's that at? Probably this way, I'm guessing. Okay, so these are champions here. Wow, they do a lot of damage. Okay, winged spear. This is a spear, right? Okay, yeah, that's a spear. So it's more damage and higher attack speed. So I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's go. Okay. Sure. Okay, so now we won't be shocking as much because we don't have lightning damage on the thing, but we were getting 43 shocks, so the rare occasions of shocks were working out pretty well. The difference in attack speed is very, very noticeable. It's not so, because like you can dodge, you can animation cancel, so it's not that. It's that you're just, with higher attack speed, you're going to end up finishing more casts. Oh wait, chess actually drop things? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think we want that. Fight your way to the third gate. Okay. The NPC does look pretty similar to some of the enemies I'm fighting, so I'm whiffing a little bit here, but mana does seem to be pretty plentiful right now. Chain. Oh yeah? Okay, what's that do? What's damage with hits? Oh. I don't believe the lightning thing. Right, it can't chain. Okay. We'll ignore that one too then. I do want to kind of have some support gems here. I wonder if I can find some. Actually, maybe they were on a vendor. I'm so used to playing Ruthless, where it's you know the gems are entirely drop based, and it might not necessarily be the case here. So everything leveled. Oh, it's ready to level up. Okay. How do we level? Okay, got it. Okay, cool. So there is some power gain from just killing a bunch of things. Not too bad. Got a checkpoint. I played through quite a lot of areas. I wonder if...
Outside me, we fight.
Hands, take you.
He upgraded that also, so his weapon is much better now.
Phase 2. Something's happening. Oh, we have to kill the idols. Okay, I got it. Some more. Try to go for a stun there, but looks like not quite.
He must not escape.
Chase? Where are we chasing? All right.
Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us.
Okay. Do we get more mobs, or are we just still in the boss fight here? I mean, that's just how I say hi to people. I throw a giant spear at them.
I should talk to Asala. She must this.
Okay, can we buy anything good? Chance to block. Oh, that one actually has block. Oh, that has some pretty nice stats on it, though. Claw, that's a nice claw. Fizz. Okay, I want that. Okay, cool, cool. It's got a lot of life, but... no, those are pretty good. Okay, do we have the gold for that? Barely. All right. So all this stuff, that's the old gloves. Kind of wanted the helmet. Let's see how much gems actually sell for. 1 gold. Whoa, okay.
You will be remembered.
That's not gonna happen. Okay, so that gives you some life regen, which is pretty nice, because flat life regen when you don't have a whole lot of life adds up to quite a bit. Oh, Ice Spear.
From what you...
All right.
Farewell.
Question Risu.
Makar Khan. The Faridun have...
Welcome. We know where the lost...
Okay, let's see if Ice Spear is gonna fit well here. What does Ice Spear do? Throw an icy copy of your spear. Does cold damage after a short distance, massively boosting its damage. When the spear breaks, it deals damage in a cone shape behind them. Well, all right. That sounds like we're gonna make use out of the support gems that we have. So we do that. We're doing chain. And we're doing Frozen Nexus. What are we getting rid of? I feel like it's very AoE. And I feel like I'm not using Spear Field very much. How does that work here? I just kind of pick... Oh, I see. Yes, it's the same system. Okay, good. We can have Spear Field on middle mouse, but honestly, I don't think I'll be using it that much.
Welcome.
What?
We know where the lost city is.
Are we not going to Keth? Or am I just constantly going to Keth?
Yes. There is a... Save my people.
No, that's not bad. That's... Okay.
Though events demand you...
Oh, I see. Okay. Because we're on like the moving caravan. I see. All right.
Moving caravan is so cool. What a great concept.
Noble creatures.
Let's see how this looks. That is a very slow cast.
Winter's fight!
They just get meteored? Okay. Let's just pull up a whole bunch of monsters and see just how bad of an idea it is.
They bring the very bones back to life. Let's hope they don't try this on something bigger.
Doesn't seem like that bad an idea, actually. Okay. Search for the entrance to the bone pits. All right. We do have some champs here. That Necromancer's resing a lot of guys when he's choosing to. Okay, that spear base type does appear to be a bit worse. That looks bone pitsy, possibly. It does seem to be like a pretty open map here. I'm not really sure which direction I should be heading, but we're going with up and we're sticking to it. Hey, look at that. All right.
The light here is unnatural. This place is...
Mastodon tusks is what we're searching for. Oh, there they are. Boss type? That's a big boy. Oh, I can't level it up because of the stacked stat requirements. Got it. You know what? I don't really want the chain, so I think without chain, I can maybe level it. Let's just pick that up. Nope. All right, that's fine. Hey, bone golem. Alright. It's very fun to just run around, throw lightning spears. Okay, time's up. So are we on the 45 marker? Okay. So if I go back in, is it like a fresh run? Oh man, I guess I was slower than I thought. Yeah, rip. Okay, fine. Let us try the warrior. Apparently, slow makes everything hard, and the warrior is certainly slow in this playthrough. Let's see what it's like.
Oh,
Friend. Not interested.
Dr. Rog.
What can I do for you? Hello there.
That's not really what I want to be buying. Okay.
I have a charter.
What is this
Now,
gear like?
Let's see about that ship.
I mean, it's got extra damage. I mean, this gear looks... Whoa, what? Holy moly. Okay, yeah, this gear looks pretty good. Where are we going now? Makoru about hiring a ship. Let's do that. All right. Let's quickly just browse over the skills. So we got Armor Breaker. Not a lot of damage, but it breaks armor. So I guess it's got Ruthless. Impacting Shockwave with splash damage. Okay, so we get like a splash armor break. And we get a stun because of the Ruthless. Herald of Ash. Infernal Cry. 20% damage as extra fire damage per 5 power. So we basically get 100 of Fizz as extra fire. We get the Combust effect. We do get the Combust effect. Oh, this looks fun. Sunder. Slam. Ruthless is just a strike skill, so it wouldn't work on Sunder. Leap Slam is a slam skill. Rolling Slam, it's a slam again. And a supercharged slam. So I guess Ruthless can only really go on the armor breaker.
We're looking for work.
Okay. Where are we going? Prison. Kedge Bay. Let's do Isle of Kin. Why not? Again, I haven't really seen a whole lot of the gameplay, just very surface level stuff. So in terms of direction here, this is very much the first time going through it. How do we get off the ship? I see. As you normally would, I suppose. Let's just see some of the attacks. So that's the armor breaker. That's pretty slow. Rolling slam. That looks fun. Does that do damage? 390. Okay. Supercharged slam. Actually, let's get our Herald of Ash going. A little bit more damage. Leap slam, Infernal Cry is on W. I'm going to change that up, I think. Let's put Leap Slam there. Let's do Infernal Cry there. Supercharged Slam. We can channel it. Pretty cool. Wow, Leap Slam does a lot of damage. What's that about? Oh, the attack time is really high. The attack time is 2 seconds on that one. 1 second, 0.9 seconds. Okay, Infernal Cry, and then we have Sunder. Okay. Well, let's kill some stuff. does seem like the armor debuff that I'm doing makes quite a big difference, at least in those big guys. Rolling slam.
They are mining this substance. For what purpose?
We got Infernal Cry. You guys know how this works. Yeah, easy. How is this hard? Okay. If you ignore the bosses anyway. I don't need that.
A lot of goblins.
Normally I don't play with screen shake, but playing with screen shake when I'm kind of focusing on like the abilities and how they feel, it does feel pretty good.
It's you get stunned, but much less. Much less.
These are okay. Those are not rocks. Well, they're rocks, but they're not rocks. Well, now they're definitely. Whoa, they're exploding on me. That is a problem. Holy moly, that thunder feels slow. We're definitely gonna have to be using the strike skill quite a lot here, just to not get animation locked, really. I'm gonna try a leap slam and see if it's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Not too bad.
Let's try leap slam without infernal. We get the stun. Wow. Okay, we're just gonna leap slam spam here, I think. It's maybe not the best use of damage, but it's not bad. What?
How did I?
I think there's maybe like an on-death effect on those or something. Oh, that's... We're back on the boat? On the boat? Oh, man. Okay. All right. On the boat it is. Let's see just the slam. Yeah, just the slam is not a lot of damage. But the slam is pretty good because you get the stun effect. And you're not quite as vulnerable because you're very much moving when you're doing it. Now, I think I'm gonna have to run exactly to where I was. Yeah, I have to run exactly back to where I was. I think we were on the very edge of the next zone. Cooldown for the Infernal Cry here. Okay. Jumping's fun, guys. Good cardio.
Jumping is fun, guys. Good cardio.
Yes, the checkpoint. Okay, that is most certainly a boss area there. All right, let's see what we got.
This doesn't look good.
The damage is a little low. It's a little low right now. Maybe I should be trying to use like the range attacks a bit more. Ranged-ish. They use so much mana though. Try to slam a little bit here. Ah, it's fine, guys. It's alright. It's alright, not a big deal. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna go down. We're gonna need a few more potions. Well, I died in the air. All right, I'll take it. Well, I think my little segment here only has another minute or so, so I think I will call it there. It's been pretty fun. I have to say, if you guys are at Exilecon, give it a try. Maybe you'll have a little better luck with Warrior than I did, but I certainly had a lot of fun with the Huntress. Speed is the name of the game in the demo. But for the game, it will be a while longer. I think in terms of the show, there is, I think it's an audio presentation. Yes, it's a developer talk with sound design and music of Path of Exile 2, and that's with Kane and Camille, and that's coming up pretty soon. But yeah. There's going to be a lot more presentations throughout the day. There's going to be a lot more developer talks. So today's show is largely going to be that with a few gameplay mixed in. But for you ARPG buffs, this is going to be your day. So pay attention and hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
Now, this we had this, then we had this, the Kriparian of Exile 2 gameplay showcase. We are here. Sound design and music of Path of Exile 2, Kane and Camille.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the Sound and Music Talk. My name's Kane, and I lead the audio team at Grinding Gear Games.
I'm Kamil Ormanianowski. I'm composer, and I will talk about music today.
So we're going to split the talk in half. I'll start by giving you a bit of a rundown on some of the cool stuff we're doing with sound in Path of Exile 2. We'll get underway with that. So what better place to start than the sound of combat? So for PoE 2, there's a lot of lessons we've learned from PoE 1 and things that we want to try to do with the sound of combat in PoE 2. Obviously, things can get pretty hectic, you may have noticed, with sound, with attack speed and all that kind of thing. So we're trying to sort of control that, not control it, You still want a bit of the chaos, that's what makes it fun. But in little ways control things that can pop out more in the mix. And also making the sound in general more of a player-centric sound design. So you're always hearing what you're doing and the skills you're doing. So this sort of one thing that was a huge job we've done is completely overhauling the sound of weapons in PoE 2. In PoE 1, there was sort of shared sound sets between the weapon-based types, so a sword might sound the same as an axe and things like that. But we wanted to completely redo all of that and find the fun in every weapon. So one poor soul on our sound team, Dominic, had the task of designing sounds for every weapon type in the game. So a sound set for us is the swing, the on-hit sound of the weapon hitting a monster, and also the drop sound of a weapon, and equipping the weapon. So now when you equip a sword, you'll have a nice satisfying unsheathing sound. But I just want to give you a little clip here of how that is all sounding.
Wooden quarterstaves. I'll be the flail guy. Give me the flail.
So also elemental on hits.
Oh.
Completely redone. There's Dominic on his first day, young whippersnapper. And here he is when he first started the combat rework, and oh my goodness, only 1 year later. Yes, it's a rough time, but he did very well. Oh, and then he also still had to mix them all. So it was, we thank him for that. It was very good. This is just a clip of how the weapons are working in inventory and drops. So there's like a satisfying sort of sound on equip, which I think is, pretty cool. And you'll also see here metal versions of base types sound different than wooden. So just little details, it just makes weapons a bit cooler, have their own identity. So dynamic mixing is how we're trying to control some of what you can hear at any given moment. So monsters are split into groups. This is just for us. We have like low tier fodder monsters that you're just killing all the time. A notable monster is something that might be spawning less, and then obviously bosses, and then the player stuff. So all of that has a hierarchical sort of mixing setup. So each of those things can slightly dip the volume of something beneath it. So it's a priority order, really. So that means players always on the top and the boss. So no matter what's happening, you should be able to hear the telegraphing of what's about to come. So here's a clip showing some of that. You'll always hear what the boss is up to.
Dude, this color is amazing.
So yeah, just when the boss is using a skill or anything, even though there's a lot of monsters on screen, you're always going to hear that. So you may have seen yesterday 600 monsters, 100 bosses. It's kind of like a dream for a sound design team, but also a bit of a nightmare. It's like the dream is, oh my God, we get to work on so many monsters. And the nightmare is, oh my God, we have to deliver so many monsters. And but Chris and Jonathan are really cool, and they support, us in the endeavor to make every monster unique with its sound set and give you a sort of fresh experience as you progress through the game. So we have a studio at the office now where we've recorded hundreds of hours of monsters, and everyone on the sound team is a qualified monster now, you might say. So there's a vocal performance on every monster in the game, which is to the animation, and it gives them a lot more life and variety. So I just want to give you an example here of a before and after for a monster. So this is before processing on this bloater here. And then after some basic processing. Yeah, so that was just me and my face and this gross bowl of water and a banana skin. So yeah, we get up to some pretty weird stuff. And in that vein, I'm just going to give you some clips of our whole sound team getting up to some pretty weird shit in the booth. But
just looking in the mirror.
We even have guests sometimes.
7 sets. Oh my God, look, it's working, it's sick.
What a powerful voice. Out of focus, it's weird.
How do we get the sound? Look at his mouth. Apparently.
Unfortunate camera angle. So it's interesting how all those sort of very out of context, weird recordings end up sounding quite cool in the game. The next clip's really just to show off, because it'll be cool on the sound system to hear some of the sound design we've done on the bosses that are in the current demo. So.
last thing you'll see.
Yeah, so it's pretty full on, but cool. Also a bit of, oh, thank you. Also a bit of druid in there, if you would have seen. Yes, and so monsters and bosses with dialogue, you know, they're talking a little bit. Something we did with Heist, I'm sure you would have noticed, that was quite a talky league, to say the least. Obviously that in the context of the league is cool. We don't want that much talking through the entire campaign and the whole game, so obviously it's scattered and there's cooldowns upon cooldowns and play chants and all that kind of thing. But it's just this little thing on monsters that sort of injects a bit of atmosphere and personality in the area that you're in, like, you know, just very occasionally hearing a monster yell something at you is pretty fun. So this is a Carver area. So yeah, just little bits now and then. It's almost almost indistinguishable from just regular combat efforts, but just helps make it feel like a unique sort of experience. And also noticed in the teasers that we did for the Summer Games Fest, you will have seen they were commenting on more things than usual. So that's really quite fun. Jonathan was super keen to get some more outside of the box moments. So how do we do that? You know, like quirky one-off things that they might say during a boss fight. But, you know, once again, controlling how often that happens and not having it all the time. So each character will have something they might say in one moment and not another character in that same moment. So it just adds to the variety. But we have some super cool voice actors here, so I just want to show you a bit of those.
Eve, she calls to me. She has been dead for years.
Come to join, my beloved. You will join them.
You? How dare you use her voice? I will tear it out of your throat. Perhaps the Karui will visit this place once more. This doesn't look good.
Yeah, so pretty fun, I think, like little scatterings around. And the last thing I want to just touch on before we pass to Camille is environments and ambiences. So in Path of Exile 1, ambiences were pretty dense, you might say, and loud and tonal, right? Yeah, they kind of got in the way of music quite often. That's really Camille's job, to worry about tonality. So for us this time, it's about finding more cinematic sort of ways of making a place feel real. There's still going to be some tonal elements where it's like necessary, but it's more working with Camille than against him to make that work. So I'm just going to show you some of the really lush and beautiful sounding areas we have. You would have heard the reverb change when you leave the cave, which is pretty fun. Of New Zealand native birds, tuis you can hear there. So yeah, just a lot of effort has gone into making each place feel dynamic and alive. So yeah, thank you very much. I am super keen to hear anyone's feedback. So if you see anyone with a sound shirt on, I'm sure they'll feel the same way after you've played the demo. If you have any thoughts, please let us know. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello again. Let's talk about music for Path of Exile 2. So, what is the best inspiration for music? At least for me, it's a video game itself. There are 4 aspects, the most influential. First one is environment, then we have a culture, we have characters, NPCs and bosses, and events. We're not going to talk about events today because we want to avoid major spoilers. We also have 3 distinct civilizations. Vastiri in Act 2, Val in Act 3, and Karui in Act 4. Considering those 4 aspects, we'll talk about all those 3 civilizations and music for them. Let's start with Vastiri. So here we have a very first aspect, the environment. So I was thinking how I can depict desolation and vastness. I used some synth sounds, mostly long pads with a lot of reverb to match that vastness. I also used some ethnic instruments, which I will talk about later. We also have another element of environment, which is day and night. So if, let's say, a specific area has daylight, we can expect brighter tones. And other way around, if there's a night, using some drones, anything which can make more hostile character, maybe something sneaky. Then we have weather. Weather works kind of similar to the day and night. If there's rain, music can have some more depressive tones. I have a first example here. Let's take a listen. So, working with concept art, this is something which always gives me a lot of advantage, because I can start at the very beginning of the process. Here we have an example. This is the lost city of Ket. And is another aspect of architecture. So as we can see on this picture, it gives some ideas about instruments which we can use. Some Middle Eastern stuff like duduk, maybe some ethnic guitars like oud. Now let's talk about bosses in Act 2. So the goal was to achieve a bold, aggressive, and terrifying character. For that, I used some guitars, some industrial elements, some ethnic instruments again, but I also used some tricks from the electronic dance music, like sidechain, to make the score more modern. And speaking of bosses, pretty much every boss in Path of Exile 2 is unique, so music has to match this concept. I've got an example from the Act 2. It's Fight with the Perennial King. Let's take a listen. Now let's talk about Val and Act 3. One thing which is always tricky is finding the right pace for music. Instead of trying to catch up with density of monsters, music in Path of Exile 2 is tailored for the specific environment. And in this case, we have a lush jungle, very much alive environment. So that gives some ideas about maybe we can use some complex patterns of percussion. We have also culture as influential aspect here. And since Val is partially inspired by civilizations like Aztec and Mayans, I use some ethnic woodwinds. Since Path of Exile is a fantasy universe, we mix a lot of stuff. So in this specific case, I use some Japanese taiko drums for jungle environment. Let's take a listen to the example.
Yeah, respect.
Val Empire is also about temples. So we have three aspects here. Culture, we have some sacrificial rituals, so that gives some ideas about, like, we can use some horror elements. We have architecture, because Val temples are full of mechanisms, so music can benefit from some industrial elements, perhaps something which sounds strictly mechanical. And then we have environment, because many of those temples are overgrown. So I used some ethnic woodwinds, which are also used for the jungle environment. And here's an example from one of the temples, from Maquinario. Sometimes better idea than using more tonal instruments is to use some sound design in music to match the environment better. Here's an example from the Snake Pits, where you can hear some ghost-like sounds, something brushing. Let's take a listen. And now the fun part, bosses, which you saw yesterday in the Val Temple. So here, character, ancient, terrifying. So I used for terrifying, for something horror-like, I use orchestra, some synth, some high strings, also some organic synths, and something more signature-sounding, death whistle, which has that eerie sound, and it's almost like a scream. I've got a clip of two bosses, which yesterday you could see during the keynote. Let's take a listen. Probably recognize both of them after yesterday. Last but not least, Karui. So this is like a perfect example of how culture influences musical choices. I was thinking about what's the right tool, but the answer was pretty much obvious, which is human voice. Expert helped us to develop a unique language for the battle phrases. Instead of just recording tailored content for specific tracks, we recorded the full toolkit, like chants, battle phrases, textures, shouts, and other sound effects. So we have plenty of content for future Karui-related music. We recorded that at Kenneth Mayer's Center here in Auckland, which is actually not far from here. Let's take a look at a clip from the recording. That's in context. Yeah, there's quite a bit of difference between recording and in context. As you could hear, I also used other instruments, like large percussion group, organic synths, some brass section, but also a lot of ethnic woodwind instruments like seashells. I distorted them a lot to make them sound more aggressive and bigger than live. And now let's talk about town music, my favorite section. This is a place where we spend a lot of time. We trade, we chat, we build our characters. So the music has to stand the test of time. It also has to be memorable. We have 4 aspects, which I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. Environment, culture, we have characters, because we have all NPCs, and we have events because we get quests from those NPCs. And all those 4 aspects together gives us a lot of inspiration for musical choices. As the last slide, I have a music clip from the King's March, which is Town in Act 4. It's a little bit nostalgic. There's also a live recording there of violin. Let's take a look. Thank you very much for your attention. It's the Q&A time.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jin. I am one of Kane's minions in the audio team, and I will be asking some questions today. As you can see, there is a QR code on the screen here. If you just scan that and send in questions, I can vet them and then answer as we go. We've actually already got some questions here. I'll just get this going. Kane, what is the weirdest thing you've ever personally done to get the sound?
Oh my God. This is an R16 thing, right? No. Well, I mean, the banana skin was pretty weird.
Yeah.
Like, you kind of, to get like the real wet-sounding monsters, you kind of almost half waterboard yourself. So that's pretty weird. I've also had, I don't know if you know the, is it the eater, the boss with the drowning orbs? So when you get into one of those orbs, you actually hear the sound of your character drowning, and there's a male and female character, so I drowned myself and my wife, and had a hydrophone in the sink, the kitchen sink, which is an underwater mic, so you can hear us, drowning. I mean, we're acting, but yeah, it's pretty weird.
Great. A question for Camille. Is the music in PoE 2 dynamic? Will it change from a more intense combat version to a more calm version once you aren't in combat any longer?
Well, it's not really dynamic in terms of following the density of monsters, or it's more. There's more of small elements for music narration, like intro, stingers, outro. Sometimes some extra phrases for some different music cues for different phases of boss fights.
And you're not out of combat very long, so
No. You always have something to do.
There's a lot of questions coming in.
It's also quite an old school solution.
And bosses all have their own music, so
yes,
that's changing. Yeah.
Alrighty, another question for Kane.
Mm-hmm.
Have there been any sounds that you've conceptualized, but after implementation, you've decided, nah, I hate it, back to square one?
Yes. all the time. We iterate all the time, just like any other department, I guess. Like, you get it in, and suddenly it's not right, and you need to re-record it or try something totally different. Because you're also trying to balance the fact that there's a lot of different monsters in the area, and sometimes by accident something might sound a little bit similar to something else. So we're always trying to make an area feel fresh and unique with the different composition of monsters and sounds in the area.
Cool. Another question for Camille. What was your favorite League theme to compose?
Sorry, again?
What was your favorite League theme to compose?
I think the easiest one was Legion. It was quite natural. Sometimes it takes a long of time and efforts and starting over and over again. But this one, I don't know, like, just came very quickly.
Wonderful.
Was that your favorite?
There's no favorite. I hate them all.
They're all his babies.
Yes. I mean, this one is quite decent.
Yeah. Do you ever find any problems trying to combine the music and the sounds to the game?
That's both of us, I guess.
We're a pretty good team these days, aren't we?
Yeah, we collaborate a lot, especially, as you mentioned,
the ambience.
And,
it's like a long period of time where maybe things weren't sort of working as well together. Like, ambience were just very tonal and drony. But yeah, now we talk all the time, every day, about what we're doing. And
especially now when it comes to bosses. You presented one of the boss fights with Siren.
Yeah, that's true. The Siren fight, where she comes up in the center during the petrification phase, where she can turn you to stone, that whole thing is sort of a combo of us working together. How do we cue the sound effect of her singing at the same time as music, and making it like a really unique moment for us to sort of stick out a bit? It was pretty fun to work on that together. Every time she does that, she'll have a different vocal melody.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. Side note.
Cool. Does the music you create have crossover over with what you listen to in your downtime?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Although I really, I listen to a lot of soundtracks. Sometimes I listen to some older stuff like Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, and you might hear some influence for sure. Yeah, but mostly soundtracks, because soundtracks include like all possible genres of music.
Cool. Another question for Kane. How do you balance the volume of the different audio elements you've shown, music, ambience, effects, with the audio volume sliders players having access to it in the settings? Are you targeting a particular volume for these elements? Are you resting with a variety of different volumes?
Yes. So the sliders in game in PoE 1, they're all in the middle, which is kind of weird. Like, they should be all full, and then you can only ever turn things down. So that's what we're doing in PoE 2, because it makes more sense. You can not get any weirdness with reverb sends and things. So balancing volume in areas is hard, and that's something, a lot of my job is just making sure every area is consistent and sounds good. But that's the dynamic mixing I was talking about. We do a lot more of that now. So there's also parameter-based stuff, how many monsters are on screen. If there's a lot, we'll turn down the basic monsters so that the other ones can come through more and the player skills come through more. It's, it's a lot of work that goes into mixing every area. But we still support players changing sliders and things. Hopefully everyone will play with the sound on to start with.
At least once.
Yeah.
Great. Will there be anything to prevent certain player sounds from getting too repetitive? For example, detonate mines, charges?
Charges is still something we're figuring out, because I know in PoE 1 they can be pretty oppressive, like all the time. So yeah, that's something we'll figure out. Not having the sound on monsters is good, and yeah, you want to know when you've got one. But these are questions we're still figuring out. Our main goal right now is getting through the whole game and getting monsters right, ambiences and everything, and then those integral mechanical things are things that will change probably over time as we get a better idea of it. But it's definitely things on our radar for importance.
Cool. For both of you, was there a particular boss or area that either of you found extra challenging to work on? If so, what was it?
That's a good question. I think the main challenge is how many of them are.
Yeah. They all present their own challenges. But one challenge for us is just keeping up with iteration. Like the departments are working on this stuff all the time, and we need to sort of pivot to make sure we, do the right thing for gameplay. So I guess they all have their own quirks and challenges, but bosses are always just harder because there's so much going on to mix and balance. And it's really important to us in our team that we telegraph things at the right moment. Like there's a lot of work goes into dialogue, making sure some things always trigger a dialogue line from a boss so that you're about to die, or some things might have a play chance, and some effects will always be loud, things like that.
We have Pedro here.
To get right. But
thank you for the subscription, Pedro. I'm here just
when it comes to boss fights,
watching this.
To make everything very interesting.
I don't know if we're going to be
really
playing
long
this,
boss.
but I hope that you enjoy what I'm doing.
Sometimes 5, 6, 7
20-ish
You have
days.
multiple phases, so that can be sometimes challenging. And then
How are you doing
when
today?
it comes to regular areas,
I worked
to
out for
make
5
sure
days.
That the
All
intensity
preparing
is
for
there,
this event
and
of
at the
today
same
and
time,
yesterday, so that I could sleep
there's plenty
later.
of space for sound effects.
Cool. Are there any old songs or sounds you'd like to go back and remaster in PoE 1?
we tried that once. Shatter sound, anyone? Yeah. No. I mean, that I don't mind talking about that for a second. It was a well-intentioned change, but it actually illuminated something to us, which I think is important, and that's, a lot of these sounds are so, like embedded in people's heads that, it's probably got a direct link to your dopamine receptor or something, so that when you hear it, it's like, oh, good, there's a whole screen gone. So us trying to change that, don't mess with that, don't touch it. And that sound is actually kind of funny because it's only one sound, and it has it'll only play it once within a certain amount of time. So whenever you hear the whole screen just go clink, it's like it's weird from a sound design perspective. Like, we'd want different sounds or things, but in reality, in game, that's what works, and it's cool, and it's been that way for a long time. So don't touch it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. That's what we learned. Sorry.
I guess I would gladly remaster trailer music and make some sort of compilation. Maybe.
Really well, got called strong by 4 different elderly ladies at the gym today. Being hotter than ever.
We have a question.
The other day I was going
What is actually
doing
the sound
groceries.
of the occultist's explosion ability, profane
I was
balloon?
passing this lady, and she said, she almost whispered,
something badass.
I'm like,
like a
what?
lot of these things are just done.
This used to happen much more when I had hair.
At the time, I can't tell you offhand.
That was nice to hear.
What's that's comprised of? Sorry. I can look when I get back to work.
So I mean, that feels good, definitely.
Would it be possible to have additional dialogue options for resources like mana being low? Is there an option to turn these off?
I like how you added that at the end of the question. So we don't want that to become an oppressive thing. And we have some more variety in that. Like, it won't just be one line that they say. There'll be a pool of options. And we also have pretty cool tech now to know whether the player's in combat when they're saying that stuff. So if you're out of combat, they'll say it more chill, like, oh, I've got no mana. Or if they're in combat, I've got no mana. So it'll be, it'll be reactive to what's actually happening in the time. But yeah, we'll probably have, we haven't figured out how it'll work over the course of the game, because obviously
not in my
in-game,
ballpark,
you
but
don't
hey,
need your
I'll
character
take any
screaming
corners
at you
I
all
think
the
that
time.
was still
So
game.
we'll figure that out.
Of
and
course, come on.
likely will be an option to just disable
It was
it.
more funny
I
than
don't know
anything
yet.
else.
Don't quote me on that. We'll see what happens. But the idea is the whole player character dialogue system will be more immersive through the campaign. That's the goal.
Great, and this is going to be our last question for tonight. Will there be dynamic sounds added for weapon strikes based on material being hit? For example, like flesh or stone from a golem?
Yeah, so part of Dominic's painstaking work was every single hit for every single weapon has, well, every weapon type, I should say, is baked in with the sound of the armor that you're hitting. So
Oh my god,
flesh, mud, wood, water, you know, like some of them share, mud and water are the same, but yeah, every single one has to be baked in because we don't want to play too many sounds at once unless we have to. So yeah, that is a thing. And also crit sounds are also baked. So we've redone how crit sound by making more of that armor layer come out when you hit it to know that you've crit, rather than just having a massive explosive sound. It's still satisfying, that's the goal. Every on-hit sound should be satisfying.
Are you
yeah.
going out tonight?
Cool.
Or you just
that's all the time
arrived?
we have today. Please give another
What
round
do
of
you
applause
think
for these two.
there was lady?
Thank you very much.
The one that's the four ladies of yours or my lady? My lady. My lady was like 35 or 40 and yeah, 35 or 40, something like that, I could say. What about yours? Now 1 p.m. This is 12 minutes, so we can take a look at some more things here. So in 12 minutes sound design. In 12 minutes we are going to have Path of Exile 2 animation interview with Zizaran, Sam and Ad for 30 minutes. And Path of Exile 2 gameplay showcase and chat with Steel Mage showcase and chat. Steel Mage and Mark Neon. Oh, that looks interesting. Those two look interesting. We are going to have action RPG roundtable. And then streamer roundtable. Sunday wrap up. Oh, there it is. Oh no, it's not. It's just the ambience. And then the race. We have a race. So yeah, we are waiting for this event here, which is going to happen in 11 minutes from now. Nice around your age. Mine were old enough to be my grandmas. That's nice. That's really not bad. I mean, you get some accomplishment sense there. So some more images to look at. Enter the tournament. Assemble your team. Oh, see? That's why I haven't worked out. So today's Saturday. Saturday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. The last day that I worked out was the last day that I streamed, Monday. So I streamed on Monday and I had worked out on Monday. And then Tuesday until today, no working out. Just, I did things in the house, like I cleaned the bathroom, I dusted the house. These things are a tiny bit of cardio. Maybe not a tiny bit, maybe, I don't know, decent cardio, because you walk a lot, you move a lot, you stand up and you crouch, stand up, crouch, stand up, crouch, stand up. After like the 20th one, you're like, So yeah, kind of cardio. But yeah, I was just making myself not get tired to extend to later at night so that I could stream this yesterday and today. And today is a rough one. Today started 3:30 and goes until 2 a.m. So it's still 4 more hours to go. I've been up for 6 hours. It is 4 more hours to go, like I said. So is that so? 4.5 more hours to go. It's going to complete 11 hours of stream. So yeah, I am not used to that much. I stream normally 6, 8 hours, something like that. And I noticed that when I work out and I do cardio, I can sustain better streaming more hours. The problem is that my metabolism decided to go Brazilian time healthy exactly on the week of the Power Exile convention. This is bullshit. Because the Power Exile convention starts 6:30 p.m. Brazilian time. So I have to go overnight until 2 a.m. both days. And then for that, I couldn't, it wouldn't work if I had worked out and then did cardio both, like all of the days. Because I was like, by last Sunday, I woke up 5 a.m. and I was sleeping 9:30 p.m. Even though I was streaming 4, 5, or 6 hours. So the last that I streamed was Monday. Was it Monday? I think it was Monday. I streamed for 3 hours Monday. You are here! I streamed for 3 hours Monday. When it was 9:30, I was like, whoa. Whoa. So I decided to not work out so I could extend. And so today, for example, I woke up 10 a.m. Yesterday, I woke up midday. So it was better, definitely. But I prefer to be healthier and work out and have better, more efficient hunger, stream less, and spend time off stream making videos and posts and memes, and that works for me. That works for me. So gotta do 8 hours arm workouts to compensate. Or templates like so after this stream here, I'm going to faint. I'm going to really go to my bed and I'm already sleepy, as you can see. it's almost 10 p.m. here. I'm going to sleep immediately after this stream. But then I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I swear to God, I'm going to do one of those big sessions that are almost unhealthy. Normally, I do a 30, 40, or 50 minute session of whatever I'm working out, be it legs, back of the shoulder, biceps and back, front of the shoulder, chest and triceps. Those are the 3 things that I do. I don't do abs, fuck abs. And then I go and I walk for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. So my whole session, if I sum up, goes to 1 hour 10 minutes, sometimes 1 hour, 1 hour 20 minutes. If I am disciplined and regimented, doing cardio and the workout session, the non-aerobic thing. But tomorrow, oh no. Tomorrow I'm doing the following. I'm going to start with arms. I'm going to do biceps and triceps. More, I think 6 or 8 series of 10 repetitions on each. I'm guessing it's going to be 6. 3, 3, 3, 3. 4 different exercises. Triceps, biceps. Good. After that is when I'm going to do the push-ups and the back exercises. Because if I start with back exercises and push-ups and I decide to do this large, long day, my arms, I just can't work out the arms properly. And nowadays, I prefer to work out the arms because in calisthenics, it's very easy to work your core, your chest, your back, and neglect the arms because it's harder and the arms are also part of a larger group of exercise. So tomorrow is going to be one of those big days. I'm going to work out arms, then my torso, and after that I'm going to go for a long walk and probably I'm going to arrive for lunch. And then I'll see whatever I stream in the afternoon and I'll be probably sleeping by 10 p.m. or something. We'll see. It's going to be good, I promise. But yeah, I don't do this normally. Like, it's extremely rare. So let me see, the last time that I spent 5 days without working out. somewhere in 2017, 2018, when I traveled to Berlin. 2018, so 5 years ago, I traveled to Berlin, and then to like summing the day of the travel, the trip day. Like I go to the airport, I wait, I get the scale, and then I land. I arrive there. I have so many things to do, so many people to meet. That's probably when I spend like 4 or 5 days without working out. Probably like 4. When it's like 3 to 4 days, I'm already like, fuck, I have to work out. And then I just get like the backyard of my house and I do a bunch of push-ups until I sweat, which is not hard in Berlin or Manaus. So yeah, then even when I'm traveling, I'm working out. So yeah, it's probably 5 years since I did that. Tom Platz did 8 to 12 sets of squats, 5 to 50 reps. Hack squats 5 sets, 10 to 15. Leg extensions 5-8 sets. Lying hamstring curls 6 to 10 sets, 10 15. Standing and seated calf raise with 4 sets, 10 15. Can he train his legs 2 times every month? He had the best legs of all time, yo figure. Wow, holy shit. I stopped working out calves, man. I think I told you about this before, yeah. I was extremely regimented and disciplined about calves because they were thin. Now my calves are massive. They're huge. And even if I spend a long time without working out legs, my calves don't diminish. It's just like I just restructured my body in the calf section that it's forever fine somehow. So since 2002, which was when I started working out, 2002, 1 year before I entered university. Since 2002, when I started working out and I didn't care about anything in particular, I just wanted to work out. Then 2003 I became extremely conscientious about every single aspect of working out because I got obsessive about it. And then the thing that I got the most obsessive about was my calves. And then I started to do it twice a week and I never counted. So you have to change the exercise. You have to do like 2 types of exercise minimum per session, but you cannot count. You have to work out to exhaustion. Not to exhaustion, to failure. That's the word, to failure. So I did like 6 sets. And is it set the word? Yeah, it's the word. The set is the word. And each one of the sets you don't count. So it would go like this, like 87, 82, 67, 60, 20, 6. And then I would go walking to my house like this, like fucked up. And then I would wake up and be so sore for the next 2 days that it was, it's hard to describe how much painful it is to stand up and sit down. When you're walking, the pain happens, but you get used to it. But when you're sitting down, you're just relaxed. And then all of a sudden you stand up, boof,
My name is Israel,
pain.
and I am
Let's
joined
watch.
here with Sam and Ed from the animation team, and that's what we're going to be asking about today. And these are the people that make all the animation look amazing. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks very much for having us. This is great. Well, I mean, you haven't asked. I'm not too sure which way around it goes.
Both, bit of both. I figured we could do like a quick introduction with how long you've been working at Grinding Gear Games and how much you've been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2.
Sure, I've been here for about 7.5 years. We started just before Fall of Oriath, and we've sort of been here ever since, and sort of really started to put our feet down. Bit of the furniture. He's been here even longer.
Yeah, I've been here 8 years. I started, I think the week of release for Act 4 was, yeah, so I started a pretty hectic time.
Wow.
There's certainly a lot of work that's gone in before since then.
Yeah.
You know.
There was a small period where I was the single animator.
Wow.
Yeah. And
That's
then
a lot to do.
Yeah. There was 2 guys when I started, and then they both left, leaving me behind, and I was just like this junior being like, how do I do this?
A lot of overtime then.
Yeah.
And so how much have you been working on PoE 1 versus PoE 2 now that like both are being worked on?
Well, I'm full-time PoE 2 now. There was a bit of like crossover, but yeah, now it's just strictly PoE 2.
Yeah, and so for myself, it's sort of like I have a combination of all of it, really. I take care of all the bosses and monsters in PoE 2, but obviously we have a lot of content in PoE 1, which is still needing to be maintained, and we have a lot of microtransactions and that kind of stuff that also needs maintained. So, you know, it's sort of, you know, split across all, really.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Sam, what's the favorite thing you've like designed so far?
Oh, I don't know, man. There's a lot of content to go through, but I have to say creating the PoE 2 bosses has been my absolute favorite. We've had a chance to create, you know, much more character in all of the monster performances from all of them. We've really tried to really hone in on who a character is, where he comes from, you know, where does his magic come from, how is it created, is it, you know, is it from the gods, is it from the earth, is it from his catalyst, you know, it doesn't matter where it's from, you know, but we have to know that, and I think people really start to get the idea after seeing some of the boss fights or experiencing some of the boss fights that they're not just quite so vanilla.
Yeah.
You know, and it's really important that the bosses feel unique. We have over 100 or about 100 bosses, and so you know, each and every one needs to be its own thing. The monsters are a different category on their own.
Well, Ed, what about you?
I mean, I've just been on characters this whole time. Yeah, just trying to make sure that they feel punchy and flow, and yeah. I think my favorite at the moment is the monk, but also the warrior. I like the slams.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you were telling me for PoE 1, you designed like pretty much all the animations on Katava.
Yeah. Yep. I was all on Katava. That took me about 3 months to animate. He was crazy complicated. Yeah.
And at the time, it was something that was completely unique.
I had never animated something the size of a building.
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
And that took a long time to wrap my head around, like just how fast that thing should move or how slow it should move. And
yeah,
there was a lot of iteration that went on trying to get him feeling right.
I can't even imagine. So walk us through the process a little bit. Like, where do you start? Do you get an outline of everything? I'm guessing like the model is mostly finished when you start doing the animations. Can you walk us through that?
I mean, sometimes it's actually all the way back, and actually more often it's actually all the way back at concept stage.
Wow.
So the drawings come in, and you get to see them, and you're like, it's really, really messy at the top or down the bottom, and we was just like, can we balance this out a little bit here? And it's sort of like, this would be the biggest shape that we want to make use of. But our concept team over the years have just gotten so good. You know, they understand what the product is. You know, we actually have, you know, a top-down camera, which is quite difficult at times to animate to. The silhouette gets foreshortened all the way down, and so actually that's sometimes our biggest battle, is making sure that silhouettes are clean and that kind of stuff. And the concept artists are so good at doing that. But at the same time, you know, the monsters are crazy these days. The level of detail on them is crazy. So, you know, there's only so much limitation that you have. But after that, then it goes to modeling and stuff, and we'll get at that stage.
There can often be this balance of like, sometimes the craziness of a monster, it's like, well, that's going to make it difficult to animate, but I also don't want to ruin what makes this monster special, you know?
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow, and like animation has been going on for a long time in PoE right now, and you've been working there for so long. Can you tell me a little bit about how things have changed from all the way 7 years ago, and like technological changes and stuff like that today?
Well, I think Ed touched a little bit on it in his talk yesterday, which was quite funny. Is like the rigs for the character side of things was a huge change. That made a massive difference.
Yeah.
You know, on the boss's side and on the monster's side, it was just more about just trying to make the bosses or the monsters feel like who they are. And so we're really trying to up the character and, you know, make them feel like they're, if they're a zombie and they're sort of like, coming after you, or, you know, if they're a big and tough person, you know, they feel that way. A lot of that for me, I really concentrate probably the most important thing for me that I start with is the walk or the run. Once you've established how this thing moves, it really helps you sort of gauge how fast something should attack after that, how crazy it is it manic, is it slow and heavy, are they proud and standing tall? It's balancing it all over the place, really.
I think also on the tech side of things, when I started, we didn't have a rigging department. The animators were doing the rigging.
Saviors.
And I didn't know how to rig, so I was kind of learning on the fly. But yeah, now we have very talented riggers who can support us with extra things behind the scenes that make our job a lot easier.
So what does the rigging do?
The rigging is adding in all of it's basically adding the skeleton, defining the points of deformation around joints, and also adding controls, so the things that we can actually select. So in my talk yesterday, I mentioned that we were animating on the skeleton. The problem with that is that the skeleton's underneath the skin. So you would either have to have the character in some kind of transparent mode, so you can't really see them properly, or have an X-ray. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Sometimes they also create little systems for us. So like if you've got a lot of controls, they may give us a global controller that might be able to, instead of having to on an extremely high level control every single control, we might have a lower level control that we can control all of that with. So we only actually have to animate one thing, or they make systems for us and that kind of stuff, like be able to throw sine waves through things to be able to give the overlapping actions and stuff like that.
So, especially with character models and stuff, do you ever use like real-life people
Why?
to try to make sure everything looks super authentic, or is it just all done in a program?
Dude, video games are the shit.
Sometimes we'll video ourselves.
Yeah, reference is huge. Reference is huge. And in fact, I think that's probably one of the biggest changes that
And these are the guys that are in shape. The other guys are all like not in good shape.
From the monster side of things.
So these are the shads talking to another shad.
Lots of like weird noises and growls. Smash stuff, break swords. We have a lot of temporary swords, which is hardened plastic and that kind of stuff. So you can actually stand in pose, look at your body, take video of it, and then you can be like, oh, really? He does that? Like one of the things that I remember figuring out actually at just before the last Exilecon was when someone's sliding their sword around, you may think that it's actually going to go straight through, and it just cuts straight through. It's generally we have a pose here and a pose here, and then we jump through. But there's a point where the weight actually from the blade goes through to the end of the sword, and it travels down to the end of it, and it actually keeps you while it rotates for a still frame in the middle, and then it continues on. And it actually gives you that sensation of sort of the weight actually going through, and it gives it a little bit of extra chunk. But you'd never figure that out. If you just looked at it just normally, you'd never almost know that it's there. Wow. But you take video footage of it, and all of a sudden you've got levels of detail that you didn't think were present.
Yeah, because I'd imagine animation is something you really notice, like you ideally don't notice if it's done well, right? It just feels good, it feels right, but you really notice when it's done wrong. What would be like the single hardest thing to animate?
I find very subtle things hard to animate.
Yeah.
Like big flippy actions are great because there's so much going on.
High contrast.
Yeah, you can't tell when something's gone wrong.
Yeah, like sorry.
Just quickly, one of the animations I did on Po 2 was plugging a gem into a generator, and the character kneels down and plugs the thing up and then stands up. Doing the stand-up, I was just like, how does this happen? How do you stand up from a kneel?
I think another thing for me is like really human-based walks. They're slow. Everyone knows how a human moves, whether they know they do or they don't. Everyone has observed everyone their entire lives, and as soon as something's not exactly right, they're like, that's wrong.
Yeah.
They're like, why'd you do that? That's wrong. And it's like, oh, I tried. We don't use any motion capture. Every single thing that's in the game, maybe there is 0.5% of something that has been motion captured. We've tried a few different technologies over the years and stuff, and we've always reverted back to acting and hand creating and handcrafting everything. So there is absolutely nothing that every boss and monster that we have at the moment, it's just all from hand and reference.
They look like they have a family and are not super skinny or fat. They don't fit any of the gamer stereotypes. Do I fit? Does this guy fit?
Pulling my strings, man.
Very well done.
You need to watch a little bit more sports, man.
Is a really big thing in
not everybody's skinny or fat.
Especially now that we're having things like a incorporated
no, right?
How does that work if you're like mid-swing and your player wants to do like animation cancel? Does that make your
They have kids. Almost sure.
So far, no.
The interviewer has kids
that was one of the things
and a
that
wife.
I was worried about when it was first mentioned to me. But
it's 2023,
seeing
my
it in
man.
the game and testing it out for myself, it's just kind of worked. which has been a relief. We do have some level of control over it, so if there are instances where it does end up looking ridiculous, then we can stop that. But yeah, so far it's been fine.
On the monster side of things, we sometimes have very fast characters or slow characters. And the slow characters are a little bit easier because you kind of want them to hit the ground and wait, and you kind of got that telegraph and timing when you know when you can attack them again. But if you have like a multiple attack animation, maybe they slash once across and then come back again or something, you might not want to actually make that monster wait until he's finished his second attack. And so we can actually put animation canceling events in the timeline, and we can say, look, you've got to be here until this moment, but if the character is no longer in proximity at this point, actually you can go and chase him again. And so that keeps a mob really hungry and sort of fiending after you, and especially with the fast-paced stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about next. Obviously in Path of Exile, a lot of people like to stack both attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. How does that interact with the animations you have to make? Do you just speed everything up with a linear timeline, or do you have to make different animations for different thresholds?
Yeah, so the characters have the ability to now to switch animations as their attack speed increases. Basically, I just try and find a threshold where the animation starts looking ridiculous, and then I have another one where usually a cut a bit off the
my
hidden
dad is a
tail,
big
so
GTA
the
fan,
slash
and
itself
gamers so give it
stays
that.
the same.
It's a different generation,
yeah,
huh? Different.
And
Completely.
obviously there's a lot of teams that Grinding Gear Games. I imagine you guys have to work very closely with sound, visual effects. Can you talk a little bit about how does it work to collaborate with other teams, a back and forth, and if things need to be changed afterwards?
I think that's probably my favorite part of the whole job. You get to talk with everyone, everything in the whole pipeline. It's very linear. First of all, you have the concept stage, and then you have modeling, and then you have rigging, you've got animation, you've got VFX, and then you've got audio. And it's all one big collaborative thing. So quite often, because it's linear, we come in, we'll do a pass, we'll maybe get it up to about 80% somewhere, we hope, around about 80%. We then send it off to a VFX, they'll do it, and then sometimes they'll come back and they'll be like, hey, I was really trying to make this lightning ball up, and then I wanted to explode at a certain time. Can you give me just like half a second more, just so that they can form the effect, and then we'll go back and adjust it for them, and then they can do their effects to it. Audio, they're at the end of the pipeline, so they kind of just wait and pause. They might put some sort of dummy stuff in, and they'll just wait until we're completely polished, and then they'll do their pass afterwards.
But it's really cool to make an action and then pass it on and just kind of see what another artist does with it.
Yeah, it's like different sense of the puzzle, right? It's very cool.
Yeah,
and sometimes you just don't expect what they do.
Yeah. You're just like, oh, I didn't intend for that, but cool.
Yeah, that makes it look way better.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So with cohesion between skills and microtransactions, does that how much things does the actual look of something factor into the animation?
In terms of microtransactions?
And skins in general.
Right. I mean, sometimes I think we're kind of bound with microtransactions specifically because we don't really create. The microtransaction itself may have a unique animation, but it's usually getting played on top of something which isn't unique. And so we don't really go ahead and create new character animations for those microtransactions, especially in Po1.
Yeah.
I can't really tell you what's going to happen in Po2, but in Po1 we have a predefined, we have the characters there, they have certain rigs. Because they didn't share at that particular point in time, it made it very difficult to go and customize anything. Whereas we have a lot more options, I feel like, coming up in PoE2, where we actually could potentially do some certain things. And,
although there was the exception of there was a supporter pack or something recently where there was the armor set that when you got it, you floated.
Yeah, that's right.
That was probably the first thing we've added to the characters in ages.
That's my favorite thing. I wish you could have that on just once you've unlocked that MTX, I wish you could have it on everything. I love floating. So cool.
Well, we added it to the Mana Tempest on the Info too.
Yeah. It looks so cool. And we got a 10-minute warning here, and I've been asked kindly to remind everybody that we have a PoE2 gameplay showcase with Anugi and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So that'll be coming up after our segment here. But as the next one, I wanted to ask, do you have any pet peeves when it comes to animating? Something that comes up that bugs you, annoys you, that's maybe a hard thing to solve?
I don't know if it's pet peeves in the overall animation itself, or maybe just the process and making sure that the workflow is correct, making sure that animation isn't too noisy, I guess. I don't know if it's more of a pet peeve, it's just something that we really concentrate on.
The only thing that really comes to mind is being asked to do something quicker than it can possibly be done.
Timing-wise?
Yeah. Like, you know, we want this big epic thing to happen and we want it in half a second. It's like, well...
Yeah, takes time.
It's definitely one of the most difficult things in Poe, is that everything is so fast.
Yeah.
You know, you don't get a lot of
This
time
cat woke up from a
to
dream.
create this massive thing. You have to try and get that feeling across, but in a really tiny period of time. It's just, but that's part of the territory. It's not really, I don't know if I'd call it a peeve. But.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that brings me to my next question about visual clarity. It's obviously super important in ARPGs. And I want to really ask you about the differences in PoE 1 versus PoE 2 there. And yeah, how does visual clarity factor into everything?
I mean, for me with monsters, it's just making sure that the animations are clean, like really clean. The flow is really important. You can't have something that's just going to run really fast and then attack really slow. You can't have animations that are coming this way and then suddenly just bounce out and go the opposite way. Rather than matching a particular pose, which we often do with bosses and with monsters, it's more about matching the flow of something, especially with like wings and things like that. They have a certain action that they're doing. If you suddenly just change that and go the opposite way, it's going to pop. Even if the pose is exactly the same, the flow of the motion is too different, and you'll get a knock. And then when people are seeing it, they won't know what they're doing, but they'll feel it. They'll feel this, and it will become that when you've got packs and packs of monsters. It's like click, 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 click all over the screen, you know?
Yeah.
You're just like, no, what's going on there? That's wrong.
Yeah.
You know, that's bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
God knows.
Reducing
I know
visual
it's
noise
shit.
is a big thing I focus on. When I'm making character skills, I'll often just run around an area and just kill lots of monsters with that skill and just make sure that I'm seeing it from all different angles and just trying to catch any like weird little pops and also using it alongside other abilities as well. So I'm not just focusing on it being spammed, but also how does it work with everything else in your toolkit.
Awesome. And obviously bosses are particularly important to be telegraphed. And when you're designing the animations for a boss, are you just given a list of like, these are the moves that we need? Like we need 1 slam or 2 slams and like...
That's a really interesting question. So that kind of happens in many different ways. Sometimes we have a design to begin with. We're like, oh, we really need this to happen. It needs to have circle, circle, rectangle damage, or you know, maybe other times they will just get a boss and we have a look at it and we have a look at the biggest shapes that it has, what kind of character it is, and be like, okay, well, he's got a massive axe. It would be an obvious thing. So we really need to make sure that we're emphasizing on this. But you know, other times it may be just choosing a different part or making sure that the lore of the magic or whatever is coming through.
Yeah. And do you ever get given a boss and you see it and you're like, I want this boss to do this. Like, this would be a really cool move to put in.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
And what about, do you ever have like, does it happen often that you have an animation, you like finished it and you're like, no, it's just not right, and you just scrap it entirely?
Yep. A big part of my process is if something's not working, just don't try and force it to be good. A lot of the times it's good just to delete it and start again.
Yep. Yeah, rework it, you know, like from scratch.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with throwing away stuff that's not working. And in fact, I implore it for all of our animators. It's like, because the clarity when you're creating an animation from scratch is either there or it's not. And you may just fundamentally have that animation just not working.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there might be a lot of people watching at home on Twitch, etc., and that want to do what you guys do. What would be your advice and like things to study in university for people that are still students, etc.?
Well, I think for me, before university or anything else, is observe. Just observe people, observe life, observe animals, observe nature, observe everything, and just absorb as much as you can, because that's the stuff that you're drawing on when you're creating something. You know, Ed, he's got a little bit of history in martial arts and stuff like that, and obviously that comes through in a lot of his animation. For me, I'm generally in the world, whether it be in nature or living a much more physical life.
Yeah.
And I take that and I bring that back into the animation.
Wow.
On top of that, obviously, you've got schooling. There's loads of schools online, locally to whoever it is around the world. That's obviously important. And I'd say the last thing is just don't give up. You're not going to be great straight away. But
I would say just animate.
Yeah.
Just animate a lot. I mean, artists will do the same thing with drawing, like just draw a lot. It's the same thing. Animate, just animate. Animate a lot.
Yeah.
And get critique. Get other people to look at your work.
Very much so.
That's the most important.
Also,
thing.
I have a
mean,
question.
even at a professional level, that's the same thing. You know, like you can create an animation. I can come up to Ed and I'm like, Ed, help me. What's wrong? You know, and he's just like, oh, it's this, and it's like, oh, what? Oh, it's that. Oh, okay. You know, and you just need points of reference, and you know, don't have anything and hold it too close to your heart. You know, it's like if someone says it's wrong, you know, I generally run by the rule of threes. Ask 3 people. If 2 people say that it's wrong, you know what? No matter what your pride is, it's probably wrong. You know, and then just redo it. You know, and don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be perfect first time.
Oh, come on,
And how much of this is like solo
Who
work,
likes
and
this
how
kid?
often do you end up working with like 2 people in one animation or more people?
Well, Ed's been solo on characters for the entirety of PoE 2 production.
Wow.
For us, we started off with having everyone owning a monster and owning a boss and that kind of stuff. But as production kind of goes on and the schedules are what they are, you actually kind of need to sometimes break people down into teams of 2. And so they'll work together on something and they can actually collaborate together. And you know, someone might take the walk and this attack, and then somebody else might take, you know, a special attack or something like that. And it's actually kind of cool to be able to collaborate like that, because you share ideas and you both understand the same product, and so then you end up with something that's actually better than what it ever would have been with just one person.
That's awesome. How often do you go back and rework something that's been in the game for a while, like maybe a new technology came out and you know that you can upgrade something, or is it like hard to go back?
I think
it's quite rare to go back. I think the only time we've gone back and really changed stuff is when we started adding physics to armor.
Yeah.
And we started having problems with that.
I think it's really important to learn as you're going. I mean, like, constantly evolving on the learning side. It's quite expensive to go back and to rework everything, but you're learning from those mistakes the next time you go around it, and you're really concentrating on making sure that you don't make that same mistake again.
Well, we're getting towards the end here, but this must have been a huge relief getting everything off your chest. Like, what's the general vibe of just seeing everyone?
Awesome.
How they're reacting to everything.
It's amazing. Yeah. The fans that have come all this way to come out and see here, you know, I get goosebumps thinking about people. People say that they appreciate something. You're like, oh, you noticed that? That's amazing. You know, it's like sometimes you just don't really know if people are picking up what you're putting down, and that's like, it's a huge sigh of relief to actually see that people do appreciate the effort that you put in, because it's definitely a product of passion.
Yeah.
We absolutely love what we do. We're very lucky. The whole team of animators are extremely talented, and it's truly a privilege to get to work with them on it, and then to get to appreciate it from everyone else is just, it's awesome.
I mean, usually the stuff we see online is like about, you know, how the game plays and the I don't know, I guess more game mechanic relevant stuff.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have people come up and actually say they appreciate the animations and
I mean, I
compliment that stuff.
People are quite often quite willing to turn around and tell you what's wrong with something, but to have so many people come over and tell you what's right with something, it's just like, oh, sweet, they did get it. You know, like.
Yeah. Is there anything small that you feel like it's overlooked that you are really proud of?
I think we were talking earlier with Ed, you know, and I think he hit the note quite on. It's just sort of like we've tried so hard in PoE 1 specifically. You know, animation quality's been getting better and better, and but the people sort of have this thing. It's like, oh, things look a bit janky, so I'm not really looking at animation. But I think a lot of the stuff that's there is actually a lot, you know, is really good. But you know, there's some stuff that's dated that we sort of gets mixed and blurs in with it, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me here. Thank you, Sam and Ed, and everybody watching. Really appreciate it. Grinding Gear Games for setting everything up. And remember, right up next, we have the PoE 2 gameplay showcase with Nguyen and Mark, which some of you know as Neon. So thanks so much. Hope you guys all enjoyed watching. And yeah, my name is Cesarine, and try to die less than I do. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ciz.
Thank you.
You would love Oblivion's level scaling. It's considered broken even for old game standards. I don't know, man. I loved Skyrim. It's one of the best games I've ever played. Are you following me on Twitter? Please follow me on Twitter. I have a post there about Skyrim. I keep posting memes, and you would know because the Skyrim post is pinned. I actually loved Skyrim, and it has level scaling. Clearly, but it's made correctly. Oblivion's leveling is considered a penalty. Yeah, I didn't play Oblivion. I don't know how that is. I know how Diablo 4 is. I know how Skyrim is. They're grossly different. grossly different. Like very. In Skyrim, after you itemize and specialize, you feel strong. You actually feel very strong. I felt so strong that I had to scale my game all the way to Legendary because I was playing Expert. And then, even in Legendary, I still felt strong. It felt bad, it felt good, but it felt better to be strong against Legendary enemies because they could kill me fast. And they were strong, so I was facing strong enemies, which I took pleasure in killing them as fast as I could, which was not as automatic as the Expert time, but it was pretty decent. Like even dragons were, I was beating the shit out of the dragons in Legendary, ancient dragons and all. And you never feel strong in Diablo 4. You feel strong up to level like 10, where you're getting access to new skills. So you just have like the basic skill, then you have one core skill, and then you gain access to another skill, another skill, another skill, and yeah, you feel good, not powerful, you feel good because you're gaining access to the skills. Especially it's the first time that you're playing Diablo 4 or the class. But after that, after you have access to even the passive, the big passive that you have in Diablo 4, it's over. You're never going to feel strong again. Because the passives that you keep gaining, they are going to increase a little bit the core skill damage or something, and you're going to make your build a little more defensive, a little more offensive. And it just feels like shit. Even if you pay attention and gear very well in Diablo 4, you feel medium all the time. And it's not like you can go back to the initial zone and try to feel a little powerful because some monster there killed you when you were like, or almost killed you when you were level 10 or something. No, you go back there level 77, everybody there is a level 77 and you still feel meh. It's horrible, it's garbage. I don't have Twitter. Oh, come on, make one, follow me. Also, Oblivion and Morrowind other Elder Scrolls games are considered better than Skyrim. You should give them a shot. I probably will. But I think that Oblivion and Morrowind, they are considered better than Skyrim in two ways. One, by people that are fascinated by the genre, the RPG genre, very, very isolated RPG genre, because apparently the choice scope is wider in Oblivion and Morrowind. I never played, I don't know, I just heard about this, number one. And number two, it's very niche. Like a very small number of people consider it to be better. Because Skyrim is a newer generation, it has better like fight mechanics, even though I don't like very much some animation mechanics, for example, and the melee skills of Skyrim unmodded. But I imagine that Morrowind and Oblivion is going to be even cheatier. So yeah, I don't know, man. You don't need to make a Twitter, just check my memes, I think. I don't even know I have Twitter since always, so when you access Twitter, which is X, no, when you access X, you cannot see tweets? Sorry, you cannot see posts? Have another interview and drink water.
And hello and welcome. I am Noogie, or Noogien, and I am here with Mark/Neon, or
this was supposed to be Steel
Mage
and Mark
that you might have seen upstage, Ruckus. We're gonna have a bit of a gameplay session here where I'll be playing and he will be adding commentary or just general feedback to whatever I'll experience in game.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Where's Steel Mage?
What are you going to play?
I am playing a warrior.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
You said you played the rest.
Yes, I have played a bit. Really enjoyed all the different characters, but yeah, now
I mean,
we're gonna try
nothing
out
wrong with no game.
from other
It's
people that
fine.
it's really difficult.
It's just there was
Hopefully
something
I'll manage to get
else
through maybe some new zones. I
in
don't
the stream
know.
here. Also, while playing Morrowind, I stole a
But it is
Khajiit's
also the
book and tried
highest
to
act we're
search him.
demoing
He
here.
said, hey, that's my
Right.
book. Called The Gods and Me, the NPCs were
Oh,
nice.
King's March.
I really will say, since I've been playing this for a while, like 3 playthroughs, well, 2.5. All the audio design has been like really, really good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It is on point. The audio team are incredible.
Find out more about the metal the Kalgurans use.
Okay, I'm just gonna check out the different.
He's not game guy, fits the game stereotype.
What do you got? Armor breaker.
Got armor breaker here. I've heard that you're supposed to swing this on things.
That's
3
kind
times.
of, yeah, you kind of start with that.
Right.
Especially tougher enemies.
Okay.
Debuff icon will appear below their life bar once they have broken armor, which means they have no armor, and then there are the other skills that benefit from it or interact with it. So in that case, Leap Slam and Sunder being those two.
Okay, so those are the ones that benefit from armor breaker.
So yeah, the main combo, which you'll try and get the rhythm of, ideally would be kind of armor break until they've got no armor.
Good day.
Then either Leap Slam in for a heavy stun, or if it's too dangerous to get in, then Sunder from a distance.
Okay.
If you land a heavy stun, then often it's good to do a
So, you're looking for a ship?
Infernal Cry straight into a max-powered supercharged slam.
Okay.
Lots of steps to remember there. Good luck. But if you land that, you can probably take off a good third of a boss's life all in one big go.
Okay. Right.
Maybe a quarter, sometimes more.
Okay, we'll see. Set sail. And I'm going. Where am I?
Where are you going to pick? You've got a number of islands. This act is in particular very different because as opposed to a kind of, there is a linear progression to it, but we really start the player off just going, where are you going to sail? Which island you're going to go to?
Oh, okay.
And each is a, like, there's a kind of consistent Karui theming amongst kind of this whole area as you're in the kind of Karui archipelago.
Okay.
But each island has its own theming and biome and monsters and everything, and I actually like this act the most as a result of this. Yeah, it's my favorite act by far.
Yeah?
Just because it's not, and this isn't necessarily bad, but it's certainly not my preference, where you have like kind of Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters followed by Vile monsters, and they're all different, but they're all kind of got that same correlation, whereas here it's like go to island 1, you've got birds, the other island's got goblins, the other one's got undead, like ghost parity, nautical
man, it's
things.
PoE too.
Right.
And so
but
you've
this
gone
comes
Shrike Island
in
here.
1 year and a half minimum.
Ooh, that's
I have to go to the bathroom.
Lots of birds.
That is quite a swing. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, that one's channeled. The longer you hold it, the stronger it'll be. So you want to seize opportunities that present themselves, especially on bosses during heavy stuns.
Okay. The armor
Fun
break.
fact about shrikes, which that's named this island is a bird that this island is named after. They like to take rodents and impale them on thorns or branches to eat them. And you can see there are humans that have been impaled on spikes around this island to
I see. Yeah.
match that.
Oh. So is that the thing they would like? Is it from the real world? Like, would they do it?
Yes, they do that. The shrikes do that in real world.
Oh
yeah.
shit!
Kind of a bit savage, those birds.
Oh yeah.
In this case, it's mostly Karui because the Karui come here to take the eggs of the very large birds for both food and for kind of trophy hunting and proof of. Proof of warrior kind of, the strong vibe. Not sure what the right word is, it's slipping my mind. Yeah, lots of species of birds here. You've got, including the ones you're fighting right now, are kind of more towards, they're kind of bipedal even. So a little bit of evolution that's gone on here. Or corruption, whatever caused it.
It's so odd because, like, as someone who play a lot, I have all these ideas where my key should be, and this is like all.
Change it if you want to.
I'll just need to get used to it.
I'm the same situation. I don't play. I'm a move only left click player for sure. I don't use middle mouse. And on that keynote, I had so many skills to use that I had pretty much every single keybind taken, and it takes a serious amount of muscle memory breaking to be able to do that. So
yeah, it really does. I do like all the. I like the weight of the of all the attacks, but it's such a different experience from. Maybe that's lucky. It's such a different experience from what we're used to in PoE 1, where everything is. I mean, it's not as involved. You just kind of like fire away and it works. Here, you really have to think about how does the wind-up times, the area that the skill will be, the direction.
Yeah, for sure. You're probably on the low end of attack speed on this character.
Oh yeah?
Not that it's able to be changed in this current build, but it does cause you to have, like, what we can do now, especially with this kind of pacing, is think about how every single attack really feels. And you can hear it, like the bass coming from these slams is so satisfying.
Oh, absolutely.
And you don't get that level of satisfaction, at least not to the same way when you're thinking about, like, you know, how many tens of Sunders can I have on my screen at once, or how many tens of ground slams, but it's, you really just get to feel everything. The satisfaction is so much higher.
I like the fact that there is a directionality in how you are moving with some of the attacks, that you can actually like just change it as you're rolling through. That's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
I heard you could also, like, let's say if I'm sundering, can I like sunder this way and it, oh, I can.
You have a limited turn rate.
Oh, that's how that works.
And different skills have, I believe, different rates.
Yeah.
So you can, turn certain amounts as you are using the skills.
Supercharged slam. Oh, I should check the gem I found.
But it's pretty hard to demonstrate that one. Even during the keynote, I'm swinging my cursor around as I'm attacking, but you can't really see it. But once you are playing and you feel it.
Yeah, you do.
And sometimes those things that you can't see make it feel so much better, and you can't even necessarily understand why.
So I'm noticing leap slam here. Is it possible to get like a fully movement leap slam going like we could in PoE 1?
Certainly won't be as fast.
Okay.
But you might find that there is a way to make that feel like it's all right. I wouldn't say we're far enough along for that to be a certainty, yes or no at this point.
Ooh, a chaos.
No mana.
Which happens to work differently now, that chaos.
I've heard that. Let's just check it out. So, remove random modifier and augments a rare with a new random modifier. Ooh.
Doesn't re-roll the entire item, so the intention there is that you find a nearly perfect item and you take the gamble to get it to be perfect, as opposed to just simulating another random item drop on the ground.
Okay. I was talking to one of the devs, Hirishi. He was talking about how there's an idea that you never downgrade an item.
Yes, we don't have the capacity to downgrade the rarity on an item anymore.
Do you know the thoughts on that?
Not too much. I know I prefer it, but I don't really understand. I wasn't involved in the exact rationale as to why, the philosophy behind it. But I heard that, and I like that. I prefer that.
Yeah, I think that's how it goes with a lot of just game design, or even as players, we don't really know why we like things, but when we try them out, it makes sense for some reason.
What certainly means like the importance of base types finding normal rarity items goes up, right? Like, which is something that's interesting about item drops. You want to really find your right base type before you then craft it.
What? I don't know what.
Did you get stunned out of that?
Oh, maybe I did. Oh, the Bane of Quinn, life regen.
Oh, it died. How are you finding it so far?
Oh, I'm liking it. I I played slams when they first came out, and they felt...
Oi, brutal.
That was... Oh, Frenzy on hit, of course.
Holy shit!
And they...
All right.
Now back to the start of the area.
Wait. Oh no, do I have to do the whole thing again?
Yep.
Oh, jeez. I should have paid attention.
You do have the same, so even though the area is...
I have the same seed, so I can, but there's...
Reset, you have the minimap revealed, so...
Yeah.
Different monsters, but same terrain seed.
Right. Okay. No, I really like the... so I played a lot of all the different characters as well, and they all feel very unique as well, which I really like.
Oh yeah, that's definitely what we're going for.
Yeah.
We are thinking about that when designing them, is how special does it feel to play, how does it feel different, how does it feel unique, and so far pretty good success, I feel.
Oh my goodness!
It's a disaster.
Keep rolling. Jump out. Buff. Ah!
Yeah, I have to jump out on them.
Am I stuck?
You're surrounded, yeah. It does try to pathfind.
Good.
If you can't find a way, then you do get stuck.
What the?
All right.
I'm gonna focus.
It's hard. It's hard. It's difficult.
It is hard.
Yeah, and have to talk at the same time. Ooh. I like that. Okay. I mean, everything feels like it feels as if every choice you make on the battlefield matters a lot more now.
Yeah.
Like if you commit to a thing.
Well, normally there's this kind of just keep moving forward, keep moving forward, keep DPSing, and now you're just like, okay, I need to retreat, and that is such an abnormal thing to have to do when you've got the PoE 1 muscle memory going on.
And I use with the other game playthroughs I had, I tried doing that, but the thing is, the whole running away. But once I realized that you had tools to get in and out of combat, it feels after playing for a bit, it feels a lot more just natural.
Yeah, for sure.
One thing I do think feels pretty unnatural is the rolling. I like it, but in almost all other games that have a similar mechanic, it gives you a burst of speed somehow. You get extra movement out of it. But here, you maintain the same speed, but because PoE
you don't maintain the same speed.
Distance.
Over the total time, you travel the same amount of distance. Yes, but you do travel the first part of it faster and the second part of it slower. We just didn't want it to be that you were traversing zones, literally holding spamming spacebar the entire time. But yes, it does feel a bit different as a result. I do notice your playstyle here, and it is not to critique it, because it is the exact same thing that I see almost everyone do at the start, is that it is a matter of keep pulling large and large and large packs. And such a quick way to get yourself in trouble now. But it is exactly what everyone does at the start, because it is exactly what you do.
I forget I need to armor break these. Hold on, so...
It's left click.
Yes. And then I sunder them.
Yeah. Sunder will do always crit with a lot more damage.
Ooh,
it's interesting because it turns Sunder both from a very powerful AoE into a single target skill as well.
Oh, did you see? Wait, 47. What level am I? 45. Okay, I need to XP.
If you have to keep re-clearing this level, you'll get there possibly by the end of this stream.
Well, people do call me a bit washed up, so maybe there's something to it.
I mean, I am for sure dying to the boss on stage, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Difficult content.
Yeah, it really is. No! What the? I'm stuck on these.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Can I go to a different island?
You can, yes. If you just talk to the same person you spoke to before,
right.
you'll be able to select a different island.
Yeah. Let's try. Let's just I'm the type of person I don't like giving up, but I also want to just show more.
Yeah, understood.
Do you know there's apparently a Goblin Island?
Yeah, Isle of Kin is that.
Let's try that.
I like this island.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Well, I like them all, I suppose, but...
Any themes going on here?
Of course he likes them all.
What do we got here? It's a kind of... It's an island. It's kind of meant to be like White Island, and it is very much...
oh, so with sulfur...
Sulfur and, yeah, volcanic vents.
That is so cool.
And it's got this kind of goblin species that are inhabiting it, and they're mining the sulfite.
Okay. I like seeing it when you can feel New Zealand within the game itself.
We have a few areas that are like that. Yeah, the tropical island in particular is another island that like has a lot of the trees and bush of New Zealand on it.
Oh yeah. So tropical island, not to be so quite different from the one you would see in PoE 1.
Yeah, not the same. There's a thing in New Zealand where Kiwis are very, very hard to. I mean, you pretty much will never see one, even living here. And I mean the bird, not the people.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a critter version of them made just to very, very, very rarely, hopefully, by very select players, be found in the tropical island area.
Oh.
No need to keep it a secret because it's going to be hard enough to find them. Hopefully, as hard as it is in real life.
Very cool. Oh, no. I don't want to die. It's so hard to think of questions on the fly.
No, I know. What do we got on this area? We've got all the goblins. You got them. They like to tame beasts. So I talked about this a little bit in my boss monster talk. But you'll find these occasional big beasts, and they're riding on top of them, and they go to other islands and kind of take beasts back. Oh, there you got one on the left there, and you see the guys jumping off of them.
Okay.
One thing that isn't implemented on that beast is I really want it to be that if you kill the beast while those guys are still riding on it, that he can fall on top of them and squish them.
Oh.
Have a big
I love
blood
that.
pop out the side, just to be a bit graphic with it. But yeah, I like these. I just like the audio and the sound effects they make as well.
Yeah. So do you have, within the monster design, do you have specific, like within the species, do some flee, run away, charge you more?
Oh yeah, well there's a type on this that is just the drummers. You can see them kind of up there just playing the drums, but they're running around and they don't even pursue you. They cause, I'll let you just start this boss fight and then we'll talk about that after. Got the blind beast.
Okay.
Can be done damageless, I have done it before.
Okay.
Once in a blue moon. Should be 3 armor breaks to broken armor.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, that's a heavy stun right there. So this boss can actually be heavy stunned twice as frequently, or twice as easily.
Okay.
But it has only 3-second duration, which sounds like a lot, but it's a lot less than the base duration or what a lot of other bosses have for heavy stun. So what you can do to utilize the heavy stuns is Infernal Cry after landing one.
Okay.
And then once you see the heavy stun go off, and then do a full power channel ground slam, or the supercharged slam.
Oh, no, don't use that.
I wouldn't do it now, yeah. So
No.
Yeah.
Need to...
I know it's hard to think of it, but remember Sunder's a good single target too.
I'm trying.
Got to wait for that armor break.
Okay.
Oh, get away!
And Sunder here. Oh, maybe.
That was a heavy stun on him. Yeah, if you can get a full powered one of those going, it can be a little bit difficult, but... Slam.
It's so difficult.
I like this boss fight. Hopefully you don't lose too much concentration me having a rant here, but once once the boss dies, all those goblins, they're so shocked that you were able to kill this untamable, ferocious beast.
Of course.
That they just flee. They all just jump over the sides and completely get out of there.
I like the dodge on this fight a lot.
Yeah. You can quite perfectly get armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge, armor break, dodge. The rhythm is just like so nice.
But he's stepping on the shit, so he's taking a lot of damage too.
Nice.
Oh, that does hurt.
Yeah, you were just on the edge there.
Can
Not too bad. Oh, good timing. If he hit you there, you get interrupted.
Yeah, I know.
Portals have a 2.5 or 3 second cast time during boss fights.
Get to the well. I do like the well. I know
The
a
way
lot of
isn't-
players probably don't, but
I'm a
really
there's
like
like a natural feel of I am filling up my, and it's not. So the portal distance is pretty fair, I would say.
Yeah. We've tried to make that the case. The portal actually wasn't placed there originally. It was on the other side, and it was honestly
that's
frustrating.
yeah.
Don't worry, it will won't go out like that.
Okay, that's good. Oh, get out.
Nice. You got this. Not a problem. That's a heavy stone. Yeah. Careful. Nice.
There really is a new kind of rhythm in PoE.
Yes, for sure. But once you do it, or at least for me, I find it so satisfying.
Oh yeah.
Really enjoy
No, this
it.
is really fun.
Ooh.
Well, I got spare health potions, so we can utilize that.
Woo!
Good throw here.
Just gotta hope he
Okay.
doesn't crit. Crits do a lot more damage now.
Okay, don't throw. Just kill him. Yeah.
Nice. Good job. You'll notice he dropped a consumable. Should give 5 all attribute.
5 all rest.
Whoa, okay.
There's
What do we
7.
have? Breaks armor on critical hit. Oh, a new base. I like it. I guess
Nice.
all the different weapons are somewhat new. Oh, this also crushes. Interesting. Oh. Okay, where are we going now?
Crush won't be as important for you if you're doing your armor break, but it will work on
Oh,
Crush,
right. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
So yeah, you'll notice the stadium was empty afterwards, but
Oh, you're right. I just see it now.
they all just fled. You don't really look at it because you're normally looking where the loot is, so it all kind of happens in your peripheral vision.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, the drummers in this level, you can see one on the left there. He's just drumming along and sending out little war cry effects. He doesn't actually chase you. He just runs around playing the drums, and that increases the aggro range, or it kind of calls in all nearby goblins to come in to chase onto you.
I like that.
And it just knocks you back, and
Yeah.
they can be kind of annoying when they're rare and you're trying to kill them and they're just spamming knockbacks. And
Where they're bringing this soul fight. But why?
now you're in the volcanic warrens. This is also it's a kind of I guess more their home, not where they're mining so much, but where they bring it, and you get the underlit kind of lava going on here.
I mean, I just want to take a moment to appreciate the lighting and just the
it's
feel.
cool.
It is actually amazing. Wow. Okay. Well, let's keep gaming.
We're going to have it that, because a lot of the projectiles fired by monsters, not these, because these got put back because they weren't working as intended.
Okay.
These, we don't, so there's a skill called like mortars is what we call them. I guess like magma orb kind of has that, where it wouldn't collide with enemies. It would always go to where you're targeting.
Okay.
But for our monsters, we don't want it to feel like, again, projectiles are just ephemeral, kind of phasing through you, like it should collide with you if it hits you. So we're going with more of a like monster projectile ballistic system. And in areas like this, it can end up really cool, because the projectiles will then succumb to gravity. The mortars will fall down into those that underlit bit and go all the way and fall straight down to the lava.
Oh, really?
We will eventually also have those harpies if they've, in fact, it might be in there, I'm not too sure, it's hard to get to happen, but when those take a flight form, they will fly over top of the gaps in the level, and if you kill them above, they will also fall down and fall straight into the lava as well. Their loot will drop at the closest point of walkability.
Oh, so no, okay.
So you don't get lost loot falling down. Yeah.
Ooh. Don't die, my man.
You really have to be very careful with the with all
look
the
at the siphon
types.
mana.
There's definitely, I encountered one of them with the Huntress. It reminded me of everyone's favorite boss, the guy before Eater Worlds. I forget his name.
I know the internal. Is it the Infinite Hunger?
Yes, Infinite Hunger. And he has the belly, or the when he does the out. And I pretty much just got one shot by that one, so that was fun.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about
this mod combination on this drummer I find quite appealing because I can foresee the nuisance if you can get to it.
This is totally one of my favorite mods ever in the game.
Thing is, this guy's just going to constantly knock you back into the...
Are you serious?
Thing is, you'll be trying to melee him and he's just going to be constantly
mana
pushing.
with a drummer. Okay. Neon, come on.
It's randomness. It wasn't my fault. Blame the random number generator.
Yeah, it's not my fault. It's your fault.
Oh, jeez.
You're the designer.
I guess we know we're in it now.
What else is there going on with some of these? We have an interesting thing with monster behavior now, where we have what's called like secondary AI files.
Okay.
So normally an AI file is just, it comes with a list of skills, with weights, with conditions, and where they can use them. And we can have second ones that tick now, ones that are constantly ticking in the background, so that a monster can better react to what you are doing. And it can even interrupt its skills, so we're going to even have monsters dodge rolling to avoid your stuff as well.
Oh, wow.
We're not quite there yet, but...
I think as a warrior, I would really hate that.
But there's anti-ranged ones as well. It's more of an anti-ranged mechanic, to be honest.
Okay.
We'll have them, like for dodge rolling, it's more of a dodge projectiles kind of thing.
Hold on, I bring the cat
One
here.
example we have is it was in the keynote, there were these kind of ghosts that are going around kind of half invisible. And they do that when a projectile is flying at them. So they'll interrupt whatever ability they're doing unless you're close to them. If you're close to them, they won't do it.
Oh.
So it is an example of how we can make it better for melee.
Right. So we're getting pretty close to like the end of our gameplay through here. Is there anything that you've been particularly proud of with all the monster design and everything?
Oh, it's always bosses. Everyone who asks me what I'm most proud of is always bosses. I love them. I love designing them. I love making them. I love seeing them come together. The process of working with animators, audio, effects artists, concept artists, everything, modeling the whole way through it involves all of it, and it's such a cool process just going through all that. And then they come together and they're so epic. And then you get to make them kill people.
Right. We do have to wrap it up here. Neon, it has been an absolute pleasure playing the game with you.
Watching you play, yeah.
Yeah. No.
Final death that you send it off, yes.
Yeah. It's been an honor. I am Noogie, joined with Neon, and yeah.
Awesome.
Hope you enjoyed the game. Oh, okay. We got a few more things.
Okay, that's going to be a cool one. Where is comfy chair guy? He should be there, right?
Okay, I guess we're live. Welcome everyone to the ARPG Roundtable. This is a real star-studded lineup we have for you guys.
Yeah, this is awesome.
It is one
God
you can
damn it.
participate in. We have a code on the screen if you want to submit some questions. That's been the case for a lot of the other roundtables and events, as you know. Hopefully you know how to use it by now. This is a really amazing lineup. We only have about an hour, so I want to apologize ahead of time if I have to cut anyone off. Ideally, we'd want this around 10 hours, but you know, we couldn't really make that happen today. So let's just do a quick round of introductions, but I do want to remind you guys, these are the real juggernauts of the ARPG scene. If you have enjoyed an ARPG game, most likely they have made it, or they have heavily influenced it. So I'm Crip, and we can go around. Perhaps with David, maybe you want to introduce yourself and talk about either a project you are working on or have enjoyed working on.
Yeah, my name's David Brevik, and I've been making games for 30-something years now, long time. Made all sorts of ARPGs, Diablo, Diablo 2, Marvel Heroes. And we made Hellgate London, and I've consulted on a million other projects and done a bunch of other things. Right now I have about 47 jobs, so I'm doing consulting for a VC to have my own publishing company, to have my own indie game company, to all sorts of things. So that's me in a nutshell.
There's going to be some repetition because we all started together way back in the day. But yeah, my name's Max Schaefer, and I've also been making ARPGs from the get-go, the Diablos, Hellgate London, and then we teamed up with Travis to make the Torchlight series. And currently I am making an unannounced game as VP of Games at Zynga, and it will not be a mobile game.
Not be a mobile.
Well, it will be mobile and cross-platform.
I'm Eric Schaefer, Max's brother. I made with these guys and these guys Diablo 1, Diablo 2, Hellgate London, Torchlight 1, Torchlight 2, Rebel Galaxy, and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. I think those are the highlights of my career. Retired for a little bit, but then I'm dragged back in. I've got a new indie studio called Moonbeast. You guys could look it up, moonbeast.com, though we have nothing interesting to say yet, so. Just had to get a little pitch out there. Sorry, Chris.
I'm Travis Baldry. The first ARPG I made was Fate, which people tell me they played on their parents' laptops, and then I feel really, really, really old. After that, I went to work with everyone here when they were at Flagship, and I was the lead on a little project called Mythos, which was another action RPG, which has now disappeared into the ether. And then afterward, when we started Runic, we made Torchlight 1 and 2. Eric and I then moved on to make the Rebel Galaxy games, as he mentioned, and now I've effectively retired from games, and I narrate audiobooks and write novels.
I don't know what's your links
because
there.
I guess I'm just a
Right,
flip-flopper.
what? Censored you.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. My first game was Path of Exile, and I'd like to say my 41st game was a Path of Exile expansion by now. But yeah, it's been entirely that franchise for my entire career.
I'm Eric Olofsson. I used to work for 15 years on this little game called Path of Exile, and a year and a half I ventured out on my own to make a physical card game called Sorcery Contested Round. So, new, very small studio there.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to kick it off with some questions here. I want you guys to feel free to maybe add in or, develop a conversation. I'm sure everyone will love to hear your different perspectives on things. So the first question that I thought was really interesting from the audience here, how do you feel about the current trend of having every attack be telegraphed by red marks on the ground?
We were just fighting over this
the other week. Exactly, we've been fighting about this. I don't like it. I'd like to have the tell be the animation and the action and not some large piece of geometry on the ground. Sometimes you have to do it, and it should be subtle. I don't generally like it, though. I think it's a bad trend.
What do you think, David?
I disagree because I'm a systems person, but I kind of understand it. So we've, yeah, I think that I think that making it a little bit less visible is acceptable.
Better, yeah.
We've literally had this argument in the last month repeatedly.
I've never used it myself, but it's a valid tool. I like it in some games.
I like the intuitive feeling of distances and feeling like I've gotten a handle on things and having that innate knowledge without a helper, if I can get it.
Yeah, we've tried really hard in Path of Exile to have things be visible on the screen as a real scene. Like, we don't do damage numbers and that kind of stuff because we want you to actually feel the visceralness of combat. And telegraphing is a lot like that, where while I don't work on fights that have telegraphed attacks myself because I do items and stuff, my understanding is the team will telegraph through animation before they telegraph through effects where possible.
Yeah.
I would say that it's best to avoid it as much as possible and as long as possible. And there's a way to teach the players about dangerous attacks coming. So say in a level you can have small monsters do an attack that's similar compared to the boss attack that is. So you can kind of teach the player earlier about it, and that's kind of the good way of doing it, but it's also a very slow way that requires a lot of planning, so it is kind of understandable that you would use the red mark sometimes.
And don't do red is kind of my thing. Like, you can see things that are telegraphed, and it could be a subtle, in-universe color. Yeah.
Now, everyone here has a lot of experience with the ARPGs in general. A lot of the questions we're getting have to do with what started it. Why is it that you have all tried to perfect the ARPG genre in your own different ways? How did it start?
Started from playing a lot of games. Oh boy, this is really going to date me.
How much time do we have?
No, maybe it was high school, early college, I started playing a game called Rogue, where the term roguelike comes from. And then moved on to some other versions. People made similar kind of games, Moria, Umoria, Angband, NetHack, things like that, which were ASCII games where you were like the @ symbol attacking the letter K. And they had random levels and random items and stuff like that, and you leveled up in it. I played that to death. And then so when we got together and we made our own studio, then we want to kind of take that gameplay that I had played for so long and kind of update it and make it a real, put graphics on it and make it kind of pop. And so that, but still keep a lot of the core, which was the random levels and the random items and all the different monsters that can show up and stuff like that. And so that's really, really, I think, where it mainly comes from.
Yeah, and I think for some of us, we were kids playing Dungeons and Dragons with, some level of ADHD where we just wanted to get to the killing, And at the time, computer RPGs tended to be kind of story heavy and stat heavy, and you'd roll your characters, and it would be an hour before you got to kill your first skeleton. And we thought, we should be killing a skeleton within a minute or two, And so that was kind of one of our goals too, is just get to the action. There's plenty of time for storytelling, but you don't have to front load it so much. And then I think, Eric, you can talk about how we got the camera angle and the way we look at an ARPG.
I'm going to skip that. I don't have to listen to my brother's question.
This is what I live with.
For me, why I just keep making the same game in a sense is, for me, when we killed our first skeleton and the first shield or whatever popped out, all I can ever do is just iterate on that. I just think, okay, let's kill the next monster, let's get the next piece of loot, and my mind is just kind of hardwired to constantly follow that pattern, and I just find it enjoyable to do and enjoyable to play. So that's my ARPG story.
I think my first, as close to an ARPG as I could get, apart from NetHack, was Telengard on the C64. Avalon Hill put it out, and it had an infinite, randomly generated, deterministic dungeon. So it was the same every single time, but it went on forever. And this was running on
a real piece of crap. And I was just kind of amazed by it. And it also just had a very weird sense of humor. Like you would come across an elf and it would say, the elf likes your body and gives you a sword +1. It was, I still have incredibly fond memories of this game. I remade this game, I liked it so much. And then later on, when I encountered Diablo 1, you know, I was hooked.
Yep, it started with Diablo, and thank you guys, by the way, for that. Seriously. Yeah, that needs applause. I played Diablo 1 obsessively until Diablo 2 was announced, and then I remember getting in trouble at high school for watching Diablo 2 trailers on the school computers where I wasn't supposed to be at lunchtime, and I tried to get the teacher who was throwing me out interested in it, but no, he wanted me to get out of there. And so, yeah, when Diablo 2 was released, I played it obsessively for a very long time. My friends will understand the degree of that obsession, and I took the game apart to learn exactly how it works, and approached Eric, who I met playing it, and Jonathan, who I knew from school, and said, we need to make a game like this. It's perfect, and you know, there's no sequel on the horizon, and there's millions and millions of players out there who want something just like this, and let's try to understand its essence as best we can, and you know, do our best service to the genre, and try to make some kind of spiritual successor. So it all started with your product.
And thank you, by the way, for taking up the mantle so we can go on to other things.
Yeah, I think Eric said most of it. It's just something special about clicking a monster, an item pops out, and you equip that, so you can click a slightly harder monster, and then everything sort of just goes from there. And there's something with the UI as well, where you just have the top-down camera, and everything is kind of simple and viewable, and just cut straight to the addiction, I guess.
Well, once the monsters die and they drop their shields, the next step becomes, well, maybe trading it. We have a few questions about that, and I kind of wanted to tie in what I was still thinking. What do you guys think about gold and or trading in ARPGs?
Well, I like trading. I think Chris and I have a little different views on this. We've talked about this quite a bit. I think that the easier it is to trade the item, the more you need something that restricts trading. So you can make that some sort of binding system, or the item can only be traded a few times, or whatever system you want, but the easier you make that, then the game loses a little bit about what it's about. So if you can get everything by just trading, then you lose kind of the point of the moment-to-moment combat. So it's important to have trading, I think, but if you make trading difficult, then it doesn't happen as often, and kind of is reserved for the players that are already really deeply into the game and can then use that trading, and they're getting enjoyment out of it in many other ways. So I think that I like trading, but you have to be really careful with it because it is kind of the opposite of the whole point of playing the game. Yep. As for gold, I think gold is important, but oftentimes people don't find uses for gold. So as long as you keep gold as an active resource that you can use, I think that I like picking it up.
Yeah. Now my feeling on trading is that these are co-op games for the most part, and you're there with your friends playing, and you should pretty much be able to trade unbridled with them. But when you have a huge community of hundreds of thousands or millions of gamers even, and you have some sort of global marketplace for it, you get item gluts, and it devalues it, and you lose the experience, like you're saying, of the accomplishment of killing bosses and stuff. So yeah, with your friends, trade away. But once you have like an auction house, say, it can degenerate.
Yeah, I like collectability is a lot of fun. That's part of the loot game, and I love loot. So I think, and the collectability is enhanced by trading. It's not that cool just to have your own stuff. You want to be able to send it back and forth. But I think that a lot of people would agree that like the Diablo 3 auction house sort of destroyed half the fun of the game when it becomes that's your way to get to your loot. That's not the fun way to get to loot. The fun way to get to loot is through the random rolls out there in the field. But, so, I'm mixed on it.
I don't know if anybody will like my answer. I really don't like trading at all. I like action RPGs as just, part of the joy of the randomization is just dealing with whatever the hell you were dealt. You know, what are the monsters, what is the layout, and what's the items that I get, and then just making the best of it. I love that sort of like, that essential essence to it. As far as gold goes, even if it's not relevant, I just like the ongoing dopamine hit of picking up gold. It's like Pac-Man eating pellets in a maze. I don't know, I just like it. It's like clearing the fog of war, too. It speaks to me at a deep level.
Picking up money, you would never get sick of picking up money.
I'm never tired of picking up money.
Well, you know our views on trading, of course. You've read the manifesto, and you've heard all of the explanation for why we're experimenting with gold and Path of Exile 2, but I'll touch on a subject here where we deeply feel that trade is critical from the point of view of being able to have an item where you say, this is mine, and it's valuable, and you want it, and I could give it to you, but I'm not going to, because I could absolutely hand it over, but it's mine, and you have to give me something of value. We want that feeling of the thing you've got could be tradable. And to touch on what Travis said, there is something special about playing a game on your own merit, the solo self-found approach, and that's why, and I personally prefer playing solo self-found than playing with trade, but I would never make Path of Exile an entirely solo self-found game. And that's why the way we structured it is if you opt into solo self-found mode, you can opt out yourself or some of your items. So you can play and see how far you can get by yourself, and then when you find a mirror, you're like, time to trade, and then cut out your whole character. So we've got that compromise there where you can play without trade, but the game does have trade.
Yeah, I'll just add a small thematic point about gold, where it's obviously good to have gold in the game because everyone knows what gold means. Like, it's something you want more of, and there's like all this history and everything attached to it. So it's perfect like that. You just need to make sure it's actually a little hard to get and you don't get too much of it.
So a big part of trading just happens to get the high quality loot. And one of the questions we have has to do with how do you balance quantity versus quality, where they point out that both extremes seem pretty poor, but how do you land in the middle, and where should you?
I think that for me, if quantity at some level becomes useless, like meaningless. And so if you have a lot of quantity, you're going to end up in a situation where you're just like leaving things on the ground all the time, and you start to, lose hope. Because as the things drop and it's yet another, whatever low level, just green or white or whatever your kind of lowest tiers are, it's just like, okay, that's not really helping me anymore. And then, and then you're just praying for that orange. I would rather get something where it's like dropping less often and having higher quality. Dropping less items and having higher quality ones show up every now and then than the other way around. Just a litter of items are meaningless. So there is a delicate balance there, because you also have to assume that people, especially at the beginning, that they don't have a lot of items and stuff like that. So, and then there may be systems that make it so that those items, the white ones or the green ones or the low level ones, that there's ways to craft them up or do things with them. And then they start to have some value. So it all depends on your systems and how it works. But overall, I prefer to keep the kind of item stuff down, even though that's opposite of what I did in Marvel Heroes, which was loot pinatas.
Or Diablo 2.
Yeah, which is like all sorts of showers of items. But yeah, that was so I think that keeping it down is kind of more my modern thinking.
I kind of disagree. I kind of
nice.
I think it's really tricky. It's a delicate balance. There can be too much stuff, but we tried at times toning down in Diablo 2 even. Let's stop dropping the whites and the grays and stuff. Or even, toning it back might be appropriate. But when you don't drop them at all, and all you're dropping is the greens or the blues or the yellows, it doesn't really make any sense. Why not then make them just all one color?
Yeah, make the white ones better.
Yeah, just make the white ones better if you're not going to have the different tiers. And so it kind of, the higher tiers lose their meaning if you're not dropping the lower tiers. I think with Torchlight, I did some pretty good work of making the mid-level magic stuff still appropriate. I kind of hope, I'm still working on it and I don't have a plan yet, but I'm hoping that we can make the low-level stuff still relevant as more than just trash items for sale or for breaking down. But I don't know. I think it's just tricky, and you just got to kind of play with it in the game to see where you find a good balance.
It's hard to give a precise answer on this because it's really, really very feel-based. You just actually have to play the game and feel how it feels. Do things feel relevant or not? Do I have enough garbage so that there's proper contrast with the interesting stuff? Otherwise, I don't know. It's so feel-based.
Yeah, because if you make it like some mechanic where you take all the white items and get a crafting resource out of them by breaking them down, it can become kind of a chore then. Like it's like, oh god, I got it.
Pets.
Huh? But yeah, like I agree with you though. It's individual per game, and you just got to go with what feels good. And there's no perfect answer. I feel like we have a tradition now of leaving the white items on the ground after a little while. So sure. Yeah.
There's an aspect of Diablo 2's itemization that I had missed when we initially did Path of Exile. And this is partly because we were trying to streamline things that we felt were unnecessary, which in almost all cases was a mistake. And it's related to when you actually look at the items that drop. Okay, for a start, a bunch of what you get on the ground is gold, right? We thought unnecessary, don't need that. And then you got potions, and we thought, aha, don't need those either. We've got flask charges, so that's all that gone as well. But they've also got ammo, like bolts and arrows. And we said, nah, just unlimited ammo. Who wants to go and buy more of these, right? So far we've eliminated like 40% of actual item drops by accident. Then you've got other stuff. Like you've got fulminating gas potions and exploding things and things you can throw and random spears and stuff that have quantity on them. And there's all this stuff, like literally exploding potions, which you're never seriously going to use, but they do represent some non-zero percentage of drops. And then you've got gems, for example, which are relatively common and get consumed in the hierarchy of stuff there. And you get to the point where when you include gold drops and stuff, like 60% of the items that hit the ground are not ones that you would actually classify as equipment. And we literally got rid of all of that. And so that means in order for Path of Exile to then feel like you're actually finding stuff in the regular non-ruthless mode, it kind of has to all be equipment. And I wish we had realized this from the start, because now we're facing the problem where players are trained that unless the screen is full of, an armory dropped on the ground for every group of monsters, that it's not enough items. So this isn't on the quantity versus quality spectrum. You kind of know our views on that, but it is an observation where I wish we had paid more attention to that rather than saying, we can do better.
Yeah, it's a tricky conundrum that in the beginning of the game, you want to have very simple items that obviously become trash later on, but there's also part of the player progression to say that, okay, well, my character is a lot better now, and I don't care about these bad items. Like that's a sign that you became better. So that's something that you want to keep, but then of course, when you play the same game for 8 years, then you might not care about that initial sort of character development part of the first few hours. So then you have to introduce complicated solutions to solve that.
I guess it never bugged me to leave a bunch of stuff there, so I was probably responsible for the fields of junk more than almost anybody. I remember Blizzard South guys at the time, Alan Adam in particular, who was the head up down there, was like, he has to physically bring every item back to town and sell it for for whatever he can get. And so he was always like pretty pissed at me. I was like, we gotta drop less stuff. It's just no fun to just walk out of town and walk right back in and sell the junk. And so it was a philosophical problem. I kind of figure it worked out in the long run, so I don't worry too much about it.
But it's all interrelated with other systems like the size of your inventory and stuff.
Yeah, it's a tough little mix there. Systems.
Yeah, that's certainly a difficult one to balance. We have a question, a different kind of balance. How do you find a balance between action and storytelling? And perhaps we can start with Travis, and you can inspire some thoughts in what at least I think, because I just skip all the dialogue.
So I'm a dialogue skipper, and on the development, Fate had, the story was 1 page of text, which I got somebody to read. And then in Torchlight and Torchlight 2, I was always like, man, we got to cut this dialogue down. You guys in your lore, just set it to the side. I just want to be beating the crap out of things. Now I write books, and I don't really know how to reconcile those two things because it doesn't make any sense at all. But I was always very much that you can't require me to read the lore to play. And I talked to some designers who also did tabletop. And they're always trying to make you read like the micro fiction in order to consume the data that you're trying to get out of the rule book. And there's always that pushback, like, I don't want to read the micro fiction, just tell me what the number is. And that's where I fall on the spectrum.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember we cut down our dialogues in the Diablos, and eventually at one point we were like, just bold the important words.
Making some yellow text. I was notorious for yellow text. Everybody always gave me crap about yellow text because I just wanted to highlight all the important nouns so you could ignore everything that the writer had written.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a dialogue skipper, except for the passages in Diablo 1, like the Sin War, where like you just have to like listen to it and that epic voice acting. It was so good. Was that Bill Rover? I can't remember.
Yeah, Roper did some. I suspect it was mostly the Blizzard film department guys coming up with the actual that. But I think it's very sparing in Diablo 1. We never hit you over the head. There was just a few incidents of it, so that was what made it bearable.
And it was nice. It was a break. You know, the cinematics were a break from the action and gives you a sense of progressing on to the next thing. Yeah, so I like those. I just don't like it while I'm playing. You know, I don't want to get up to a boss and have him start into a long monologue, you know, before I have to kill him. Just let me kill him. Yeah.
But just development-wise, too, we made the Diablos and the Torchlights with almost no story at all. The story was kind of added in later. So the world building, the lore, that was deliberate, kind of the back stuff. But the story and the text were really not part of the development at all. So I often don't know what the hell's going on in my own games. People ask me questions, and I'm like,
It's all about the vibes. It's about the vibes.
Yeah, vibes, not text. How about?
I'm interested in Eric's perspective here.
Well, when it comes to dialogue specifically, we actually discussed this a little bit backstage early on, so I guess it's important to all of us here. But it's more is not necessarily better, and it's a lot about condensing it down because everyone wants to get back to clicking the monsters to see what pops out of them. So it's kind of about trying to get as much as possible into something as short as possible, and then even working with things like the tone of voice of the NPC and like what type of greeting words they make, and try to get as much as possible out of those small things.
And, you know, to some extent, you're the story. You know, your path through it and the things you do and the items you find and the build you make, that's the story, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to write it too much for the player.
Right.
So it should be in their head.
We have over time cultivated an audience of players that want as much deep depth and stuff to discover in the dialogue, and will play to seek out the Easter eggs and find it. And we make sure that in addition to making sure the dialogue is as skippable as possible for like 70% of players, we have lots of stuff for the other 30%. And so we try to give our dialogue team the resources they need.
And you can do storytelling with the environment that you're passing through and the things that you see and stuff. It doesn't have to be a dialogue that plays out really slowly when you're trying to get back to clicking. I played some Diablo 4 and said, I'm going to just watch all of this cinematics and listen to all the dialogue just to see what kind of storytelling they do. And again, I really enjoyed playing it, but I was about 10 minutes before I was just escaping through the...
I used to always think about adding like a sum it up for me button when people were doing dialogue, and then they would just interrupt and say, okay, let me just sum this up. And then I would get like the digest in character. It's perfect.
Well, maybe we'll kind of transition here with an answer of my own. One of my favorite parts of dialogue is when the boss is talking to me. I think my favorite bit of dialogue is the first time I opened the seals in Diablo 2 and Chaos Sanctuary, and Diablo tells me that not even death will save you from me. That's the dialogue I like.
Yeah.
And with that in mind,
quick and to the point, though. You know?
Yeah. With that in mind, why don't we just go around and you guys can maybe talk about your favorite boss in any ARPG with the consideration of dialogue as well.
I'll give a quick start here, because it kind of inspired my own thing, inspired myself, and that was the Butcher in Diablo 1.
Damn it.
It just, I wanted to get
what everybody was going to say.
I'm grabbing it. But, and again, the real short dialogue, just the fresh meat, he says, or something, and he's coming after you.
That was great storytelling.
That was good storytelling. But, you know, it set a tone. It set a tone of scariness, that bad things are going to happen here. So that, it inspired me to because there was no such thing as an ARPG boss. He was sort of the first ARPG boss, I guess. So got to develop bosses from there. I almost think we almost never hit the high of that.
No, you can't. You can never remake a Butcher encounter that had the same emotional impact, and we have tried many times, and it's just hopeless.
We tried really hard in Path of Exile, of course, to do it with Brutus. But.
Right. Well, it's funny too, though, is because now you almost can't really do a boss that kills you that bad that early in a game anymore, because there's people there'd be an outcry against it. I think we luckily got him in before people had expectations.
Challenge accepted.
I remember just recently I went, God, it wasn't recently now. How long ago did I give that 20th anniversary Diablo speech? That was at GDC. Whenever that was, I got the CD. We had a CD demo of Diablo 1 that we sent out that was like part of PC Gamer magazine or something like that. And I got the demo running, which is not a very easy thing to do anymore because it was so old and stuff. But I had it's randomly generated, so like I go down the steps, and the very first room I encountered was the Butcher. I opened up the door, he came out, whack, whack, I was dead. I was like, oh my God, is this somebody's first experience playing an ARPG? They walk down the steps and open the door, and there's the Butcher.
I'm going to take a different approach, a boss that's not good for its storytelling or immersion necessarily, but I'm going to pick Pendleskin because it's like an eye level 86 treasure class. It's like 40-second run cycle from town, so anyway.
All right, I'm going to bring up Telengard again because it was in the early days, they really did not have like level bands set up for the creatures that could show up in the dungeon, so you could start Telengard, walk one square away from the entryway, and a level 30 dragon could appear and breathe fire on you. And that was and you immediately died. And there is no save, you just restart, you re-roll, and that's it. And that's your first experience playing the game, is dying in the very first move. And yeah, that reminded me somewhat of the Butcher.
The Butcher.
Well, when it comes to boss and getting their loot, an interesting part of it is the Magic Find attribute that's showed up, I would say, quite successfully in most of the games that you have made. What is your take on Magic Find as a stat or an attribute in an ARPG?
I loved it just as a bit of a counterbalance, kind of well, I'm going to take the Magic Find, but it's a trade-off from important stats and other things. It was simpler back when I was playing with that in the Diablo 2 days. I know you guys working with that, do all kind. There's I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess.
Yeah. 100%, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's an affix, usually, so it comes at the expense of something else, so it's a trade-off.
I mean, it seems it's great for late game play when you've kind of done the game a bunch of times, and hey, let me take it. It's a little more of a challenge, but a little better loot seems to be a great thing for people to keep playing the game forever.
Yeah. When you're down to hunting items in a game, it really feels like a fun one to get.
Yeah, I just really liked Magic Find back in the Diablo 2 days because you made a trade-off between absolute killing speed and sort of toughness. with Magic Find, and then with the goal, of course, being to get as much wealth as possible at the speediest speed.
One of the things I liked about it, too, is you really just have to take it on faith, because I don't know how many people are writing down their drops and seeing, did I really get a 3% increase in Magic Find?
How well is this really working?
Yeah.
Absolutely, I made a database for Diablo 2 to make sure that it was working. Those diminishing returns calculations, which are well documented, formed the basis of Path of Exile's diminishing returns calculations for Magic Find. And they are important because your absolute character power has many axes before they diminish, whereas Magic Find diminishes with just one value. So you do have to make sure you manage the math with that, and there are trade-offs.
Right.
All right. A different angle on this one. So what is the smallest addition or change that you have made to a game that gave you the most amount of joy? Maybe you can start this one, David.
Jeez. Changing Diablo from turn-based to real-time.
That was a good idea. So I have a good example of that. It was in the Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction expansion. Like at the very last moment, we said, hey, you know what would be cool? Throw a couple of, we had hirelings, but just throw a couple soldiers out there fighting the monsters before you get out there. And it just felt so cool to go out and see, like, hey, I'm not alone out here fighting. You know, because a lot of times, like, what is everyone else doing? You know? And it, like, you know, finally it was a sense, okay, there actually are some other people out here helping out the cause. You know?
Right. They still don't give you a break in the store, though. Yeah, you're saving us, but I'm going to charge you for this weapon.
I don't think it's not that little a change, but I think Dave's brother Pete back in the day suggested the socketable item.
Yeah.
Let's put a gem into an item. And that kind of, you know, that expanded things in a big way. I mean, went a lot of systems on top of that, but I think that was the first great little brainstorm.
Right.
For me, it's probably a toss-up between letting you send your pack animal back to town to sell all your shit and adding a fishing mini game.
I was going to joke fishing as well, but in Fate, that was not actually a joke. There is a mature fishing game that's actually very cool. My smallest change that I think we made that brought me personally the most joy was the hardcore death notifications in global chat. And the story behind that is a user during the closed beta said, hello, I will purchase the $250 gold supporter pack if you add this feature. And we were desperate enough for money that I said to Jonathan, hello, how many hours will it take for you to get this deployed? Like, is it plus EV? And he said, absolutely, it's 10 minutes. And so we made $250 for 10 minutes work.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, the one change that popped up into my head for, I'm not really sure why really, but this was super early on in Path of Exile, where we discovered that the ratio between rare items and magic items was completely off, way different than in the Diablo games. And then we fixed it, and then it just felt so much better playing afterwards. Right.
That's awesome, thank you. How do you feel about community tools? Should the game be moddable, or should the game just give you everything you need? And I think I would maybe add on to that, at least hopefully some website guide support into the mix.
I like being able to create mods. I think that builds a stronger game and long-term commitment to a community and to the game. But it's pretty difficult in a game that is kind of a live game. They've done it in World of Warcraft, and there are other games that have examples of this. Hopefully, the game does deliver all that you need, but sometimes it doesn't, and so it's nice when the community can do something like that. It's just kind of, you have to be real careful about what you expose through those tools and what information they can garner, because you're going to end up in a situation where people get big advantages from using particular mods and stuff, and then you kind of get, I don't know, a community that can have some toxicity with, hey, you aren't using this mod, then you're not elite, and all of these kind of things. So there's definitely a balance you have to reach.
I mean, the big balance is between secure items and characters, and mods make that pretty hard. I mean, there's a limited amount of mods that don't ruin the security of the items and characters. So
yeah, it's sort of inversely proportional to how important it is that everyone's on a level playing field.
Yeah. So I like mods, and the current game I'm making is very moddable, but that's kind of almost experimentally super moddable. So right now I'm leaning into it, but I can see it both ways.
But purely selfishly, I love modability because I spent so much time tearing apart other games and using other mod kits and seeing how things worked, and that was just like a real source of joy for me. So when we made Torchlight and Torchlight 2, we released all the mod tools, and it was definitely complicated for Torchlight 2, and it's nowhere near the complexity, and it doesn't have to deal with the issues that you're bringing up about long-term balance on a game that's a live service. Torchlight 2 was multiplayer, but it was just peer-to-peer, and we knew going in that that was just going to be one of the limitations. And, but again, purely selfishly, I love to tear things apart.
I love the idea of moddable action RPGs. Like, I would love to make a single-player, very moddable one. I don't know if the business proposition is as easy as the live service one. We have to deal daily with customers that are upset because they lost their items due to various things involving third-party programs, right? Like, if the modding ecosystem for online games means that to have the best gameplay experience, you've got to install stuff, which could potentially steal your credentials, and people fork these and insert bad software, and it's really sad when we have to tell users, we're really sorry, we can't do anything, that was your fault for installing the virus. And so we would rather that the modding ecosystem didn't involve people pasting their PHP session IDs into arbitrary websites or downloading executables they run on their work computers and stuff, but you know, gamers want every advantage they can get.
Yeah, that's
I'm
horrible.
a huge fan of modding, as most game developers probably are. And one point here is that when we got a job application at GGG, and they have, like, you look at modding experience before, like, academic credentials, basically. So get into modding, I guess, if you want to get into the games industry.
That's probably great advice. How do you deal with every character being the one true hero in a multiplayer scenario?
You don't.
Suspension of disbelief.
Kind of an example of that, not exactly, but we ran into an issue in the end of Diablo 1, you jam this gem into your head, right? And you're...
Spoiler alert.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Best moment in gaming.
It's a long story, I won't get into it, but that was sort of thrust upon us by the Blizzard film department in the day, who sent us the movie of that's how your game ends. And we didn't really have enough time to change it. And we grew to love it, actually, but at first we were kind of shocked. Wait, that's not... But in any case, what I was getting to is, when we were started Diablo 2, for some reason, the Blizzard South guys thought that everybody should start the game with a gem in their head, like you were continuing from Diablo 1. So that's like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, everybody you run across was the guy that killed Diablo, so that's exactly the kind of problem you're bringing up. So like Dave says, we just ignored it and just moved on.
Yeah, there's only one universe, and that's the one that you're playing. Right?
That Soulstone moment, though, at the end of Diablo 1 was the point when I realized that media can have a twist at the end. Like, it was impactful.
Oh, yeah. We loved it in the end.
Yeah.
All right. If you had to play one game for your entire life, what would it be? And to specify, you can mention a specific league or patch cycle in it.
I mean, for me, it's not an ARPG at all. I play Civ 6 just relentlessly. So I'm happy with it as is. I would just go with that for the rest of my life, and I'd be okay.
For me, it would be Minecraft. Honestly, I just make myself a nice little castle and look at the sunset.
I actually think Minecraft is a Diablo game. We've got random areas, we've got random items, we've got pretty good combat, we have relatively secure server-side stuff within a community. I mean, what really is it missing, right? And it's moddable and, you know, possibly the best game ever.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Max stole my answer.
Sorry.
No, I can't say Minecraft.
It's ridiculously hard.
We can all say Minecraft.
Okay, let's go start a Minecraft server.
Who's in? That or Words with Friends. I can play Scrabble
Robotron.
forever.
No, Robotron, that's my answer.
Robotron?
Robotron,
All
yes.
right.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably play Diablo 2. I wonder if it's 1.11 or something before Whirlwind got nerfed.
Oh. Ice Blink Whirlwind with a lance.
Ah, yes. Exactly. You know the build. Yeah.
I do. So one of the game genres that has been coming up, it's kind of the Survivor series. We've got a lot of questions from you guys about your thoughts on Vampire Survivor genre. There's a number of games. I don't know which one really defines it, but these games have similar elements to an ARPG.
Yeah.
But they're not quite exactly like it. What do you think?
David made a blend between Diablo and
a survival game, yeah. I made a game called It Lurks Below. It's on Steam. It's fun. Made it by myself. But I think that Vampire Survivors, though, is like, all the things are coming at you from all over, and you level up your character really quickly. And so I do really like that game a lot. I played quite a few hours of it. And it does share a lot of things, but it reminds me more almost of like a card game, because when in like a card battler, when you defeat a monster, it's like, hey, here's your choice of, well, it reminds me a little of the card game we're playing here at the show, where here's your 2 choices, your 3 choices of things that you can do that one thing. And so it's a little bit different than the ARPG kind of Diablo-style ARPG, where you're killing stuff and picking up loot and making choices like that. It's just too fast, oftentimes, in the Vampire Survivor stuff. There's some differences. I'm sure that somebody's going to try and combine them in a more meaningful way, but I do really enjoy that genre, and I had a lot of fun playing.
I've never played it, but I got addicted to watching Asmongold play both Vampire Survivors and Halls of Torment, to the point where I will, before going to work, refresh his channel, hoping there is another video in either game. And it could be the reason why I'm half an hour late to work that day, because I'll watch it on 2 times speed. It's addictive.
A lot of my gaming experience these days is through streamers. The same thing.
All right, we have an awesome question here. How does playing your own game feel when compared to games you had no hand in? And we can mention anything. I mean, maybe Eric, you want to start with even your card game.
How it is to play other games. As a game developer, you unfortunately get a bit destroyed, where you start to look at how they implemented things, and you never quite get that sort of naive thing where, like, when you grew up and played games and you got the kind of super strong experience, but it's more of a sort of scientific effort almost when you play other games now, unfortunately.
Do you get that feeling?
How does it feel to play your own as a contrast?
Own game? Well, then it's just that tuned to 11, because you start to look at what things you can improve, and
That's my thing. I can't, when I play my own games, it's all looking at the flaws, finding bugs, and and I can relax when it's someone else's game, and I can be a lot more forgiving. I don't care if there's a little flaw in it, if it's someone else did it. But yeah, it makes it hard to enjoy games that we've made.
Yeah, I don't like any of the games I've made.
Oh, come on. You're being too hard on yourself.
No, I'm dead serious. I can't even play a lot of the games that I made anymore. It's very rare that I can. But so oftentimes I'm just too critical. And like, as soon as I'm done playing it, I often go, okay, here's my list of 7 things I gotta fix or whatever, rather than really, just doing it just for fun.
Yeah, there's that reflexive list creation. When I play other games, I still start to do it immediately, and then I have to stop myself. It's like, okay, I got to do this, I got to do this, oh wait, no, this isn't my game. I don't have to do anything. This is great.
Well, I'm going to circle back to a few more game mechanics because I have a question here I didn't want to miss. Aside from killing monsters, what is your favorite way to award a player power in a game?
I mean, you got to look like a badass after you've leveled up a long way, you know? And so, like, figuring out costumes that are unique and interesting and make you look more powerful is you know, I remember times playing Diablo 2 and finding a cool helmet with horns coming out, and you know, it made me look so different, and it was almost as fun as actually finishing a level or killing a boss, as you know, getting a cool looking helmet.
New skills or skill evolutions that are tactily more satisfying than what you had before. It's just immediately the act of doing what you've already been doing just feels better.
I think there's something cool about having meaningful rewards for side quests, because when you're playing through the game, a power gamer wants to ignore the side quests and come back where relevant. But having the distraction of if I go and actually, like, you know, smash the Soulstone in the Hellforge, I'm going to get a pile of gems that could be useful, and have to do that math as to whether you want to do that is really cool. And I believe the Path of Exile 2 team have been working hard on having quite a lot of significant attribute bonuses on side quests, rather than some skill refund points or something you're not going to need necessarily.
All right, well, our time is just about running out, but I wanted to wrap up with maybe a question you might think about, or maybe whimsically perhaps. Why don't you guys come up together and make the ultimate game?
It's a hell of a group. I think we could do it if the personalities didn't clash too much.
Yeah, this is my brother. It's very hard to work with a sibling. But yeah, no, I mean that.
I'm in.
We've collaborated so much over the years in terms of sharing stuff, and we got David on as an advisor for helping us with our Chinese launch and so on, and we are sharing ideas and showing each other what we're working on, regardless of whether it's for the same company or not. So our DNA is spread across all the games we've worked on.
Yeah, it happens automatically anyway. Yeah.
And you get more games if we spread out a little bit. You know, I mean, if we did that, it would be like one
quality
game.
Though. Well, thank you all so much for this awesome ARPG roundtable. Round of applause, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the guys. Now we have 8 minutes for the next session. Let's take a look at the end of. I never finished looking the images and looking everything here on their web page of the trial of what's the name? Trial of the Ancestors. Adorn Our Soul. Let me read those. Places more strength passive skill. Grants plus 8 fire resistance. Okay, hold on. Without some spirit of Utua on taking 7 hits from a unique enemy. This is so rare. Jesus, I'm not even getting hit. What to say, taking a savage hit from a unique enemy. Move speed, lightning damage. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's the powerful one. Sorry. Replace a small attribute passive skill. Grants 1% increased reservation efficiency of skills? Whoa. Holy sh... It's not even like mana or life, it's just of skills. Like, it's the best one. Plus 30 to plus 1 to level of my intelligence. Whoa. What's this? On death, this omen is consumed and a portal to town is created. I mean, I play hardcore, what's going on? On reaching 25% life, the zombies consume and flasks recover all charges. Not bad. On leveling up, the zombies consumed and you gain soul eater. I mean, these are situational and cool to use because I think like they are going to be kinda frequently dropped. I hope, I guess. On using... I'm not watching the race. I'm not interested in races. I never was. But I want to watch the next panel of 30 minutes. And after the next panel, I'll probably go to sleep and wake up tomorrow, work the shit out of my body, come to do shit in the house that I need to do, have lunch, and I'll be streaming at the beginning of the afternoon. But I know I'm going to be streaming. Maybe even play Crucible, who knows? There's another chance an item will become unique if possible. This one will be, holy shit, okay, that looks to be the most powerful one. What's this? Allows an item to foresee the result of the next currency. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Currency item used only to modify the item anyway removes the ability to foresee. Wow, right click this item, then left click on item to apply it. Right. They have the exclusive unique items, Fogden Sanctum. Yeah, I read that. I think the last time that I came here, I just skipped those. These what gems. The Guardian. Oh, I never read the Karoi. I'm the Chieftain. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Where is my Tahoa? Tahoa is here. Trigger level 20. Tahoa is chosen when you attack with a non-veil slam or strike skill near an enemy. Oh, strike skill too? What? I don't even. It's been some time that I haven't opened a building. Let me see if it needs some update. Well, let me check the chieftain here. It's only on slams that it's proccing, right? Non-veil slam skill. Yeah, they made it better apparently. They made it together, work together with strike skills. That is awesome. That is awesome. Alrighty. And then you get melee damage and regen. What's this? That's new. To call War's Herald. Skills from equipped body armor are supported by both level 30 arms to call level 20 Fist of War. They don't work together. So you either can choose to go for a 7-link chest slam skill on your chest, or a strike skill, and both will work with Tahoa too. That's pretty good. The problem is that Fist of War does not support Tahoa. That's why it's not very great to build Tahoa together with Fist of War. They don't interact. Because Fist of War, this is a triggered attack, and Fist of War procs your attack, which is not the triggered one. And Astral Call also doesn't work with Tahoa, because it only works with strike skills. But it's cool for clearing, I guess. But if you're playing with Tahoa and a strike skill, you wouldn't pay this because Tahoa will help with the clear. That's a weird one. That is a weird one. I think that's a nice one to get with that couple of unique jewels, very rare. Then you have something. But to pay these 3 points to get here, this is super weird. But I'm pretty sure that people are going to find usage for it, or even I myself can find some better usage for it. Hamako Sunlight. Okay, getting to it, it's 5 damage regen. Here, nearby enemies have no fire resistance against damage over time while you are stationary. Oh, damage over time, I mean... It's like Righteous Fire, Standing Still build. Then, here, fire damage regen. And we have Ngamahu. Non-unique jewels cause increase in reductions to other damage types in a large radius to be transformed to apply to fire damage. Holy shit! Oh, okay, dude. So you can see the large radius is a blue one. So I could socket it here and just, wow. Hold on a second. It all damage increases and reductions to other damage types. So the effects don't migrate in any way. Because fire damage wouldn't chill in the first place, for example, wouldn't shock. Unless you have something like that helmet, the 3 dragons. But wow, looks good. And it's any non-unique jewel. All of them. You can create many combinations. That's very cool.
My name is Zizrin, and I am joined here today by the wonderful Karn, Nugi, and Mathel to do the wrap-up of the second Exilecon 2023. And what a con it has been. We got a lot of bombshells, a lot of crazy stuff. Karn, first reactions, how do you feel?
I feel amazing, man. It's been a very amazing experience, meeting all these people, meeting the devs, talking to them, trying the game, just hanging out.
Nugi?
I mean, the same thing. I was here last time, and then again, like 4 years later, we're back, and the people are just as nice, just as friendly. So it's been just a treat, just experience everything and learning all the new things about PoE2.
And Mathel, what about you?
Yeah, it's been terrific. Like it's, as you just said earlier, it's nice to come back, and it feels pretty good, feels right, as you said. It's just good to see the passion. Convention like this is kind of rare, where it's just for one game specifically, and everyone has that same thing in common. Many others, for lots of little different things. So you can talk to anyone about the entire scope of everything we saw, and you can feel the passion.
Yeah, and that is quite rare because most conventions don't have that, as you said. So it's really wonderful, and we are getting ready for the final race of Exilecon, which will be right after this event wrap-up. So very excited for that. And the race is in PoE 1, so it'll be very, very familiar. It is a Kitava race, and obviously we've been dropped the bombshell that we were getting PoE 1 and 2. Mathel, was that something you were expecting, like an actual split of the game?
I mean, no, because I take it for what it is. They said, it's going to be, and for the past years, I've been telling people that come in about PoE 2, can't wait for that whole new game. I'm like, listen, guys, it's not a whole new game. It's a side thing, and it's still going to be like lots of overlap with the same game. It's still going to be great. You're just going to have a better campaign leveling experience, and it'll be terrific. So, no, I didn't expect that, but I think it has potential to be absolutely brilliant. It has potential to burn us out a bit if we're playing too much PoE. But, yeah, look, I'm looking forward to actually getting to test the full PoE 2 and see how the cyclical changes go.
Absolutely, like Nugi, this is going to be like so much more content to cover. I'm guessing you're going to be trying both and see how it goes, but how is this going to change things for you in content creation?
I was going to change my content creation. Ooh. I think as a creator myself, I'm just really looking forward to PoE changing in the direction where they're getting the full focus on kind of the direction they want to go in, because there was definitely a concern, I think, with the development of the game, like both together, like how do they split those two focuses? We saw like Ruthless, which was kind of a divergence of what a lot of people expected, and it's the same thing with PoE 2. There's a lot of passion there that they want to instill into the new game, but how do you do that in both? And so I think the split is a very good choice, but definitely unexpected.
Absolutely. And Karn, you've been racing a lot. Are we going to see you racing in both PoE 2 or PoE 1, or are you going to stick to racing in one of them?
No, of course.
And Richard's struggling to seem interested.
Racing both. I don't know how that's gonna work for how we're gonna do scheduling, because even now it's kind of hard with the league starts and gauntlets. And it's like practice in between, so I already have very little time to get everything done and get some rest. But I don't know. We'll see. There's a race. I'm in.
Absolutely. And we see today Karn is representing the duelist, even having the duelist pin. What was it like not having Bone Shatter? You tried out the Warrior, I believe?
Yeah,
he's just tired. Probably tired.
And Thunder was actually
guy's a god.
So, yeah, I was happy. I was fine.
So as long as you have some form of melee, it's really good. So what was your first experience? Like, how much did you get to play test PoE 2 so far?
Played a couple times. I did a couple different bosses and killed some monsters. It felt like the impact was like you know, you could feel the impact, especially like on skills like
Any of these people, relax, man.
You know what Thunder
I'm
is,
here
right?
to
It's
tell
like
you,
the sound, like
the
everything,
guy in red
how it
is
felt,
a god.
The different skills you had to use to combo them, etc. It feels pretty good because it felt very similar to slams. It was pretty much slams, yes, with just different abilities instead of war cries. It was a.
Is there any like very big surprises for you?
Surprises. I would say that maybe. I don't think so. Actually, it felt very, very, very familiar. Honestly, like it was Thunder. With Thunder, like you had also the supercharged slam, which I also tried, and I had I had these problems. But the stun thing, actually, the whole change to stun thresholds and how you can not stagger, but like stun busters, like build up the stun on them, or you can guarantee even stuns, especially on melee. Like that was something that was relatively easy to do and could help like set up like stuff like super
Absolutely.
slams,
So I tried both Act 4, Act 3, and Act 2, and I got absolutely destroyed in Act 3. I was just getting chain stunned, and then I tried Act 2 this morning. It was such a different experience. That felt like really like they nailed that, and I had such a great experience with the Huntress, and it felt a lot more like the PoE 1 I remember, where it was actually like crushing the monsters again, and very, very cool monsters, offering a mix of like mobility and moving things. So yeah, that was very fun. The biggest difference for me, and I don't know if it's the same for you guys, was like the wind up of attacks, like being like less instant. Same with like Sunder and the Warrior, because I tried that too. Nugi, what about you? Tell us a little bit about your first experience and what you've tried so far.
Well, I tried all of them so far. Not so much the Sorceress, I think it was called, because the game unfortunately had a little bit of bugs. But I'll stick to the other three classes. So Monk was really, really fun. There's a lot of distance measuring with getting in and out of combat, and I think they are going in a really, really fun direction in terms of dynamic combat in that. The charge system seems way more intuitive now compared to what it did in PoE 1, where it's all about, well, you constantly have to kill something within 10 seconds, and then you go to a boss and there's nothing to kill. And so I think it's a much more dynamic style around those, so that was really nice. The dodge is something that's new, where you're not really using it as a movement skill. It's more like a utility skill for evading certain attacks, and I think it felt really good on the Warrior specifically.
Yeah.
Because you are kind of slow, and so you need to really get around to get a good position so you can land those big hits. So I think that worked really well, but
especially
still a lot
with
of
the leap slam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you try the Sorceress as well and the Huntress?
Huntress, I did try, yes. A lot of pokey combat, like more like mid-range pokey. You create fields of slows. You make them walk over, and you can create like blinding fields as well. So a lot of area denial, and just again pokey in and out of combat.
I don't know if you had a similar experience to me, but obviously a lot of people have been worried about having to use so many different abilities. But the Huntress felt a little bit more like PoE 1 there, where I used what was the lightning strike called? The one where you throw the like javelin.
Lightning spear or something.
Lightning spear. I used that for clearing, and then I used like the spear attack for single target. So that's like a reassuring thing for those that are worried that you're going to have to cycle between like 8 abilities now.
I think that they understand that they give you the option of going anywhere you want in terms of skill customization. You can have 9 different skills and they can all power each other up, or you can have you have a couple utilities, you'll have buffs and those kind of things, and they'll have they were talking about an on-dodge roll at the QA earlier. So they want you to have a similar experience with crazy, creative combat, cast on, cast, and all those things. They're still going to be there, and as speedy combat, and we were going to get all the creativeness and silliness that we had in PoE 1, but without it going, all the way to the moon.
Absolutely, and we saw in some of the later acts even, which we don't even get to see a PoE 2 endgame yet, and we still see pretty good density in some of the Act 4, and especially it was just I was getting crowded by mobs. Mathil, what did you get to try so far when you were doing the demos?
Yeah, so I did the live stream demo, I think, pretty soon after you. I was told that you had a rough time, you died a bunch, and I was just like, step aside, noob. I'm gonna get in there, show 'em how it's done. I got brutalized. Like it was, yeah. I did Act 4 because it was leading on from you. Tried the warrior, and I think I died on the first pack. Like it was, it was pretty unexpected. Well, my first pack was like hasted aura with a few other dudes, and they had extra damage, and I just got chain stunned dead, and then went, that's gonna be a tough one to follow then. So then, yeah, I kind of adjusted my combat, my play style, and I think that's exactly what they want you to do. It's supposed to be a very different experience to PoE 1, at least early on, where you have to start using your combat roles and planning your attacks better. It was still very difficult, very tough. I can see what they're going for, and at the same time, I think they also set us up to fail with some pretty like low-tier gear and all that. Like I'd say my character was a level 45 to begin with, and it's probably like 30% of what a level 45 would be gear-wise and passive-wise and all that. So it was supposed to be pretty tough, and we weren't supposed to get too far with it. But I have full faith that it's going to feel pretty similar to PoE 1 in the end, where you gear a character up and you're just going to, you know, comfortably smash through, but it's going to be a bit different on the playstyle. And I also tried Sorceress as well, which is what you had, like, pretty tough time with,
Did
right?
you die too?
A few times, yeah. I mean, I stopped caring because I wasn't doing it on stream, so...
Oh, okay.
So off stream, yeah, I just gave it a shot, and I'm like, I don't mind if I die too much. And I could see how it would have been painful to start with on stream and all that. But pick a good skill, like start using the arc and all that.
Yeah.
And use your freezes and your dodges
I was trying to use
appropriately.
Comet a lot.
Yeah.
It was rough. It was rough.
Yeah, exactly. You want to see the Comet, you're like, yeah, let's go, it's going to be cool. But you're like, this wind up and everything's just so many mobs, and it was...
Yeah, it was particularly, I don't know if you had the same experience, but it was very confusing to me that, like, even though it was, like, close, I was throwing close to me, sometimes it would move back and sometimes it wouldn't. I couldn't always figure out exactly what the reason was, because they would do it on a mix of ranges. And I was like, I want you to move me back when I'm throwing my Comet. But yeah, and they did also say that the demo that we've been playing is quite over-tuned as well. Like, they haven't been able to adjust the difficulty. So it will be a better experience. Obviously, a lot of people have been saying they're worried that this is going to be a lot slower, and that probably won't be the case when they actually get everything right.
I think part of this was just to really settle you into a different play style of like having to think more about your combat and really try and do the rolling as well, because that's a big new mechanic for us, and it's super helpful to like get out of there and plan your attacks more methodically after.
Absolutely. And one thing that really stood out to me was like the visuals. Like everything is just like miles beyond anything we've seen before. Like the things opening, like things coming out of walls, gates opening, everything. Like how much, Matthew, you love cosmetics and stuff in games, and you spend a lot of time on that. So this must be a big thing for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, so I mean, so there was still some remnants of old skills, and we've already seen some pretty good updates in current PoE 1 from PoE 2 skills, but some of them were, yeah, just stunning to see, like, as a bit of a revamp for an old skill, and just looked a lot crispier, but it's more the environment than anything. Like, I was going through some prison area, there's all this really cool water flowing through, and monsters bursting through walls and stuff, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be just exactly what I'm looking for, some stunning visuals.
Absolutely. Nuyi, what about you? Visuals, you're pretty big on that.
Oh, no, I love the visuals. The first talk we had earlier, just at the keynote, right after, I was so sad that I didn't get to mention all the like absolutely amazing and stunning visuals. So there was when I saw the water waves crash onto the rocks, I was taken aback just a bit. And earlier I was here with Neon playing, and during the gameplay we walk into like a cave, like a volcano, like with like a volcano, I think. And I go in, and there's these dips within the terrain where there's lava flowing, and I could literally feel the heat. I just stood there just for 5 seconds. Whoa. Okay, that's amazing. So yeah.
Karin, what about you? How does the graphics impact you?
I mean, I was very surprised because I know that I was heard that you know, it was like a very big step up from what we had in PoE 1, and compared to like other games we now might have played recently, and yeah, the difference was like actually like I did not expect that, honestly. I was actually like pretty shocked. Yeah.
I actually wanted to mention was a big part of that as well that you could very much feel an impact, and hopefully you guys felt the same way, was when they did the reveal and the announcement, going through the years of old trailers and seeing exactly how far we'd come, and it was honestly a bit of a tearjerker. You know, you're just like, holy, like we are going places, and then it stops at 2019, like for Exilecon, which already seems so far away. Like it was so far in the past, and we'd come so much further. Like going from PoE 2 now to what it originally started with is nothing short of mind-blowing.
Absolutely. I had the same experience. I was sitting there and I was tearing up a little bit. I was like, man, what a journey.
Yeah.
And with everything in mind, Karn, what are you looking forward to the most with PoE 2?
Looking forward to the most in PoE 2. I mean, obviously it's gonna have to do with like how it's gonna apply to racing, for example. Like I'm really curious to see how it's gonna end up shaping up, because like we really have no idea like how long the acts will take. We don't know how fast we'll be able to go. We don't know, like there's so many things that we don't really know, and like there's a question up there and it's out there, and I have no idea what to expect. So that's what I'm actually looking forward to, figuring out the game like in that way.
Awesome. Nugi, what about you?
I mean, figuring it all out. I think figuring out like all the new skills, all the new variations, new uniques, new bosses, new monsters, how all the intricate mechanics will work together, how can we solve the passive tree. Yeah, just a brave new world, honestly.
Yeah, make new deal.
Mathel?
Yeah, I think I talked a bit about it on the previous thing. It was more about the classes than anything, and especially the ascendancies, because those are the real game changers. Those are the ones that really give your characters like flavor, identity, power, and I mean, I want to see exactly what they come up with all that. Because it's got to be huge, right? It's got to be
absolutely
real customizable for each individual class as well. Especially, I mean, I guess to be specific, I want to throw some javelins, and I want to get some lightning fury from D2, pure javelin action. I think that's going to feel amazing with PoE density, with PoE mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, you're known for making builds, and now, are you a little bit worried about how intricate build guides and builds are going to be? Like, we get changing skill systems and so many things to remind people of. Use this skill with your offhand, etc. Is that a little bit daunting?
To some extent, but I kind of just stay in my own little wheelhouse these days and just do my little stream, and I try and do a build and then just put forth some level of info that's, you know, if someone that knows what they're doing can follow it along, and then just leave it up to people like you that want to actually carry someone all the way through and give them all that basic info, because it's just too much. I gave up, like, and there's enough people that are willing to try and take the mantle of that helpful sort of person that I'm just going to do my own thing and hopefully have as much fun as possible.
So out of all the new things we've seen, like shape-shifting, etc., is there anything you're already eyeing up as something you'd love to like really get your hands on that's very different from PoE 1?
I don't really go. I don't think I look that far in advance for the future. I mean, definitely just all the new weapon systems. So javelins are being one of them.
Yeah.
We saw like a teaser during one of the slides, flails. Like,
I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen that? That was during one of that was during one of the talks. So it was live streamed. It's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll watch it later. I had a thing.
Yeah, so just the new weapon, like there's only, I think those, maybe one other. But yeah, weapon types that are going to customize new skills, new abilities, new gameplay.
I think for me personally, what I really want to do, Druid. Like I've always like wanted shapeshifting. Just sounds so fun. And I really hope, what I really hope PoE 2 brings is some form of like a animal summoner. That's something I always felt like missed a little bit in Path of Exile. It's always been like undead minions, etc. I really hope we get to see some wolves, eagles, stuff like that.
I mean, surely with the name of the new aura or like the new resource we get, Spirit.
Spirit, yeah.
It lines up perfectly with the Druid, no?
Yeah, but Spirit isn't like Druid specific, right? It's for everyone.
No. Yeah. But they are talking about it. It is also for summoners and minions.
Yeah, and I really like the Spirit idea. That's something like, it sounds so nice to like have something specific for managing your mana that you don't have to like compromise. I think that's a really cool idea. Maybe we'll see more Archmage in PoE 2 as well.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, for sure.
Nugi, what about you? How does this like, what build do you want to do?
What build do I want to do?
What build? You have to pick one.
I just want to build defense.
You just want to build defense. That's important.
I think you've got to build defense, right?
Yeah, no, I think so.
That's the thing.
Oh, yeah. No,
this place
definitely.
for sure. This place for sure. You can't be just, you know.
Well, I'm sure like you will be dodge rolling around everything and ignoring defense as much as possible.
Yeah, man. 4K live dodge rolling. That's all. That's all it takes.
4K methyl build. I remember back in the day it was a 3K methyl build.
It's always been the bare minimum. That's like, if it lands at 4K, then you know, so be it. That's just a random metric, but it's always the bare minimum to get by. And it started to raise over the years, and then it came back down as we got better defensives and better like ways of dealing with damage. So then it came back down to 4K live meme builds again.
Karn, Lord of the Bone Zone, should we even ask what are you looking forward to play in PoE 2? Are you just hoping there's a Bone Zone?
This is really tough, man. I don't know. I'm thinking about playing Sword. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to play slams, of course. Of course, I'm going to be slamming because they're back. But, like, I tried Sunday. Sunday was actually really good, at least in the demo. So I'm really looking forward to, especially what the weapon system is going to imply. To be able to be swapping weapons, having different setup for single target and for clear, which is one of the things that are kind of a problem sometimes if you want to play meta character. You know, a skill can be very, very good at clearing and very bad at single targets. So that's going to fix that problem. It's going to give a lot more variety to what meta abilities we can use. So I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Awesome. And as a final topic, we have the race starting in around 4 minutes. We have Ty23HE, I Am Exile, Tai Killer, and Havoc616 all competing for a lot of money. Really cool prizes that we're. It's going to be interesting. So we'll start off with Mathul. Who do you think will win, and who would you like to win?
I'm not super invested in the races. They're great right here in Exilecon, like actually being here with everyone, crowd reaction, all that. It's actually quite a vibe. But look, I probably want Havoc to win. I don't know who will, though, because they're all really good at this point. From my understanding, they're all kind of on a level playing field, and it's just whoever has the better day or the better run of the time. But I know what it takes, and I know that Havoc's been grinding, so I would like to see him win.
Awesome. Yeah, he's been working really hard. I've barely gotten to see him. He's just been practicing away. Noogie, what about you? Same question.
I hope it's going to be a tie.
One of the
Wait,
two?
are you saying, yeah.
What kind of tie?
Are you hoping there's a tie between people, or are you hoping one of the ties wins?
No, I hope it's going to
a tie between the ties?
So they've been practicing. Yeah, that would be great, right?
A tie.
Yeah, tie.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, what about you, Karn? You were like practicing a lot, trying to get one of these as well, so you know a lot of what it takes to be here.
Yeah.
Who do you hope wins?
It's too hard. Like I have ties to everybody, but Ty in this race, like Exile, Tai and Havoc all good friends, and I want like either would win. Either winning is would be good for me. Like I would be happy for either of them. So like I can't really pick one. I would say I would say Tai. Let's say Tai.
Yeah, it's a tough one, obviously with like knowing everybody, etc. But I would say I hope Tai Killer wins, especially because he came last time after getting Tabula, and he's even been using the name Tabulast as his name. So I think it would be like Tai Killer or Havoc, and then I think I'm Exile maybe has an edge.
Is that your prediction or what you're hoping?
I think I'm Exile is going to win, but he's been winning too much. That's why I hope Tabulast will win.
I think Exile is definitely the favorite for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But there's like one thing though, is he's never played on stage before.
Oh.
So it's gonna be there's many ways it can go. Like this can either empower him and he just pulls out a personal best, like right now world record, or he just crumbles and performs. Like this is an extremely big factor that people forget. And Tai, for example,
I mean, I might watch.
They've competed on stage here, so they're ready for that. Tai is especially I've talked to him and he's done some extremely focused preparation for that, like practicing with the correct lights, everything. So. We'll have to see how Exile fares with the pressure.
Awesome. Well, we're getting towards the end here, so I hope everybody's been enjoying watching at home. I hope you will all enjoy watching the race and cheering for your favorite racer, and they'll be casted by Rice QT and Ziggy D. So thank you all for having us. I hope you guys have enjoyed this wrap-up of Exilecon. Thank you for being here in person and on Twitch. So thank you for watching. Try to die less than I do.
We have some more minutes? What? I'm really tired, but I think I'm gonna watch the race. Or I'm just gonna go. I don't know, man. I'm really tired. I just go to the bathroom here. I'll be back. Hold on. I mean, we're here. Why not watch it?
G'day Exiles and welcome back for another Exilecon Grand Finale. I actually nailed it this time. I said finale last time, remember? Yeah. I am Ziggy D and I'm here with Rise QT once again. I'm very excited to be back. Another Exilecon wrap-up race and commentating for you fine folks today is such a treat.
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the race. I know that the racers have been preparing mercilessly, which we'll get into in a second. We are going to have a good show for you. And for you fine folks who are maybe a little bit less familiar with what we're going to be doing today, we're going to be seeing 4 racers at the pinnacle of Path of Exile gameplay, playing Path of Exile real fast. Kill monster fast.
Kill monster fast.
As we like to say in the business. It's all going to be about moving through the first 5 acts of the game and defeating the Act 5 final boss, Kitava, and trying to do it deathless, although if they do die, they can continue, but there is a harsh 1-minute death penalty if they do so, where they are locked in place and cannot move. So that's pretty brutal and certainly something to avoid.
Yeah, and you get respawned in time as well, so you got to make sure that you always have portals, that you're ready, that they're down, actually, because in some of the qualifiers, we've had some tricky situations where people run into the problem of maybe being a little bit too confident and then not leaving a portal, and that really catching up with them eventually.
Can be absolutely brutal. It's when you're playing Path of Exile this fast, things get a lot harder because you're moving through very underleveled, very undergeared with just the skills that you can get to carry you through that situation, and it can be real tough. It can be real tough to do it.
It's always super tough. The faster you go, the harder it gets, and these guys go real fast. If some of you guys caught some of the qualifiers, the times were pretty ridiculous, and it's been a long time since, and those players have been practicing like crazy.
Yep, that's it. We started at times at 110, 115-ish, around that range, and ended up getting race times of like 106, 105, something like that.
Yeah.
As well. So yeah, we should be seeing some fast times today, especially with the practice people have been putting in. But first, let's talk about who is actually going to be racing today, who qualified through the 4 qualifiers that we had in the months leading up to this Exilecon, for them to be here to compete on the grand stage to wrap up an Exilecon. Such a prestigious position for any Path of Exile racer to be in. But taking the first qualifier, we had I'm Exile. Could you tell us a bit about I'm Exile, Rise?
Correct. I'm Exile is actually a very interesting player because he has only been playing since last Exilecon. He started playing in Metamorph, but he's an extremely dedicated player that immediately applied himself, began to practice. He got into racing very, very quickly. Some of you guys might know him from some of the Gauntlet races in which he's performed tremendously, really. But throughout all that, he's been practicing some of the short races. He's done extremely well, and he has definitely shown so with the first qualifier, winning it very decisively, despite running into an issue at Dominus. He had a little bit of a rip. Like mentioned previously, you do spawn in town and you have to wait. And he had to do that, and despite that, he still dominated his competition. And he's the sort of player that really does better and better with the amount of work and practice he does. He's kind of like the Rock Lee, maybe, of racing for PoE.
It's pretty remarkable to like get into Path of Exile so recently and be at like the top of the pack in that like such a short time frame.
It's crazy.
He's a gamer, right? Like he's good at a lot of games.
Words cannot express enough. For most people, it has been like 10 years, and obviously everybody else is improving as well. Yeah. It's not like they're all standing in place. And yet, he's been able to catch up and destroy.
Yeah, and next in the second qualifier, we had Tai Killer retake the stage after being here at the previous Exilecon.
Yeah, he was at the previous Exilecon, a long-time player now, and I think a little bit of a crowd favorite for many, quite the memer, Tai Killer is. But also for him, yeah, despite the fact that he's kind of been resting for a little bit, it seems like he's gathered a lot of energy through that time frame, and once he applied himself as well, he really got some real good times and began to dominate as well. Again, some of you guys might remember him from the Tabula situation from the previous Exilecon. I don't think any of that is going to be happening this time. It's just one of those things where if you get too lucky, you don't get that in practice. Yep. So once it happens live, you don't quite know how to react to it, and practice really is #1. Effort is everything that matters for these races.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say if Tai Killer sees a Tabula on the ground, he'll be veering far away from it.
Yeah, and times have changed as well. I mean, vendoring a tabula is very valuable. You need alchemies, you need transmutes, you need so much loot and gear now. Those orbs of alteration will come into play for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to be got there, and very exciting stuff. Tai Killer has had a pretty cool story, I think, actually. With like last Exilecon, he was pretty fresh to the game, and now he's got a little bit more veteran status, and he only just kind of scraped his way in last time. But now he handily got in on that second.
Oh, yeah.
It was quite a solid effort. And then taking third place is a personal favorite for me, maybe, Havoc.
Unbiased casting.
Very biased casting. Havoc has been a long time Path of Exile racing community organizer, even more than an actual racer himself, like a very, very good racer, but someone who's brought people together and ran race events and done a lot for the community. So it's very, very cool to see him here at Exilecon racing on the stage today. So
yeah, a lot of people might know Havoc from the long-term races that he's done. He actually happens to be the first ever level 100 in the history of Path of Exile ever, which back then took a pretty big effort. We were talking months of playing, and he wasn't really interested in short-term racing for a very long time. I remember many years ago trying to talk him into it, and he was having none of it. Eventually, once he got the bug, he really just kept going, kept improving, and he's also the sort of player that really gets a little bit rusty, I do gotta say. When we were watching some of the first initial qualifiers, he did participate in all of them. He was a little bit rusty, but he's also the player that really, with that practice, gets so solid, and he has just incredibly consistent runs, which, you know, that's understandable considering that you're if you're gonna be playing to level 100 on the hardcore or not, you can't really afford to die. So no dying for Havoc, I don't believe. And he has been practicing a lot. Funny fact from the looks of it, once we were at Exilecon, the only people that were online on PoE for some of our friend groups friends list was literally just Havoc, Tai Killer, and Exile, as we're going to be talking about the last qualifier, who's a little bit of a secret. It's hard to get a hold of him.
Yeah, more on that in just a second. But I did see Havoc this morning at breakfast, actually, and he was eating a champion's breakfast, a heaping plate of protein,
he's a healthy
energy, and getting ready. But more so than that, what really struck me was his focus. He was like monk Zen mode. I like timidly approached him and said hello, and said, "How are you going, Havoc?" And he was like, gave me an intense stare.
So I'm in a back room. He didn't even look at me.
Dude is focused. He is honed in right now. I think he told me he's been practicing every waking second.
I can imagine. Yeah.
I actually feel like a little bad for him because they through winning the qualifiers won a free trip to New Zealand and Exilecon, but they're so intensely focused on actually doing really well in this race and hopefully winning, that a lot of them didn't even come to the con or go to events, or they skipped the VIP dinner.
30 minutes before this, nobody could find Havoc because he was still practicing, and it was like a very last minute, where is he?
So I hope they at least afterwards get to enjoy the after party maybe and the VIP dinner tomorrow. So hopefully they get to enjoy the con a little bit at the end at least.
Hopefully.
But the race is everything. The race is everything.
Well.
And speaking of the race being everything, we have our fourth and final mystery player who raced under many different names, and it was difficult to say if they were always the same person. But it was Gurast, our mystery player, who took the fourth and final qualifier. And it is possibly at this point the worst kept secret of Exilecon as to who that player is. But we were initially told to keep it secret until they came out on stage, but they did make an announcement themselves, so I think it's probably fair game.
A statement.
Yeah, so I think it's probably fair game to say that we have rejoining us after previous Exilecon, the winner, the grand winner of previous Exilecon, Tai 23, taking the fourth place. And that is very exciting. That is
very exciting to people who don't know who Tai 23 is. He's the sort of player that was around the Path of Exile community for a long time, known as Easy Scrubcore Man. And There were a bunch of races. He wasn't doing actually that good, but we had a friend who was constantly saying, there is this guy who's really good. And one time he was watching Steel Mage's stream, and Steel Mage enlightened him. Steel Mage said, just don't die. And so Ty23 decided to not die anymore. And not only that, for that entire year of racing, out of, I believe, 11 events, he won every single one of them, which then culminated in the win at Exilecon.
It's literally like unapproachable levels of legendary status of Path of Exile racing. Like this just doesn't happen in most like games or anything where you just have one person just win everything.
Yeah.
It reached legend, like mythic proportions, and they released like a video at the end telling their story that was like meme-filled and glorious.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, certainly as a result, securing their legend, and a surprise that they had returned, and
that's part of it,
in an
because
interesting way.
we are talking about a return. Actually, after that fact, he quit. He made a retiring video.
Dropped the mic.
Yeah. And nobody was able to contest him. And I do know that a lot of people wanted to, you know. They
want that belt, right?
Yeah, they wanted to play against him, but he didn't give an opportunity for them to do so until very recently. And he has been participating in all of the qualifiers. And I got to say, some of it was a little shaky.
Yeah. I mean, he was retired, right? And
yeah, he was definitely pacing himself in his practice. You could really see that throughout different acts, some of that domination was coming through. Some of that alt Ty23 was really coming through. But once you got higher in those deeper acts, like Act 4 and Act 5, he began to struggle a little bit. So he really had to rebuild from the ground up. But that was a few months ago now, and I believe that he's ready to play.
Yeah. Overcame some potential mindset issues and a little bit of rust, blowing the dust out, so to speak. And he almost had it in the third qualifier, but tapped out a little too early.
Yes.
And but did come back in a big way in the fourth qualifier and secured.
Although keep in mind, Havoc was still winning.
Havoc was. Havoc definitely earned that spot.
Oh yeah.
But it's not long now until we're heading over to the stage where the racers will be taking their seats and get a little introduction by Chris Wilson, and we'll begin the official countdown for the actual start of the race. Very exciting time.
I can't wait.
A little excited, a little shaky.
I think it's going to be
Hi, welcome to the race event. This is the culmination of everything we've been working up to at Exilecon 2023. Thanks very much for watching so far, either in person or from home. We're very excited to see how this plays out. We have 4 of literally the world's best Path of Exile racers who are going to be competing. We don't know who's going to win. I'm really excited. And without further ado, I want to introduce the contestants. So we're starting with Tai Killer.
Oh no.
Good luck. And our second contestant is Havoc. Best of luck. Our third contestant is I Am Exile. Best of luck. And finally, our reigning champion, the winner of the 2019 Exilecon race finale, we have Ty23. Best of luck.
That guy's fucking jacked. Look at this bit.
Take your seats and let us know as soon as you're ready.
I don't know. I think Pedro went to sleep. That guy's fucking jacked. What the fuck is going on, dude?
So our contestants are going to take a moment to get comfortable at their computers, make sure they've got their
plays video games and is this
everything they need, hand warmers, everything you need to participate in the race, and shortly we'll be starting. I am incredibly nervous, and I do not even have to play the game here. Everyone good? We're just checking everyone's cameras are in the right position before we start. Great. All right, well, I'm going to get out of the way and let these guys participate. We'll start the countdown now, and best of luck, everyone.
All right, folks, here we go. The racers are taking their marks, and quite a show for the stage entrance there.
Oh my goodness, Die-23 unleashing. Previously known as the Cherry Boy, none of that anymore.
I have to remove my camera from here. Hold on.
Very nice. Looking in fine
or
form,
else
both
you
mentally
guys cannot
and
follow up if you
physically.
want to really
But also I'm
check.
seeing some intense focus on the faces of Havoc, Taitai Killer, and I'm Exile. They are taking their marks, they're spamming their hotkeys, getting everything set up, getting their hotkeys and everything in order.
Oh yeah.
Getting comfortable. Here we go. Whatever they need to focus themselves in these final 30 seconds. This is when like the nerves reach their peak right here.
Oh, this is when the focus
the
reaches
focus
its peak.
Yes, all right. So now what we're seeing here on stage is what they're playing Rangers. What the players are going to be doing is what's called muling, which is effectively they roll a character, in this case the Ranger, in order to get a few specific things to give their subsequent character.
He dropped his burning arrow. Okay, those are, listen, every single second is going to count. And those are seconds that do count. I do remember in the last Exilecon, there was a little bit of a problem for Die-23. He described the dropping a transmute and not being able to pick it up immediately as a difficult moment for him. So
A little bit of sweaty fingers there at the beginning.
Or maybe he was asserting dominance, you know?
Maybe. Some sort of strange flex. But we are seeing the players on the Rangers right now. They're going to be taking down the first boss Hillick, getting themselves a crucial momentum support, which they'll be using in combination with Leap Slam on their next character, and hopefully some very nice gear drops. I did see a transmutation for Taitai Killer there. Very nice. And a couple rare items actually dropping as well. So that early loot can make a pretty big difference. The characters need a lot of different currency and items, and especially sockets. Getting some early blue links, I did see some nice blue links there for Havoc actually, can be crucial. The players need a red-green link for Leap Slam and Momentum. They also need some blue sockets and some red sockets for the early game here as well. And with the way the vendors are at the moment, they can be quite static and it can be difficult to get some of those sockets that they need for the skills that they're going to use, and that can be quite tough. So now you see that the players have jumped over to Templar after just finishing that Ranger, stashing everything in the stash, and then logging out. Now that they're on the Templar, they'll be able to do this little run again here and actually go and retrieve that gear so they can take it forward into the actual race proper. So we are seeing everyone's on Templar, no unexpected surprises there.
If you're going to be racing, you want to be racing on the best setup. Although there was a lot of conversation about Duelist potentially being faster, but the thing about Duelist is that it's kind of driven by RNG. Not a whole lot of RNG when it comes to the Templar gameplay, but there is one thing that might end up being a big deal, and that would be a Chance Orb or a Fusings to buy that Chance Orb and get Cremation. But we're going to talk about that more once we are in Act 3, but just keep that in mind. as the players are already preparing for it.
I like seeing some unidentified boots for Tai Killer.
Let's
nice
go.
Early movement speed can make a big difference. Long term, it doesn't actually... Oh, Tai fumbling a little bit with the stash there. Maybe a little bit of nerves. Misclicking several times in a row, but he's okay. He's got there. But yeah, leaps in this particular racing meta right now, movement speed not as big a deal, but if you do manage to get some early, it can make a pretty big difference. And that's because the players are leap slamming and using a lot of movement skills here. Frostbeak leap slam long term. But I didn't get any move speed there for Tai Killer that I saw, and I don't see any boots on Tai 23 or I'm Exile, so no major advantages there. And on Havoc we did see a white pair of boots, but it has got that 3 blue linked sockets, which is very handy for getting those early skills set up. So what you'll see is currently Rolling Magma linked to Elemental Proliferation just to get things started here. It's got really good damage. You can do some multi-hits with the bouncers, and you've got those Elemental Proliferations just to help with that pack clear a little bit. Moving into a dangerous zone here, Rise.
100%. So much importance in that positioning when it comes to the Magma Orb, but as we say that, we are in mudflats, and like Ziggy mentioned, this is a difficult zone. I can see blue mobs on Tai Killer's screen. Keep in mind that they are not, in fact, fire resistant, but will be very difficult to deal with, and most importantly, very time-consuming to deal with. They might drop some items. These players do need a ton of transmutes for later on in Act 3 for a recipe, but also right now to buy all their gems. Maybe they can get a lightning warp. Those are very important things for some of the skips later on. And as you can see, there's a lot going on each of these players' screens. They're really maxing out their APM, trying to go as fast as possible. There's so many things to take care of. But what's most important in this zone is survivability. So you want to get evasion, you want to get armor. Oh, a transmute for Tai Killer. He's definitely going to backtrack for that. That's a very important item, as I'm Exile in the bottom left is struggling right now with all of these Roas. So many white and blue Roas as he runs past what I believe is a 3-link. These players' filters are set up to the maximum. They're really min-maxed. They're always telling them what's dropping and what they need and don't need to backtrack for. Very important aspect of this race.
Yeah, literally customized filters with specific audio cues for specific items, even down to things like actual sockets and weapon setups. And this is an actual, like, really interesting and unusual racing meta that we have right now as well. Different from anything that I've seen in Path of Exile history, where players are playing a spellcaster and leap slamming with melee weapons despite still spellcasting, and that's thanks to some rather unique and interesting passive skills and some interesting crafting options that the players can take advantage of here, as well as a recent change to leap slam momentum, and it all comes together to create a actually a really
good Exile. What is happening on his screen? There's just so many blue mobs, but he's taking care of them wonderfully. Those double taps from the Magma Orb. Wow, that was really, really well played by Exile. It's a very difficult pack of mobs to deal with. And some players might be listening to this and they're like, why aren't they talking about Havoc being in the lead? Well, he is. But there's so many things that these players have to take care of. There's so many things that they have to worry about that, depending on the sort of RNG that you're going to be getting at this stage of the game, you're going to be saving or losing a little bit of time. But you can already see that they are level 4. They do have their Frost Blink, which is very important for that animation cancel on the backswing of Leap Slam. And we've got Firewall in place as well to empower the Magma Orb and deal a little bit more damage. There's also a little bit of variety in these strategies that we're seeing from Tai Killer. You can see that he does have the banner, and Tai 23 also has the banner, but another thing that has been a big controversial subject is the fact that Havoc doesn't use Holy Flame Totem.
Yeah. Did he just equip?
Oh, he just equipped.
Whoa! He's changed his mind, right?
He's changed his mind. Okay, see, that's what I like to hear, because in the qualifiers, he was pretty adamant about it being kind of a waste of time.
I was on board with that line of thinking. It does take a long time to put it down, and you've already got your other skills doing a lot of damage at this point, but you know, here we go. Just every little bit of extra damage squeezed out has been deemed worth it here. So, so we've got 3 fire skills. As you see, 2 of them shoot projectiles, and the flame walls can help boost that damage up. So there can be quite a bit of damage stacked. It's actually a really interesting skill setup and quite high skill ceiling, as the players need to position themselves and the totem and the flame wall correctly.
Chance Orb for Titan Killer. Exile has like 3 transmutes too. This RNG is cranked up. I guess something that we haven't mentioned is that if you've watched the qualifiers, you would know about this. This layout is set. They all have the exact same fixed seed layout with one tiny itsy-bitsy exception.
Yes, Einhar. He's a troublemaker.
Yeah, we wouldn't call it a bug. It's more of a happy accident. So if you do see Einhar and you're wondering why is that zone different, well, it's because Einhar doesn't follow any rules.
He's a different kind of beast, so to speak. He does not follow the rules. He makes the zones however he sees fit. Yep. So if Einhar does appear in anyone's zone, their layout will be a little bit different as a result. But otherwise, all of the layouts are the same, and it comes down to getting what's called the read on the layout, and that's a crucial racing skill that is hard to see if you haven't watched a lot of Path of Exile, done some racing yourself. But there's so many different variations of each zone that they can be, and it's procedurally generated, but there are rules, there are tricks, there are all sorts of things that the players can learn for each and every layout that gives them a bit of a clue as to where the exit's going to be, where the crucial quest objectives are going to be, even things like where a pack of magical blue monsters might be, which is a lot of extra experience, for example.
Exactly so. And some players would argue that the layout reads really are the most crucial aspect of racing past a certain point. Obviously, it's incredibly mechanically demanding. Like, you can see exactly how much is happening on screen, how many things these players have to worry about. 3 transmutes and a Chancellor for Titan Killer. You really love to see it. Exile doing great on those transmutes as well as players are heading over to Brutus. I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of Ascendancy doing. Havok's screen freezes. What is happening? We're having a technical difficulty.
We do not want to see that. Hopefully we can get it squared away very quickly there.
Uh-oh.
We have a black screen.
That does not seem right. Havok restarting his game.
He's logging back in. We'll see if we can find anything about that soon. It was right at the very
Not
very
good.
start of the zone. We'll see if we can find out any extra information about that in just a moment. But for the moment, Titan Killer and I'm Exile have been making their way through the lower prison into the upper prison now. All of them pretty similar in terms of progression through the zones right now, with unfortunately Havok having to rerun that lower prison, as it looked like the instance did die and the zone was lost. Quite an upset, but definitely nothing that's going to keep him down. But right now, the race is very close.
The race is most definitely very close. I wonder if we're going to get some sort of ruling on this. I could see visibly how disappointed Havok was in the situation. Yeah. But if there's one player who can mentally recover from this and persevere, it is him. He really does have the experience. I fully believe.
I need a lag switch so that you can like manually lag everyone else if someone does lag, and just like even it out.
Yep, that would just saying, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
All right, we have I'm Exile, Titan Killer, and Ty 20.
Oh, rewarded with a Chance Orb. Sorry to intrude, Ziggy, but Havok gets rewarded with a Chance Orb, so...
He's farming.
Yeah, no RNG for him. That's definitely going to help.
He's farming, that's it. We're moving into the Brutus fight now, which is a fight that's very big on... I talked about that positioning earlier with those skills and the player positioning, and the Brutus fight really rewards good positioning in terms of safety and also a lot more damage. If they can get the totem on the other side of that flame wall, the flame wall on them boss, themselves firing through the flame wall and double bounce hitting the boss, then they can maximize their damage and thus their safety. And we see an excellent kill from I'm Exile, and Ty 23 only moments behind as well. Titan Killer kind of drawing Brutus into a corner here, and Brutus is moving around a lot more, which is slowing him down. If you can get him to stay in position, locked into one of his slam combos. It goes very low there with a chain pull. The flask is empty. He has no flasks whatsoever right now.
The only way he can heal is from the Holy Flame Totem.
The regen on the ground there, but he's just going to not get hit. That's his strategy. He does...
Oh, that was close.
A bit close, Titan Killer. Making me quite nervous there, mate. He gets through, though. What a save. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but you can immediately see how difficult those fights are. Ty engaged Brutus before Exile and yet finished last. So how you perform in these fights can make a tremendous difference. And that being said, Havok fully caught up and ahead of Titan Killer, having already dealt with his Brutus. Yeah, some real good stuff. It doesn't seem to be having the most RNG. That game crash was incredibly unfortunate, and yet He's blasting.
Yeah,
This is the Havoc that I know.
If you were worried about that little technical difficulty there, that little hiccup, then look at him go. Making that ground up very quickly. Very nice.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, Exile's getting an acceleration shrine. He picks it up. Every player gets the same amount of shrines. The only difference is going to be in the mob type and the mob density that the players are going to be getting. But when it comes to shrines,
they have to find it.
They have to find it.
If
so.
they don't find it,
I do believe. Well, it's
kind of right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Ty23 getting it as well. We'll see if Killer and Havoc also manage to get the same shrine, because Acceleration Shrine is certainly big for getting through a big open zone that essentially is just skipped like this. So all players will definitely want to pick up that same shrine, otherwise they're losing a little bit of time to those that did. But we see Ty23 and IMEXILE taking a little bit of a lead here in terms of progression, but as we were kind of hinting at earlier, Path of Exile Racing is very exciting because you never really know who's in the lead, and it sometimes can take until the last moments of the race until you know who's actually won it, because while someone could be a zone or even 2 zones ahead, they might have skipped a lot of monsters, maybe missed some extra items and things like that that are going to hold them back a little bit later down the line, and that sort of thing can snowball as well.
Havoc finds the acceleration,
They both did.
and he finds a Quicksilver flask.
Another Quicksilver.
So it definitely helps. I mean, Tai, we talked we talked about how the movement speed isn't as important as it used to be because of the leap slam action, but Killer repeatedly admitted in the past that he's a runner. You know, depending on the sort of playstyle that players have, some people really neglect movement speed and they only worry about sockets on those boots, but Killer really likes running around. So if he were to be the one who got the Quicksilver, I think he would be very happy. But no, it's going to be Havoc. You know, Chris turning on the RNG after that technical issue.
That's it. In some zones, the movement speed is a big help when you can't quite really... Ooh, a nice skip there for Havoc, actually.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, like
Havoc really cleaning it up.
Yeah, saving a solid 10, 15 seconds there with that skip, cutting the zone very short. Excellent. We're just getting some information here a little bit. I'm going to let Rise decipher that for the moment, while IMEXILE moves into the Merveil fight, and Ty23 also into the Merveil fight. Neck and neck here through the first phase, halfway down. This can be a very tricky fight because she can be quite uncooperative in her positioning and teleporting and things like that. It's also quite a dangerous fight, getting mispositioned and eating barrage, and we have seen some of these players go down to the Merveil fight before, getting caught in one of the water pillars here in the second phase, and trying to jump out of the way and landing in the Screech of Merveil can do a lot of damage. There's also Chilling and the Exploding Squids. It's a nasty combination. So far doing well, but Ty23 going quite low there, eating the edge of the Screech and kind of being caught against a pillar, but does manage to get out of there and scoops up quite a lot of rare loot, and the first kill as a result, with IMEXILE only moments behind, not quite as much loot, but getting that kill squared away and moving into the jungle. Havoc is up next on the Merveil kill. Let's cheer him on and see how he goes in this first phase. I'm not sure if they're more concerned about the first or second phase. Both can be quite lethal, but I've seen more upsets in the second phase here, but very quick Merveil kills from Havoc here.
So clean, so good.
Kind of getting pushed off her a little bit in the second phase, second half of the second phase, but he gets back on her there, and she teleports in place, which is perfect.
Yep.
Gets a lot of loot too.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. He's got a full inventory. And this actually makes a big difference because the players need 8 transmutes for crucial crafts down the line we'll talk about later. So getting all those extra early rares to sell, you can identify a few good ones and sell unidentified a few others to get those transmute shards, which can be super crucial.
Yeah, and that inventory management is so important. You really never want to be spending any time on having your inventory be full and you're moving stuff around and picking it up. That's just not what you want to be seeing. Havoc gets a transmute, as Killer still battling Merveil. It is very difficult to use your banner correctly to blast her away. And, you know, it might look a little bit slower, but really, I don't think so. It really just all depends on how much time he was spending in town to prep himself up for the future. And with that being said, he will be the last player to enter the most confusing of acts ever, Act 2. So in this one, players will be doing different things. There's going to be different strategies. We've definitely seen that in the qualifiers. Different players helping different bandits, prioritizing resistance, sometimes skill points. There's different breakpoints that you want to reach. It's very important that you optimize your XP. And something that helps with that is killing less monsters and getting more passives from quests. So Act 2 is a very crucial act in that regard. And let's try and pay attention as to how much is happening as Titan Killer runs into a giant shrine. And those bears are dangerous. We were talking about this earlier, but if you saw players losing HP very quickly when it came to Mervale, that's just because they're going so fast and they can't afford to spend the time to really improve their character from the defensive point of view. They just need to power it up as much as possible.
Havoc just farming a lot of currency here. He's got Rare Gloves, Orb of Chance, plenty of scrolls, and he's got another acceleration shrine in a rather crucial zone, the Chamber of Sins. That can be used to either get through the zone very quickly or farm up a lot of experience, as there is guaranteed and set magic monster packs in certain places in this zone that the players will know. And he uses it to get through that zone very quickly while scooping up a little bit of XP in the meantime. Looking very good there. And not everyone, people have had different zone clears these last few zones. It's been rather interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. And so many acceleration shrines, though.
We have almost tied kills for I'm Exile and Ty23 on Fidelitas there, with an acceleration shrine to speed things up a little bit. And Havoc and Ty Killer not too far behind. Havoc currently just about to head to the boss, and Ty Killer just a little bit of a zone behind in Chamber of Sins 1 now. He does manage to get that shrine as well.
Uh-oh.
Through to the second zone.
Exile sees Ty enter the riverways in front of him. I wonder how much of a motivating push that is.
I love it.
Yeah, you always love to see that. They are, in fact, playing on the same realm from the looks of it, so they are going to be seeing each other in town.
Oh! Exile just getting caught in a circle there. Fire.
That was so dangerous. If that was PoE 2, he'd be dead.
He absolutely would have been. He would have been so out.
Are so deadly.
Absolutely brutal. He does. I mean, Path of Exile 1 still has some tricks up its sleeve, nonetheless, even after a decade of practice and play here from these players, some of them at least. But very nice escape there from I Am Exile. I love that he slammed down the banner during that very scary situation to get adrenaline, which is what that warbender is used for. Honestly, there's so many little details and nuances in the race that even if we speak 100 miles an hour like we are, we're not going to be able to cover all of them. But the banner, slamming that down for the adrenaline, is not something that all of them take advantage of, and I Am Exile did there to try and save themselves, and it looks like it just worked.
That is correct. Our players are going to be continuing a little bit of vendoring from Tai Killer, making sure that he's got everything that he needs, and you can see how quickly these players have to deal with that. Havoc micromanaging his inventory, maybe a little bit upset after all that loot being left behind on Mervale, making sure that he's ready. He's always clicking, he's always running, and while doing so, you have to micromanage your inventory. It's a huge aspect of racing. The more time that you have, the more time you have to kill monsters. As Exile runs into another blue pack. Very favorable blue packs for all players so far that we've seen. Nobody really falling behind on XP, and that, again, is a big factor here. Massive Shrine for Ty23 as he engages Weaver. Will this be enough damage? That might be enough AoE. Oh, no. Oh, he drops the banner late, I think.
Ooh, yeah.
Maybe he could have dropped it a little bit earlier, would have lasted just a split second longer. That might have allowed him to kill it. Same situation for Exile.
There was the day where people could get the kill on the first phase of the Weaver, but it's very hard to pull off nowadays. But,
it's quite random, yeah.
I'm Exile. Just taking the opportunity through the ad phase here, do a little bit of gear management and tactically organizing your inventory so that you can fit more items into it when the loot does drop, or just know where everything is, get those things socketed, get items crafted, all of that sort of stuff. There's so much stuff to manage on the fly, and you'll see players do things like click the vendor and then manage your inventory while they're running through town, and then while they're loading into the next zone. So all that sort of little shaving off moments here.
I think I would have a
nice
question
kill for
wrestling in this
but
game.
gets it done cleanly and gets a bit
No,
of
wait.
a little bit
These
of
are
housekeeping done in the
races.
meantime. Havoc also kind of
I don't play like this. I'm basically a reverse racer. And I'm good at the game. I just don't play like this. A lot of people don't play like this. This is a race. Relax, dude. Relax.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. Titan Killer, interesting. I caught a couple times that he's been picking up a lot of blue items, but he just picked up a sword. which you can vendor blue items for either transmutes or alterations if you need them, but then immediately drop the transmute after. I wonder if he's gonna
inventory management is hard enough without doing
walls and
racing.
To take down Creighton. That was a little bit of a strategy too. Some people were helping Creighton for the additional movement speed, but oh my god, with all these acceleration shrines.
I've never played this game, but it looks too much. Okay, these guys are min-maxing as much as possible. They are racers, and they were qualifiers. The 4 of these guys won all of the qualifiers to gain the free tickets to go to New Zealand. Now they're competing against each other. They're like min-maxers. And they train this, they play this game repeating all these things, the Act 1 to 5, every single day, several times per day. They try to find tricks of like, what is it, where can I get another edge? And I don't like racing, I don't like it at all. I like the Exilecon racing, yes I like, but I normally don't follow up with the races, and I never try to race, I will never try.
Loading screens are and how much more smooth the game is when playing in a live setting. I do remember some of our past players mentioned how just clean and steady it is. I think they're getting a little bit stuck
So
there.
look, normally for example, I over level.
Have a lightning warp. There's a little bit of a
because the zones have levels, the monsters have, it's not like Diablo 4. So I over level, I play my music sometimes, I talk to the chat.
Sometimes you don't have transmute, sometimes you have a
I have a great time playing this game, man.
accidentally exited the game.
Oh, the
no, a little smirk there. He's back in there though, nice and quick.
So yeah, man, this is a great game, seriously.
Very nice
Trust
stuff.
me.
Yeah, trying to, the players use logout as a feature to get back to town really quickly instead of using a portal scroll, which can take a little longer and uses the resource. The logout, used correctly, gets you right back to town very quickly as you just smash that enter key and get straight back into the action. But closing out of the game just adds a few seconds where you have to reboot the game, and can also these little mistakes can kind of rattle you a little bit as well, just give you a little bit of jitters. But the nerves on the stage, it's.
I mean, I saw the smile. I saw he immediately smiled.
He's like, oops.
That's not even that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's fine.
It might be though.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to freak out Taitai Killer. Okay, listen, last Exilecon, we brought a lot of attention to Taitai Killer right before the race. And I'm sure he's focusing on not listening this time, but I do know in fact that during his practice, he was blasting the caster voices the whole way through.
Love it.
He can, in fact, hear us, and he practiced in that way for every single one of the qualifiers, and he said it was super effective.
Yeah.
And he doesn't afraid of anything anymore.
So what we're talking about is Taitai Killer was talking in the past about the idea that like something that's very true, which is like playing the game up on stage, the bright studio lights shining on you, the crowd, the casters speaking over you, distracting you, an uncomfortable different setup, a different desk, all of this stuff makes a big difference. I know this time that a lot of players like bought their own kit this time, and Taitai Killer talked about practicing in adverse conditions intentionally in order to prepare for the race. And I love that level.
I think probably all of them did.
Acting kind of. getting into character for being here live and in such a foreign environment for racing, not in the comfort of your own home, because it's a very different thing. But sometimes these things can also bring out the best in people too, right? Like
these are going to be crazy times, though. I'm just watching all these shrines. That density is ridiculous. You really, in these early acts, you really care about getting as many mobs as possible, because every mob that you get is one less mob that you have to worry about later on, because eventually the players will outlevel the zones significantly to the point where a penalty will kick in and they won't be getting as much XP. At that point, all that you're going to worry about is keeping up your flask, making sure you stay alive, and leap slamming to... Oh, sorry. I thought I saw something, but I didn't. Just into the sunset. Leap slamming into the sunset.
Nice. I'm Exile picking up a nice alchemy in the caverns. Very nice. Able to craft something up here, and actually moving up to a perfect time for a bit of management as they wait for Val to arrive. The next major boss the players are moving towards at this point is an excellent time to do a little bit of crafting and things like that. So we'll maybe be able to get a little bit of an assessment of where the players are at gear-wise. Everyone's got their gear slots filled. Havoc's gear looking a little bit ramshackle in places. You know, a rarity amulet's not necessarily the thing you want, but gear in each slot is honestly a blessing in a race like this when you're going so fast. Sometimes you can be like, oh, I didn't have gloves equipped this whole time. Certainly, but oh my god, those acceleration shrines are just everywhere.
They are everywhere. This is rigged, right? Can we get confirmation? Is this rigged?
Can we get confirmation of that? Ty23 is the first to activate Val here and is doing a little bit of that inventory management. We see a little bit of gear swapping, throwing some steel greaves on the ground that doesn't need. Looks like he's got some 3-link setup action there. I don't see...
I see a fusing for Ty23. I don't see a Chancellor or a fusing for Exile.
He's got his 8 transmutes already sorted though, which is so good because that's actually really early. They need him by Solaris and in the next act. So he's got that currency squared away, which any extra can be used for crafting. So very good stuff there. So Exile going into that Val fight second. Ty23 is halfway, a little bit into the Val fight here. The Val fight can have a little bit of variance depending on if Val decides to stick around or dip early in the fight. And so far looking fairly cooperative for Ty23. Did duck away for one moment there, but goes into an ice casting phase, which is the perfect time for Ty23 to secure the kill there in very short order. We'll see how things go for Exile down in the bottom left now. And so far, so good. He did duck away there just before dying, though, which is a little bit unfortunate, losing a little bit of time to that.
Yeah, and he's seeing. I mean, as you're fighting Vol, it's not exactly the most engaging fight for these players. He's got a big hitbox. It's easy to hit those magma orbs. But one thing that might have bothered some of these players is seeing Ty23 to be the first person to enter Act 3. As Act 3, again, the game becomes a little bit more difficult. Act 1 tends to be the most difficult act. Act 2 is kind of on the easier side, so I'm pretty sure that there's a big side of relief for a lot of these players. Oh, Titan Killer. Oh, what a layout. Wait a minute, did we see that? I completely was not seeing that.
How is there no connection over there? We haven't seen too many zone misreads or big dead ends that I've noticed, at least. And Titan Killer, unfortunately, gets a very big one there and has to backtrack on basically an entire zone there.
That is crazy big.
Unfortunate. Not what he wants at this point, where he's just a little bit of a zone behind the other players. So don't want to be having those situations in order to get that catch up. He's still got plenty of time to catch up though, and we'll see how he does as he moves into the Val kill. Just now, he's got a little bit of time. We can take a look at his gear. We see Ty23 filling out one of the clusters there, and I did actually want to talk about one of the things here that the players are taking advantage of. So you'll notice that they have Leap Slam, and earlier in the game, a lot of them will have been weapon swapping over to melee weapons because you need a melee weapon in order to Leap Slam. Dual wielding is faster, and certain weapon types are faster. Now you'll see, for example, on Havoc's screen right now, you can see an axe and a sword, and that's the ideal setup. Interestingly, though, in the current racing setup, the players will actually use that for spellcasting as well, and that's because there is a very cool dual wielding node that gives attack and cast speed, so both that movement speed and damage for their spells, but also the mastery, when they take that full cluster, can give 50% increased damage, which is a huge amount of damage at this early point of the game, if you're using 2 different weapons. So that's why they have that sword and axe. Such a cute and interesting little thing that the players have discovered and taken advantage of here that's created a kind of a unique little racing style. So very cool to see.
2 shrines for Ty23, 2 shrines from Exile, but Exile, no acceleration. But he is catching up. It's very close. Ty23 will be the first person to take down, well, almost take down Piety as she jumps ship.
We'll see her again.
Exile right behind Ty23. You can see that vendor movement is so clean. You can see him running halfway across the screen while talking to the vendor, giving him a chance to do that in town. So trade up your inventory and then keep moving. Again, these are the sort of tricks that you really have to nail, and it's very difficult because the timing is a little bit different in the live setting for sure.
There's some excellent movement going on for Havoc, I've been noticing, moving through some tricky zones with a lot of doors. And the way the players are working is they're doing the Leap Slam and then chasing it with the Frostblink 2, which is an instant skill, to just cancel that little bit of animation, and it'll just look like they're actually just levitating sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
As they move through the zone, just fly multiple screens across the zone. But it's really hard to do that perfectly whilst turning corners and going through doors, and the doors are closed. But the best players can do that, and Havoc was just crushing it through Crematorium there. And Exile moving very quickly through sewers with an acceleration shrine as well. Another one!
This is not right. Well, this is a very important zone. The sewers, It's because it's where the rats live, but also because you need the busts. You got to pick up the busts.
Yeah, they want those extra passes.
It's very important. That was another aspect of the qualifiers that was very different for different players. Some players were going for those busts and getting that extra passive. Some other players not so much, as I believe Havoc was dropping low.
Yeah, you got caught in a blue pack there. There can be some dangerous monsters here in the zoo. Some of those undying grapplers and things like that, but he gets through there all right. A little bit of help from the shrines. Oh, nice, it looks like a rare 2-stone ring maybe, and the, rare boots as well.
Rings
the ghost
cool.
maybe for a bit of, oh, there's that acceleration shrine.
Yep.
Oh, yes, get that. Thanks.
Yeah, the rings are so important. As I began to talk about it a little bit, Act 3 is where the game becomes difficult, but it's not necessarily because the mobs hit harder or anything like that. It's because they're beginning to use different types of attacks, different abilities, different elements. And so for that reason, you're going to have to prepare your inventory to be able to switch out the different setups of gear. If you're fighting Dominus, you might want some lightning resistance. If you're running through Crematorium, you want fire resistance, right? If you're fighting Piety, well, depending on the player, you might go with different sort of setups, as I do believe the players will be able to still abuse some of the portal tech to exit the fight and reset the portals, which might make Piety significantly easier than how other players would do it typically.
Yeah, certainly won't be doing that in Path of Exile 2, but for now they can take advantage of the portals. We'll see how that goes. Got Taitakilla moving through his sewer kill there, getting back into a little bit of a corner, but uses the opportunity to kill a few extra monsters, so not too bad a situation to be in. Having just picking up, guess what? It's another acceleration shrine in the battlefront there. He does leave, and that was a little bit of a... he's backtracking to do his Solaris, I see. Didn't really get to take advantage of the acceleration shrine, it seems, as he moves into Solaris there, killing off a few extra packs, as he's really trying to chase down that rare monster, taking quite a while. He does get the kill and gets a nice level there just before moving into the next zone. So I believe we saw it there. I think, was that taking the minion damage is the current strategy on the tree there as well, the minion damage scaling to get a little bit of extra damage scaling, and moving across to pick up those nodes there as well. So you can get you can convert minion damage over to scale your spell damage.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing some differences here. I mean, Tai23 in the past was known to be a player that just got so good that he could afford to pick up life nodes, you know? It does give you that little bit of more life, gives you a little bit of stun prevention, which allows you to move around. Obviously, it's safer. But if you're ahead, if you're controlling the situation, if you feel like you don't have to get more damage,
my cat's trying
you have
to
enough
bite
to clear and you have enough to do those boss fights, then yeah, getting a little bit more defenses, why not? And Act 3 is the perfect act to do so, as you're going to have a much better understanding of where you're at in terms of RNG, how your gear is looking, and this is already the beginning of when these guys are thinking about when is that moment where I no longer kill mobs to get XP to improve my character and instead try to progress as much as possible towards Innocence and Kitava. And as we...
Not interested in those rare boots. They're just straight up vendors them, not even worried about it. He's set. He's looking pretty comfortable with his gear right now. But we just saw the end of Solaris, in which the players will pick up, unless they don't need it, but typically it's always needed, the crafting recipe that adds fire damage, which includes that fire damage to spells, that they can actually craft on their melee weapons, and it's a crucial part of this strategy. However, we mentioned earlier, it does need 8 transmutes, which is a lot of currency to get when you're moving this fast.
4 per weapon.
Yeah, 4
You're not always going to be crafting both weapons.
True, true. So 4 to 8, depending on the current weapon situation. But you don't tend to find spell damage axes or swords, so
yeah,
it can be really nice to be able to craft that and actually get quite a lot of damage. It actually comes at a really crucial time as well, because you get that at Solaris, and if you have the currency sorted straight away, you can get that craft done just in time for the Piety and then Dominus fights, and those can be really tough if you don't have a lot of damage, especially Piety as she moves through her phases. But if you can get a lot of damage, you can kill her really quickly and it becomes a lot easier and a lot safer. So timing on that, it can be rather crucial. I haven't seen Havoc go to the hideout yet though, so we'll see if he goes and does that in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, if he can take his time to do so, why rush it? You have all the time in the world. They're around the 37-minute mark, which is really fast. I mean, these acceleration shrines are playing a major role. Obviously, the players have improved tremendously. We have a little bit of a difficult fight now for Exile. That's going to be Vicious, who does a lot of fire damage. You do need to kill him for that previously mentioned incredibly crucial Chance Orb, or excuse me, Chance Orb that then you use to buy Cremation. But I don't see a Chance Orb for Exile. I didn't see it fusing either.
Yeah, that can be tough. The players will be transitioning from Magma Orb, or Rolling Magma as it's known these days, into Cremation and Armageddon Brand with a little bit of Desecrate to create the corpses. And that does require a level 28. We just saw Ty is the first one to reach 27, so the players are getting closer to that point. So we'll see the skill change, and that happens actually basically at Dominus usually, maybe sometimes at Piety. So
oh my goodness. Oh, Exile killing a tormented rare mob. You can see the desperation. Unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. I mean, I don't want to doom her too much, but there is a very small possibility that Exile is going to run into a problem that unfortunately doesn't have a solution outside of RNG. Typically, the RNG aspects even out, but the Chance Orb is something that just it does not have another solution.
Yeah, certainly you can get by with just one or the other on Cremation or Armageddon Brand, but it's certainly not ideal. So yeah, it can be a little bit of an upset potentially there. We'll see how he goes. Tai Killer moving through his docks now. It's a good place to pick up a little bit of extra XP. He took a skip across there. We'll see whether it's the correct decision and whether he gets his quest objective or gets caught in a corner.
Tai Killer, he's got 2 Chance Orbs. Maybe he can trade Exile. I don't
that would be a first.
I mean, hey, they didn't tell us it's against
There's
the
no
rules. I'm
rule
just saying.
against it.
Huh?
One other player has another. They're right next to each other. It'd be pretty easy to negotiate.
It's time to vote. Chris, Jonathan.
Yep. We are Lunaris Temple with Havoc right now with 2 shrines. He's got a Diamond Shrine and I think a Replenishing Shrine there. So a little bit of extra safety and damage there, and he's picking up those big fire damage nodes as well. So lots of damage happening now. The players just start getting faster and faster at this point. It's actually crazy. Exile looking the first to Piety. Let's see how she goes. She can be a little uncooperative if she teleports into a bad phase. She's standing there to cast her Bolt Lightnings, which is pretty much ideal. She stays in location. Ooh, a short teleport is perfect.
Holy.
A very rapid kill there from Exile. Very nice. Pretty much ideal.
That was incredible. Yeah, you really want to kill it during that.
High 23, nearly perfect as well. Takes a big hit at the end there, but he's okay. It was basically as fast as possible. I don't think we even saw any Ice or Fire Form Piety for either of them.
As long as she dies within that duration of the War Banner placement, yeah, that's going to be very important. I mean, Exile, I can see that there is one solution. You can vendor a bunch of rares, get alterations, then convert those into jewelers, and then get a fusing, and then purchase the Chance Orb.
Yeah, it's a multi-step process.
Yeah, but that's 8 alterations.
Yeah, that's the deterministic.
And you gotta be picking up so many items. There's so many things to worry about. I mean, we've seen Dominus kills with Magma Orb, and it was okay. You can still put up with that, but once you get to those Act 4 bosses, that's really when the game ramps up, things become difficult, and you need as much damage as possible to shorten those fights and burst through them. As Tai 23 done with his Piety, and Havoc will be there shortly.
Very nice stuff. Tai 23 moving through a little bit of a dangerous spot there with the Quill Beasts. Jumping in, they're moving so fast that sometimes it can be difficult to know what's on the next screen, where you're going to be in the blink of an eye. And if you're already killing things at the same time, then sometimes those Quill Beasts can catch you off guard, but he does manage to survive the hit with some very timely flask use there.
And we're heading into some extremely difficult zones now. So these mobs heading up through Scepter of God have lightning damage. They can shock you for a large amount, but they also freeze, so you have to worry about that. Once you get to Dominus, you need lightning resistance for Dominus, but you don't want to die to the fire mob that jumps on you and does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So this is where that gear preparation matters the most, because face tanking Dominus is a big aspect. And as Exile is looking to be most likely the first person who will reach Dominus, I think he will be level 28, no cremation, and he's got a little bit of a history with Dominus, as we've discussed previously. Did die on it once during the qualifiers. Actually, his qualifier that he ended up winning He can afford to lose a little bit of time here, but he can't afford to die, I don't think, considering the cremation situation.
So we're seeing the first phase of the Dominus fight now, in which a bunch of different unique Guardians are summoned, and they're not too bad. If you can kill them in a group, that can certainly speed things up. There's a little bit of a danger there, but I'm Exile getting through quite cleanly, and you'll notice that he's pre-placing the flame totem, the fireballs and everything, because he knows where they're going to spawn, so that damage is already there and going as soon as they're spawned in. But here comes Dominus for the actual first phase, and you want to be able to basically just take him down before he even teleports away here if you can. And we'll see if I'm Exile manages to do that. It's a short teleport, still kind of in range of his current position, and he gets the kill very nice. You see he's already moved over to the right spot for the second phase there. High 23 going through his first phase now, and we'll see how it goes for him. While I'm Exile does a little bit of gear prep, ready for the second phase there. Ty 23 dodges the slam, which he kind of just locked into, as like sometimes they'll use a skill even when they're already dead, but he already had him taken down there. So Ty 23 moves into the second phase as well. They're so close! I'm Exile, second phase here. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, you can still see that it's a pretty clean kill for Exile, who is slightly ahead.
Very nice.
Very good job by him. Dominus doesn't move a lot, so the magma, rolling magma is still so effective. Ty 23 taking a little bit more time despite having the cremation pre-placed. How's this happening? The Herald of Thunder is on the ground.
Yeah, he's going back to town. He's got a little bit of extra stuff to do there. This is interesting because Ty 23 known for the coolest Dominus kill of all time.
Oh, yeah.
In which he killed Dominus without even looking at him and just teleported to the next zone within the blink of an eye. It was something, it was supremely cool. But a bit more reserved and safe here playing it today with the portal pre-place and everything, actually. I like it. He's a little more conservative there, perhaps. But I'm Exile taking a slight half-zone lead here. We're starting to see now where things are starting to shake out a little bit more in terms of who is leading the pack. And very close between I'm Exile and Ty 23. Just a little, maybe, edge there for I'm Exile. It can be difficult to tell if someone's got a little bit of a gear edge that might play out down the road. But Havoc looked like he's taking third spot with Ty Killer just a little bit behind him right now. Havoc moving into his second phase of Dominus as we speak.
Yeah, and a big part of this is also something that actually Ty ended up pretty much inventing, which is aura management. So you're going to be seeing players switching to determination whenever they need a little bit more safety, and then playing with anger when they need damage. Typically, I might have reminded Ty of doing so. No, well, maybe, no, I'm not quite sure. He was switching out something. But yeah, typically when you're running around and trying to go as fast as possible, you're going to be running around with determination as you do have enough damage. But then on those bosses, when you need to maximize your damage and really burst them down as quickly as possible, you're going to be running anger. And another acceleration strike for Ty. Oh, okay.
He's going so fast. Unique dropped at the edge of the screen. He didn't even look at it. He's just like, I've got places to be, mate. I'm not even going to look at what that was. I don't even know what it was.
Exile's getting another. Okay,
like
this is great.
Look at one of these shrines.
That is. Oh, Ty, I believe he clicked exit game.
I think we had another misclick on the wrong button there. But
he gets game's
back
faster.
Yeah, that's nice fast load speed there. Oof, very nice.
It's just fast here.
Yeah. All right,
I think he does have the banner. Okay, that was a slight mistake, not a. Yeah, I was thinking for a second because they're clicking so fast. I mean, a lot of times Exile is pretty much doing it instantly. Whenever he picks up an item, he immediately clicks to change the character selection screen. And yeah, it just looks super scary. I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
I've done that before where I've went to click up the quest item, logged out, and then I realized, oh, I didn't actually pick up.
Okay, Exile's getting so many acceleration shrines, I'm pretty sure he just ran past one. I mean, it was a really dangerous pack, and he knows that he's very close to the exit, but still.
Too fast even for acceleration shrines at this point.
That's kind of ridiculous.
Ty Killer moving into his Dominus fight now, taking out the ads. Ooh, very quickly. His damage is looking very on point. That is what he needs to be able to get through this fight nice and quick there. He's got his Cremation and Armageddon Brand running there, doing lots of damage. Being able to pre-post those cremations as the mobs spawn is a big help in getting that damage preloaded and to burst them down right as they appear. Havoc moving fast right now. Oh my god, we are at the pinnacle of kill monster fast, both in terms of these races, but also in terms of the acceleration shrines that have been seemingly hand-placed by the developers here.
Ty Killer's inventory looking like a little bit of a mess. He takes a moment to get a sip,
Nice.
It might be chaotically organized, you know? It just might be one of those things where he knows what he needs, he knows what he's got, and he's not going to be picking up that much more. He does seem pretty set up, which is very nice. It's going to give him an opportunity to catch up as Exile with another accelerate. He's got another one. It's been every zone in Act 4. Huh?
Actually nuts. Taitakilla gets his Dominus kill down. Second
Well, skip from Tai.
Oh,
he gets it. There we go.
Yeah, very cool.
Sorry, guys. It's just going by so quickly. There are very important skips in Act 4 in the Resto zone specifically and in Combs zone as well. But sometimes you see players, even though they have the possibility to go for that skip with a Lightning Warp that you're later on going to be needing as well, Exile gets another acceleration.
That skill's still going.
Well, even this, there's more accelerations than less at this point. They've had acceleration active more than less.
It's not just confirmation bias, I don't think. Like,
yeah.
Someone will go through and count and be like, yeah, that was like 19 acceleration shrines and like 2.
Rigged. But yeah, sometimes you're going to be skipping, like you're seeing on Havoc's screen. He went for the skip. And sometimes if you need a little bit more XP, those cages do offer a lot of it. Again, you can see it on Havoc's screen at the top right. Ooh, a little bit of movement there, but it's still clean. A big skip from him, gets both of them. Very nicely done. Yeah, but all these shrines, I think they just have so much XP. None of these players are going to choose to actually fight the monsters at this point.
The Buckle just snapped out of existence there by Havoc. He's always a fast boss fight, but that was something else. It's like our commentary can't even keep up with explaining the various skips and things like that. They're moving too fast.
Yeah.
Acceleration shrines. But yes, there is some crucial skips there that it's too late to explain. They've already done it. Yep. But we do have on Kaum's Stronghold the potential for a huge skip actually where the lava falls can be jumped up from the right angle, bypassing sometimes up to half of the zone. There can be 1 or 2 of those, and they're much easier to do with Lightning Warp, but they can be done in some of the ways. It can be a little difficult, but I don't believe we saw any from Exile. I don't think I noticed one. We'll see if any of the other players manage some zone.
Ooh, Exile. Yeah, see, this is the big problem when you have to use Magma Orb. When you don't have that cremation, you're having to continuously cast.
Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah, you're just standing around, you're in danger.
Look at him though, he's still winning though.
Man, but the frustration.
Yeah,
I can see him boiling.
It's going to take its toll a little bit more and just bleed away his lead if he gets stuck in that situation for too long.
I'm double checking unless Exile had a different zone with Einhard. There was no skip in the most crucial part of the Combs dream.
Yeah, sometimes there just isn't the opportunity, and it looks like
it's a pretty low chance.
Yeah,
it's like 10%, but we might be seeing it here.
Yeah.
Oh, he leaps it!
I don't think I've ever seen the leap slam on there.
Okay, buddy, relax. Most players are getting lightning warps for this. He leaps it.
He's like, don't even need the lightning warp. I did not even know you could leap slam up.
I had no idea.
Specific ones maybe that can be just leap slammed up. Yeah, I have to get the right pixel though.
That was cool.
That was very cool.
I don't think I've ever seen that yet.
I love seeing things for the first time ever as a commentator live at the Exalt.
But that's the difference. This is why we're sitting here and they're sitting over there. They know every little detail about what needs to be done here.
Hundreds of practice runs, finding all of
Havoc. Lightning warping, he's got the acceleration, gets through. But you see,
not as fast though, yeah.
That was pretty fast, but it still took a while longer than Tai's jump. And the difference in understanding of the game comes through there. And every single second is going to count as Exile will be the first person to enter a very difficult zone to run. That's going to be Belly of the Beast 1 and Belly of the Beast 2. Combined, both of those zones, I think, have like 20-something layouts, and they're pretty hard.
I guess
the mobs get hard.
Zone. Both the zone layouts and the monsters make me very anxious in this zone that they're moving through right now. In particular, those little creatures that stick their spikes out and do a nasty puncture. Sometimes you can just leap into the middle of the pack and they all just whack you at once. Could be a real problem. But Exile getting through pretty cleanly there. I was a bit worried about one of the packs he was jumping through.
Ziggy, we have crossed the 50-minute mark, and players are getting dangerously close to Act 5. Yeah, because Act 5 is very quick. If you guys think this is fast, Act 5 is absolutely ridiculous. Everything is set up. They are just going at that point. Killing mobs offers nothing for them. They're not getting XP. They're just getting flash charges. And so once we're there, it's going to get ridiculous. And the time is insane. And from the qualifiers that we talked about before, nobody got a time that was lower than 1 hour and 6 minutes. This might be under an hour, which was something that a lot of players thought was physically impossible. Nobody's ever even seen a time like that. I can spoil this now. I do know, in fact, that Exile was getting averages of about 1 hour and 1, 1 hour and 2 sometimes. And when he put all of his best times together from all of his runs, he just barely managed to get it under 1 hour. Doing that in a live setting, despite the really potent acceleration shrines, is just so impressive.
That's absolutely crazy. I would lose it to see that today. It's such a ridiculous time.
100%. They're taking down Piety. Exile already done, having to wait for her to finally be talkable. Ty23 will be the first person, though, to get into the Harvest.
That's interesting. A little bit of catch up there, because Exile had that half zone lead pretty consistently for a while there.
Yeah.
But, like we said, that advantage was just slowly, ever so slowly bleeding away a percentage point at a time. And wow, that was like simultaneous entry into the Chevron fight here.
Will we see the difference between the single target?
Oh, that's very cool to see side by side there. And look,
holy, wait a minute. Maybe Exile didn't want to find a Magma Orb. Maybe he practiced so much that he knows, or he didn't need to find the cremation. Yeah. Maybe he practiced every worst case scenario. Maybe he practiced a scenario in which he actually doesn't get it. And, you know, instead of just crying about it like we are over here, you just win.
I love the idea of practicing for the adverse runs where things don't go your way, actually.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, because those things that happens on the day and you aren't prepared for it, then that can be a real shock. Ty23 does get through that one a little bit faster from the looks of things, but it's too close to call, really. We have the Malagaro fight coming up now. Just started a little bit ahead for Ty23. Takes quite a bit of damage as he leaps through there. It's about half, but he's looking pretty confident. He's okay. He's not worried.
Havoc reaches the waypoint. He will now be fighting the mini bosses as well. You don't want to be doing any zone resetting in this one, as anytime any of the mini bosses die and then you have to re-enter a new zone, even though you have the pieces in your inventory, you can't actually access Malachi, so
yeah,
very important to keep everything under control here.
All right, we've got a big Malachi fight. There's been times where this has been very frightening, and this might be one of those times as Exile eats, I believe, one of the throws there and takes a lot of damage.
It's so hard with that Orb.
Yeah. Let's see how he goes, since he is so close to Ty23. We can get a little bit more of a gauge on a slightly larger boss, just how these two are shaping up against each other. And at this point, it could come down to the actual Kitava fight itself, which would be super thrilling.
So much shotgun in Kitava, though.
Yeah, it's very
Any
quick.
moment that goes by for Exile, I'm sure he is praying.
You want to be getting into that Kitava fight before your opponent.
Yeah.
Yep.
100% so.
And these are the times to secure that little bit of a lead that they need to win this race.
And a little bit about the Malachi fight. It is something probably that's going to look easy when you're just watching the way that these players are doing it over here, but it is very challenging. The tentacles, they deal cold damage. The traps, they do fire and lightning damage, and they have a high amount of crit. There's a lot of physical damage coming up from Malachi with those little blobs that he's throwing around. Eventually, they're going to be shotgunning pretty badly once he kills the final heart. So this is a challenging fight for sure. Ty23 is done with it, though.
Yeah, he gets the boss kill down good ways ahead of Exile, actually. So we've seen a bit of a flip here in the positions, and Ty23 using that lead, actually, to go back and buy himself a little bit of extra safety. Some of those spare transmutes now coming in handy as he goes and crafts some extra crucial resistances for this last little push into Act 5 here. There's one little bit of zone to go here through the snow, basically just a bit of leaf slamming. And then we're into Act 5, which is back-to-back boss fights and the end of the race before you know it, in a blink of an eye.
Ty23 waiting for that portal to open. And I mean, being in the lead is not always the best thing in a race. That's something that I've always admired about Havoc. You know, sometimes you're leading and you don't appreciate it enough, the stress gets to you, and you end up making some mistakes. That hasn't been the case for Exile. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for Ty23. We are entering parts of the game that he previously has shown he needed more practice in.
Yeah, these later acts can be difficult to practice because you get inclined to restart when something goes wrong and practice those early acts, and I've certainly seen players get in that loop, but it's difficult to commit to finishing the runs and practicing the late game as much as the early game. So it can be a little rougher here at the end here. Just seeing, what do we got? Is that level 35 for Ty23?
That is level 35.
Just saw level 33 for I'm Exile, so that's actually a pretty substantial difference here. We talked about it earlier, but players decide on a point to stop, not the unique drop there, to stop leveling up, essentially, intentionally to like start killing less. And where you do that and how much XP you kind of get after that point can make a little bit of a difference here.
Very much so. A difficult zone. Control blocks. Needs a good read. A great jump from Exile there. He knows exactly where to go. There you go. That skip is so important to know about. That's something that people found out pretty late into some of the qualifiers, and everybody started practicing the zone. It's so cool to see that they did in fact figure it out and can replicate that skip 100% of the time. Very nicely done, saving themselves a lot of time from both Ty23 and I'm Exile, who is just now getting his Eyes of Zeal. Yeah, so I mean, I mean, they're not getting acceleration shrines every time, at least.
Yeah, anymore. No, we seem to have run out of acceleration shrines. Sorry, that was the supply has been consumed.
I want to say I'm happy, but speed. It's like I want him to go fast, but at the same time I want the event to last. So I don't know.
That's it.
Hey guys, can you slow down? Come on.
Yeah, give us another 10 minutes, maybe. Please, it's not going to happen. Look at him go. We have a couple of very dangerous zones here. The monsters in here, we have seen upsets of people jumping into a blue pack and getting taken down. Certainly at this point, you're starting to get really under-leveled. So we just saw Ty23 hit level 35. It's a level 42 zone, 7 levels under.
And if you look at their HP, you know, I'm Exile's got 742, I believe. Ty23 has 755, very close HP, but none of those values are close to what you would have in an average player's run, I think.
No, yeah. The regular player don't usually equal the zone level, maybe a little bit over if you're doing mechanics, right? But no, that's not the case here. Ty23, 7 levels under. I'm Exile, even more, like 9 levels under.
Yeah, I'm Exile knows that he needs to cut corners. We were talking about how much he was keeping up, but the cremation is just such a big deal. He's rushing, he's charging. He still can win. It is going to be very close, but it might boil down to a mistake from Ty23, a man who has shown at the previous Exilecon he doesn't make mistakes.
No, he's very much all about securing that big win, and I think he wants to be in the lead. That's the position he wants.
Yeah.
Not to be like trying to play the catch-up, as we've seen from some of the qualifiers. But here he goes into the Innocence fight. It can be a very dangerous fight, but players have kind of got this one down pretty comfortably lately. We haven't seen too many upsets recently, so hopefully we won't see any big deals here. There is some ad phase here that they have to go through, which is relatively safe, and you'll notice that they know that they don't really have to chase down all those bubble mobs and things like that as well.
You say that, Ziggy, but we do see a little bit of a difference between those two players in their strategy and approach and the confidence that they both have. As one player clicked a certain item, as I know Ty23 can hear me, so I'm not going to say for him to click it too. You can't click it anymore, Ty. No portals. But Exile's got a portal present in case something happens.
Yeah, the little safety portal there.
Yeah, he can recover.
It is nice to have a few portals to go into that Kitava fight coming up, so hopefully all the players are squared away for that by that time. But we see Havoc actually making, I feel like, a nice bit of a catch-up there as he's moving through the Chamber of Innocence himself now, so he's not far away from that Innocence fight himself.
We did just cross the 1 hour mark, so it's not going to be under 1 hour, but it will be very, very, very close.
I mean, you might think, oh yeah, they've still got to kill Innocence, and then they've got to like go to Kitava. It's like literally like it's 3 leap slams away after you finish Innocence.
Yep.
So we're not far away, just minutes away from closing this out and seeing who's going to take not only top position, but second and third are also a big deal, as there is some significant prize money on the line here. No pressure in the last moments of the race here, guys, but woo!
I mean, we're talking a lot about Exile and Ty23, but look who's fighting Innocence as well.
Hey.
You know, normally we'd be full screening somebody, focusing on them a little bit more, but it is just so close with Titacular also catching up and doing incredibly well. His management of those items, of those auras and abilities is just so supreme. He's always the player that shows his magnificence in the later parts of the race. And Ty23 will be the first person to enter.
Oh, Havoc went very low there to some projectiles from Innocence.
Havoc does have a little bit of a history with Innocence.
Yeah.
He has had some situations in the past that were tricky.
Oh, and again, Havoc, please.
No flash.
Oh no!
Oh, absolutely brutal. My heart shatters.
The devastation.
Oh
Did he have a
my
portal
god!
I don't think so. He doesn't have any portals in his inventory. That's going to be a full minute and a rerun from the waypoint.
Oh, you can see the countdown on the screen now. And
this allows
it's not hardcore.
to catch up and
he just has to wait.
Almost certainly out of the top two placements.
Yeah, the battle for 3rd and 4th is going to be a big race between Havoc and Tai now, as this gives Tai the Killer to even it up. And Havoc is going to have to fight real hard. He's going to have to do some extra running there. The lack of the portal, the court in place, absolutely brutal.
Oh man, that is going to be...
His HP, 678.
I'm sure he's most certainly brewing as Ty23 and Exile currently in the ossuary neck and neck. Oh, Ziggy, I hate to say it might just boil down to that cremation.
Yeah, like we said, that advantage that he had for so long just fled away slowly. There's almost imperceptible differences in the end. But, oh, no, I'm Exile, please, no. He almost goes for the logout, but he doesn't.
The acceleration strike, though.
Acceleration strike, he's just like, I'm going to hop around. I'm going to go around. Oh, my God.
Ty doesn't have the acceleration. He's jumping as quickly as possible. He did get past that back. Oh, my God, it's so close.
I'm Exile, how did you survive that? It was so close. What an incredible save then from... That would have broken my heart to see that. This is so close here.
Both players skipping the shrine. I didn't even get an opportunity to see what it was. I believe they both saw whatever that was, but they need to get to Kitava. We are closing in
I
here.
can't even tell who's going to be getting there first at this point.
Impenetrable don't need that shrine either. No mobs will be killed on this roof.
Maximize speed.
Not even Kitava. He doesn't actually die.
Ty23 like 1 second ahead of I'm Exile.
Oh my.
This might be the closest finish of all time here.
Oh my god, there.
I'm Exile types no chance.
What are you talking about? Every chance.
He's talking about the chance, Arm Ziggy. He can't win. He knows he's going.
Literally no chance. No, you've got this, I'm Exile.
It's neck and neck. It's so close.
Stay there, dude. Do everything.
Jesus, dude.
Every damage.
It's gonna.
Oh my god. The animations are in sync.
This is so close.
They're so close to each other. Jesus, dude.
From I'm Exile there. Ty23 securing this phase just a little bit ahead there. Yeah, we're seeing that slight lead.
Such a big flask difference.
Oh, the huge Ty23, no! Don't die!
Exile! He waits it out!
Oh my
Second portal
god,
coming up for
dude.
Exile. The ad phase begins. Ty dodging a hand sweep. Oh my god. Did Ty get it? No, that's the next hard phase. Ty playing it safe, making sure he's dodging everything.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Jesus.
Dodging Ty23, closing it out here. Will he safely play in? Kitava falls, I believe that's the last phase. Ty23 will take it yet again.
Well done, Ty23. Oh my god, could not be closer. And the heart-wrenching near miss in the final seconds there. Ty23
okay, well,
is your
$10,000
champion for Exilecon 2023. Oh my god, Orion is perfect.
I'm Exile got second place.
And I have to say also...
And that is going to probably be...
Yeah.
Good job, I'm Exile.
He knows the position that he is in.
He's alright. He's alright. I'm Exile taking second place as well. A huge congratulations and round of applause for I'm Exile for an absolutely huge race.
I don't like
That
racing,
is
but these guys are gods, dude. You have to give it to them.
It literally just came down to that
Jesus.
slight percentage point difference in the kill speed at the end of the fight there. Wow. Well done to the both of them. Absolutely huge race.
I can see Exile battling to write no chance. He writes GG instead. The team player until the very end. Huge claps, I think, for Exile for really blasting away during this event. He did so freaking well, despite the odds being stacked up against him. Great performance from both of our players. And as I say that, Havoc, as we're still going for that third
let's see the battle for third and fourth place.
It is fairly close.
I couldn't even look at the top half of the screen during that.
There was way too much.
I don't know what's going on. We're going to fight.
I think Havoc did another
many dollars.
I don't think he had waypoints. I think he
Third.
had to rerun a significant portion of the game. Killer allowing Killer to catch up and get onto the rooftop as the first player. It is fairly close.
Yeah.
No pressure, Killer. He did have that little bit of an unfortunate rip in his qualifier that he ended up winning. He could afford it, but will he be able to afford it in this race? Oh, Havoc!
What?
Extra physical.
That's just not fair.
This? What?
Oh no!
This event is straight up rigged.
Havoc with the the death at Innocence earlier is a huge upset. The players take a lot of risks sometimes in skipping certain waypoints and things like that, and there are certain deaths that can just be brutal if that happens. You have to run so many times to catch back up if you don't have those checkpoints. But let's see Killer over the finish line here as he secures his third place in the Kitava kill. And what a race for all of our racers here. Supremely entertained. I have been, and
you're calling it?
Have you all been? Oh yeah, I mean.
Wait a minute.
It's still anyone's game, but I'm just saying that I've been supremely entertained, and I don't know. Have all of you enjoyed this race at home and in the audience as well? We're going to move over just a moment here as we see Killer through the end of the race. All right, folks, we are securing and wrapping things up here. Huge congratulations once again to Ty23, I'm Exile, and Killer, who will be taking third place there, and Havoc. Thank you very much for a good show from everyone.
Oh, we have about 2 more minutes as the players are still blasting away.
We're being herded to our positions.
I think I called it a little bit too early.
Yes, there we go.
Killer is still battling away at Kitava. He's doing incredibly well. He's fully in control. He knows what he's doing. Those cremations are being put down in perfect position. The Desecrate played perfectly as well. We'll be dodging those little bit of degeneration on the ground. He's got enough HP to deal with it. And with that being said, he will be taking it down with Havoc fighting Kitava right now for the 4th place.
He locks it in and secures his 3rd place. Congratulations to Killer for doing so. Excellent race from everyone, and a huge round of applause for all of our races today. And a thank you to them for the entertainment. Very cool stuff. Supremely entertaining race. All right, folks. I believe in just a moment we'll be heading over to the stage as we give out prizes. But for now, let's just have a little bit of a recap of what we've seen today, Rise. How was that race, right? Oh my
that was a lot more RNG than I expected. If I'm being real, typically in Path of Exile races nowadays anyway, it does more so boil down to how much management there is when it comes to that RNG, but in this one in particular, there wasn't a whole lot of Einhar action, which I'm a little bit disappointed by.
That's all, yeah.
But at the end of the day, we can only do so much when it comes to the actual RNG of those item drops.
We had a crazy amount of shrines, acceleration.
The shrines were nuts, but they all get them.
Yeah,
unless there's Einhards, everybody gets them.
No one seemed to miss anything major in terms of the shrines, and also very impressed by all of the races' zone reads. We had very few incidents of people making any mistakes there.
I mean, even the situation
had that.
Yeah, even the situation that Killer found himself in that ancient pyramid.
Tiny.
Yeah, but that wasn't even his fault, you know. Sometimes that happens. In that layout in particular, the first platform of that zone is actually just RNG. In the next ones, it's always a cross. In the first one, it is RNG, so Can't even blame him for that one whatsoever.
Yeah, we had I'm Exile leading the pack for such a long time, and we talked about Templar being such a consistent class to race, but there's just that one thing, just trying to get that chance orb or fusing orb, and it nearly always happens, but the players do plan some, you know, to play along without it, potentially, if it doesn't come up, but we did see a little bit of just a little bit less damage for I'm Exile, and he slowly lost that lead. And then that was so close at the finish, Rise.
I do have to officially say it, though. Exile might have gotten second, but he might have won in my heart. You know, the GG at the end, slightly heartbreaking, but such a well-mannered individual. A bright future ahead of him.
Absolutely, for all of our races, indeed. I think the most heart-wrenching moment for me, though, was Havoc's death to Innocence. Just such a huge upset. He had such an incredible race. You know, one little technical hiccup there, but didn't even let it sweat him at all. And he was so focused and playing so well. I loved seeing the precision of his movement. You could tell, you could see the practice coming through in all of their play. But in particular, I was just like marveling at the beauty of the Path of Exile gameplay.
Yeah, I think everybody had a really good story. I mean, Ty23 has got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Back-to-back Exilecon wins, right? Like, coming out of retirement to defend the belt.
Yeah.
That's a big story, that is. That's a big story. All right, folks, we're just about ready to head over to the stage. It's been a pleasure wrapping up another Exilecon for you. I am Ziggy D, and this is Rise QT. Thanks so much for casting with me, mate.
Thank you so much, Ziggy. What a blast.
So
fun. Guys.
Thank you all very much. We'll see you over on the stage.
Well, that was an amazing race. We were backstage there, just on the edge of our seats watching. It was kind of 2 races in one. We just had the best time. And congratulations, all of you. Okay, so in 4th place, winning $1,000. Thank you very much, Havoc. Thanks for competing. Sorry about the result. And in 3rd place, winning $2,500 US, Tai Giller. Congratulations, man. And in 2nd place, so close, winning $5,000. Great work. I am Exile. I'd like to ask Jonathan on stage with the trophy. So 1st place winning $10,000 US and the 2nd of his 1st place titles and the trophy, Ty23. Great work, man. You all played so well. Well, that wraps up Exilecon 2023. We've had an absolute blast. Everyone enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. If you've been watching online all weekend, thanks so much for joining us. I'm sorry you couldn't be here. And if you've been here in person the whole time, that's amazing. I'd like to ask you to get a few hours of rest, maybe some dinner, and we'll join you for the after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. And if you weren't able to make it out to New Zealand, we will be at Gamescom and PAX West over the coming weeks, as we've mentioned. So we look forward to seeing you at some stage in person. Thanks very much for a great event.
Thank you for a great event, Mr. Chris. With that, I wrap it up, and I have to go to sleep, man. I'm just struggling here at this point. But it was nice. It was like all the last sections were all very exciting to watch. The ARPG discussion, the wrap up with Karn and Ziz and Nugian and Matthew, and even the race. Okay, thanks for streaming. See you soon. See you soon, man. Bye. Remember to drink water is my way also. And see you tomorrow another day. Bye.